Chapter 96. The Apprehension of Yao Lao. Middle Auction House. Meeting Room. Teacher, do you think it is inappropriate for me to recklessly present a Xian-tier fighting technique at the Middle Auction House? In the room, Xiao Yin inquired of Yao Lao in his mind. After becoming Yao Lao's disciple, he had begun to address him as teacher. It matters not. The Middle Auction House is not as simple as it appears. A mere Xian-tier fighting technique is hardly significant. Yao Lao's voice echoed slowly in Xiao Yan's mind. Not so simple. Teacher, what do you mean? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression turned somewhat puzzled. Someone is coming. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak further, Yao Lao suddenly cautioned him. At this, Xiao Yan immediately fell silent, directing his gaze toward the entrance. Moments later, a figure clad in white appeared at the door. It was Lu Yun, accompanied by Yufei. Brother Xiao, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. As he spoke, Chu Yu's gaze flickered to the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, and he momentarily paused in surprise. This fellow truly brought the ring with him. Could he not have noticed its peculiarity? Surely Xiao Yan is not that foolish. Brother Lu Yun, I did not expect you to come in person. Seeing Lu Yun greet him directly, Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback. May I ask what brings you here, Brother Xiao? Lu Yun inquired naturally, refraining from mentioning the ring. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, then produced a scroll from his robe. To be frank, I have come to exchange for some medicinal materials. As for the price, I would like to use this high-level Xian-tier fighting technique as collateral. As he spoke, Xiao Yan extended the high-level Xian-tier fighting technique toward Lu Yun. This technique had naturally been acquired from Yao Lao, intended to exchange for materials to assist Yao Lao in alchemy. A high-level Xian-tier fighting technique. It seems Brother Xiao has encountered some fortunate opportunities of late. As he regarded the technique in his hand, Chu Yu's eyes gleamed with insight as he cast a meaningful glance at the ring Xiao Yan held. Sensing Lu Yun's gaze, Xiao Yan felt a slight tension within. Teacher, he hasn't discovered anything, has he? However, at his mental call, Yao Lao remained silent, offering no response. Teacher, are you there? After a few more inquiries without reply, Xiao Yan felt puzzled, yet with Lu Yun present, he could not afford to act overly conspicuous. It is merely a stroke of luck, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, his demeanor calm and collected. May I inquire what medicinal materials Brother Xiao seeks to exchange? Lu Yun asked with a smile. At this moment, he was nearly certain that Yao Lao had awakened. As for the extent of his recovery, Lu Yun was uncertain. The high-level Xian-tier fighting technique in Xiao Yan's possession could not have been produced by the Xiao clan. It had undoubtedly been obtained from Yao Lao. Furthermore, Xiao Yan's intent to exchange for medicinal materials likely aimed to assist Yao Lao in alchemy. I have compiled a list. Please take a look, Brother Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan promptly retrieved a list from his robe and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun accepted the list, scanning its contents. Purple leaf orchid, bone-washing flower. It appears you are preparing to concoct a foundation establishment spirit liquid. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun further confirmed that Yao Lao had indeed awakened. Once again, his gaze fell upon the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, and a faint smile graced Lu Yun's lips. His arrival had evidently prompted Yao Lao to reveal himself ahead of schedule. This left Lu Yun pondering whether the unfolding of the plot in Battle Through the Heavens would now be disrupted. Would Nalin Yinran still come to the Xiao clan to annul the engagement? Such thoughts piqued Lu Yun's curiosity, yet he felt it was of little consequence. In a few days, he would be departing Wutan City. Xiao Yan's future fate was no longer of his concern. With this in mind, Lu Yun turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan and said slowly, the items you listed are all first-tier materials, which should be manageable. After speaking, Lu Yun handed the scroll and list to Yufei. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Offer Brother Xiao the most favorable price. Understood, young master. Upon receiving her instructions, Yufei nodded and promptly exited the room. Thank you, Brother Lu Yun. Hearing this, Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude toward Lu Yun. In his heart, Xiao Yan still held a measure of appreciation for Lu Yun. After all, were it not for him, he might not have discovered the oddities surrounding the ring on his finger. Who knows when I will be able to cultivate normally again? Ah, it's nothing. Lu Yun chuckled. Let us not forget the agreement between us, Brother Xiao. At this, Xiao Yan's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly smiled and replied, Xiao Yan will certainly not forget. Though somewhat reluctant, he recognized that he had promised Lu Yun and would not go back on his word. Very well, Brother Xiao is indeed trustworthy. When you come to the imperial capital in the future, feel free to visit the middle family. I shall treat you to drinks, Lu Yun said with a smile. Brother Lu Yun, it seems you intend to leave Wutan City? Xiao Yan remarked, his heart stirring at Liu Yun's words. Indeed, in the not-too-distant future, I shall return to the imperial capital, remarked Lu Yun with a nod. In response, Xiao Yan extended his well wishes, saying, I wish you a safe journey, Brother Lu Yun. After a brief exchange, Yufei entered, carrying various medicinal herbs and a violet crystal card. Young Master Xiao, here are the herbs you requested, and all remaining gold coins are stored on this card. Should you require anything, feel free to visit the Middle Auction House at any time, she said, her face adorned with a smile. Xiao Yan nodded and accepted the herbs and the card from Yafei's hands. Brother Lu Yun, I shall take my leave now, Xiao Yan stated calmly. With that, he promptly exited Wutan City. Young master, why does the third young master of the Xiao family purchase so many herbs? Yafei inquired, gazing curiously at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Could it be that the Xiao family has engaged a pharmacist? Perhaps, Lu Yun replied with a knowing smile, understanding the underlying reasons. Master. Once outside the middle auction house, Xiao Yan eagerly called out in his mind. I am here, came the slow response of the elderly pharmacist. Master, what was that about? Xiao Yan asked, feeling a slight relief upon hearing the pharmacist's voice, though still puzzled. Disciple, Lu Yun is a man of unfathomable depth. It would be prudent to avoid further contact with him, the pharmacist cautioned, a hint of wariness in his tone. Do you realize that a Do Huang level expert was concealed beside him? Moreover, this Do Huang has already attained the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Huang level. What? Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He then recalled the events at the auction where Tian Feng attempted to seize the flying Do technique, only to be suppressed by a mysterious powerhouse, rumored to be a Do Huang. The middle family is indeed shrouded in mystery, and it seems they have already detected my presence. The pharmacist's voice resonated again, filled with trepidation. What? Has he already discovered your existence, master? Xiao Yan exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. I suspect that when you first presented him with the ring, he became aware of my presence. The pharmacist's tone grew grave, genuinely feeling that Lu Yun was beyond his comprehension. Recalling the scene at the middle auction house, where Lu Yun had placed himself in the hands of that Do Huang, the pharmacist's suspicions only deepened. That cannot be, Xiao Yan protested, doubt clouding his features. If he had discovered your existence then, why would he auction off the ring? I refuse to believe he was entirely indifferent to it. Xiao Yan recalled Lu Yun's claim that the ring was a treasure. He surmised that Lu Yun likely perceived the ring as merely unique and had not realized the pharmacist was inside it. Otherwise, why would he have willingly put it up for auction? Perhaps, the pharmacist conceded, uncertainty lacing his voice. In any case, I cannot see through this individual. He is extraordinarily enigmatic. It would be best for you to limit your interactions with him moving forward. Understood, Xiao Yan nodded in response. At the middle auction house, Lu Yun addressed Yafei and Master Gu and I shall be departing Wutan City tomorrow. Young master, will you not accompany me? Yafei asked, surprised by his statement. No, I have other arrangements, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. If the clan leader inquires, simply say that I have gone to train with my master. Startled, both Yafei and Master Gu and I exchanged glances, realizing that the young master's master is a high-tier pharmacist. Yes, young master, they replied without hesitation, believing that even if the clan leader learned of this, he would have no objections. At that moment, Lu Yun turned to Master Gu and I, stating, Master Gu and I, you will oversee matters in Wutan City from now on. After careful consideration, Lu Yun decided to leave Master Gu and I in charge of the city. Moreover, he had arranged for the auction to be held monthly, as even in a small town like Wutan, there are still gains to be had. Even if the items were of the Xian tier, the returns could yield Earth tier items, which would undoubtedly generate a stir wherever they appeared. Thus, Lu Yun resolved to return to Wutan City every month, solely to reap the rewards of the auction. Young master, you can rest assured. I shall do my utmost to expand the middle auction house. Master Gu and I assured him earnestly. Yafei, once you have concluded your affairs in Wutan City, you may return directly to the imperial capital, Lu Yun instructed her. Yes, young master, Yafei responded, her lips parting to speak. The following morning, Wuming. Let us set off, Lu Yun called out in the courtyard, and Wuming promptly appeared before him. With a thought, Lu Yun directed his Do Qi towards the mysterious symbols at his shoulder blades. In the next moment, the wings of wind and thunder manifested behind him. Let us first visit Qingshan town. A fleeting image of a figure in white flashed through his mind, and a smile graced Lu Yun's lips. This journey for training held particular significance, as it pertained to his future plans, which included the little physician. Little physician, regardless of your consent, I am determined to take you with me this time. With a powerful flap of the wings of wind and thunder, Lu Yun soared into the air, departing from Wutan City. The speed of the wings of wind and thunder was astonishing. Even though Lu Yun was merely at the Great Dosher level, he could keep pace with Wuming, who possessed the strength of a 9-star Do Huang. 2 days later, Lu Yun and Wuming arrived at Qingshan town. Let us descend, Lu Yun instructed, and they gracefully landed at the entrance of the town. Once on the ground, Wuming, as usual, concealed his form. Walking along the cobblestone streets, Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings. Just as he had observed during his previous visit, Qingshan town was bustling with activity. Groups of mercenaries roamed, their coarse words punctuating the air. It seemed the demise of the Wolf Head mercenary group had little effect on the town. Lu Yun soon entered Qingshan town and approached the entrance of the Wan Yaozhai. Stepping into the spacious shop illuminated by the moonlight stones adorning the walls, He found the establishment bustling with patrons, the staff engaged in their duties, leaving no one to attend to his arrival. With no other option, Lu Yun decided to take the initiative. "Excuse me, is the little physician here? I am looking for her," he inquired, stopping a shop attendant. "The little physician?" The attendant paused, scrutinizing Lu Yun. "She has already left Wan Yaozhai." "What?" Lu Yun was taken aback, swiftly pressing, "Where has she gone?" "I am not certain," the attendant replied, shaking their head. "How could this be?" Lu Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden departure of the little physician. "How long has she been gone from Wan Yaozhai?" he asked the attendant. "About 10 days, came the response. 10 days? So she left Qingshan town shortly after departing Wan Yaozhai, Lu Yun murmured to himself. Moments later, he exited Wan Yaozhai, lost in thought. Where could the little physician have gone? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that she had activated the Enan poison body? If so, it was highly likely that she had ventured to the Outcloud Empire, the land renowned for its abundance of poison masters, a veritable paradise for them. In the original narrative, the little medicine sage ventured to the empire of Chuyun, ultimately establishing the most formidable faction of poison masters, known as the Poison Sect, within its realm. Reflecting on the plot, a contemplative gleam flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as he recalled the strength of the empire of Chuyun, which surpassed that of the Gamma Empire by a considerable margin. Perhaps he could establish an auction house there, while simultaneously seeking the whereabouts of the little medicine sage. However, given Lu Yun's current capabilities, such a plan was beyond execution. It would only be after he firmly established himself in the imperial capital that he would set about realizing his ambitions. Next, he felt compelled to journey into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. With his gaze fixed upon the heart of the mountains, Lu Yun murmured to himself. At present, he lacked the flames necessary for alchemy, as he had yet to acquire the strength to refine the tiny divine flame within the system space. Thus, the violet fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King in the depths of the Beast Mountain range became his next objective. The accompanying amethyst source and amethyst spirit crystal also seemed quite promising. Moments later, two figures soared through the skies above the Beast Mountain range, heading straight toward its depths. Chapter 98. The Nameless Amethyst-Winged Lion King. In the air above the Beast Mountain range, Lu Yun and the Nameless soared with reckless abandon. Any reckless avian that dared to show its face was swiftly eliminated by the Nameless. The power of a 9-star Doe Emperor was sufficient to sweep across the entire Beast Mountain range. Therefore, as they set out to seize the amethyst source and amethyst spirit crystal, Lu Yun had no intention of acting discreetly. If the amethyst-winged Lion King were to obediently surrender the treasures, Lu Yun would be more than willing to refrain from causing any disturbances. But should this beast prove to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Before long, Lu Yun and the Nameless arrived at the depths of the Beast Mountain range. At that moment, Lu Yun felt no inclination to search for the amethyst-winged Lion King's whereabouts, and instead instructed the Nameless to unleash his Doe Emperor aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Beast Mountain range. Here, in the depths, resided powerful 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts. Yet, under this immense aura, they could do nothing but cower in submission, trembling in fear, unwilling to make a single move. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? At that moment, a furious roar reverberated through the mountains. As the roar echoed, a terrifying pressure surged forth in the skies above the Beast Mountain range. Soon after, an enormous shadow leapt from the depths of the mountains, coming into the view of Lu Yun and the Nameless. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning the form of the shadow. It was a colossal magical beast, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, its body covered in a layer of violet crystalline substance that sparkled brilliantly under the sun, nearly blinding to behold. The creature's head resembled that of a fearsome lion, its blood-red eyes shimmering with an otherworldly violet light, and its massive jaws were lined with sharp fangs. Atop its lion's head sprouted a fiery red spiral horn, surrounded by swirling clusters of violet flames. Its enormous lion's body bore a pair of violet wings, which, when unfurled, unleashed torrents of pale purple flames like a torrential downpour. Its 4 sturdy claws were similarly encased in violet crystals, each step it took causing the very air to tremble, hinting at its unimaginable strength. As the massive beast hovered in the void, an invisible pressure descended, causing Lu Yun to shudder slightly. Humph! The Nameless snorted softly, releasing a potent aura of his own. In an instant, Lu Yun felt the previous pressure dissipate. This was the ruler of the Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Casting his gaze upon the enormous beast before him, Lu Yun mused inwardly. Human, what brings you to my Beast Mountain range? High above, the colossal amethyst-winged Lion King spoke with a human tongue, eyeing the Nameless with a wary gaze. Upon reaching the 6th-tier strength, magical beasts could articulate human speech, and they had developed a level of intellect comparable to that of humans. I have come to borrow your amethyst spirit crystal and amethyst source, Lu Yun replied coolly. addressing the imposing amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon hearing Liu Yun's sudden declaration, the amethyst-winged Lion King turned its gaze toward him, a flicker of surprise passing through its enormous eyes. It had initially assumed that the more powerful Nameless would take the lead. However, it appeared that the human youth before it, possessing the rank of a great Dome Master, was indeed the decision-maker. Humph. My kin, the amethyst-winged lion, can shed only a small fragment once every decade. Do you think it is so easily obtained? It scoffed. Furthermore, the amethyst source is even more precious than the amethyst spirit crystal. To think you could acquire it is nothing short of a delusion. Evidently, the Lion King was unwilling to cooperate. Hearing this, a cold expression graced Liu Yun's face as he spoke slowly, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Liu Yun. The amethyst-winged Lion King glanced at the Nameless beside him, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes before it finally spoke. I can give you the amethyst spirit crystal, but you must offer something in return. Clearly, it was wary of the formidable strength displayed by the Nameless. Exchange? What do you wish for me to offer? Liu Yun replied with a cold smirk curling at his lips. I am currently in the process of transformation. If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I shall grant you the amethyst spirit crystal. How does that sound? The amethyst-winged Lion King proclaimed loudly. Heh, do you take me for a fool? A transformation pill is a 7th-grade elixir. Do you truly believe I would trade it for a mere amethyst spirit crystal? Moreover, your life is worth less than a single transformation pill. Humph. Human, since you cannot provide a transformation pill, do not even think to mention the amethyst spirit crystal again. The amethyst-winged Lion King's anger flared at Liu Yun's response. In that case, I shall be left with no choice but to seize it by force. A glint of cold light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes as he spoke indifferently. Seize it by force. The amethyst-winged Lion King let out a derisive laugh. I am aware that this companion of yours possesses the strength of a Dou Emperor, but do you believe I fear him? If it comes to a fight, whether he can leave the Beast Mountain range alive is still uncertain. After finishing its words, the amethyst-winged Lion King unleashed a terrifying aura of a Dou Emperor of its own. Since that is the case, there is nothing left to discuss. Liu Yun sighed, then coldly commanded, Nameless, make your move. Yes, master. Without a moment's hesitation, the Nameless unleashed the full extent of his 9-star Dou Emperor strength. Sky-covering palm. In the next instant, the Nameless slowly struck out with his palm, and a colossal palm imprint materialized in the skies above. As the immense imprint appeared, a storm surged throughout the void. The overwhelming pressure forced the towering trees below to snap, scattering a flurry of wooden shards into the air. A 9-star Dou Emperor. You are indeed a 9-star Dou Emperor. The amethyst-winged Lion King felt the terrifying pressure radiating from the Nameless and finally began to feel a twinge of panic. However, as the ruler of the Beast Mountain range, it was not one to sit idly by. Damn human, I shall fight you to the bitter end. As it gazed upon the gigantic palm that seemed to blot out the sun, the amethyst-winged Lion King roared defiantly, its deep voice echoing throughout the mountains. With a fierce lion's roar, the violet crystals adorning its body shimmered brightly. In the blink of an eye, torrents of violet flames erupted violently from within, gradually coalescing into a massive column of violet fire that shot skyward. The intense heat was immediately overwhelming for Liu Yun. Nameless, keep him occupied. I shall return shortly. With that, Liu Yun activated his Thunderwind wings, soaring toward the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. His objective, of course, was to acquire the amethyst source and amethyst spirit crystal within the cave. Chapter 99. The severely wounded little amethyst-winged Lion King. In the void, two formidable Dou Emperor warriors clashed, unleashing a tempest of energy. Dense forests were obliterated in an instant, leaving chaos in their wake. Roar! Damned humans! The furious roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King reverberated through the skies above the Beast Mountain range. Clearly, this king of the mountains was being ruthlessly suppressed by the nameless figure, a 9-star Dou Emperor. It could even be said that he was being mercilessly beaten. Were it not for his beastly physique, tough skin, and astonishing defense, the amethyst-winged Lion King would have already faced defeat. Had it been an ordinary human, they would have been subdued by the nameless warrior in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. As the forest was annihilated, two beams of light, one black and one purple, surged skyward, engaging in a fierce confrontation thousands of meters above. At this moment, Liu Yun, with his Thunderwind wings trembling behind him, had transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly diving into the forest and heading directly towards the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Roar! Suddenly, a third-tier magical beast charged at Liu Yun, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the Thunderwind wings behind him erupted with brilliant radiance, condensing into a massive blade of wind and thunder that struck down upon the third-tier beast. In the next moment, the third-tier magical beast lay lifeless on the ground, its body severed. Liu Yun quickly retrieved its magic core and continued into the depths of the forest. Moments later, A colossal cave entrance gradually appeared before his eyes. This was the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. At the cave's entrance, several third-tier magical beasts stood guard, trembling as they gazed up at the violent battle above. The residual shockwaves from the conflict caused them to cower on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yun furrowed his brow and soared upward with his thunderwind wings. In the next instant, a dazzling strike of wind and thunder shot forth from his wings. Boom! The colossal blade crashed down upon the third-tier magical beasts. In an instant, they were torn apart, their bodies rendered lifeless. Damn humans! If you dare harm my son, I will not spare you. The commotion caused by Lu Yun naturally caught the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King, who roared in fury at the thought of his offspring within the lair. Unable to protect oneself, yet still concerned about distractions. Seeing this, the nameless warrior snorted coldly and unleashed a massive palm print to suppress the amethyst-winged Lion King. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, having swiftly collected the magic cores, had already stepped into the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon entering, the cave was not as dim as he had imagined. The surrounding walls were occasionally adorned with purple crystal formations. These crystals were natural products of the cave and were quite precious decorative items in the human world. The spacious and deep interior of the cave was beautifully embellished by these purple crystals. Observing this naturally formed lair, Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel at how this beast, possessing such spirit, also appreciated a life of comfort. As he cautiously traversed the cave, he found no other magical beasts present, aside from the sound of his footsteps. There was nothing else to be heard. After traversing a lengthy passage, two diverging paths appeared before him. Furrowing his brow at the two paths, Lu Yun pondered for a moment before cautiously stepping into the left passage. This path was quite winding. Lu Yun turned several corners, and as he ventured deeper, he suddenly noticed the surrounding temperature rising. On high alert, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed towards a distant exit faintly glowing with purple light. Quickening his pace, focusing on the nearby exit, he lowered his footsteps and cautiously poked his head out to scan the spacious cave interior. To his surprise, he did not detect any trace of magical beasts. Blinking in disbelief, he observed for a while longer before feeling reassured enough to enter. Once inside the cave, Lu Yun looked around, ultimately fixating on the central area. There, a pile of purple crystals, towering over a meter high, had formed a platform-like structure. Atop this purple crystal platform rested a spherical object, roughly the size of Lu Yun's head, quietly nestled within. With his gaze locked onto the purple sphere, Lu Yun suddenly realized that the heat within the cave emanated entirely from this object. Staring at the purple sphere, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. This must be the accompanying purple crystal source, and he never expected it to harbor such immense energy. Having read the original text, Lu Yun was well aware of the profound and precious nature of this accompanying purple crystal source. When the amethyst-winged Lion King was born, there was a minuscule chance that it would produce this accompanying purple crystal source alongside its offspring. Due to the prolonged time spent within the Lion King's belly, the energy contained within was exceptionally pure. This accompanying purple crystal source would allow a magical beast to ascend to the 5th tier upon consuming it once they reached the 4th tier. And the purple fire within would be far more potent than that of other amethyst-winged lions that had not consumed the accompanying purple crystal source. Recalling the descriptions of the accompanying purple crystal source in the original text, Lu Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, he refrained from acting rashly. This accompanying purple crystal source could not be opened by brute force. One would need to find the purple spirit crystal to break it open. Subsequently, Lu Yun headed towards the other diverging path. Moments later, having followed the alternate path, he reached the center of the lair. As his gaze swept across the area, a small amethyst-winged Lion King came into view. This diminutive creature was currently lying on the ground, peacefully slumbering. Observing the sleeping young amethyst-winged Lion King, a glint of brilliance appeared in Lu Yun's eyes. This creature, if taken to auction, would surely yield a handsome profit. However, the immediate priority was to subdue this little one first. With a thought, the thunderwind wings manifested behind Lu Yun. As radiance erupted forth, a colossal blade of light descended upon the slumbering young amethyst-winged Lion King. Seizing the opportunity while the young beast was still asleep, Lu Yun shamelessly launched a sneak attack. Boom! In the next moment, the massive blade struck the unsuspecting young amethyst-winged Lion King. Instantly, a gaping wound appeared on the defenseless creature. Roar! A piercing cry of agony resonated throughout the cave. Chapter 100. Ransacked. Damn humans! You dare harm my son! With the anguished scream of the young amethyst-winged Lion King, the amethyst-winged Lion King, locked in battle with the nameless warrior above the Beast Mountain range, could not help but change countenance, unleashing a furious roar. In the next instant, he charged towards the cave. Trying to flee? In your dreams. The nameless warrior would not allow the amethyst-winged Lion King to escape. transforming into countless phantoms to block his path. Human, you have gone too far. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The amethyst-winged Lion King's enormous eyes seemed to blaze with fire. A low growl, laced with fury, erupted from his massive jaws, and the purple aura surrounding him intensified, eventually rivaling the setting sun on the horizon. The purple light enveloped the land. And after a moment of brewing, the radiance suddenly compressed. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of purple light coalesced into a deep purple beam of light measuring only half a foot wide. Purple crystal seal. As the violet light flickered, the resounding roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed through the mountains. The moment the deep purple beam materialized, an imperceptible change flickered across the expression of the Nameless One, who then unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, striking down a colossal palm print towards the violet beam. Boom! Where the purple beam and the gigantic palm print collided, the very fabric of space distorted slightly, and in an instant, they clashed with the terrifying ferocity of a meteorite impact. Upon their initial confrontation, it was evident that the purple beam was at a disadvantage. In mere moments, it erupted violently, while the massive palm print merely dimmed slightly. Clearly, in this battle, the amethyst-winged Lion King found itself thoroughly outmatched, being relentlessly pressured by the Nameless One. On the other side, after a pained scream, the young amethyst-winged Lion King quickly regained its composure, glaring fiercely with its beastly eyes at the suddenly appearing human. A significant gash on its back continued to bleed crimson. Evidently, the earlier strike of wind and thunder had grievously wounded the young amethyst-winged Lion King. As its eyes glared with anger, a faint shade of purple began to emerge within them, and a layer of amethyst shimmered into existence upon its body. Truly, as a member of the amethyst-winged Lion clan, even after sustaining a wind and thunder strike, it still possessed the strength to fight back. Observing the enraged young amethyst-winged Lion King, a look of ease surfaced on the Nameless One's face. Even if this creature were unscathed, the Nameless One felt confident in facing it head-on. Moreover, the young amethyst-winged Lion King was already heavily injured. With a furious roar, the young amethyst-winged Lion King lunged directly at the Nameless One. The Nameless One swiftly employed the Shadow Mirage technique, transforming into several phantoms to effortlessly evade the attack. The young amethyst-winged Lion King's claw struck nothing but air, crashing violently against the ground. The immense force contained within its paw caused the cavern to tremble slightly, dislodging a few loose stones from the walls that fell at the Nameless One's feet. Ground-splitting palm. At that moment, the Nameless One retaliated, unleashing a massive palm print towards the young amethyst-winged Lion King. In the next instant, the colossal form of the young amethyst-winged Lion King was blasted backward 10 meters, crashing forcefully against the cavern wall. Once already grievously wounded, the young amethyst-winged Lion King succumbed to the additional impact and fell unconscious. Collect. The Nameless One approached the young amethyst-winged Lion King's side, and with a thought, the creature's massive body vanished from the cave. In the next moment, the young amethyst-winged Lion King's form appeared within the system's space. To his surprise, it had indeed worked. Witnessing this scene, a look of delight spread across the Nameless One's face. Utilizing the system's space to capture the young amethyst-winged Lion King was a sudden idea that had come to him. He had merely hoped to try it, never expecting it to be successful. Subsequently, he focused his consciousness and entered the system's space. There, he found the young amethyst-winged Lion King lying peacefully within the confines of the system. The Nameless One was not overly concerned about the creature's injuries. Anything that entered the system's space would remain in a state of absolute stasis. Thus, the young amethyst-winged Lion King's condition would not deteriorate. With that assurance, the Nameless One exited the system's space. After securing the young amethyst-winged Lion King, he returned to the spot where it had previously lain prostrate, crouching slightly to extend his hand and gently tap on a nearby cluster of amethyst stones. Upon his fingers striking one of the stones at the edge, a hollow sound resonated from below. Surprised by the sound, he quickly probed to uncover the stone slab, and suddenly, a brilliant violet light burst forth, prompting him to squeeze his eyes shut. Once the pain in his eyes subsided, he slowly reopened them, casting his gaze into the small opening. There, a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, sharp violet spirit stone lay quietly, shimmering beautifully with flowing light. This was the violet spirit crystal. Carefully, the Nameless One extracted the violet spirit crystal and stored it within his spatial ring. With the violet spirit crystal secured, he swiftly made his way toward the source of amethyst crystals. Arriving before the source, his gaze burned with desire as he beheld the purple orb before him. Within it lay an abundance of potent energy capable of elevating the young amethyst-winged Lion King by a tier. If he could absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly surge. With that thought, he took out the violet spirit crystal, gripping it tightly before striking it against the purple orb with force. Crack! As the violet spirit crystal struck the orb, a moment of silence followed, and a fissure appeared on the surface of the latter. Instantly, the crack expanded, culminating in a resounding explosion as it shattered. As the source of amethyst crystals broke apart, purple liquid flowed forth, soaking half of the stone platform. Witnessing this, the Nameless One felt a pang of regret and quickly retrieved a jade bottle from his spatial ring, fervently pouring the purple liquid into it. Although the exterior of the source was scorching hot, the liquid within was surprisingly cool. Despite the orb's seemingly large size, the purple liquid contained within only filled 6 small jade bottles. After securing the source of amethyst crystals, the Nameless One did not rush to leave. The Amethyst-Winged Lion clan lived in such luxury. They must possess their own treasures. Since he was already there, he naturally intended to strip the place bare. After searching the cavern for a while, the Nameless One finally discovered a trove of treasures beneath a layer of amethyst. Among them were numerous magic cores from 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, alongside a wealth of precious herbs. Who would have thought that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was so affluent? Without a hint of hesitation, the Nameless One collected all the treasures into his spatial ring. After completing this task, he left the cavern with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 101. Devouring the Source of Amethyst Crystals. Bang! Above the Beastmaster Mountains, a colossal figure descended from the heavens. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the beleaguered form of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King materialized. Human, you are truly pushing your luck. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King glared with its blood-red eyes, seething with rage as it fixated on the Nameless One in the void. This marked the 5th time it had been struck down from the sky by him. Even the red spikes atop its head, the hardest part of its body, had been broken by the Nameless One. Despite exerting all its might, it was no match for this human, leaving the typically proud Amethyst-Winged Lion King feeling utterly humiliated. Unmoved by the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's roar, the Nameless One unleashed another massive palm print, crashing down with relentless force. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King glared with its blood-red eyes, a fierce growl filled with murderous intent escaping its lips. Its massive head shook slightly as purple light once again filled the skies. Nameless One, cease your actions. Just then, the voice of the Nameless One rang out. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the Nameless One's face, and he slowly withdrew his hand. In the next moment, the Nameless One, with the dual wings of wind and thunder, appeared in the void. Human, what have you done to my son? The Amethyst-Winged Lion King bellowed, its expression filled with agitation upon seeing the Nameless One. Your son is not dead yet. However, in a while, I cannot guarantee that. The Nameless One replied with a smile that hinted at menace. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King roared, if my son dies, I will not let this go. If the Lion King wishes to ensure his son's survival, it will depend on your actions. The Nameless One retorted with a cold smirk. What do you want? The Amethyst-Winged Lion King glared at him. Simple. If you, Lion King, submit to me, your son's life can be spared. The Nameless One slowly articulated his intentions. After all, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was a powerful Emperor-level fighter. To kill it so easily would be a waste. If it could be turned to his advantage, it would be a boon. Submit to you? In your dreams. I, a proud member of the Amethyst-Winged Lion clan, with such a noble lineage, how could I ever submit to a mere human? Upon hearing these words, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King seemed to feel deeply insulted, roaring in anger. So, does this mean that the Lion King has no intention of rescuing your son? Observing the still haughty expression of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King below, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. You have already been pressed to the ground. What pretense do you still wish to maintain? I advise the Lion King, those who recognize the times are wise, otherwise. You and your son shall meet your demise in the Beast Mountain range today, Lu Yun kindly warned. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King glared at Lu Yun, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It, the ruler of the Beast Mountain range, never imagined it would find itself in such a predicament. Lion King, please consider this carefully. 1 year. If you serve me for just 1 year, I shall grant you your freedom and bestow upon you a transformation pill, returning your son to you. Seeing that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was still resisting, Lu Yun spoke slowly. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was taken aback, looking at Lu Yun in disbelief. It was currently in the transformation stage and had been troubled by the lack of a transformation pill. Moreover, the prospect of merely serving this human for 1 year was something the Amethyst-Winged Lion King found somewhat acceptable. Lu Yun, always keep my word. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Very well, I agree to serve you for 1 year, but I hope you will not go back on your promise after that. The Lion King replied coldly. Rest assured, Lion King, Lu Yun said with a faint smile. With a thought, Lu Yun retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his spatial ring and flicked his fingers, sending it to the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. This elixir will aid the Lion King in healing. Even though the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had agreed to submit, Lu Yun would not treat it poorly. Compared to humans, The promises made by magical beasts hold greater credibility. Subsequently, Lu Yun boldly took possession of the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair, preparing to begin absorbing the accompanying amethyst essence. Half an hour later, within the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Lu Yun sat cross-legged upon a bed of amethyst and slowly took out a vial of accompanying amethyst essence. Opening the jade bottle, Lu Yun directly drank half of the essence. Moments later, waves of heat surged forth from Lu Yun's meridians, continuously merging into his bones and flesh. This wave of heat increased with the passage of time. Initially, Lu Yun was able to resist, but as his body reached a critical point, the heat within him continued to intensify, causing his skin to gradually take on a purplish hue. Feeling the increasingly scorching energy within, Lu Yun's expression changed, and he quickly activated the devouring demon art, voraciously consuming the energy within. As the devouring technique operated, strands of purple energy were rapidly absorbed by Lu Yun. These purple energies fused directly into his flesh and bones. Each time the purple energy integrated into his flesh, that area would take on a faint purplish tint, resembling a series of markings. Lu Yun's mind was tense as he focused on the strands of purple energy, attempting to expel them with his fighting aura. However, when his fighting aura was infused into the purple energy, it suddenly emitted a faint low hum. Moments later, under Lu Yun's keen observation, a transformation began. The color of the purple energy deepened, and when it reached a certain depth, it trembled violently, and faint flames suddenly surged forth from within the purple energy, swiftly transforming into slender wisps of purple fire. In the pitch-black void, the purple flames flickered alone, emanating a gentle warmth that eventually permeated Lu Yun's fighting crystal. As that subtle warmth invaded the fighting crystal, Lu Yun discovered that its rotation speed had automatically increased significantly. Initially taken aback by this phenomenon, Lu Yun was soon overwhelmed with joy. The fact that the fighting crystal could accelerate on its own meant that even without his deliberate control, the natural fighting aura would continuously flow into his body, allowing him to be bathed in fighting aura almost every second. This benefit was undeniably immense for his cultivation. Once the purple flames appeared in the void, it seemed to activate a grand machine, slowly beginning its operation. The purple flames required to absorb the fighting aura from the crystal to grow, while the warmth they emitted enhanced the crystal's speed of absorption. This meticulous cooperation brought substantial benefits to both the purple flames and the fighting crystal. After carefully examining the cyclone and confirming there were no issues, Lu Yun gently withdrew it. Inside the cave, Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple brilliance flickered momentarily in his dark pupils before gradually fading, returning to their deep black. Chapter 102. 3 Goals. 2-star Great Fighter. Rising to his feet, Lu Yun felt the power within him and displayed a satisfied smile. He then extended his hand, rubbing his fingers lightly, and with a crisp sound, a slender wisp of purple flame ignited from his fingertips. This was the beast fire, the purple flame, from within the amethyst-winged lion clan. Had an alchemist been present, witnessing Lu Yun's ability to conjure flames, they would certainly have gasped in astonishment. Real fire. Substantial flames. Lu Yun's current strength was that of a second-tier alchemist. Yet, he had managed to summon real fire, which typically required at least a 4th-tier alchemist, from the palm of his hand. Alchemists below the 4th tier generally needed the peculiar transformation of a cauldron's fire mouth to convert their inner fire attribute fighting aura into tangible flames. However, upon reaching the 4th tier, alchemists could omit the cauldron transformation step and directly summon real flames. Many alchemists at this level would typically summon real fire to attack during combat. Moreover, due to the inherent soul attributes of alchemists, which were naturally intertwined with fire and wood, the flames they summoned were far hotter and more potent than those of fighters of the same tier. Thus, the ability to summon real fire without reliance on external objects became the most critical factor in discerning whether one had advanced to a 4th-tier alchemist. Of course, nothing is absolute. All of the above is predicated on the assumptions concerning ordinary alchemists. Should someone luck into refining a unique fire, even if they had not reached the 4th-tier alchemist level, they could still summon real fire. Moreover, the flames they conjured could far surpass those of authentic real fire in terms of abnormality and strength. After all, they wielded the most destructive power of unique fire in the world. Therefore, unique fires would always be the coveted treasures in the hearts of every alchemist. However, the wild and destructive powers of unique fire have led countless exceptional alchemists to their doom, akin to moths drawn to a flame. At this moment, the purple flame Lu Yun had refined, while not a unique fire, possessed significantly greater power than the real fire typically commanded by ordinary alchemists. With this purple flame, even without a cauldron, Lu Yun could condense tangible flames. After studying for a moment, Lu Yun slowly retracted the purple flame from his palm. This expedition to the Beast Mountain Range had not only yielded the Amethyst Spirit Crystal and the accompanying Amethyst Essence, but had also secured the allegiance of the Amethyst Winged Lion King, a powerful fighting emperor, marking a bountiful harvest. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Yun's lips. Moments later, Lu Yun slowly exited the lair. Outside the lair, Wu Ming and the Amethyst Winged Lion King stood vigil. So how did it go? Lu Yun inquired, directing his gaze toward Wu Ming and the Amethyst Winged Lion King. Before retreating to devour the accompanying Amethyst Essence, Lu Yun commanded the Amethyst Winged Lion King to gather all the rare treasures from the Monster Beast Mountain Range. In his estimation, as the sovereign of the Monster Beast Mountain, the Amethyst Winged Lion King should find this task rather effortless. Master, everything you desire is right here. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming promptly presented a spatial ring. Lu Yun accepted the ring and, upon casting a glance inside, could not help but exhibit a look of delight. Within the ring were heaps of precious herbs, alongside a considerable number of magic cores. Lu Yun had been troubled by a lack of medicinal materials for alchemy, but now, with these herbs, complemented by those previously found in the Amethyst Winged Lion King's treasury, he was more than adequately supplied. After accepting the inheritance of the Alchemy Emperor, Lu Yun possessed an abundance of alchemical techniques in his mind, yet he lacked practical experience. With sufficient materials for him to practice, he could swiftly ascend in rank. Lu Yun estimated that these herbs would be enough to elevate him to a fourth-tier alchemist. During this journey, Lu Yun had several objectives. The foremost was, of course, to enhance his own strength. He aimed to break through to the Doling realm as soon as possible and refine the tiny divine flame within the system space. To accomplish this, he required 3 specific items: Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and Spirit Nurturing Essence. The Blood Lotus Pill was a 5th-tier elixir, and to concoct it, Lu Yun would need to advance to a 5th-tier alchemist. As for the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, Lu Yun recalled from the original text that it seemed to be found in Haiyansheng. Regarding the Spirit Nurturing Essence, he would have to wait until he returned to the imperial capital, utilizing his family's influence to search for it. Until he procured these 3 items, Lu Yun would never dare to attempt refining the tiny divine flame. His second objective was to seek out the Ice Emperor Haebadong. As the esteemed elder of the middle family, should Lu Yun assist him in breaking the seal, he would gain another formidable ally. Moreover, with Haebadong's support, Lu Yun would wield considerable influence upon returning to the imperial capital, particularly within the middle family. With a mere word from Haebadong, Lu Yun's desire to take over the middle auction house in the imperial capital would not pose any challenges. Lu Yun's third goal was to obtain the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. This extraordinary flame, if secured and subsequently auctioned, would provide him with a source of celestial fire on par with the tiny divine flame. However, Lu Yun was currently uncertain whether the Qinglian Earth Heartfire had already fallen into Medusa's possession. If it had, achieving this goal would likely be temporarily unattainable. Although Wu Ming had reached the strength of a 9-star Do Huang, Medusa was also a 9-star Do Huang. Attempting to reclaim the Qinglian Earth Heartfire from the entire Serpent Clan was beyond Lu Yun's current capabilities. Of course, if he had the Amethyst Winged Lion King and the restored Do Huang strength of Haebadong by his side, the situation would be different. Let us set forth. After a brief moment, Lu Yun's contemplative expression softened slightly as he addressed Wu Ming and the Amethyst Winged Lion King beside him. Yes, master. As soon as the words left his lips, the trio soared towards the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. The nearest city to Lu Yun at that moment was a grand metropolis situated in the eastern province of the Garma Empire. Its scale surpassed that of Wutan City. And in terms of overall strength, the city known as Haiyansheng ranked among the foremost of the empire's major cities. The primary objective of Lu Yun's journey was to reach Haiyansheng first, for only such a large city would have civilian air transport teams designated by the empire. After all, the distance between the Monster Beast Mountain Range and the Tagore Desert was considerable. If Lu Yun and his companions were to fly the entire way, they would expend an immense amount of Do Qi, which would be exceedingly exhausting. Thus, he resolved to first travel to Haiyansheng and take the air transport to reach the Tagore Desert. Additionally, the information regarding the Ice Spirit Cold Spring was a crucial part of Lu Yun's journey. Half a day later, Lu Yun and Wu Ming gradually arrived at Haiyansheng. Chapter 103, Haiyan Auction House. Outside Haiyansheng, gazing at the massive city reflecting a faint crimson glow in the afterglow of the setting sun, Lu Yun let out a slight sigh of relief. So this is Haiyansheng. Beside Lu Yun, the Amethyst Winged Lion King had reduced its size, resembling a large purple dog, trailing behind Lu Yun like an ordinary pet. Initially, when Lu Yun had instructed it to shrink, the Amethyst Winged Lion King had displayed reluctance, feeling that as a mighty beast king, being treated like a dog diminished its dignity. However, upon Lu Yun invoking their earlier agreement, it begrudgingly complied. As for Wu Ming, he was currently concealed nearby, and Lu Yun was unaware of his exact location. Nevertheless, whenever Lu Yun called, Wu Ming would promptly appear. Let us enter the city. Observing the amethyst-winged Lion King now resembling a pet dog, a smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips as he made his way toward Haiyansheng. As he drew closer, Lu Yun noticed that the towering city walls were entirely constructed from neatly arranged black rocks. According to legend, these walls had withstood the combined might of two Do Wang experts without yielding. This illustrated just how formidable the city's defenses were. After paying the entrance fee at the city gate, Lu Yun was granted entry without incident. Passing through a somewhat dim passageway within the walls, he soon found himself in a vibrant and noisy expanse, the cacophony of voices enveloping him. Haiyansheng, let us find an inn to have a meal and secure a room for the night. Observing the bustling streets filled with people, Lu Yun shook his head in resignation. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the largest inn in Haiyansheng, the Yinhua Tower. During this visit, besides seeking the ice spirit cold spring, Lu Yun also intended to obtain certification as a second-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. Being recognized as a second-tier alchemist while traveling would facilitate many matters. At the very least, he would not have to pay the tolls like other travelers upon entering the city. Welcome, esteemed guest. With the enthusiastic greeting of the innkeeper, Lu Yun settled into a private room at Yinhua Tower. After days of arduous travel, he had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. Thus, Lu Yun ordered several signature dishes from the inn. Have you heard? The Haiyan Auction House will hold an auction 3 days from now. There will be many valuable items up for bid. Oh, what kind of treasures are we talking about? Lu Yun, leisurely enjoying his meal, suddenly found his attention captured by the conversation at the adjacent table. The Haiyan Auction House will feature high-level Xian-tier Do techniques and 4th-tier pills, one of the patrons replied. Lu Yun's heart stirred at the mention of the Haiyan Auction House, and he called out to the group, esteemed gentlemen, I am new to Haiyansheng and would like to know more about the Haiyan Auction House. Taken by surprise, the group exchanged glances before one among them spoke. The Haiyan Auction House is hosted by the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Haiyansheng. Lu Yun proceeded to inquire further. Gradually piecing together the details regarding the auction house, he learned that the 3 prominent families in Haiyansheng were the Li, Shui, and Lin families, with the Li family being the most powerful, boasting a patriarch at the Doling realm. The mention of the Doling realm elicited an enigmatic smile from Lu Yun. It seemed that he had an opportunity to earn some extra profit in Haiyansheng. After finishing his meal, Lu Yun promptly made his way to the room he had reserved, with the amethyst-winged Lion King trailing closely behind. Wu Ming, come out, Lu Yun softly called. Master. As soon as the words were uttered, Wu Ming's figure gradually materialized within the room. Observing this scene, the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes glimmered with a hint of trepidation. The strength of this human was indeed astonishing. It appeared that he had not exerted his full power on that day. Though he walked alongside Lu Yun, the lion had been completely oblivious to it. Should this matter be executed without a sound, it would undoubtedly lead to utter ruin. Unnamed, I entrust a task to you. Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Unnamed, his tone turning somewhat grave. This evening, you shall pay a visit to the Li family. By whatever means necessary, compel the Li family to submit. I intend to personally oversee the auction 3 days hence. The system's return mechanism requires 2 conditions to be met. Firstly, the auction venue must belong to him. Secondly, he must be present in person once the auction commences. Only by fulfilling these 2 conditions can Lu Yun receive the system's return rewards when auctioning items. Since Lu Yun seeks to profit at the Blackrock auction 3 days from now, it is imperative that the Blackrock auction house becomes his. Once the Li family is subdued, the Blackrock auction house will naturally belong to Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Unnamed's eyes, perplexed by Lu Yun's intentions. Yet, despite the uncertainty, Unnamed executed Lu Yun's command without hesitation. Yes, master, he bowed respectfully. The strongest among the Li family possesses merely the strength of a Doling, given his own prowess as a 9-star Do Huang. Persuading them to submit would pose no difficulty whatsoever. As soon as the words left his mouth, Unnamed's figure gradually vanished from the room. After Unnamed's departure, Lu Yun summoned the small purple crystal-winged Lion King. Instantly, a colossal form occupied a significant portion of the space. What once appeared to be a spacious room now felt somewhat cramped. My child, the purple crystal-winged Lion King exclaimed upon seeing the sudden appearance of the enormous creature. What have you done to my son? It glared angrily at the unconscious small purple crystal-winged Lion King. Rest assured, your son is merely unconscious. Lu Yun replied with a serene smile. By the way, do you have a way to make him smaller? Lu Yun inquired of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. In this state, I cannot assist him. Upon hearing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King regarded Lu Yun intently before exhaling a stream of purple light that enveloped the small purple crystal-winged Lion King. In the next moment, the small purple crystal-winged Lion King's form swiftly diminished, resembling a large purple dog akin to the current purple crystal-winged Lion King. Observing the small purple crystal-winged Lion King before him, Lu Yun's thoughts turned to his plans, a smile flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, he retrieved the unfinished companion crystal source from his spatial ring and approached the small purple crystal-winged Lion King, pouring the source into its mouth. The companion crystal source shared the same root and origin as the small purple crystal-winged Lion King. Within moments, a radiant purple light emanated from it, its injuries visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Lu Yun turned to the purple crystal-winged Lion King, speaking slowly. Once it awakens, ensure it behaves. Otherwise, do not blame me for confining it once more. At these words, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's mind recalled Lu Yun's earlier display of summoning the small purple crystal-winged Lion King at will, and it nodded in resignation. Rest assured, I will take good care of my son. Chapter 104. Unnamed Night Raid on the Leaf Family. Night descended. The once boisterous Black Rock City fell into a serene silence. In the Leaf family's backyard, the fatigued patriarch, Li Yuan, was enjoying a deep slumber. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed into Li Yuan's eyes. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly awoke, puzzled by the unusual brightness of the night. A quick glance revealed that he had not yet had enough rest, prompting him to shut his eyes again. No, this is light. In an instant, Li Yuan realized something and bolted upright, gazing around the room. The next moment, his pupils contracted. A figure clad in black sat quietly at the table, leisurely sipping from a wine glass. Li family master, you have finally awakened, the black-clad figure, unnamed, remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Li Yuan. Hearing this, Li Yuan's heart raced, and a grave expression crossed his face. This individual had infiltrated his room without a trace, and he had sensed nothing at all. Clearly, this person's strength surpassed his own. Contemplating this, Li Yuan shouted, "There's an assassin. There's an assassin." "Oh, please, stop shouting," Unnamed interrupted, pointing to the corner of the room. "They are all right there." Li Yuan paused, bewildered, before glancing in the direction Unnamed indicated. His face turned pale with shock. There lay a dozen individuals quietly in the corner, their fates uncertain. In that instant, Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. Among the fallen were several of the Li family's elders and experts, all rendered unconscious by this black-clad figure. The sheer terror of this person's capabilities sent waves of fear coursing through Li Yuan. Realizing this, he slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Unnamed, his tone laced with respect. "Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our humble abode at such an hour?" Unnamed merely smiled slightly, choosing not to respond, instead finishing the wine in his glass. Observing this, Li Yuan's expression hardened. He contemplated escape, but upon glancing at the incapacitated experts of the Li family, he steeled himself to ask again, "Might I ask if the Li family has offended you in any way? Please, enlighten me, so that I might understand my impending demise." At this, Unnamed finally set down his glass, his gaze chillingly fixed on Li Yuan as he spoke coldly. "If you wish for them to live, it is quite simple. My master has decreed that should you choose to submit, you shall be spared." Li Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves upon hearing this. This person had a master? Could it be that their strength eclipsed even his? After a moment's contemplation, Li Yuan sighed deeply. "The Li family is willing to submit to you." A smile crept across Unnamed's lips. "Excellent. I appreciate your understanding of the situation. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow night, I shall return to take over the Li family. Do not attempt any tricks, for it would only bring about the annihilation of your clan." With that, Unnamed vanished from the room. Witnessing this figure's ability to appear and disappear without a trace, an unfamiliar chill swept through Li Yuan's heart. Such a formidable being could easily extinguish their lives. Yet, why had this individual targeted the Li family? Contemplating the impending loss of their years of hard work, Li Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he collapsed onto the bed. Moments later, Unnamed's figure materialized within the Rock Moon Tower, before Lu Yun. "Master, the task has been accomplished. We shall proceed to take over the Li family tomorrow night." Unnamed bowed respectfully to Lu Yun. "Well done." Lu Yun replied with a nod of satisfaction. The following day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Lu Yun departed from the Rock Moon Tower early. Upon exiting, he discreetly inquired about the location of the Alchemist Guild. Strolling through the streets in the early morning, Lu Yun recalled the astonishment and obsequiousness displayed by the innkeeper when he had asked for directions to the Alchemist Guild, eliciting a wry smile and a sense of amusement. In the Duki continent, the esteemed status of alchemists had indeed ingrained itself in the hearts of every inhabitant. Otherwise, why would people exhibit such reverence when discussing the Alchemist Guild? Black Rock City undoubtedly deserved its reputation as one of the foremost cities within the Jaimar Empire. Although it was early morning, the streets remained bustling with life and chatter. Occasionally, the sound of armored guards marching in unison echoed through the air, their armor clinking in a harmonious rhythm, reminiscent of morning bells. Following the route indicated by the innkeeper, Lu Yun gradually turned down several elongated streets. After a considerable amount of time, he finally came to a halt, raising his gaze to behold an imposing edifice that stood before him. The structure of this house is remarkably unique, resembling a medicinal cauldron at first glance. Surrounding the edifice, the windows are fashioned akin to the openings of a cauldron, while the lofty roof is dominated by a grand lid that envelopes the rooms beneath it. Liu Yun's gaze drifted to the faintly lavender sandalwood plaque adorning the exterior, where 5 ancient characters, somewhat blurred, shimmered with a subtle luminescence. Alchemy Guild, he murmured softly, glancing around to observe that most passers-by cast an awed glance towards the plaque. This clearly indicated the esteemed status of alchemists in the eyes of others. Unperturbed by this, Liu Yun made his way directly to the entrance of the Alchemy Guild. As he approached the doorway, 2 heavily armed men, who had been watching him for some time, reached out to stop him, their deep voices resonating. "Young brother, this is the Alchemy Guild. Do you possess a letter of introduction from your mentor to enter?" Naturally, Liu Yun had no such letter. However, he had come prepared. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and with a flicker of thought, a torrent of purple flames erupted from his palm. The intensity of the purple fire caused the 2 guards' expressions to change drastically. "Condensed real fire. A 4th-rank alchemist," exclaimed their incredulous voices in unison. Given their experience guarding the Alchemy Guild, they understood that summoning real fire was an ability reserved for at least a 4th-rank alchemist. Yet, had the individual before them been an elderly man on the brink of death, they might have remained calm. Instead, the person standing before them was clearly a mere youth of no more than 20. Chapter 105. The Alchemy Guild. "I apologize, although I can summon real fire. I am not a 4th-rank alchemist. Due to certain unique circumstances, I am temporarily able to conjure it." Liu Yun glanced around, noticing that his display had already attracted a crowd of onlookers. He quickly clarified, as some sharp-eyed individuals had discerned the purple flames in his hand, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathering crowd outside the Alchemy Guild. Observing the scene unfold, Liu Yun shook his head in exasperation, extinguishing the purple flames with a flick of his wrist. Turning to the 2 guards, he inquired, "May I enter now?" "Certainly, young sir." "No, esteemed guest, please do come in." After exchanging glances, the guards quickly lowered themselves in a humble bow, their demeanor transformed. Witnessing this, a wry smile crept onto Liu Yun's lips. How troublesome it is to lack an alchemist's badge. Even entering requires a pretense. With a soft sigh, he flicked his sleeves and stepped into the building that housed the highest-ranking profession in Blackrock City. Upon entering the Alchemy Guild, a delicate fragrance of herbs wafted towards him, uplifting his spirits. The main hall was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals quietly engrossed in their tasks. Some raised their heads upon hearing his footsteps, casting curious glances at the youthful figure of Liu Yun, but quickly returned to their work, dismissing the notion that anyone would dare disrupt the Alchemy Guild. Noticing the somewhat desolate atmosphere of the hall, Liu Yun shook his head in resignation. He then resolved to seek someone to inquire about the location of the alchemist examination. Just then, a young woman in a light blue dress hurriedly emerged from a back room and approached him briskly. "Sir, you appear unfamiliar. This must be your first visit to the Alchemy Guild in Blackrock City, correct?" With a smile, the young woman surveyed Liu Yun before inquiring. "Indeed," he replied, taking note of her charming features. "I am here to obtain an alchemist rank badge." "Oh, you are also an alchemist?" The young woman seemed momentarily taken aback, her eyes scanning him with surprise. "Could you please inform me of the necessary procedures?" Liu Yun inquired, unfazed by her astonishment. "Please, follow me," she replied, regaining her composure. With a hint of newfound respect in her demeanor, she stepped back towards the counter, gesturing for Liu Yun to accompany her. Retrieving a piece of aged parchment from the counter, she gracefully grasped a pen and looked up at Liu Yun with a warm smile. "Sir, may I have your name, age, and your mentor's name for registration?" Liu Yun, age 16. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "As for my mentor, please write down Xuantianzuns." Xuantianzuns was the title of the alchemy emperor before he attained that esteemed rank. And since Liu Yun had accepted his legacy, it was only fitting to refer to him as his master. "You are indeed a prodigy at such a young age," the young woman remarked, a note of admiration in her voice as she processed Liu Yun's age. "Xuantianzuns. That name carries the weight of a powerful figure, doesn't it? It seems your esteemed mentor is quite the notable individual." However, her brow furrowed slightly as she paused, contemplating before awkwardly admitting, "Sir, it appears your mentor's name is not listed in our Alchemy Guild records. My master prefers to remain reclusive, hence he has not been recorded. Must he be present for the registration to obtain the alchemist badge?" Liu Yun queried, regarding her intently. "Not at all," she replied, shaking her head. "Although your mentor's name is not on the record, you can still obtain the alchemist rank badge as long as you pass the examination. That's a relief, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome," Liu Yun responded, a smile breaking across his face. With haste, the young woman gathered the items on the desk and held the registration form in her hand. "Please, follow me, sir." If you can successfully pass the rank examination, you will be able to receive your badge. Are you testing for a first-rank alchemist? She inquired casually, glancing at the documents. No, I am aiming for second rank. At his words, the young woman halted in her tracks abruptly. The sudden stop caused Lu Yun to bump into her, and he felt a soft sensation under his touch. Quickly recovering, he stepped back to create distance between them. With a hint of confusion, he looked at the graceful figure before him. You wish to test for second-rank alchemist? Turning her head, the young woman appeared slightly flustered, her lips parting in disbelief as she stared at Lu Yun. At only 16 years of age, you aim for second-rank alchemist? This is unprecedented in the alchemy guild of the Gamma Empire. Well, it's merely second-rank alchemist. Is it really so difficult? Lu Yun replied, nodding slightly. A hint of bravado in his tone. And no, not at all. Coming back to her senses, the young woman shook her head vigorously, her gaze towards Lu Yun now imbued with even greater respect. Mr. Lu Yun, just call me Lu Yun, he interjected with a smile, shaking his head. All right. The young woman, having spent some time within the alchemy guild, had encountered numerous noteworthy individuals in her tenure. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, she omitted the convoluted titles and spoke with a gentle smile. You have not previously received a professional badge, have you? Well, since that is the case, you must first undergo the assessment to become a first-tier alchemist. Only upon successfully advancing can you proceed to the examination for second-tier alchemist. The young woman elaborated on the assessment procedures with a smile. Very well, let us proceed one step at a time, Lu Yun replied, having anticipated this outcome, and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the woman submitted Lu Yun's information. After a brief wait of several minutes, the woman handed Lu Yun an arm badge emblazoned with a prominent numeral 9. Lu Yun, this is your identification number for the forthcoming assessment. Receiving the badge, Lu Yun affixed it to her arm and offered a grateful smile to the woman. Lu Yun, from here on, you must enter alone, according to the regulations. We are not permitted to enter freely. Noticing that all formalities were complete, the woman chuckled softly at Lu Yun. Thank you very much. Lu Yun replied with a nod and a slight bow, before stepping through the grand entrance. Chapter 106. Time to show off again. Upon entering the doorway, the bright illumination bathed the spacious hall in a daylight-like glow. Lu Yun's gaze swept across the room, and she was taken aback. Unlike the desolate atmosphere outside, the interior was bustling with activity. The hall was filled with a throng of people engaged in various discussions. As Lu Yun surveyed the crowd, she was astonished to discover that the majority of them were indeed alchemists. While alchemists were a rare sight outside, they were abundant within these walls. It was no wonder, as the Alchemist Guild was a congregation for alchemists. In nearly every locale, one would be cautious not to offend the local Alchemist Guild. Lu Yun's gaze finally settled on the only two fourth-tier alchemists present in the hall. These two were likely the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, Faklan, and the vice president, Otto. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yan visited Black Rock City for his alchemist assessment, he encountered the apprentices of these two old fellows, who showcased their prowess before two beautiful women. Reflecting on this, Lu Yun searched the hall, but did not see Faklan and Otto's apprentices. They likely had yet to reach the requisite level for assessment. Lu Yun suddenly recalled that Xiao Yan's assessment here was probably 2 years in the future. At that time, Xiao Yan would already be 19 years old. At that moment, President Faklan turned his head and scanned the hall, his gaze pausing momentarily. Fixing his eyes on the young boy who had entered unbeknownst to him, he was taken aback as he noticed the badge on his arm. Young lad, are you here for the alchemist assessment as well? Faklan inquired with surprise. Startled by the unexpected question, Lu Yun hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes, esteemed elder. Observing Lu Yun's affirmation, Faklan's eyes widened in astonishment as he chuckled. Young lad, how old are you? You're so young to be here for an assessment. Lu Yun answered truthfully, I am 16 years old this year. What, 16? Faklan exclaimed, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Young man, the alchemist assessment is no trivial matter. It can be perilous. Upon hearing Lu Yun's age, Faklan assumed he was merely here for amusement, his expression turning serious. 16 is merely the beginning of adulthood in the Dochi continent. I cannot believe that someone just coming of age could pass the alchemist assessment. Vice President Otto, overhearing, turned his gaze toward Lu Yun and was momentarily taken aback. 16? Faklan, this is the first time I have seen someone so young attempting the alchemist assessment. Otto remarked in admiration. Young lad, I suggest you wait another 2 years before attempting the assessment. The alchemist assessment is not a game. If an explosion occurs, it can be quite dangerous. Shaking his head, Otto smiled. Although he did not intend to belittle Lu Yun, the notion of someone at 16 aspiring to obtain an alchemist badge seemed unprecedented, not just in the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, but throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Indeed, young one, it would be wise to wait another 2 years, Faklan concurred, shaking his head. Their caution was not unfounded. Many young alchemists had faced mishaps during their assessments, including dangerous explosions. After all, To become a true alchemist, one must possess not only innate spiritual attributes, but also become a bona fide fighter. Furthermore, upon becoming a fighter, one must undergo at least a year of rigorous training under a mentor to grasp the fundamentals of alchemy. This necessitates that a person wishing to become a first-tier alchemist by the age of 16 must have become a fighter by the age of 15 or even 14. However, possessing such extraordinary cultivation talent is rarer than the unique spiritual attributes required of an alchemist. Thus, even with Faklan and Otto's extensive experiences, they found it hard to believe that Lu Yun could successfully pass the assessment. Esteemed elders, I sincerely appreciate your good intentions, but I am confident in my ability to pass the assessment, Lu Yun asserted with conviction. You are indeed a fearless young bull, Faklan and Otto remarked, shaking their heads in disbelief. Lu Yun slowly approached the stone platform and began inspecting the tools laid out before him. The fundamental requirement for a first-tier alchemist is to successfully concoct a tangible elixir independently, with the specific elixir being determined by the Alchemist Guild. Lu Yun picked up a piece of parchment from the stone platform and noted that it contained the recipe for the energy-boosting pill. Although the energy-boosting pill is considered one of the more challenging first-tier elixirs to concoct, for Lu Yun, it is merely a trivial task. After briefly surveying the items on the stone platform, Lu Yun calmed his mind. With his current level of alchemical skills, successfully concocting the energy-boosting pill would not require much effort. Furthermore, with the assistance of the purple flame, his alchemical endeavors had become even more effortless. A mere first-tier elixir was something he could concoct with ease. Are you ready? If there are no issues, we shall commence the assessment, Faklan announced after scanning the stone platform and finding no objections. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy emanated from his palm, striking the ancient iron bell at the top of the hall. The resounding chime echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing the bell toll, all participants in the assessment, except for Lu Yun, quickly placed their palms on the furnace's fire opening, unleashing a torrent of do qi from within their bodies. Instantaneously, with muffled sounds, flames erupted from within the furnace. As the flames surged, a transparent barrier began to rise around the stone platform, forming a square enclosure that enveloped all inside. With the activation of the protective barrier, the murmurs within the hall ceased entirely. Everyone focused intently on the actions of the candidates on the stone platform, occasionally nodding to acknowledge those exhibiting commendable control. Noticing the spectators' reactions, Lu Yun sighed. Ah, here we go again with the show-off. With that, he placed his palm firmly against the furnace. As Lu Yun's do qi surged within him, it swiftly coursed through his meridians and into the furnace with a gentle sound. Bang! With a muffled explosion, a torrent of purple flames erupted from the furnace. Meanwhile, beyond the luminous screen, Frank's gaze swept over the gathered candidates. But his peripheral vision was abruptly caught by the violet flames rising from the flowing cloud's cauldron. In an instant, his pupils widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Violet flames? Extraordinary fire?" At his words, a profound silence enveloped the hall, and numerous eyes abruptly shifted towards the flowing cloud displayed on the screen. That individual actually summoned violet flames. Could it be extraordinary fire? How is that possible? Within the hall, all the alchemists stared in disbelief at the violet flames dancing within the cauldron. Isolated by the protective barrier of the screen, they could not ascertain the truth. Yet the hue of that flame was undeniably not the product of ordinary condensed fighting spirit. Extraordinary fire? Frank exchanged a shocked glance with Otto before shaking his head slightly. It seemed implausible, and given this young one's strength, it was simply impossible for him to wield such a potent, extraordinary fire with such finesse. Otto's eyes remained fixated on the violet flames, which surged in accordance with Flowing Cloud's perceptive control, as he remarked solemnly, "It does seem somewhat unlikely. Extraordinary fire is not so easily managed." Frank's expression mirrored a grave seriousness. But why would his flames be purple? Both Frank and Otto furrowed their brows, perplexed, for they had never heard of any flame, aside from refined extraordinary fire, that exhibited such a color. This young fellow is exceptional. No wonder he dares to undertake the assessment for a first-tier alchemist at such a tender age. Clearly, he possesses formidable foundations. Judging by the intensity of that violet fire, I surmise his strength must exceed that of a 9-star fighter. Truly, a remarkable talent for cultivation. Gradually calming his emotions, Frank sighed. It is no wonder this lad, at merely 16, dares to present himself at the Alchemist Guild for evaluation. Such talent is indeed monstrous. Otto, stroking his long beard, smiled at Frank and said, "I suddenly feel eager to meet his mentor. I wish to know who could possibly train such an outstanding student. Alas, compared to him, that girl Lin Fei must be lacking in so many aspects. When I return, I shall give Lin Fei a proper lecture," he added. "Indeed, had I known, I would have brought little Xue Mei along to the Alchemist Guild today." Nodding slightly, Frank replied, "Usually, that girl is quite self-important. But now this young man named Flowing Cloud has undoubtedly dealt her a blow. allowing her to understand that there are always greater talents beyond her own. I have perused this young man's information. It appears his mentor is known as the Shintian Master. Let us send a notice to the alchemist guilds in other cities, requesting their assistance in investigating whether there exists a high-ranking alchemist by the name of Shintian Master, to cultivate a prodigious disciple like Flowing Cloud. This Shintian Master is certainly not an inconspicuous figure. Frank beckoned to a nearby alchemist and whispered his instructions. Chapter 107. Continuation of the second-tier alchemist assessment. Upon hearing Frank's command, the alchemist nodded respectfully and quietly exited the hall. Observing this, Otto merely smiled slightly before redirecting his attention back to the luminous screen, murmuring, "Although this lad can manipulate flames akin to extraordinary fire, alchemy is not solely reliant on the flames. The mastery of soul force, timing, and the precise proportions of various medicinal ingredients are all crucial elements in the process. Let us continue to observe the outcome." Frank nodded in agreement. As a fourth-tier alchemist, he naturally understood these principles. Thus, he ceased speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Flowing Cloud, who was wholly absorbed in concocting the elixir, remaining silent. With their quietude, the hall once again fell into tranquility. However, many gazes remained steadfastly upon Flowing Cloud, as numerous onlookers were eager to discern whether this young man, capable of wielding flames resembling extraordinary fire, could excel in other aspects of the assessment. At that moment, enveloped within the protective barrier, Flowing Cloud was entirely unconcerned with the commotion in the hall caused by the violet flames. His eyes briefly scanned the stone platform. Yet he was unhurried as he methodically selected various medicinal herbs, tossing them into the cauldron with precision. Under the suppression of his soul perception, the fierce violet flames became as docile as a lamb, gently enveloping the herbs introduced into the cauldron. Subsequently, the essential materials required for the concoction of the energy-boosting elixir were meticulously extracted. As Flowing Cloud proceeded with his calm preparation, the embryonic form of the energy-boosting elixir began to take shape within the cauldron. Time flew by swiftly under Flowing Cloud's focused control. After countless rotations within the cauldron, the elixir finally began to take on a rounded appearance. Observing the hue of the elixir's surface, a smile crept upon Flowing Cloud's lips. Gradually, he withdrew his hand from the cauldron, and as he did so, the violet flames within began to dissipate gently. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the cauldron was propelled away by a gust of wind. Flowing Cloud beckoned, and a pale yellow elixir soared out from the cauldron, swiftly approaching him. With quick reflexes, he grasped a jade vial and deftly captured the pale yellow elixir within, gently setting down the vial. Flowing Cloud looked up to find the protective barrier surrounding him had been removed at some point, and numerous gazes were now fixed intently upon him. Realizing this, he could not help but reveal a hint of helplessness. It seemed that, inadvertently, he had once again put on a show. Yet, the thrill of this display was undeniably exhilarating. No wonder that fellow Xiaoyan relished in such ostentation. However, Flowing Cloud suddenly pondered, 2 years hence, when Xiaoyan passed through this place, would anyone still cheer for him given his own extraordinary record? With this thought, a smile graced Flowing Cloud's lips. As he glanced up, he noticed Frank and Otto approaching with cheerful expressions. As they slowly approached the stone platform, Frank cast a meaningful glance at Flowing Cloud and said with a grin, "You, my lad, truly did not boast. I must admit, I underestimated you. You have concealed your talents quite adeptly." Upon hearing this, Flowing Cloud replied with a smile, "Senior, I have never hidden myself. I have always believed in my capabilities." Frank was momentarily taken aback. This young man seemed to exude unwavering confidence. "You truly possess remarkable skill. I wonder who your mentor is, to have nurtured such an outstanding disciple." Subsequently, Frank and Otto began to assess the results of the others. However, they initially bypassed Flowing Cloud's elixir, instead examining the concoctions of the candidates behind him. Among these individuals, only 2 met the requirements, while the rest hung their heads dejectedly. Do not be disheartened. If this year does not work out, there is always next year. Youngsters, if nothing else, you have plenty of time, Frank said with a comforting smile. Observing their despondent expressions, he then exchanged a glance with Otto, and together they returned to Flowing Cloud. Noticing Frank and Otto's actions, the gazes of the other attendees in the hall gradually settled upon Flowing Cloud, curiosity evident as they wondered what grade of elixir this master of mysterious flames would produce. Frank casually picked up the parchment from Flowing Cloud's stone platform, glanced at it briefly, and then his expression shifted in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You concocted an energy-boosting elixir?" Upon hearing this, Otto was equally taken aback, and his gaze towards Flowing Cloud grew increasingly astonished. The energy-conserving pill is undoubtedly one of the most challenging concoctions among first-grade elixirs. The other alchemists present were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Lu Yun. How remarkable this young lad is, managing to successfully refine even the energy-conserving pill. This particular elixir is something that even some genuine first-grade alchemists would find difficult to produce. With a sound of admiration, Frank poured the elixir from the jade vial, and instantly, a round, pale yellow pill playfully rolled out. The pill, roughly the size of a thumb, was entirely pale yellow with a faint green ripple pattern intermingling, resembling the spreading ripples of water. Quite an extraordinary sight. This is the pill pattern. Gazing at the ring of green ripples, both Frank and Otto displayed renewed astonishment on their faces. When refining elixirs, it is typically only at the pinnacle of color and luster that such patterns may manifest in the finished product. The mention of the pill pattern left the other young alchemists visibly shocked, their expressions laden with complexity as they looked at Lu Yun. Just by this alone, they comprehended that Lu Yun's proficiency in alchemy far surpassed theirs. Congratulations, Lu Yun, you have passed the assessment to become a first-grade alchemist, Frank said, exhaling slowly as he smiled at Lu Yun while returning the elixir to the jade vial. Upon hearing this, the entire hall turned its envious and amazed gaze toward the fortunate youth on the stone platform. At just 16, he had already become an alchemist. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Come, Lu Yun, let us proceed to collect your first-grade alchemist badge, Frank said kindly. May I continue with the assessment for a second-grade alchemist? Lu Yun replied, blinking his eyes and tilting his head slightly. At this, the previously smiling faces of Frank and Otto suddenly turned vacant. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he was about to show off yet again. Chapter 108. I am already a battle master. The idea of continuing to apply for the assessment of a second-grade alchemist not only left Frank and Otto dumbfounded, but the entire hall's gaze fixated on Lu Yun in stunned silence. If Lu Yun's successful passage of the first-grade alchemist assessment had filled them with awe, his subsequent request rendered everyone utterly speechless. A 16-year-old first-grade alchemist is already a prodigy. It is worth noting that even Gu He, the Pill King of the Jama Empire, had not achieved the status of a first-grade alchemist at this age. Yet now, Lu Yun aspired to undertake the assessment for a second-grade alchemist. If he were to pass this assessment today, would his future accomplishments not surpass even Pill King Gu He? Heavens! It seems we are witnessing a monstrous talent rising from the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. The hall was filled with exchanged glances, followed by quiet chuckles. You must not underestimate the requirements for the second-grade alchemist assessment. To pass, one must not only refine a second-grade elixir, but also possess the strength of a battle master. Battle master? Have you reached that level? Frank inquired, scrutinizing the young man's smiling countenance. Battle master, you say? Lu Yun chuckled lightly in response. I believe I have attained that status. As Lu Yun's words fell, a robust aura of battle energy suddenly enveloped his body. This energy, once manifested, swiftly receded, adhering to Lu Yun's garments like a protective layer of battle energy. Upon this defense, one could faintly discern the flickering of purple flames. What? Battle energy garment? You truly have reached the battle master realm? Frank and Otto gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. A battle master at 16? And simultaneously a first-grade alchemist? Gazing at Lu Yun's exceedingly youthful visage, they felt as if they were lost in a dream. Does such a prodigy truly exist? As others beheld the battle energy defense surrounding Lu Yun, they too fell into a state of stupor. Seniors, may I now proceed with the assessment for a second-grade alchemist? Lu Yun gently retracted his battle energy defense, feeling somewhat helpless. It was quite the challenge for a battle master to condense a battle energy garment. Do you genuinely wish to undertake the assessment for a second-grade alchemist once more? Frank and Otto slowly regained their composure, their expressions taking on a serious tone. Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Seniors, I am resolute in my decision. What are your chances? Otto's demeanor grew slightly grave. If this young lad truly succeeded in the second-grade alchemist assessment, it would undoubtedly be astonishing. A 16-year-old second-grade alchemist, who also possessed the strength of a battle master. Even the esteemed Yunlan sect would likely be unable to produce such a prodigy. In that moment, Frank and Otto seemed to envision a future where the alchemical realm of the Jama Empire would witness the rise of an alchemist even more formidable than Pill King Gu He. This would undoubtedly be a sensational revelation for the Empire's alchemical community. Perhaps a 70 to 80% chance, Lu Yun replied conservatively. With his current strength, he could already begin to craft third-grade elixirs. What was a mere second-grade elixir in comparison? Yet, even with this modest estimate in Lu Yun's mind, Frank and Otto were still visibly shaken. The expressions of others in attendance shifted dramatically as well. Refining a second-grade elixir carries a significant risk of failure. Even some alchemists present here could not confidently claim a success rate exceeding 50%. However, the young lad before them cheerfully asserted he had a 70 to 80% chance of success. Instantly, the second-grade alchemists in the hall felt a flicker of doubt. Clearly, they were not entirely convinced by Lu Yun's claim, despite his possession of that rather peculiar flame and his battle master prowess. 70 to 80%, Frank murmured, gazing at Lu Yun's overly youthful appearance on the stone platform. He couldn't help but think, is this young man a tad too arrogant? Well, seniors, may I continue with the assessment? Lu Yun inquired. If it is truly unfeasible, then so be it. After all, I am merely temporarily residing in Black Rock City. If there is another opportunity, I shall seek assessments elsewhere. As Frank and Otto hesitated, Lu Yun began to feel a tinge of impatience. Wait, Frank exclaimed hurriedly upon hearing Lu Yun's words. This is an exceptional opportunity for the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild to showcase itself among its peers. Even if this young lad does not pass the second-grade alchemist assessment, a mere 16-year-old first-grade alchemist is already enough to astonish the alchemical circles. Thus, I shall not allow Lu Yun to venture elsewhere for assessments. That would merely hand this opportunity to someone else. Exchanging a glance with Otto, both men discerned a shared excitement in each other's eyes. Frank waved his hand decisively, declaring, "Bring forth the preparations for the second-grade alchemist assessment immediately." Upon hearing this, several alchemists behind them hastily stepped forward and swiftly entered a side door of the hall, where a sign indicating the second-grade alchemist assessment area was displayed. "Very well. I shall permit you to proceed with the assessment, young lad, but do not attempt to deceive us old fellows." Frank clapped his hands and turned to Lu Yun with a smile. "Rest assured, esteemed seniors, this second-grade alchemist badge is as good as mine." Lu Yun replied confidently. "Indeed, I have heard that after passing the assessment and registering with the guild, one can enjoy certain privileges granted by the guild." Lu Yun, with an air of confidence, stepped off the stone platform and inquired with a smile. "Hee, that is correct. Alchemists require a plethora of rare and exotic herbs to concoct their potions. It is simply impractical for one individual to scour far and wide to gather all these ingredients daily. Therefore, once you register with our Alchemist Guild of the Gamal Empire, you will gain the right to engage in exchanges. For instance, if you are brewing a particular potion and find yourself lacking a specific herb, and another alchemist happens to possess that herb, our guild can facilitate the transaction, provided both parties are amenable. Of course, you must offer something that satisfies the other party in return." Upon hearing this, Frank nodded and smiled, saying, "Naturally, the higher your rank, the more privileges you will enjoy. Thus, to facilitate unhindered exchanges for the items you need, you must strive to elevate your rank. What a splendid benefit." At this, Lu Yun nodded slightly, his face reflecting a hint of delight. This measure by the Alchemist Guild would undoubtedly save many alchemists the time spent running around. Coincidentally, he currently lacked some extremely scarce items, such as the Ice Spirit Spring. Once he passes the assessment, he must ask Frank to help him inquire. If someone truly possesses it, he would go to great lengths to trade for it. This was precisely why Lu Yun was determined to undergo the assessment at the Alchemist Guild. "Well then, the review for the second-tier alchemist has been completed. Please follow me." Turning his head, Frank looked at the several alchemists emerging from the small room. Upon seeing them nod towards him, he smiled and said, "Very well." Lu Yun nodded in response and promptly followed Frank towards the small room. Otto trailed closely behind, and as he entered, he turned to the crowd outside, stretching his neck to smile at them. "The assessment for second-tier alchemists differs from that of first-tier alchemists. So you cannot enter casually. Please wait outside. The answer will come soon." Although the others were eager to enter, they could only comply and wait patiently outside. Approximately half an hour later, the wooden door creaked open slowly. Frank and Otto emerged first, their expressions more astonished than before. This little fellow's talent for alchemy is truly exceptional. A prodigy. To be able to inscribe patterns on second-tier potions is remarkable. At this level, even I cannot achieve such a feat. Sigh, I cannot help but admire him. Frank raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Laughing, "It appears that our Alchemist Guild in High City, or rather, the entire Alchemist Guild of the Gamal Empire, is on the verge of producing the youngest second-tier alchemist in nearly a century." Chapter 109. Liu Yun's teacher is actually a Do Huang expert. Observing Frank and Otto's expressions of amazement, the crowd in the hall felt their throats involuntarily tighten. From the looks of them, it was evident that the young man's assessment for second tier had clearly passed. What a formidable individual. With this thought, the crowd exchanged glances, each internally sighing. A 16-year-old second-tier alchemist. This surely breaks the records of the Gamal Empire? This fellow actually succeeded? At the age of 16, he has become a second-tier alchemist? How is that possible? The crowd gazed at Lu Yun, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This guy is simply too monstrous, isn't he? Noticing the stunned faces in the hall, Frank and Otto exchanged wry smiles. They had observed Lu Yun closely during the potion-making process and could not help but be astounded by his talent for alchemy. Although it was Liu Yun's first time using the formula for the assessment, his outstanding control over the fire was undoubtedly on par with any genuine second-tier alchemist. Moreover, his precision in extracting the essence of various herbs was remarkable. If a seasoned second-tier alchemist had demonstrated such prowess, Frank and Otto would not have been as surprised. However, this young lad is merely 16. At that age, they were still just beginning to learn about herb identification under their mentor's guidance. What a remarkable individual. I am increasingly curious as to which master could possibly cultivate such an extraordinary student, Frank remarked with a rueful smile. Indeed, while this little fellow possesses exceptional talent, even the finest raw gem requires meticulous polishing to shine. This only underscores the remarkable capabilities of his mysterious mentor. Clearly, if it were us teaching Lu Yun, we would not achieve such results. Otto sighed in self-deprecation. However, that purple flame of his is indeed not a strange fire, although it is significantly stronger than ordinary flames. It lacks the overwhelming and otherworldly characteristics of true exotic fires. Frank recalled Liu Yun's potion-making scene, frowning slightly, and remarked with some uncertainty. It does not resemble an exotic fire, but that is of little concern. The Duki continent is filled with extraordinary individuals and phenomena, and there are bound to be marvelous things that go unnoticed. While that purple fire is quite powerful, it is merely a bit stronger than the Duki flames of alchemists at the same rank. Compared to exotic fire, it is undoubtedly far inferior, Otto chuckled. Nodding in response, Frank turned his head to look inside the room and called out, "Little fellow, if you have finished tidying up, please come out." As Frank's voice faded, Lu Yun slowly emerged from the room, brushing off the powdered herbs that had clung to his plain garments. Subsequently, he scanned the faces of the crowd in the hall, offering a gentle smile. Upon meeting Lu Yun's gaze, the alchemists in the hall returned his smile warmly. Despite their esteemed positions in Haiyan City, where they were held in high regard, the extraordinary talent displayed by this young man commanded their utmost respect. After all, given his prodigious abilities, it would not be long before this youth surpassed both Frank and Otto to become an even greater master of alchemy. Upon seeing Lu Yun emerge, Frank gestured to one of his subordinates. The latter quickly stepped out of the hall and, moments later, returned carrying a jade platter adorned with an exquisite black robe. This is the special attire for second-tier alchemists. The material of this robe is soaked in the medicinal pools cultivated by the guild prior to its creation. Therefore, do not underestimate it. Once worn, the medicinal liquid infused in the fabric will interact with the air, gradually releasing a unique fragrance. This aroma serves to keep its wearer alert, and under its influence, the skin becomes slightly sensitive, facilitating better control over the fire during potion making. Accepting the jade platter, Frank proudly elaborated on the robe's functions. Additionally, it provides immunity to certain toxins, and thanks to the guild's special crafting process, this alchemist robe boasts far superior defensive capabilities compared to ordinary armor. If not for its exorbitant cost, it would have long been seized by the Empire for military use. Listening to Frank's introduction, Lu Yun was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ornate robe possessed such a plethora of enticing features. No wonder so many alchemists are eager to join the Alchemist Guild. These various benefits are indeed quite alluring. Upon receiving the exquisite black robe, flowing clouds swept across its surface, revealing a potion master's badge affixed to the chest area. Upon the badge, an ancient alchemical cauldron bore two rippling waves, akin to mercury, that seemed to writhe as if alive. As the palm glided over the dark robe, the soft texture felt reminiscent of a woman's delicate skin, utterly enchanting. Oh, the potion master, truly the most noble profession in the Duki continent. Merely the cost of this robe must surely exceed 1,000,000 gold coins. With a sense of fondness, he examined the black robe closely as the flowing clouds shed the ordinary coarse outer garment and donned the elegant attire. Instantly, the skin beneath the robe felt as though it had submerged into cool water, refreshing and comfortable, while a faint, exotic fragrance gently wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his somewhat fatigued spirit. With his extraordinary appearance, the flowing clouds, now clad in the well-fitted ebony robe, exuded an ethereal grace, effectively concealing the last traces of youthful innocence from his visage. Gazing at the transformed flowing clouds, who seemed rejuvenated in the potion master's robe, Frank and Otto exchanged smiles and nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with his present appearance. Quite comfortable, the flowing clouds remarked, nodding appreciatively as he personally experienced the benefits of the potion master's robe. A thought surfaced in his mind. What treasures could he procure if he were to auction this robe? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that such an act would undoubtedly insult potion masters and offend the entire alchemical community. Observing the satisfaction on the flowing cloud's face, Frank smiled subtly. The influence wielded by potion masters was profoundly immense. To gather such a powerful and noble profession, the Potion Masters Guild had indeed invested considerable effort. Well then, the assessment has concluded. You may disperse now. Frank gestured to the assembly within the hall, turning to the flowing clouds with a smile. Do you have a moment? If so, I believe we could have a conversation. In response, the flowing clouds nodded with a smile, saying, That sounds good. I also have matters I would like to discuss with the president. Please, take a seat, Frank invited warmly. Moments later, in the quiet and tidy study, Frank beamed at the flowing clouds. Let us get to the point. If you have questions, feel free to ask, as long as they do not cross my boundaries. I should have no reason to withhold information. At this juncture, a glint of cunning flashed in the flowing cloud's eyes. After all, he decided where his boundaries lay. Haha, what a sly and cautious little fellow, Frank chuckled, shaking his head. Having lived for decades, he understood the implications behind the flowing cloud's words. Since you are now registered with the guild, we must fulfill certain formalities. Regarding the information you previously registered, it seems there is an inconsistency concerning your mentor. As far as I recall, there is no potion master in the Jiamar Empire by the name of Xintian Zuanzhang, Frank remarked, raising the previously submitted documents with a smile. I apologize. When I left, my teacher instructed me not to disclose his information. However, he indeed does not have any official records with the guild, the flowing clouds replied, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing this, both Frank and Otto exchanged resigned glances, realizing that extracting information about the flowing clouds mentor would be quite impossible. Very well. Since you prefer not to share, we shall not press you. Indeed, there are some reclusive powerhouses within the Jiamar Empire who do not wish to be known, Otto sighed. Contemplating before asking, one last question, regarding the purple flames you wield, you must know they are not exotic fire, correct? Haha, I wish they were, the flowing clouds chuckled. Having already prepared his explanation, the purple flame was a gift from my teacher. It is said he acquired it from the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The purple crystal-winged Lion King? Frank and Otto both blinked in surprise before nodding in realization. No wonder it bears such a wild and ferocious quality. You are quite fortunate to have obtained such a treasure. Many potion masters have sought the flames from it, but ultimately failed. However, what astonished them further was the revelation that the flowing clouds mentor could procure such flames from the purple crystal-winged Lion King, suggesting that his mentor was likely a Do Huang-level powerhouse. A Do Huang powerhouse and a potion master. When did such a figure emerge in the Jiamar Empire? Frank and Otto exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. With a mentor of such caliber, the flowing cloud's future accomplishments would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the Jiamar Empire. Well, after all this questioning, it appears you have not divulged a single piece of useful information. Frank waved his hand in frustration. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. Indeed. The flowing clouds grinned, his eyes fixated on the two, and softly stated, I require something. And I wonder if you two masters could assist me in discovering whether any other potion masters possess it. What is it? The Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Chapter 110. The location of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring? Upon hearing this name from the flowing clouds, Frank and Otto were visibly taken aback, then responded with astonished expressions, little fellow, that is an exceedingly rare heavenly material. And considering your current strength, it seems you have no real need for such a thing. Otto added. In response, the flowing clouds smiled faintly, somewhat vaguely stating, I indeed require this item. Masters, do you know if anyone in the Potion Masters Guild possesses it? If someone does, I would be willing to offer a handsome price for a trade. A handsome price? Frank replied, shaking his head. You must understand. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring cannot be simply measured in gold coins, and even if someone possesses it, it would be difficult to trade. I am well aware of that. I kindly ask both of you to look into it. If someone does possess it, I may be able to offer something they would find satisfactory. The flowing clouds nodded with a smile, expressing his politeness. Seeing the flowing clouds' insistence, Frank frowned slightly, then exchanged glances with Otto, who reluctantly nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. Otto stood up, informing the flowing clouds before turning to enter the inner study. This old fellow is the vice president of the Black Rock City Potion Masters Guild. Although he usually appears quite lazy and rarely manages guild affairs, he typically handles matters related to transactions, Frank explained as he watched Otto walk away. Nodding with a smile, the flowing clouds lightly rested his hand on the chair's back, his fingers unconsciously tapping. On his seemingly calm face, there was an undercurrent of eager anticipation. Having read the original work, he knew that the Ice Spirit Cold Spring resided with Guter. However, Guter was a peculiar individual, and if he were to approach recklessly, he would surely be turned away. Thus, the flowing clouds had to rely on Otto, the vice president of the Potion Masters Guild, to facilitate an introduction. After a brief moment of sipping tea, Frank casually lifted his gaze to observe the flowing clouds attempting to maintain composure, wondering inwardly, is the Ice Spirit Cold Spring truly that important to him? After a prolonged silence, Otto finally emerged from the inner room, cradling a thick, ancient tome. He placed it gently on the table, turned to the flowing clouds, and shook his head apologetically. I am sorry. I searched through the latest records of transactions within the Jiamar Empire and found no one possessing the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. That particular item is indeed quite rare, and its preservation requirements are exceedingly stringent. I recall a fourth-tier alchemist who, by sheer chance, discovered some ice spirit spring in an extremely frigid locale. Alas, due to improper storage, it ultimately dissipated into white mist, much to Otto's regret. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yun's face. How could that old fellow not have thought of Guter? Noticing Lu Yun's crestfallen expression, Frank helplessly shrugged and turned to Otto, softly inquiring, "Is there truly none?" Clutching the hefty tome in his hands, Otto shook his head, confirming, "Indeed, there is none. If it is not here, I suggest you check the Blackrock auction house. With a stroke of luck, you might just stumble upon it." The Blackrock auction house. Lu Yun's lips twitched at the mention. That auction house would be transferring to his ownership this very evening. Did he need a reminder? Sighing, Lu Yun, realizing that what he sought was indeed absent, declared, "Well then, I shall take my leave." With a heavy sigh, he reminded Otto, who seemed oblivious to Guter's existence. "Esteemed seniors, please think carefully once more. Perhaps some elder has collected the ice spirit spring?" After speaking, Lu Yun, with a face full of disappointment, prepared to depart. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, a spark of inspiration flickered in Otto's mind, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I know who possesses the ice spirit spring." Lu Yun's eyes lit up with joy as he eagerly turned to Otto. "You truly need that ice spirit spring?" Otto inquired, his brow furrowing. "Yes, I truly do." Lu Yun nodded vigorously, feeling a stir of hope as he continued. "Master Otto, please tell me, who has the ice spirit spring?" Beside them, Frank looked at Otto with astonishment, clearly unaware of the matter concerning the ice spirit spring. I don't mind telling you," Otto said with a slight smile. "The ice spirit spring is in the possession of a rather eccentric individual." "Oh." At this, Lu Yun's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Who is he? Where can I find him?" "I must warn you in advance," Otto cautioned, "to obtain what you seek from that fellow. Unless you are prepared to part with a considerable sum, it is likely impossible. Just tell me, esteemed senior, I will exchange treasures with him," Lu Yun urged. "You don't mean that miserly old pervert Guter, do you?" Frank interjected, his brow furrowing in sudden realization. "Yes, that very old pervert. The last time I visited him, he mentioned the ice spirit spring, but that old miser wouldn't even let me take a glance," Otto said with a grin. "If he truly has the ice spirit spring, I doubt Lu Yun will be able to procure it from him." Frank shook his head helplessly, a hint of sympathy in his gaze towards Lu Yun. "Who is this Guter?" Lu Yun feigned ignorance, slightly uncomfortable under Frank's scrutinizing gaze. "He is also an alchemist, albeit only a third-tier one. However, his vast collection is enough to make any alchemist in the Jamma Empire envious," Otto remarked, shaking his head in admiration. "Is he not part of the Alchemist Guild?" Lu Yun asked, puzzled. "No, that fellow is far too peculiar. Despite his considerable talent in alchemy, he is obsessively devoted to collecting rare materials and treasures, which has kept him stagnant at the third-tier level. His obsession borders on pathological. Once he discovers someone possessing valuable items, he will relentlessly pursue them, becoming quite bothersome." Frank explained with a wry smile, clearly having endured such an experience before. Who could blame you for showing off that precious purple blood Ganoderma you painstakingly acquired when you were bored back then? TSK, but Guter truly has patience. He pestered you for an entire year over it. Haha. Otto chuckled, reminiscing about past events. Sigh, Frank replied, shaking his head in resignation, his expression one of gloom. "You two are of a higher tier than him. How does he dare to behave so insolently?" Lu Yun remarked, noticing the helplessness on their faces. "Indeed, we are slightly above him in tier, but that old fellow has a formidable brother. The Pill King, Gu He, is his sibling. With that connection, who would dare provoke him in the Jamma Empire?" Frank replied with a bitter smile. Rolling his eyes, Otto scoffed. "If it weren't for the Pill King Gu He protecting him, I shudder to think how many times his treasure chamber would have been visited by others." Lu Yun was already well aware of these matters. He then echoed their sentiments. In the Jamma Empire, the Pill King Gu He indeed wields immense influence. Fortunately, although that old fellow is quite bothersome, he is not malicious. He is merely a tad stubborn. Moreover, he despises it when anyone mentions Gu He in his presence, even though he knows he owes much of his success to Gu He's assistance. Should anyone dare to bring up Gu He, he will become furious and chase them away immediately. Therefore, you must tread carefully. Else, if you anger him, even presenting the finest treasures may not secure the ice spirit spring. Frank cautioned. "Is he in Blackrock City?" Lu Yun inquired further. "Yes, he is." Otto nodded with a smile, glancing at Lu Yun. "Are you truly planning to seek him out?" "I have no choice. I genuinely need the ice spirit spring. Even if he demands an exorbitant price, I might have no choice but to comply," Lu Yun replied with an expression of resignation. "Poor lad," while others avoid him. "You are willingly walking into the lion's den," Otto said sympathetically, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. Turning to Frank, he added, "Then I shall take Lu Yun to find that old fellow, and besides, I imagine you would prefer not to encounter him. Go on, when you see him. Do convey a message. It would be best if he refrained from visiting our alchemist guild." I do not wish for the branch I managed to become completely deserted. Even with Gu Hie's protection, I would still have to confront him. Frank waved his hand, clearly harboring a certain dread towards the bothersome individual. Heh. Otto chuckled mischievously, turning to Lu Yun. Come, follow me. I will lead you to that fellow, but ultimately, whether you succeed depends on your own efforts. Exiting the study, Lu Yun closely followed Otto as they left the Alchemist Guild. Along the way, many individuals greeted the composed Master Otto with utmost respect. However, when their gazes fell upon the youthful figure of Lu Yun trailing closely behind, they were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes swept over the dark robe, signifying a second-tier alchemist before ultimately landing in astonishment on Lu Yun's youthful face. Clearly, they were quite impressed by the presence of such a young second-tier alchemist. Ignoring the astonished glances, Lu Yun accompanied Otto through a dizzying array of streets in Black Rock City before finally stopping in front of an eccentric building nestled in a remote corner near the southern part of the city. Gazing up at the peculiar structure, Otto let out a sigh of relief and turned to Lu Yun with a smile, saying, "This is where that fellow Gyuta resides. Before we enter, let me remind you once more, be prepared to part with a considerable sum." Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 111. Lu Yun's Greed. Lu Yun, come with me. Otto beckoned Lu Yun, stepping forward to push open the door. Bang! Just as they approached, an extraordinarily fierce gust of air suddenly erupted. A torrent of black powder surging from within the room, sweeping toward Lu Yun and Otto. Poisoned dust. Lu Yun exclaimed inwardly, startled by the scene, and immediately employed his shadow mirage technique to retreat a short distance. As the dark powder within the room was on the verge of escaping, Otto, striding ahead of the cautious Lu Yun, disdainfully curled his lip. Another one of those tricks. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, a more formidable force materialized from thin air, sweeping the black powder back with great vigor. As the dark powder gradually dissipated, it unveiled the disheveled and untidy room within. Clapping his hands, Otto tilted his head and smiled at the wary Lu Yun, remarking, "This old fellow always delights in these pranks." Although the black powder posed no threat of poisoning, a mere touch upon the skin would induce an unbearable itch. In response, Lu Yun could only chuckle wryly, recognizing the eccentricity of this old man. Fortuitously, he had Otto accompanying him. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to the old man's antics. "Let us proceed. Stay close and refrain from touching anything," Otto advised with a grin, leading the way into the dimly lit chamber. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Yun followed closely behind him. Upon entering the shadowy room, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, prompting Lu Yun to shake his head in exasperation. His gaze swept across the chaotic mess of the room, trailing Otto as they navigated precariously through a series of rickety wooden ladders that swayed as if on the brink of collapse. After overcoming several haphazard obstacles, they finally arrived at the uppermost level of the structure. Completing the final ascent, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief, raising his eyes to behold a wooden door at the end of the corridor. He turned to Otto and inquired, "This must be the place, right?" Otto nodded, glancing down at the robe that had melted into several small holes from a caustic liquid on the stairs. His lips twitched slightly as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This old rascal, always neglecting proper alchemy in favor of these underhanded antics." Hearing Otto's complaints, Lu Yun couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, thinking to himself how ridiculous it was to call alchemy proper when he himself indulged in such unorthodox practices. "You old rogue. Don't think that just because you're the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, I wouldn't dare to throw you out." As Lu Yun chuckled to himself, a sudden outburst of the old man's furious voice echoed from the room at the corridor's end. "You're the old rogue." Rolling his eyes, Otto waved his sleeve in annoyance and, accompanied by Lu Yun, stepped into the corridor. Upon reaching the door, he delivered a forceful kick to what appeared to be a wooden door. Clang! The sound of his foot striking the door resonated with a sharp metallic clang. Lu Yun flinched, turning to observe Otto's twisted expression, instinctively taking a few steps back. "Haha, old man, after you broke that door last time, I had a new one made of steel installed just for you. Isn't it amusing?" The sound of raucous laughter erupted from within, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Old bastard." Inhaling sharply, Otto's face darkened to a shade of iron, and a powerful aura of fighting spirit began to rise around him, enveloping him like a blazing inferno. Such a formidable aura. His strength must be at least at the spirit combat level, Lu Yun thought, stepping back in surprise as he beheld the swirling, deep yellow energy enveloping Otto. Once shrouded in energy, Otto unleashed another powerful kick against the steel door. Boom! With a resounding thud, the door was violently propelled into the room beyond. "Ah, old rascal, you're really going for it," came a startled cry from within. "Humph." With a cold huff, Otto stepped into the room, albeit somewhat unsteadily. His gaze scanned the interior, eventually landing on a disheveled old man dressed in rags. "Cute. Do you believe that one day I will document everything in your treasure room and publish it for all to see?" He taunted with a sneer. "Hey, Don't joke around, the scruffy old man replied, hastily waving his hands in a conciliatory manner. If Otto were to actually follow through, it would likely spell doom for Gyut. After all, there were always those willing to take risks for treasures. Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, Otto turned to the door, calling out, Lu Yun, come inside. You brought someone else? What are you planning? Gyut exclaimed, his eyes widening with caution at Otto's actions. His dwelling was filled with treasures, and he typically forbade any outsiders from entering. Otto, uninterested in the old man's neurotic demeanor, sauntered into the room, while Lu Yun instinctively scanned the interior. As his gaze fell upon an array of exquisite treasures displayed on the counter, a look of astonishment swiftly crossed his face. Fireheart 7-leaf flower, blood crystal grass, blue rock heartstone. Gazing at these rare and precious items, all gathered in one place, Lu Yun found his mouth agape in disbelief. The collection here was indeed astonishingly abundant. Observing the extraordinary treasures on the counter, a flicker of excitement ignited within Lu Yun. All of these items were of the 4th and 5th grade. Such a remarkable assortment. The thought of claiming them all for himself sent a thrill through him. If he were to take these treasures to an auction, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Moreover, as he was currently striving to advance his alchemist rank, these 4th and 5th grade spiritual herbs were precisely what he needed. With these treasures in his possession, he could potentially ascend to the level of a 3rd or even 4th grade alchemist within a short period. Contemplating this, Lu Yun's gaze gleamed with fervor as he surveyed the cabinets. Perhaps it was time for him to indulge in a little mischief. A fleeting glance at the scruffy old man revealed that he was merely a 3rd grade alchemist, and quite elderly at that. Such exceptional treasures would serve him little purpose at this stage. Left here, they would merely gather dust, a tremendous waste. By taking them, he could auction them off, thereby maximizing their potential. Although this man was the brother of the renowned alchemist king, Gu He, Lu Yun paid little heed to that. In a year's time, he too could reach such heights. Furthermore, as long as he executed his plans discreetly, he could evade any blame should things go awry. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Yun began to formulate a plan. Chapter 112. Gyut. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Are you plotting to steal my treasures? As Liu Yun's gaze lingered on the treasures, Gyut's expression turned fierce, and he leaped up, fixing a menacing glare upon him. For some reason, the sight of this young man filled Gyut with an unsettling premonition. Lu Yun, caught off guard by Gyut's accusation, offered an awkward smile. He quickly redirected his attention to the scruffy old man before him. It was hard to fathom that this frail elder was the brother of the famed alchemist King Gu He. Apologies, Master Gyut. I've never encountered such an array of rare treasures in my life. With such a wealth of collection, I doubt anyone in the Jaiamar Empire can compare to you, he remarked with a broad smile. If it weren't for the sheer abundance of extraordinary items, Lu Yun would not have felt such greed. You've got quite the sweet tongue, young man. But your words hold a grain of truth, Gyut conceded, his previously fierce demeanor softening slightly at Lu Yun's flattery. He had always taken immense pride in his treasure trove. Even the renowned Prince Dan of the Gamma Empire, his brother, pales in comparison to him. At times, it is even Prince Dan who seeks rare treasures from him. This is the very reason why Gyuter harbors such strong discontent towards Dan. Whenever someone mentions Dan in his presence, he erupts in fury. At this moment, hearing Liu Yun's flattering words, Gyuter unreservedly seized the conversation. Old man, if you have business with me, speak quickly. I am quite busy. He turned and sat at a table cluttered with debris, crossing his legs and addressing Otto. It is I who sought you. This young lad has something to discuss, Otto replied, rolling his eyes and glancing at the dusty chair beside him. He shook his head helplessly and continued standing. Oh, I do not know him. What does he want with me? Gyuter paused, taken aback, and scrutinized Lu Yun. Could it be you wish to sell me some extraordinary treasure? If it pleases me, I shall offer you a satisfactory price. Suddenly, Gyuter's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the spatial ring adorning Lu Yun's finger, a sly grin spreading across his face. Cough, Master Gyuter, I am not here to sell treasures. I simply wish to inquire. Lu Yun shook his head, his gaze locking onto Gyuter's face as he softly spoke. May I ask if you possess the ice spirit cold spring? Gyuter was momentarily stunned, then shook his head vigorously. No, you have the wrong person. I do not have that. Observing Gyuter's shameless demeanor, Lu Yun could only offer a wry smile. Earlier, when he mentioned the ice spirit cold spring, he distinctly noticed a fleeting look of astonishment on Gyuter's face. Perhaps he was taken aback by how Lu Yun had learned of his possession of the ice spirit cold spring. Old man, stop playing coy. Did you not tell me last time that you exchanged a small vial of ice spirit cold spring from someone else? I remember it quite clearly. At this moment, Otto suddenly chimed in with a laugh. Get lost, you old scoundrel. Do not come here again. Gyuter retorted angrily, his embarrassment turning to rage upon having his lie exposed. Faced with this, Otto could only shrug helplessly and turn to Lu Yun, saying, Lu Yun, I have brought you to him. How to persuade him to exchange the ice spirit cold spring is entirely up to your abilities. I shall wait outside. With that, Otto made his way to the door. Just before exiting, he slapped a certain spot on the wall, causing a wooden door to slowly rise, enveloping the room in shadow. Seeing Otto leave, Lu Yun could only nod in resignation. He waved his hand to brush the dust off the chair and then seated himself opposite Gyuder. The old man's eyes darted towards the closed door before he shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yun, grunting, "Young man, do not get your hopes up. I cannot possibly exchange the ice spirit cold spring with you. Master Gyuder, I firmly believe there are no impossible transactions in this world. A deal that fails simply lacks an item that would entice the other party," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Oh, since you are aware of that, what are you still doing here? Do not tell me you need the ice spirit cold spring for some life or death situation. I lack such unnecessary sympathy." Gyuder raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his smile. He likely did not believe that Lu Yun could present anything that would pique his interest. Lu Yun gently rubbed his chin, his lips pressed tightly together, as if contemplating what could possibly sway Gyuder. Could it be that you actually have something of value? But let me be clear. Do not present any martial arts or techniques. While they are indeed precious, they do not interest me. What I truly desire are these rare and exotic treasures. Noticing Liu Yun's demeanor, Gyuder's interest was piqued, and he pointed at the myriad of treasures filling the room, grinning broadly. Liu Yun's fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop, and after a moment of silence, he gently caressed the spatial ring. With a flick of his finger, a small jade vial appeared in his palm. As Gyuder beheld the emerald vial, his eyebrows arched in curiosity. With some reluctance, Lu Yun caressed the vial, slowly uncapping it and placing it gently on the table. Instantly, a stream of purple mist wafted upwards, and the temperature in the small space seemed to surge dramatically. Sensing the increasingly fervent air around him and fixating on the tendrils of mist resembling purple flames, Gyuder's pupils constricted slightly. His murky old eyes were firmly locked on the vial resting on the table. After a brief pause, he licked his lips and cautiously extended his hand, grasping the vial and bringing it to his nose to inhale the rich purple essence. Instantly, he felt the sluggish flow of his fire attribute energy quicken significantly. "Good stuff," Gyuder exclaimed, astonishment evident on his weathered face as he smacked his lips in wonder. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned around and rummaged through the piles of debris, finally extracting a crystal dish and a hollow fine needle. He inserted the needle into the vial, gently squeezing it to fill the syringe with the purple liquid before carefully dripping it onto the crystal plate. As the purple liquid fell onto the plate, both Lu Yun and Gyuder could see the flickering purple flames dancing within it. This substance, Gyuder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before abruptly turning to retrieve a thick tome from behind a concealed stone slab. He flipped it open, quickly scanning its pages, seemingly searching for something. Lu Yun, observing Gyuder's actions, felt a twinge of surprise. Could this old man truly recognize the accompanying purple crystal essence? A glance at the jade vial on the table made Lu Yun's heart ache. Were it not for the paramount importance of the ice spirit cold spring, he would never part with the accompanying purple crystal essence. This substance was an optimal aid for cultivation. With it, he could significantly reduce the arduous time spent in training. During his time in the Monster Mountain Range, Lu Yun had only acquired 6 vials of accompanying purple crystal essence. He used half a vial during his first cultivation session and another half to aid the wounded purple crystal-winged Lion King. Now he was left with only 5 vials. However, to obtain the ice spirit cold spring, he had no choice but to offer it up. Each of these 5 vials was practically invaluable. In terms of rarity and worth, they were certainly not inferior to the ice spirit cold spring. After all, acquiring the accompanying purple crystal essence was no easy feat, especially with the formidable purple crystal-winged lion guarding it, which deterred countless would-be hunters. I found it. I found it. Just as Liu Yun's heart ached, Gyuder, who had been flipping through the book, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Curiosity piqued, Liu Yun directed his gaze toward the ancient book. He caught a glimpse of a massive creature enveloped in purple crystals on the page, howling at the heavens. This beast was none other than the purple crystal-winged Lion King, which had been directly subdued. The accompanying purple crystal essence, produced by the purple crystal-winged lion, is born alongside its young and is exceedingly rare, occurring only once in a century. For practitioners of fire attribute techniques, it is a treasure of immense value. Wow, young lad, I did not realize you could acquire such a rare item. Gyuder exclaimed in astonishment after reading the information on the accompanying purple crystal essence. Just a fortunate acquisition, Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile, raising his eyes to meet Gyuder's unwavering gaze on the jade vial. So, Master Gyuder, are you satisfied with the item I have presented? Upon hearing this, Gyuder's eyes flickered as he threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. He gently tapped the crystal plate with the slender needle in his hand and cheerfully remarked, "My young brother, I am yet to learn your name." Lu Yun, came the smiling reply. "Ah, Lu Yun, my dear brother," Gyuder continued, Since you are in search of the Ice Spirit Spring, I presume you are well aware of its remarkable rarity? Indeed, I am aware. If I were not, why would I present such a precious item as the accompanying amethyst source? Lu Yun responded with a subtle smile, though inwardly he scoffed, questioning whether this old man truly believed him to be a mere child. Let me be candid with you. Your amethyst source is indeed a rare treasure. However, you know well that it is only effective for those cultivating fire attribute techniques, which limits its value significantly, Gyuder remarked with a sidelong glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun merely smiled faintly, then slowly extended his hand to grasp the small jade bottle placed before Gyuder, carefully sealing it. After completing this action, he raised his gaze to the chuckling Gyuder and said, Master Gyuder, do not mistake me for a fool. We both know the tremendous efficacy of the amethyst source for practitioners of fire techniques. Many alchemists would go so far as to risk their fortunes to obtain it. Do not hasten to refute me. The truth of the matter is that you, who have treasured this item for decades, ought to understand it best. Your attempts to belittle my offering of the amethyst source are undoubtedly aimed at inflating its price. However, let me make this clear. I possess only this single vial of amethyst source. Whether you choose to trade or not, this is all I have to offer, and it is the most valuable possession I own. If you still deem it insufficient, despite my urgent need for the Ice Spirit Spring, I may have no choice but to relinquish my pursuit. Lu Yun shook his head, seemingly regretful as he spoke. Gyuder stared in astonishment at Lu Yun, who had suddenly become so resolute and unyielding. He had never anticipated encountering a junior who would dare to match wits with him. Fixing his murky old eyes upon Lu Yun's smiling countenance, Gyuder eventually shook his head and resignedly stated, Given this, I must regrettably inform you that this transaction may come to a failure. Chapter 113, Arrival at the City Lord's Banquet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun maintained his composure, smiling as he shrugged his shoulders and shook his head with a hint of regret. Then, he flipped his palm and stowed the small jade bottle into his spatial ring. Rising to his feet and brushing off his attire, Lu Yun smiled at Gyuder and said, I shall not intrude any longer, master. With that, he turned gracefully and strode towards the door. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Gyuder's hand, which rested on his thigh, visibly trembled. However, he did not speak immediately. His eyes fixed intently on Lu Yun's retreating figure, his lips quivering slightly. The room fell into silence, interrupted only by the soft thud of Lu Yun's steps against the ground. With his back to Gyuder, Lu Yun gazed at the approaching door, his expression remaining amicable. In the current situation, the moment he displayed any hesitation, the cunning Gyuder would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit him further. At that juncture, the already limited 5 vials of amethyst source would likely diminish even further, a prospect that would be painfully detrimental for Lu Yun. Therefore, in order to negotiate the best possible terms, he had to maintain his unwavering stance. Old man, just you wait. In a few days, I shall sweep your treasure trove clean, Lu Yun thought with a hidden resentment. Step by step, he counted down the distance to the door. And just as he was about to take the final step, Gyuder's aged voice suddenly called out from behind. Ah, young man, come back. You have bested me. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter the amethyst source, thus you are fortunate. Had it been something else, you might have truly left empty-handed today. Hearing this elderly voice, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Yun's lips. He gradually turned around, and under Gyuder's resigned gaze, he returned to the table and sat down once more. Sitting in the chair, Lu Yun looked up at Gyuder with a smile, then retrieved the small jade bottle from his spatial ring, placing it gently on the table. Thank you for your understanding, Master Gyuder, he said. With a resigned shake of his head, Gyuder took the small jade bottle, gazing at it with an expression of rapture as he inhaled its fragrance deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. Years ago, I heard some rogues speak of the amethyst source, but I have never laid eyes on it until today. What a stroke of luck. Observing Gyuder's enthralled demeanor, Lu Yun felt a slight shiver of discomfort. This old man seemed indifferent to everything except for these peculiar treasures, akin to a tyrannical king infatuated with breathtaking beauties. Ahem, Master Gyuder, could you please present the Ice Spirit Spring for me to see? Lu Yun gently coughed, reminding him with a hint of exasperation. Interrupted from his reverie, Gyuder cast a somewhat irritated glance at Lu Yun and grunted, Wait here, and do not touch anything. After Lu Yun nodded, Gyuder took the amethyst source and turned to knock on a section of the wall. With a soft thud, a hidden passage appeared behind the wall. Stay seated, he warned Lu Yun sternly before bending down to enter the opening. As Lu Yun sat in the chair, his gaze remained fixed on the wall, silently noting the spot where Gyuder had knocked. Old man, I did not realize you possessed a hidden treasure trove. What an unexpected delight. A mysterious smile crept across Lu Yun's face as he watched Gyuder disappear within. After a brief wait, Gyuder emerged, cradling an object in his hands. After sealing the opening in the wall, he turned and placed a large white jade box, roughly the size of a basin, onto the table. The box was sealed tightly, with no gaps except for the opening at the top. Though separated by the layer of white jade, Lu Yun could still sense a chilling aura seeping from within. Reluctantly patting the jade box, Guter cautiously removed the sealed lid. As the lid was lifted, a cloud of icy mist swirled upward, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Paying little heed to the dropping temperature, Lu Yun's gaze hurriedly darted towards the interior of the jade box. Inside, he saw a thick layer of ice perfectly arranged, with a small rouge-colored jade bottle nestled in its center. Surrounding the bottle was an aura of frost that sent a chilling shiver through him. Gazing at the jade bottle radiating cold, Guter sighed and pushed it towards Lu Yun, stating simply, "Take it. This is the ice spirit spring you seek." With his eyes fixed intently on the white jade box, Lu Yun's face flushed with excitement as he reached out with trembling hands to grasp the small jade bottle. Observing Lu Yun's actions, Guter's murky old eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. The moment Lu Yun's fingers made contact with the bottle, a tightness gripped his heart. The moment his skin brushed against it, he felt an icy chill penetrate to the bone. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of ice began to cover his hand, and it seemed to be spreading rapidly. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Yun's expression to shift slightly. With a quickened heartbeat, he summoned strands of violet energy that flowed through his meridians, surging into his arm. Instantly, a faint purple flame ignited from his elbow, clashing with the frigid aura for a brief moment before slowly melting it away. With a slight tremor of his arm, he flicked away the droplets of water that clung to it. Flowing Cloud's palm was enveloped in faint purple flames as he reached once more for the small jade bottle, this time unperturbed as he lifted it. Beside him, witnessing the purple fire dancing upon Flowing Cloud's arm, Guti's face flickered with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is that a rare fire? No, it can't be." After gauging the power of the purple flames again, Gute shook his head slightly, casting a penetrating glance at the youth before him, silently reflecting, "What a remarkable fellow. I underestimated him. It seems this lad is not to be trifled with." Paying no heed to Guti's scrutiny, Flowing Cloud meticulously examined the small jade bottle in his palm, which exuded a chilling aura. Cautiously, he unscrewed the cap, revealing a liquid of milky white that filled about half the bottle. On the surface of the liquid, faint glimmers of icy formations were discernible. Flowing Cloud inhaled the frigid air emanating from within, causing his body to shudder violently. His internal purple fire energy surged momentarily, expelling the icy chill from his head. As he brushed his fingers through his hair, he was astonished to find a thin layer of frost had formed atop his head. Stunned, he clicked his tongue. This ice spirit spring was indeed a rare treasure, and it was no wonder that its assistance was essential in the consumption of extraordinary flames. Reflecting on this, Flowing Cloud could vaguely sense just how formidable the power of such flames could be. It was no surprise that several unique items needed to be combined to even slightly increase the chances of success. Moreover, the Tying Divine Flame surpassed ordinary fire by several ranks, were it not for the system's support. Even with these items, Flowing Cloud would not dare to recklessly refine the Tying Divine Flame. After scrutinizing the ice spirit spring for a considerable time, Flowing Cloud hastily placed it into the white jade box. "You have what you came for. Now, be on your way." Gute, wincing at the sight of the ice spirit spring being stowed away, waved his hand dismissively. Having acquired the most essential item, Flowing Cloud felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cupped his hands in gratitude towards Gute, smiling, "Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly return to trade with you. Come back only when you have something worthy to offer. Otherwise, I shall not entertain your presence," Gute retorted without reservation. After bidding farewell, Flowing Cloud offered Gute a smile before slowly turning away. Under Gute's disgruntled gaze, he opened the door and stepped outside. In the corridor, upon hearing the sudden sound of footsteps, Otto turned to see Flowing Cloud emerging with a smile, visibly taken aback. "Did you succeed?" "Indeed," Flowing Cloud replied with a nod, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "If it weren't for your assistance today, I would have been searching high and low for the ice spirit spring. It was but a trivial task. These treasures are merely ornaments to this old fellow. With his capability, they are of little use to him. It is a good deed to see them fall into the hands of those who need them." Otto chuckled, shaking his head as his gaze swept over the youthful figure before him, marveling inwardly. Having known Gute for many years, Otto understood that the old man was not one to part with his treasures easily. Initially, he had not held out much hope when he brought Flowing Cloud here, considering that it was unlikely for a newly minted second-tier alchemist to possess anything remarkable. However, the smiling youth had just informed him that he had indeed acquired what he sought, piquing Otto's curiosity about what had persuaded the miserly old man to part with such a treasure. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Otto refrained from voicing his questions, aware of the taboos surrounding trade after years of experience. Thus, even as his curiosity surged like a cat's claw, he wisely chose to sidestep the matter. With Otto not inquiring, Flowing Cloud certainly had no intention of bringing it up himself. Thus, The two shared knowing smiles as they exited the disheveled and peculiar edifice. Flowing Cloud, how long do you intend to remain in Blackrock City? Otto inquired as they walked. Senior, I fear I must wait until the conclusion of the Black Rock auction before departing, Flowing Cloud replied with a smile. Oh, you plan to participate in this Black Rock auction as well? Otto was momentarily taken aback, then continued. The City Lord's residence will host a banquet tomorrow. You should accompany me. I can introduce you to some individuals from the Alchemist Circle. The City Lord's banquet? Flowing Cloud hesitated briefly before responding. If you extend the invitation, I would be honored to join you. After all, he had 3 days to spare, and it would be no trouble to accompany Otto and gain some insight. Excellent. Come to the Alchemist Guild early tomorrow afternoon, and I shall take you there, Otto said, beaming at Flowing Cloud's agreement. Chapter 114. Taking over the Leaf Family. After acquiring the Ice Spirit Spring, Flowing Cloud parted ways with Otto and returned directly to the Rock Moon Tower. Now that the Ice Spirit Spring was secured, the only remaining material needed for refining the tiny divine flame was a spirit-attracting pearl. Upon returning to his room at the Rock Moon Tower, Flowing Cloud glanced around and noticed the purple crystal-winged Lion King and its offspring peacefully slumbering in a corner. Do magical beasts truly love to sleep this much? Flowing Cloud recalled how, when he had stormed into the cave, the young purple crystal-winged Lion King had still been in a deep slumber. Observing the two beasts in their current state, such thoughts naturally arose in his mind. Perhaps sensing Flowing Cloud's presence, the purple crystal-winged Lion King slowly lifted its eyelid, only to promptly return to its slumber. Observing this, Flowing Cloud couldn't help but smirk. They certainly resembled a pair of slumbering pigs. Then, contemplating his plans for the night, Flowing Cloud's gaze settled on the young purple crystal-winged Lion King. With a thought, he approached and directly absorbed the young lion into his system space. Feeling his son vanish, the purple crystal-winged Lion King immediately opened its eyes. What have you done? Where's my son? It glared at Flowing Cloud, seething with anger. Oh, I have placed him in a very safe location, Flowing Cloud replied, a smile gracing his lips. What do you mean by that? The purple crystal-winged Lion King shot a fierce look at Flowing Cloud. We agreed to return my son after a year. How is it that just 2 days later, you have already forgotten? What if you secretly took him and ran away? I would be at a great loss. Flowing Cloud remained unfazed. You see, I cannot comply with that request. I will observe your conduct from now on, and I may occasionally allow your son some time with you. At this point, a cold glint flickered across Flowing Cloud's face. Should your performance fail to meet my expectations, you may never see your precious son again. Upon hearing Flowing Cloud's words, rage flared in the eyes of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, but it dared not act against him. I hope you keep your word. Ultimately, the purple crystal-winged Lion King could only concede to Flowing Cloud. You need not worry, as long as you diligently fulfill your duties for me, after a year. Whether it's your son or the transformation pill, everything I promised will be delivered without exception, Flowing Cloud assured confidently. At this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King scrutinized Flowing Cloud intently before slowly laying back down, resuming its slumber. Seeing this, Flowing Cloud's lips twitched slightly. Aside from sleeping, what else could this creature possibly do? Shaking his head, he softly called out, Nameless. In the next moment, a shadow materialized within the room, bowing respectfully to Flowing Cloud. Master, have you brought the items I requested? Flowing Cloud inquired of Nameless. Your subordinate has fulfilled the task, Nameless replied, waving his hand to reveal a crimson medicinal cauldron that appeared in the room. Well done. Gazing at the two new cauldrons before him, Flowing Cloud nodded in satisfaction. It is now time to strive for the rank of a third-grade alchemist. Lu Yun believes he has mastered the crafting of second-grade pills with ease. If given just a little more time, he is confident he can ascend to the realm of a third-grade alchemist. He eagerly anticipates the expressions on the faces of those two old fellows, Faklan and Otto, when he applies for the third-grade alchemist assessment at the Alchemist Guild in a couple of days. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced the corners of Liu Yun's lips. Subsequently, he began the process of concocting third-grade pills. Time flew by, and nightfall swiftly enveloped the city of Black Rock, which returned to its usual tranquility. In the grand hall of the Li family, the head of the family, Li Yuan, was gathered with several high-ranking members. The atmosphere within the hall was rather tense. Head, must we truly submit to them? Questioned Li Yin, the eldest elder of the Li family, casting a reluctant glance at Li Yuan. The them he referred to naturally meant the enigmatic figure, Wu Ming. Hearing this, the other high-ranking members of the Li family also displayed expressions of discontent. What do you suggest we do? Li Yuan replied, his face darkened, equally filled with reluctance. He was well aware of the formidable strength of their adversary. The prowess of the spirit fighter left them utterly defenseless. Should they resist, the Li family would likely vanish from the continent of Duki altogether. Suddenly, a series of sharp claps echoed from outside the hall. Following that, a voice resonated within the grand chamber. It must be said, The head of the Li family possesses remarkable insight. No wonder the Li family has risen to become the foremost clan in Black Rock City. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone in the hall stiffened, their gazes turning towards the entrance. There, two dark figures were slowly approaching. Li Yuan's attention fixated on the foremost figure clad in black. It was he who had just spoken. The figure leading the way was none other than Lu Yun, now draped in a black cloak and adorned with a bronze mask, rendering his identity unrecognizable. From this day forth, I shall be your master, Lu Yun declared as he strode confidently to the head of the hall, speaking with an air of arrogance to the members of the Li family. Wu Ming followed closely behind Lu Yun, resembling a dutiful guardian. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Li family, including Li Yuan, exchanged hesitant glances. What, do you refuse? Lu Yun asked, his tone deepening. The moment his words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped everyone within the hall. This oppressive force emanated from Wu Ming. As it descended, the expressions of the Li family members shifted dramatically, their faces turning pale. What kind of power is this? A Do Wang? A Do Huang? Or perhaps a Do Zong? As they felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Wu Ming, fear manifested on their faces. We are willing. Spare us, my lord. In that instant, the members of the Li family relinquished all illusions of defiance and submitted to Lu Yun. In that case, rise and speak. Lu Yun smirked coldly at the members of the Li family below. As soon as he finished speaking, the dreadful pressure vanished. Instantly, the Li family members felt a great release, although their gazes remained filled with trepidation as they regarded Lu Yun and Wu Ming. In that moment, they comprehended the gravity of their situation. The strength of their adversary could easily obliterate them. With this realization, Li Yuan exchanged glances with the other high-ranking members of the Li family and stepped forward, bowing. I, Li Yuan, pay my respects to my master. Following his lead, the remaining members of the Li family echoed in unison. We pay our respects to our master. A chorus of voices resounded through the grand hall. Witnessing this scene, satisfaction finally crept onto Liu Yun's face. Excellent. Head of the Li family, your clan's future is indeed promising. Lu Yun fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, his tone brimming with confidence. Rest assured, you shall not regret the choice you have made today. At these words, a bittersweet smile graced Li Yuan's lips. At this juncture, he had no choice but to submit. Enough with the long faces. Now heed my words closely. Should you fail me, the Li family shall no longer have a reason to exist. Li Yun's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the members below, his tone devoid of warmth. Sensing the chill in Li Yun's words, Li Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily stepped forward. My lord, please command us. We shall do our utmost. Very well. Seeing Li Yuan's attitude, Lu Yun nodded in approval. What I wish to discuss primarily concerns the upcoming auction in Black Rock. With that, Lu Yun fixed his gaze on Li Yuan once more. Present the list of items to be auctioned at this event. Li Yuan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and directed his gaze towards the eldest elder, Li Yan. Li Yan promptly retrieved a list from his storage ring and respectfully handed it to Lu Yun. As Lu Yun perused the list, disappointment began to settle within him. To be frank, the quality of the items listed was rather subpar. Among the total of 10 items, most were merely second or third-tier goods. Only a mid-level mysterious tier combat technique and the grand finale item, a fourth-grade pill, caught Liu Yun's discerning eye. The rest were nothing more than worthless trinkets. However, this was to be expected. While Black Rock City was much larger compared to Wutan City, its strongest individuals barely reached the spirit fighter realm. If there were any fifth-tier items, the Li family would likely keep them for themselves rather than auction them off. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun turned to Li Yuan in the center of the hall and spoke slowly. The items on this list are of too low a quality. Aside from the last 2 auction items, withdraw all the rest. Li Yuan's expression faltered at this statement, followed by a hint of hesitation. My lord, do you mean to postpone the auction? It was clear to Li Yuan that Lu Yun was unimpressed with the items on the list. However, these auction pieces had been painstakingly gathered by the Li family. To suddenly withdraw them would make it impossible for the Li family to procure better items in such a short time. No, the auction must proceed as scheduled. Moreover, I want it to be a grand event that stirs the entire Black Rock City. Without hesitation, Lu Yun dismissed Li Yuan's concerns. To delay would merely waste more of his precious time. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, a look of distress crossed Li Yuan's face. Were it not for his apprehension of Liu Yun's might, he might have been unable to hold back his exasperation. How was he to gather sufficient auction items in such a short period? Furthermore, Liu Yun's demands were exceedingly high. It must create a sensation throughout Black Rock City. That would require nothing less than selling the Li family itself. Observing the troubled expression on Li Yuan's face, Lu Yun understood his unspoken thoughts. He then spoke. You need not worry about the auction items. I shall provide them for you. Your task is merely to promote it. I want everyone in Black Rock City to know about this auction. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. If Lu Yun could supply the auction items, then there would be no problem. As for the promotion, with the Li family's influence in Black Rock City, they could undoubtedly ensure that this auction became widely known. However, within Li Yuan's heart, curiosity began to stir. What kind of auction items would Lu Yun present? Something so remarkable that the entire Black Rock City would be aware of it? Could it be a fifth-tier treasure? With this thought, Li Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation. If indeed there were a fifth-tier treasure, the Li family's Black Rock auction house would attain fame throughout the entire Gamma Empire. This would undoubtedly be a boon for the Li family. Observing the curiosity in the eyes of Li Yuan and the others, Lu Yun smiled slightly, choosing not to withhold any secrets. With a mere thought, Lu Yun retrieved all the items to be auctioned from his spatial ring. Suddenly, a collection of items materialized before Li Yuan in the grand hall of the Li family. These are the items for this auction. Take a good look, Lu Yun said to Li Yuan below. Yes, master. Li Yuan, momentarily taken aback, responded respectfully before directing his gaze toward the treasures laid out before him. His attention first settled on a purple spirit stone. The purple stone shimmered with a radiant glow, undeniably exquisite. Just one glance was enough to convey that this purple crystal was no ordinary item. Holding the purple spirit stone in his hand, Li Yuan examined it for a while, but could not discern its true nature. Could it be? At that moment, the Li family's elder, Li Yin, gazed at the purple spirit crystal in Li Yuan's hand and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Elder, do you recognize this spirit stone? Hearing this, Li Yuan promptly passed the purple spirit stone to Li Yin. Generally, the affairs of the Black Rock auction house were managed by Elder Li Yin, who also served as the chief appraiser, having identified numerous treasures in the past, marking him as a person of considerable discernment. Indeed, this is certainly a purple spirit crystal. Holding the purple spirit stone, Li Yin quickly reached a conclusion. A purple spirit crystal. Upon hearing Elder Li Yin's words, Li Yuan's expression shifted in shock. He had certainly heard of the name Purple Spirit Crystal. It was said to originate from the Purple Crystal Winged Lion clan, which could only shed a small piece every 10 years. More importantly, the Purple Spirit Crystal was the main ingredient in the Purple Spirit Pill. The Purple Spirit Pill, a fourth-tier elixir, could allow a fighter at the Great Fighter level to directly break through 2 realms without any side effects, ensuring no damage to their foundation. Li Yuan's gaze burned with fervor as he looked at the Purple Spirit Crystal in Li Yan's hands. This was a treasure. Would the master truly auction off such a precious item? Unbeknownst to him, Li Yuan had already subconsciously accepted Lu Yun's status as the master. A mere purple spirit crystal. After all, what was there to make a fuss about? Seeing the two below lose their composure, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smug smile. And he continued in an air of superiority. Among these items, the purple spirit crystal is hardly noteworthy. As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, the entire upper echelon of the Li family was momentarily stunned, and once they regained their wits, a storm of emotions surged within them. The purple spirit crystal was not considered a good item. What then could be deemed valuable? Subsequently, Li Yuan and Li Yin gazed at the treasures ahead with immense anticipation. Li Yuan picked up a scroll, opened it, and his expression turned to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is a high-level Xian-tier combat technique. High-level Xian-tier combat technique." At his words, the Li family's upper echelon felt a jolt of excitement. Although the Li family was the foremost clan in Black Rock City, they possessed only one high-level Xian-tier combat technique. If they were to acquire such a technique, they would never consider putting it up for auction. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to keep it for their own family strength? Li Yin then picked up a crimson spirit herb and, after scrutinizing it for a moment, stammered, "This is a 4th-tier spirit herb, the soul-devouring grass." A 4th-tier spirit herb. My goodness. Every member of the Li family's upper echelon gasped in awe at his words. Yet, their astonishment was far from over, for another exclamation rang out from Li Yuan in the hall. "This is a 5th-tier magic core. A 5th-tier magic core. You would also auction this." Li Yin then picked up another spirit herb and exclaimed, "This is actually a 5th-grade spirit herb, the mandragora flower." At that moment, the upper echelon of the Li family, who had been gradually becoming numb to the treasures laid out before them, stared blankly at the pile of items. Another 4th-tier spirit herb. This is a high-level Xian-tier technique. A 5th-tier spirit herb. The hall resonated continuously with the astonished cries of Li Yuan and Li Yin. The shocked expressions on everyone's faces never faded. Eventually, Li Yin, while gazing at a monster egg in his hand, fell into contemplation. He had studied the egg for quite some time, but could not discern which beast it belonged to. "What's wrong, elder? Have you yet to identify it?" Li Yuan, feeling anxious, urged. He believed that Lu Yun's presentation of these treasures was not merely for auction, but also to test the strength of the Li family. If they were unable to identify the treasures, would that not disappoint their master? At that moment, Li Yuan felt no resistance in submitting to Lu Yun's authority. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. The treasures auctioned off would undoubtedly ensure that the Li family's Black Rock auction house would astound the entire Gamma Empire. which would be an immense benefit for the Li family. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Yin shook his head helplessly. I truly cannot determine what beast this egg belongs to. Hearing this, Li Yuan felt a pang of disappointment and could only muster the courage to turn to Lu Yun at the head of the table, respectfully inquiring, Master, may I ask about the origins of this monster egg? We, your humble subordinates, are ignorant, and we would be grateful for your enlightenment. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he lowered his head nervously, unable to meet Lu Yun's gaze. He was uncertain of his master's temperament and feared that their incompetence might incite Lu Yun's ire. Listening to Li Yuan's question, Lu Yun turned his attention to the monster egg in his hand and slowly replied, This egg is from a 6th-tier magical beast, the iron-winged giant eagle. Lu Yun recalled that this egg was acquired from the Blackhorn region and had been with him for quite some time. A 6th-tier magical beast, the iron-winged giant eagle. At his words, the members of the Li family, who had almost become numb, felt another jolt of shock reverberate through their hearts. This monster egg actually belonged to a 6th-tier magical beast? Moreover, it was a rare flying beast. Everyone gazed at the monster egg in Li Yuan's hands, their eyes filled with fervor, were it not for their apprehension regarding Lu Yun's power. Some of the Li family members would have almost been unable to resist the urge to seize it. This is madness. A 6th-tier magical beast egg, if it were to hatch, would yield a 6th-tier magical beast cub. If properly nurtured, wouldn't the Li family have a 6th-tier magical beast to guard over them? It is well known that the current royal family has attained its status not only due to the presence of a Do Huang expert, but also thanks to a 6th-tier strength nether sea dragon guarding them. It is said that this nether sea dragon has existed since the establishment of the Gamma Empire, protecting it for hundreds of years. Over the years, the Gamma royal family has maintained its imperial throne, owing much to the nether sea dragon's contributions. If the Li family could possess a 6th-tier magical beast, wouldn't they soar to greatness? Of course, nurturing a 6th-tier magical beast requires substantial resources, something the Li family currently lacks. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their fervent desire for a 6th-tier magical beast. Well, it's merely a monster egg. I also have an already hatched magical beast cub to auction as well. As Lu Yun noticed the Li family's members were in a state of stupor, he suddenly had an idea and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. With a wave of his hand, a purple light suddenly appeared in the hall. When the purple light dissipated, it revealed the figure of a small purple crystal-winged Lion King. At this moment, after being released by Lu Yun, the little amethyst-winged Lion King remained in a deep slumber. Observing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Yun's lips. Having consumed the soul-binding grass, this creature would undoubtedly remain in a profound sleep for several days before awakening. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and the others, upon encountering the suddenly manifested little amethyst-winged Lion King, widened their eyes in astonishment. The current little amethyst-winged Lion King was not particularly large. At first glance, it resembled a massive purple dog. The others gazed at the little amethyst-winged Lion King, their faces marked with confusion, pondering what sort of magical beast cub this could be. However, the experienced Grand Elder Li Yin fixated his gaze on the slumbering little creature, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could this possibly be the offspring of the amethyst-winged Lion King? Stepping forward, Li Yin scrutinized the little amethyst-winged Lion King, his lips trembling as he voiced his judgment. What? The amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, the high-ranking members of the Li family, including Li Yuan, instantly lost their composure. The cub of a 6th-level magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King? Li Yuan swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting the demeanor befitting a spirit fighter. This creature was far superior to the 6th-level magical beast egg from earlier. After all, hatching a 6th-level magical beast egg required considerable effort, and nurturing it demanded a substantial investment of time and energy. Yet, the little amethyst-winged Lion King before them was readily available. Master, will this amethyst-winged Lion King cub also be put up for auction? Li Yuan hesitantly inquired, casting a glance at Lu Yun above. If possible, he would have liked to purchase the amethyst-winged Lion King cub from Lu Yun. Enough with the nonsense. Since I've brought it out, it will naturally be auctioned. Lu Yun replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Ah, what a pity. Hearing Lu Yun's response, disappointment washed over Li Yuan. Chapter 117, Spreading the News. Despite his disappointment, Li Yuan refrained from voicing any further objections. These treasures belonged to Lu Yun, and as a subordinate, he had no right to speak out. Then let the amethyst-winged Lion King cub serve as the finale of this auction, Li Yuan cautiously suggested after a moment's hesitation. In his view, among all the treasures present, the amethyst-winged Lion King cub was undoubtedly the most precious and should thus be the last item auctioned. Finale? No. It's not worthy of being the finale yet, Lu Yun retorted, then retrieved 2 jade bottles from his spatial ring and handed them to Li Yuan. Let these 2 treasures be the finale instead. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan glanced at the ordinary jade bottles in Lu Yun's hands and respectfully stepped forward to accept them. However, as he looked at the seemingly unremarkable jade bottles, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What could possibly be contained within these bottles that warranted them as the grand finale? Nevertheless, since it was Lu Yun's order, even with his doubts, Li Yuan dared not refute it and promptly replied, "I shall obey." As Lu Yun entrusted the 2 jade bottles to Li Yuan, a rare flicker of pain crossed his eyes. These 2 bottles contained the amethyst source, the finest cultivation resource for someone of his current grand fighter level. Although he possessed numerous treasures, most were virtually useless at his current cultivation stage. Only the amethyst source could be considered the optimal resource for his level of cultivation. Thus, after parting with these 2 bottles, Lu Yun felt a pang of regret. With the donation of these 2 bottles, he was left with only 2 remaining. Lu Yun estimated that these 2 bottles of amethyst source should suffice for him to cultivate to the rank of a 5-star fighter. However, with the devouring body he possessed, he could convert any resource into fighting spirit, rendering him unconcerned about cultivation resources. Watching the 2 bottles of amethyst source in Li Yuan's hands, Lu Yun felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what treasures he might acquire from their auction. These 2 jade bottles contain the amethyst source. Noticing the confusion on Li Yuan's face, yet his reluctance to ask, Lu Yun offered an explanation. The amethyst source. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, before Li Yuan could process the information, Grand Elder Li Yin exclaimed in surprise. "What? This is the amethyst source." His eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the jade bottles in Li Yuan's hands, his intense gaze almost pleading for him to snatch them away immediately. "The amethyst source? I feel as if I've heard of it before. What is it, Grand Elder? Do you recognize this item?" Noticing the excitement on Li Yan's face, Li Yuan, too, realized that the contents of the jade bottle were extraordinary, prompting his inquiry. Li Yin continued to fixate on the jade bottle in Li Yuan's possession, eagerly explaining, "Master, you may not be aware, but the amethyst source is produced by the amethyst-winged lion king, born alongside its young, with an exceedingly rare occurrence, rarely sought after in a century. For practitioners of fire attribute techniques, it is an invaluable treasure. Many alchemists, in pursuit of it, would risk everything they possess." As he concluded, Li Yin could not contain his excitement, gesturing animatedly. As the appraiser and chief auctioneer of the High Auction House, the prospect of auctioning such a rare treasure filled him with exhilaration, and he could hardly wait to seize the amethyst source from Li Yuan for the auction. He could almost envision a scene at the auction where countless individuals would fervently bid just to acquire a single bottle of the amethyst source. These 2 items possess such immense value. After listening to Li Yan's introduction, a storm of realization surged within Li Yuan. No wonder the master intended to present these 2 bottles of amethyst source as the finale. "All right, is everyone clear on this?" At that moment, Lu Yun, seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, both Li Yuan and Li Yin immediately responded, "We understand. And we will ensure this auction is conducted flawlessly without any errors." "Very well. Make sure to promote it widely. The entire Haiyan city must be informed." Lu Yun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Li Yuan, stating, "If this matter is handled well, I shall reward you with a volume of Earth-level techniques." Earth-level techniques. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression shifted, his eyes wide with disbelief and joy as he looked at Lu Yun. "I will do my utmost to serve you," Li Yuan exclaimed, kneeling before Lu Yun in fervent assurance. The other high-ranking members of the Li family shared in his excitement. Should the Li family acquire an Earth-level technique, their strength would undoubtedly receive a substantial enhancement. Nodding slightly, Lu Yun then departed from the Li family's grand hall, with Wu Ming closely following behind. After Lu Yun had left for a while, the high-ranking members of the Li family gradually regained their composure. "Master, let me take a look at the amethyst source." Li Yin, unable to contain himself after Lu Yun's departure, approached Li Yuan with fervent eyes. "Look at you." Li Yuan glanced at Li Yin with a hint of disdain, but still handed over the amethyst source. Lu Yun seized the small jade bottle, gazing at it with rapture. Inhaling its fragrance deeply, utterly enchanted. "I had only seen the amethyst source in ancient texts, but I have never laid eyes on it in person until today. How fortunate I am." If Lu Yun were present, he would be astonished to find that the current demeanor of the Li family's grand elder mirrored that of the old man Gu Te almost perfectly. "Be careful. If you damage the treasure, no one can save you," Li Yuan warned sternly. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he stored all the treasures on the ground into his spatial ring. Once that was done, Li Yuan turned to the other high-ranking members of the Li family, speaking in a solemn tone. "You have witnessed the events of today. It is worth noting that this auction is a matter of life and death for the Li family. Should it fail, the existence of the Li family in the Blackrock City may very well come to an end. However, if this auction proves successful and meets the expectations of our master, the Li family shall soar to unprecedented heights." Li Yuan fixed his gaze solemnly upon the members of the Li family, speaking in a deep voice. We have but 2 days. In this brief time, we must disseminate news of this auction to every corner of Black Rock City. We shall obey the commands of our patriarch, exclaimed the senior members of the Li family in unison as soon as Li Yuan finished his words. Excellent. The fate of the Li family rests in your capable hands. Chapter 118. Turbulent Winds. The following day, a sensational piece of news emerged from the Li family of Black Rock City, shocking the entire city. This upcoming auction will feature a plethora of 4th and 5th tier treasures, and even 6th tier magical beast eggs and their young. As soon as this news broke, it rapidly spread throughout Black Rock City, igniting fervor in every street and alley. Upon hearing such news, many powerful factions and independent cultivators could hardly contain their excitement. Some even sought out the Li family head, Li Yuan, directly. Once the authenticity of this information was confirmed, the city was engulfed in a wave of excitement. Numerous cultivators braced themselves, eager to seize opportunities at the auction. At the Alchemist Guild, Otto burst through the door of the alchemy room, brimming with excitement. Old man, come out. I bring you monumental news. Moments later, Faklan emerged with a dark expression, clearly displeased. Otto, if you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I shall have words with you. The cause of his ire was that Otto's abrupt entrance had disrupted his concentration, causing him to ruin a 4th tier elixir he was on the verge of perfecting. Noticing Faklan's sour mood, Otto quickly attempted to change the subject. Faklan, please do not be angry. I have astonishing news to share with you. You were looking to concoct a soul spirit pill, were you not? I believe you still require the main ingredient, the illusory heart herb? At these words, Faklan's interest was immediately piqued. What? You have the illusory heart herb? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. I do not possess the herb, Otto replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, anger swiftly crossed Faklan's face. You old rascal. Are you toying with me? Allow me to finish, Otto hastily explained. While I do not have the herb, I possess information regarding it. Faklan's face brightened once more at this revelation. Is that true? Quickly, tell me where the illusory heart herb can be found. If it is indeed real, I shall spare you. Faklan questioned eagerly. A smile crept onto Otto's face as he spoke with a hint of pride. The illusory heart herb will be auctioned at the Black Rock Auction House. The Leaf family will have it available. The Black Rock Auction House. Faklan paused, his expression shifting to one of skepticism as he regarded Otto. The illusory heart herb is a 5th tier spiritual herb. Are you certain the Leaf family can produce it for auction? Old man, you are not trying to deceive me again, are you? Otto's lips twitched in annoyance. Faklan, I am doing you a kindness, and yet you refuse to appreciate it. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I have already informed you. Should the herb be purchased by someone else, do not lament later. Seeing Otto's vexation, Faklan began to believe him, excitement illuminating his features. It seems the heavens do not forsake those with determination. I shall secure that illusory heart herb. In the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Yuguang, Ire, the city lord of Black Rock City, wore a grave expression as he addressed his generals. Captain Xiao, are you certain the intelligence we received is accurate? Absolutely, replied the man known as Captain Xiao with utmost seriousness. Moreover, this news has spread throughout the entire city. It is now common knowledge. Yuguang's face reflected a fleeting surprise. Since the Li family dared to broadcast such information widely, it was likely that it held a considerable degree of truth. However, he found it perplexing that the Li family would be willing to auction off such valuable treasures. After all, 6th tier magical beast offspring and eggs could elevate any family to greatness. Had the Li family lost their minds to openly advertise such treasures? City Lord, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked, his gaze fixed on Yuguang, awaiting his orders. Yuguang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. The 6th tier magical beast eggs and offspring must not fall into the hands of other families. If they do, I fear for my position as City Lord. What do you mean, City Lord? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with a glint of coldness. What are you thinking? I have no intention of resorting to forceful seizure. Noting the cold demeanor of the middle-aged man, Yuguang understood his implication and chuckled, scolding him lightly. Do not act foolishly. What is the City Lord's intention? The middle-aged man inquired, confusion crossing his face. You truly are simple-minded. No wonder others say you possess brawn but lack wit. Yuguang regarded the middle-aged man with exasperation. If we cannot employ force, then we must resort to purchasing the treasures. Relay the orders. Gather funds immediately. The City Lord's mansion must secure at least one of those 6th tier magical beast eggs or offspring. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man finally grasped the plan and replied, understood. My lord. With that, he turned and exited the hall. As for the Li family, the City Lord remained perplexed about their true intentions. With the Li family's announcement, various factions in Black Rock City stirred into action. The city was engulfed in turbulence. Yet, the instigators of these events remained blissfully unaware. In the Rockmoon Tower, Lu Yun concentrated as he infused his internal energy into the cauldron, carefully controlling the size of the flame. Moments later, he withdrew his hand from the cauldron, watching as the violet flame gradually dissipated. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the cauldron was propelled off by a gust of wind. With a swift motion, Lu Yun caught a crimson pill as it burst forth from the cauldron, deftly placing it into a jade vial. I have finally attained the third-tier alchemist rank. A satisfied smile graced Liu Yun's face as he glanced at the dimming sky. The city lord's banquet should be commencing soon. Having promised Otto, he could not afford to disappoint. With this thought, Liu Yun tidied up briefly before departing from the Rock Moon Tower. Chapter 119. The Alchemist Conference. A moment later, Liu Yun arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Upon seeing the second-grade alchemist badge adorning Liu Yun's chest, the two guards respectfully saluted and permitted him to enter directly. Liu Yun, you have finally arrived. The banquet is about to commence. Had you delayed any longer, I would have dispatched someone to seek you out, remarked Faklan and Otto, who were already in the hall. Upon Liu Yun's arrival, they promptly approached him, their faces radiating warmth. My apologies for keeping the two esteemed seniors waiting, Liu Yun said, his tone laced with regret. Haha, no harm done, no harm done. Now that you are here, let us be on our way, Otto chuckled, evidently unfazed by the delay. The three then slowly exited the Alchemist Guild, making their way towards the city lord's residence. Liu Yun, have you heard the news regarding this Blackrock auction? Otto inquired, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Liu Yun. Oh, I have been preoccupied with alchemy and have not been privy to any information, Liu Yun replied, feigning ignorance. Is there some unusual occurrence at this auction? Ah, it is no wonder you have achieved such accomplishments at a young age. Your diligence is truly commendable, Otto remarked, momentarily taken aback by Liu Yun's youthful visage, admiration evident in their eyes. If only my own disciple exhibited such industriousness. You flatter me, esteemed seniors. My mentor once said that the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either forge ahead or regress. This sentiment has been etched firmly in my heart. Liu Yun replied with a serene smile, neither boastful nor self-effacing, unaffected by Otto's praise. Indeed, well said. Your master is a remarkable teacher. I am deeply impressed. Otto and Faklan exchanged glances, their aged faces reflecting a touch of emotion as they contemplated Liu Yun's words. With a subtle smile, Liu Yun shifted the conversation. Earlier, you mentioned the auction. Is there truly something amiss? Hee, you may not be aware, but this Blackrock auction is poised to be the finest in the history of Blackrock City. You are indeed fortunate this time. Perhaps you may encounter something you desire. Otto shared, revealing all the information he had gathered without reservation. 5th-grade spirit herbs, 6th-tier magical beast eggs, and even 6th-tier magical beast cubs. It appears this auction is indeed extraordinary, Liu Yun exclaimed, his expression feigning shock, though internally, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Clearly, the Li family had excelled in their promotional efforts. The more people who were aware, the more successful the auction would be. How do you feel? Are you intrigued? Otto, noticing Liu Yun's change in demeanor, presumed it was due to astonishment and continued. However, while the quality of the auction items is high, the competition will be fierce. If you intend to participate, you must prepare thoroughly. Liu Yun felt a wave of gratitude upon hearing this, and, without pretense, nodded with a smile. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed senior. Since you are registered with our Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City, you may consider yourself one of us. It is no trouble at all, Otto replied, shaking his head with a casual smile, his words imbued with a discernible goodwill. Liu Yun hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. In the Gamma Empire, the Alchemist Guild was undoubtedly a formidable entity, rivaling the Yunlong sect. Establishing a connection with them would only serve to benefit him. Furthermore, in the future, alchemy would require an array of peculiar items, and the guild's trading system would prove to be immensely convenient. Thus, Liu Yun felt little resistance to this arrangement. What encouraged Liu Yun to agree without much hesitation was the guild's relatively lax obligations. Members pursued their own affairs without intruding upon one another. Only on occasion would the guild extend invitations to alchemists for assistance, and such assistance was not without compensation, as the guild offered substantial rewards for well-executed tasks. At that moment, Faklan paused in contemplation and suddenly asked, Liu Yun, will you be going to the Imperial Capital in 3 years? The Imperial Capital? Liu Yun replied, slightly taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Ah, splendid. If you are free at that time, you might consider attending the Alchemist Conference, which will be held in the Imperial Capital. It could be immensely beneficial for you, Faklan suggested, his gaze softening as he looked at Liu Yun. The Alchemist Conference? Liu Yun echoed, momentarily surprised. He had anticipated that Faklan had some request, yet he had not expected mention of the conference. Reflecting on this, Liu Yun found the notion somewhat peculiar. Given his current trajectory, by 3 years hence, he would likely surpass even the esteemed Dan Wang Guhi, possibly reaching the realm of a 7th-grade alchemist. Would attending the conference not be akin to bullying? Nevertheless, the prospect of such bullying seemed rather appealing. Most importantly, with his participation, Xiao Yin would undoubtedly find himself eclipsed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile unconsciously graced Lu Yun's lips. The Alchemist Conference not only gathered numerous alchemists from the Gamma Empire, but also attracted participants from other empires across the continent. It was a significant event in the alchemical world of the Gamma Empire, and missing it would certainly be regrettable. Noticing Lu Yun's momentary confusion, Faklan promptly clarified. If you decide to attend, you can find me and Frank at the Alchemist Association in the capital. We will both be present. Seeing Lu Yun's intrigued expression, Otto chimed in with a smile. Indeed, if you have the opportunity, it would be wonderful to see you there. With a nod and a smile, Lu Yun acquiesced to the invitations from Otto and Faklan. Upon hearing Lu Yun's agreement, both Otto and Faklan exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded to discuss some important considerations regarding the Alchemist Conference. As their conversation flowed, they gradually approached the city lord's residence. Chapter 120. The banquet begins. As night fell, the entire Blackrock City returned to a serene silence. Yet, at this moment, the city lord's residence was alive with an uproarious atmosphere, bustling with activity. In the expansive courtyard of the city lord's residence, resplendent crystal lanterns shimmered under the night sky, and the brilliance of fireworks reflected off the ornate pavilions and towers. This was a vast square occupying several thousand feet, where the enchanting lights and fireworks rendered the scene as bright as day. The exquisite beauty and opulence were almost overwhelming, with warm jade carpets laid throughout the square, followed by layers of luxurious furs. A multitude of elegantly dressed men and women mingled amidst the grandeur, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Their polished and graceful discourse set them apart in the crowd, clearly marking this as a gathering for the elite. Those fortunate enough to be present were none other than the young luminaries of the prominent families in Blackrock City, esteemed figures held in high regard. At that moment, the square resembled a platform for expanding one's influence, a place where they could forge connections with the high-ranking members of other families. For those of higher status, it was an opportunity for networking. For those of lower status, it was a chance to gain favor. Holding a luminous glass cup in their hands, they deliberated over the circumstances surrounding the Gamma Empire, discussing the recent significant events in Blackrock City. This was a gathering reserved for the elite, a lavish feast that many within Blackrock City aspired to join, often at great personal cost. The lord of the city indeed dotes on Miss Faline, hosting such a grand banquet to celebrate her coming of age. After all, Miss Faline is the only daughter of the lord and possesses remarkable talent as an alchemist. Last year, she was even taken under the wing of Master Otto, promising a bright future ahead. In one corner of the square, several elegantly attired young luminaries gathered, their luminous glasses held aloft as they engaged in hushed conversation. With Miss Faline's coming of age tonight, one might wonder what thoughts are stirring among them. Thoughts indeed. Do you suppose Miss Faline is akin to those trivial socialites, easily won over? Precisely. To win the heart of Miss Faline, one must first gain the approval of her father, the lord of the city. Given his affection for her, it is unlikely that an ordinary person could earn his endorsement. Moreover, Miss Faline has always maintained a proud demeanor, having declared that any suitor must first surpass her in the art of alchemy. You all might as well abandon such lofty dreams. A young gentleman glanced around before whispering, "Let us refrain from discussing this topic. Should it reach the ears of that witch, we would not enjoy the consequences. Let us instead converse about the upcoming auction. What are your thoughts? What can be said?" You should direct that question to Li Yi. After all, the Blackrock auction house belongs to his family. He should be well informed. Do not mention him. That fellow has likely been silenced by his elders. He dares not speak of anything beyond what is publicly known. I cannot fathom the Li family's intentions this time. To auction off a 6th-tier magical beast? Is that not foolish? If it reaches the Lord's ears. At this point, the young gentleman glanced around, clearly hesitant to continue. However, the others were not fools and grasped the implications of his words. My father personally approached the Li family, but their head was evidently apprehensive and refused to divulge anything. In my opinion, the treasures at this auction must belong to some significant figure who has entrusted them to the Blackrock auction house. I share your suspicion, yet it is for the best. At least the Lord's residence. He lowered his voice, would not dare to go too far with this. Consider it. To produce such an array of treasures for auction, the individual behind it must be of considerable stature, unperturbed by the potential mishaps regarding these items. President Faklan and President Otto have arrived. Just then, a loud cry resonated from outside the square. Upon hearing this, the attendees felt a jolt of surprise. Previously, many families had invited the two presidents of the Alchemist Guild to their banquets, only to be declined. To their astonishment, for Miss Faline's coming-of-age celebration, even these two esteemed alchemists made an appearance. The lord of the city must possess significant influence to have secured their presence. It is said that Master Otto holds great affection for his disciple, Miss Faline. I believe this esteemed elder has come out of regard for her. Truly, Miss Faline is fortunate to be under Master Otto's tutelage. As the noise swelled, the figures of Fauchelon and Otto gradually emerged in the square. As fourth-tier alchemists, their status is immensely revered. Upon learning of their arrival, Yu Guang, the Lord of Blackrock City, personally stepped forward to welcome them. It is an honor to have you both grace us with your presence, esteemed masters. Please, take your seats. Yu Guang regarded Fauchelon and Otto with utmost respect. Oh, Lord Yu Guang, you are too kind. In front of outsiders, Fauchelon and Otto maintained an air of indifference. Even before the Lord of Blackrock City, they merely nodded lightly. Lu Yun, come, sit with us old fellows. Turning to the youth who followed them, their faces softened with gentle smiles. Observing the differential treatment, Yu Guang's gaze shifted to Lu Yun, scrutinizing the young man before ultimately resting on the badge emblazoned on his chest. Upon closer inspection, he noted the intricately depicted silver waves on the ancient alchemical cauldron. A second-tier alchemist. Seeing Lu Yun's remarkably youthful visage, Yu Guang's pupils constricted, a sense of astonishment washing over him. This young man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own daughter. To have achieved the rank of second-tier alchemist at such a young age, which master could have nurtured such a prodigious talent? Judging by the demeanor of Master Otto and Master Fauchelon towards him, could it be that this youth is their prized disciple? As his thoughts raced, Yu Guang's gaze turned to Lu Yun, a smile emerging on his face as he inquired politely, "What may I call you, young brother?" Lu Yun paused for a moment, then replied with measured respect, "I am Lu Yun, honored to meet the Lord." Young Lu Yun is already a second-tier alchemist at such a tender age. Truly, you are exceptionally gifted. Yu Guang's tone brimmed with admiration. Could it be that you are a distinguished pupil of the two masters? We could not produce such a genius. Fauchelon and Otto interjected candidly. Although they had never encountered Lu Yun's teacher, they felt a sense of inadequacy knowing that someone could cultivate such talent. Chapter 121, Faline. Hearing the implications in Fauchelon and Otto's words, Yu Guang felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that this young brother Lu Yun's teacher is an alchemist of even higher caliber than these two masters? These two are already fourth-tier alchemists and the heads of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild. If they feel inferior, then Lu Yun's mentor must surely be a fifth-tier alchemist. Contemplating this, Yu Guang's gaze toward Lu Yun grew increasingly fervent. Come, Lu Yun, do not stand on ceremony. Join the masters at the table. Yu Guang extended a warm invitation to Lu Yun. You are too gracious, Lord. Lu Yun nodded slightly, accepting the invitation without hesitation and following behind Otto and Fauchelon. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers surrounding them. The elite of Blackrock City gazed at Lu Yun with astonished eyes, speculating about the identity of this young man. Who is this youth, that he enjoys such intimacy with the two masters? Why does the lord of the city show him such courtesy? Could he possess a remarkable background? Achieving the rank of second-tier alchemist at such a young age is indeed a terrifying talent in alchemy. As Lu Yun made his entrance, he immediately captured the attention of the high-ranking families in Blackrock City, his youthful visage and second-tier alchemist badge placing him squarely in their sights. Many young luminaries, observing Lu Yun, speculated that he must be a scion of some prestigious family from the imperial capital, already planning to forge connections with him when the opportunity arose. Master. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to a songbird, rang out. With the sound, a fragrant breeze swept past Lu Yun. A petite figure hurriedly halted before him, disregarding Lu Yun's presence entirely, and turned to Master Otto with a sweet voice. Master, you came without informing me. At the sight of the girl before him, a rare, tender smile graced Otto's face. Faline, I have only just arrived and have yet to take my seat. Upon hearing this, the girl pouted adorably. Master, I want to sit with you. Faline, do not be disrespectful to Master Otto, admonished Yu Guang, standing nearby. This girl was none other than Yu Guang's cherished daughter, Faline. Hearing her father, she rolled her eyes at him, clearly displeased. Upon hearing Otto's words, a smile graced his face. It matters not, today. Faline is the star of the show, and everything shall unfold naturally according to her wishes. The Lord of Yu Guang, upon hearing Otto's remarks, exhibited a fleeting expression of helplessness, forcing a smile as he replied, I am but an unskilled teacher, and I beg your pardon for the embarrassment caused to the esteemed master. At that moment, Lu Yun also turned his gaze toward the young lady before him. The girl appeared to be just over 20, her delicate visage strikingly beautiful, though her stature was somewhat petite. However, her development was quite astonishing. She was voluptuous in all the right places, clad in a fitted purple alchemist's attire that exuded an air of nobility. After all, the garb of an alchemist was not something to be donned casually. Yet, despite her wearing such attire, there was no emblem denoting her rank upon her bosom. The girl possessed long, flowing azure locks, tied with a purple ribbon, cascading down to her shapely hips. When she tossed her hair, it lightly brushed against her rounded, pert dairy. creating a soft sound reminiscent of a cat's paw, which irresistibly ensnared the attention of the men around her, whose gazes had turned somewhat inappropriate. It seemed that Feline, sensing Liu Yun's appraisal, slightly tilted her head, her gaze slowly drifting toward him. Upon encountering the youthful and handsome countenance of Liu Yun, she felt a wave of astonishment. When had such a young man emerged in the city of Haiyan? However, despite her surprise, Feline was no infatuated girl. Thus, she merely cast a brief glance before preparing to avert her gaze. Just then, her eyes caught sight of the alchemist's emblem on Liu Yun's chest, and she immediately halted. Upon noticing the two silver waves on the emblem, she couldn't help but raise her head. Her enticing red lips slightly parted in shock as she stared at Liu Yun. "You are a second-tier alchemist?" The incredulous sound of her voice rang out, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Liu Yun. In response, Liu Yun let out a soft chuckle, his gaze lingering on Feline's captivating face as he replied with a smile. "Indeed, I am a second-tier alchemist, without a doubt." With Liu Yun's confirmation, the astonishment on Feline's face deepened. Her enchanting eyes scrutinized the young man, as if contemplating something, before she inquired, "How old are you?" Liu Yun smiled slightly and replied softly, "In a few months, I will turn 16. In a few months, I will turn 16. The moment Liu Yun's words left his lips, those who overheard displayed expressions of shock. This boy has yet to reach the age of 16? He is still a minor and has already become a second-tier alchemist? Gazing at the second-tier alchemist emblem on Liu Yun's chest, many of the young elites of Haiyan City felt their mouths twitch slightly, as if they had been struck by billions of points of impact. Previously, they prided themselves on being the elite of the younger generation, considering themselves superior to others. Yet, upon witnessing Liu Yun before them, they were suddenly engulfed by a sense of shame. It was not just them, even Otto and Fakulon were taken aback. They had assumed Liu Yun was already 16, only to discover that the young lad had yet to reach adulthood. A minor second-tier alchemist? Looking at Liu Yun, both could not help but sigh internally, wondering which prominent figure could have nurtured such a prodigy. "Are you even human?" Feline stared at Liu Yun in a daze, unable to regain her composure for a long while. After a moment, she parted her alluring red lips in a slightly defeated manner and said, "Usually, I consider myself exceptionally gifted in the art of alchemy. Yet, in comparison to this young man before me, I truly feel insignificant. At almost the same age, he has already achieved the status of a second-tier alchemist, while I have yet to reach even the first tier, still considering myself remarkable." As these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Feline's delicate cheeks. Otto, regaining his senses, observed Feline's somewhat defeated expression and smiled subtly. His proud disciple was bound to temper her arrogance upon witnessing Liu Yun's presence. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yuguang gazed at Liu Yun with increasing fervor, and upon witnessing the blush on Feline's face, a thought seemed to occur to him, and a smile crept onto his lips. If this matter were to come to fruition, he could certainly align himself with this talented alchemist. He might even manage to connect with the alchemist mentor behind him. Chapter 122. Recently, things have been difficult. I auctioned off your son. Feline, do not be disrespectful to young Liu Yun. Seeing Feline unabashedly scrutinizing Liu Yun, the Lord of Yuguang couldn't help but reprimand her. "Humph, if you don't want to look, then don't look." In response, Feline let out a soft huff, rolling her eyes at the Lord of Yuguang. Though she said this, her gaze still frequently flitted to Liu Yun. Clearly, she was deeply curious about this prodigious young man of similar age. "All right, Feline, young Liu Yun, let us take our seats." Noting Feline's unrelenting stare at Liu Yun, Otto felt a tad impolite and pulled the young lady along to sit. Once seated, however, Feline insisted on sitting next to Liu Yun. "Hey, your name is Liu Yun, right?" Feline inquired, leaning closer to Liu Yun's youthful face. Breathing in the fresh fragrance emanating from the girl, Liu Yun offered a gentle smile and replied, "Indeed, I am called Liu Yun. You are still young, so I shall call you little brother Liu Yun, and you, in turn, must address me as Sister Feline." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Feline's beautiful eyes as she teased Liu Yun. Liu Yun's expression momentarily faltered. Was he being underestimated? Looking at Feline's youthful visage, he found it difficult to bring himself to call her sister. "Feline, do not act foolishly." Noticing Feline's teasing of Liu Yun, Otto interjected. After all, he had only interacted with Liu Yun a couple of times and did not fully understand his character. He did not wish for any antics from Feline to lead to Liu Yun's displeasure. Otto held a significant regard for this prodigious young lad. "Oh." Feline respected Otto's words and promptly fell silent, though a slight pout of dissatisfaction remained on her face. "Come, Liu Yun, do not mind this girl, let us drink." At the table, Otto raised his luminous glass and smiled at Liu Yun. "All right, as a junior, toast to you, senior." Liu Yun smiled slightly, displaying grace. As the banquet progressed, several high-ranking families began to leave their seats to approach Liu Yun's table to toast to Fakulon and Otto. However, they only received a brief response from Liu Yun when it came from those who were more familiar with the two masters. To the others, he remained indifferent, offering no words of courtesy. Consequently, many in attendance harbored dissatisfaction, but in the face of the two masters' status as fourth-tier alchemists, they dared not voice their grievances. Of course, numerous young elites from high-end city sought out Liu Yun, their words dripping with flattery. After all, with Liu Yun's tender age and already being a second-tier alchemist, his background must be extraordinary. Establishing a connection with Liu Yun would undoubtedly confer significant benefits. The banquet lasted a full 3 hours before it gradually concluded. Afterward, Liu Yun bid farewell to Master Otto and Master Fakulan, and the three agreed to attend the auction together the following day before Liu Yun returned to the Yenyu building. Reeking of alcohol, after consuming a detoxifying Luo Yen pill, Liu Yun slowly regained his composure, shaking his head as he felt the heaviness in his mind. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. His alcohol tolerance truly left much to be desired. Henceforth, he would do well to avoid such gatherings to spare himself from embarrassment. Once he had recovered, Liu Yun softly called out, "Wu Ming." As Liu Yun's voice echoed, Wu Ming's figure promptly appeared in Liu Yun's room. "Master," Wu Ming said respectfully, gazing at Liu Yun. "Unremarkable. Tomorrow I shall attend the Black Rock auction alongside Master Otto and his companions. I have a matter that requires your attention." Liu Yun gently rubbed his head and spoke slowly. "My master, please give your orders." Unremarkable replied respectfully upon hearing this. "Once the auction commences tomorrow, you shall proceed directly to that old curmudgeon Gyuder's residence and relieve him of his treasures." Liu Yun calmly articulated his plan. Gyuder? Unremarkable was momentarily taken aback, before recollecting who Liu Yun referred to. On the day Liu Yun and Master Otto visited Gyuder's abode, Unremarkable, as their protector, had naturally accompanied them. Thus, he was well aware of Gyuder's hideaway. "As you command," Unremarkable responded earnestly after regaining his composure. Subsequently, Liu Yun outlined several matters of importance to note, including Gyuder's small treasure vault and the method to unlock it. After their visit to Gyuder's place, Liu Yun had conceived such a plan. Tomorrow, he would attend the auction with Fakulan and others, creating an alibi for his absence. Even if that old man Gyuder were to suspect him, there would be no evidence to implicate him. Liu Yun had once entertained thoughts of silencing Gyuder permanently, but upon reflection, he abandoned the idea. Gyuder bore him no ill will, and moreover, he had a brother, the Pill King Gu He. Should Gyuder meet an untimely end, it would likely draw the ire of the Pill King, resulting in unnecessary complications that Liu Yun wished to avoid. He was not yet prepared to reveal all his cards. In a corner, the once slumbering amethyst-winged Lion King, upon overhearing their conversation, could not help but harbor disdain for Liu Yun. This fellow was once again eyeing the treasures of others, reflecting on how Liu Yun had thoroughly plundered all the valuables in his lair. The amethyst-winged Lion King seethed with indignation. Were it not for the fact that he could not best Unremarkable, he would have long desired to eliminate Liu Yun. He wondered how Liu Yun had treated his son. "You wretched Liu Yun, if anything has happened to my son, I shall not let you off easily." As he muttered to himself, fatigue gradually overtook the amethyst-winged Lion King, and he prepared to fall asleep. "Lion King, do not sleep just yet. You have a task tomorrow as well." At that moment, Liu Yun cast a glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King nestled in the corner, his eyes glinting with mischief. "What is it?" Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King, though displeased, could only respond begrudgingly. After all, his son was still in Liu Yun's grasp, leaving him with little choice but to comply. "Tomorrow, it may be necessary for you to personally intervene and retrieve your precious son," Liu Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King was left in a state of confusion. "What do you mean intervene to retrieve my son? Isn't he in your possession?" "Liu Yun, what have you done with my son?" A sense of foreboding flickered through the amethyst-winged Lion King's mind as he shouted at Liu Yun. "Lower your voice." Liu Yun reprimanded sharply upon noticing the amethyst-winged Lion King's escalating temper. Then, under the Lion King's intense gaze, he awkwardly admitted, "Well, Lion King, due to recent financial difficulties, I sold your son at the auction." Chapter 123, Snow Charm. As Liu Yun's words echoed in the room, a profound silence enveloped them. Moments later, the amethyst-winged Lion King finally regained his senses, glaring intently at Liu Yun with his enormous beastly eyes. "What did you say?" "You sold my son." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura began to emanate from the amethyst-winged Lion King. "Behave yourself," Liu Yun thought quickly, realizing the precariousness of the situation, and commanded Unremarkable to suppress the amethyst-winged Lion King with his aura. "Liu Yun, you despicable scoundrel, you traitor. I shall have my revenge." The amethyst-winged Lion King, feeling the immense pressure, became even more enraged and was ready to confront Liu Yun. "Can you not remain calm for a moment?" Liu Yun, now irked himself, retorted at the impulsive Lion King. "Calm? You sold my son, and you expect me to remain calm?" The amethyst-winged Lion King shot an angry glare at Liu Yun, roaring incessantly. "I sold him. All you need to do is retrieve him, Lu Yun said nonchalantly. The amethyst-winged Lion King was momentarily taken aback. Is that how it works? Humph. Do you take me and my son for mere pawns in your scheme? The realization dawned upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. This rascal intended to exploit their relationship for profit. Fear not. Once the task is accomplished, you shall be duly rewarded, Lu Yun assured the amethyst-winged Lion King, who had now calmed down. As long as you cooperate, I can ensure your beloved son reaches the 5th tier within a year. How does that sound? Lu Yun concluded, regarding the amethyst-winged Lion King with a cheerful demeanor. Is that true? The amethyst-winged Lion King, taken aback, fixed its large beastly eyes on Lu Yun. When have you ever known me to deceive you? Lu Yun replied earnestly. The amethyst-winged Lion King paused, recalling that Lu Yun had never truly misled him before. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Ah, the Lion King's noble demeanor is truly commendable, Lu Yun exclaimed with delight upon receiving the Lion King's agreement. Humph. It was evident that the amethyst-winged Lion King relished Lu Yun's flattery as he settled comfortably on the ground, preparing to resume his slumber. Seeing the Lion King about to lie down again, Lu Yun was left speechless. This father and son duo truly were the epitome of laziness, doing nothing but sleep all day, akin to domesticated swine. Shaking his head, Lu Yun chose not to dwell on it. Finding himself rather eager for the auction the next day, he pondered what treasures might come his way should the little amethyst-winged Lion King be successfully auctioned off. Perhaps he would gain a valuable ally in the process. Yet, Lu Yun felt a twinge of regret. The little amethyst-winged Lion King's power was rather limited. Merely at the 3rd tier, equivalent to a human's great fighter realm. Even with a tenfold return, he would likely only acquire a henchman of 6th tier strength. How he wished he could auction off a more formidable beast. With this thought, Lu Yun unconsciously glanced at the now slumbering amethyst-winged Lion King. If only he could auction off this behemoth, that would be perfect. However, knowing the Lion King's proud disposition, he was certain it would never consent to being sold. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Yun shook his head in resignation. This matter would require careful consideration in the future. He refused to believe he could not subdue the amethyst-winged Lion King. The next day, Lu Yun stored the amethyst-winged Lion King within 2 rings and made his way to the Alchemist Guild. The previous night, he had arranged to meet with Otto and Faklon at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yun found Master Otto and Master Faklon standing at the entrance, and among them was the young lady, Phylin, whom he had seen the night before. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for the delay, Lu Yun greeted them. Lu Yun, you have arrived. Both Otto and Faklon nodded in acknowledgement of his presence. Faklon, where is Xueme? Why has she not yet arrived? The auction is about to commence, Otto inquired, glancing at the time before turning to Faklon. Do not fret. The Li family has reserved a private room for me, so there is no need to worry about a lack of space. Faklon waved his hand dismissively, a smile breaking through the creases of his aged face as he observed Otto's impatience. Besides, we do not require the items at the beginning of the auction. Arriving a bit later is preferable. Upon hearing this, Otto curled his lips and scoffed. So what if you're late? There's no need to concoct so many excuses. Faklon smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the young man beside him. Lu Yun, do you have your eye on any particular item at this auction? Lu Yun was slightly taken aback by the question, then replied with a hint of resignation. I merely wish to partake in the festivities, senior. Although the quality of this auction is commendable, I find myself lacking in the means to pursue my desires. Haha, tell me, when you ventured out for training, did your teacher not provide you with any support? Otto remarked, a smile breaking across his face at Lu Yun's words. Once we arrive at the auction, should you find anything of interest, feel free to bring it to my attention. As long as it isn't one of the final, most coveted treasures. I still possess the means to acquire it, Otto declared confidently. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate your generosity, senior. Teacher, I apologize for my tardiness. A sudden, icy yet melodious voice rang out, reminiscent of the harmonious chime of snow and rock colliding atop a mountain, captivatingly beautiful. Upon hearing it, Lu Yun noticed that a significant portion of the men at the Alchemist Guild's entrance had turned their slightly fervent gazes toward the figure behind him. Curiously, he turned his head to behold the silver-robed woman gliding gracefully through the grand entrance, his brow arching slightly as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. At the door stood a tall figure, her features as clear and pristine as the icy springs of the snow-capped mountains. With a delicate visage, elongated brows, and a slender, graceful form clad in a form-fitting silver gown, the interplay of the silver fabric against her skin, soft as jade, enhanced her enigmatic, almost metallic allure. Most astonishing of all was her long, cascading silver hair, not the pallid hue of illness, but soft and flowing like silver threads, bestowing upon her an unusual charm. After taking a moment to admire her, Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel at her appeal. No wonder the majority of those at the entrance were captivated by her presence, for such grace and aura were indeed exceptional. Chapter 124. The auction commences. In contrast to her, the woman named Lin Fei lacked this ethereal quality, particularly in comparison to her lustrous silver locks, which evoked a tinge of jealousy among some of the onlookers. Lu Yun, after briefly surveying the scene, subtly shifted aside, instinctively clearing a path. The silver-robed woman approached, her gaze unwavering as she passed Lu Yun and made her way directly to Clan. Standing aside, Lu Yun caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance left in her wake, silently praising, exquisite. Upon reaching Clan, a faint smile graced the silver-robed woman's exquisite cheek, her smile reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak, evoking a sense of awe. "Ah, you have finally arrived. Otto has been eagerly awaiting your presence," Clan remarked, his eyes warm as he regarded his proud pupil. "Master Otto." The silver-robed woman inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the eye-rolling Otto beside her. "Snow Charm, always so courteous, unlike my—" "Ah, never mind. Let's get started," Otto chuckled, shaking his head as he turned back to his student, who was pouting slightly. The two then proceeded to introduce Lu Yun to Snow Charm. Upon seeing Lu Yun's youthful visage and the second-tier alchemist badge adorning his chest, even the typically aloof Snow Charm could not suppress her astonishment. After their introductions, the group wasted no time and made their way toward the Black Rock auction house. Following the throngs of people, Lu Yun and his companions soon arrived at the entrance of the Black Rock auction house. With Otto and Clan's fourth-tier alchemist badges, they strode confidently past the inquiries at the door. Upon hearing of their arrival, the busy elderly Yin of the Li family personally came out to greet them and provided them with a premium private room. Inside the room, an array of rare fruits and delicacies awaited, accompanied by fine wines and fragrant teas, ensuring an exceptional experience. From their vantage point, they could observe the bustling scene below in the auction hall, which was already filled to capacity, a cacophony of chatter echoing throughout. After waiting for half an hour, the attendees finally settled down. As elderly Yin ascended the auction stage, the Black Rock auction was officially declared underway. Having presided over the auction for many years, Li Yin delivered a brief opening statement before commencing the sale of the first item. With his words still hanging in the air, a maid stepped forward, carefully presenting a violet brocade box upon the auction stage. Li Yin approached and opened the box, instantly unleashing a dazzling purple radiance that illuminated the stage, a breathtaking spectacle. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for auction is a purple spirit crystal." Li Yin's deep voice resonated throughout the hall. The mention of the purple spirit crystal caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Many well-informed individuals quickly grasped its significance, leading to a buzz of excitement as whispers filled the air. "What a stunning crystal!" In the private room where Lu Yun and his companions sat, Feilin's eyes widened in awe at the radiant purple gem on display, her gaze sparkling with wonder. "I can't believe the first auction item is a treasure like the purple spirit crystal. It seems this Black Rock auction is of higher quality than I anticipated." Observing the purple glow emanating from the stage, Otto too exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Teacher, what exactly is this purple spirit crystal? And what is its purpose?" Feilin inquired eagerly, her gaze fixated on the gem. Before Otto could respond, Snow Charm interjected. "The purple spirit crystal is harvested from the 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal wing lion. Each lion sheds a small piece only once every 20 years. Furthermore, the purple spirit crystal is the primary ingredient for the 4th-tier elixir, the purple spirit pill. Consuming this pill allows a person at the Grand Fighter level to break through 2 realms without any adverse side effects." After explaining, Snow Charm turned her gaze toward Feilin, who returned the look, and for a fleeting moment, a spark of rivalry flickered between them. It appeared that their relationship was not as harmonious as it might seem. "Humph. I didn't even ask you," Feilin retorted, her nose wrinkling slightly. "If you don't even know this basic information, how do you expect to be assessed as a first-tier alchemist? I truly wonder where you derive your confidence." Snow Charm's voice dripped with subtle mockery. Though her exterior remained frosty, she found it difficult to maintain absolute composure in the presence of a competitor she had faced for years. "Ahem, enough." Noting the escalating tension between the two as the auction was just beginning, Clan shook his head in exasperation. He then turned to Lu Yun, who appeared unfazed, and asked, "Lu Yun, do you have no thoughts regarding the purple spirit crystal?" Suddenly, it dawned on Clan that Lu Yun had already refined the purple flame, a product of the purple crystal wing lion, and he realized, "I almost forgot. You wouldn't be impressed by something as trivial as the purple spirit crystal." Lu Yun simply smiled faintly in response, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing the words of Falkland, the two women who were at odds with each other turned their gaze towards Lu Yun, their beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. The purple flames emanating from the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King? This peculiar individual possesses such profound depths. However, Lu Yun paid no heed to their glances, as his attention remained fixed on the auction stage. At this moment, Li Yan had already elucidated the origin and function of the purple spirit crystal. The auction for the purple spirit crystal began, with an initial bid set at 30,000 gold coins. As soon as Li Yan's voice faded, a moment of silence enveloped the venue, only to be abruptly shattered by a cacophony of enthusiastic bids. 40,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins, 60,000 gold coins, 70,000 gold coins, 80,000 gold coins. In just a brief span of time, the price of the purple spirit crystal soared to 100,000 gold coins, and it continued to escalate. 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins, 130,000 gold coins, 150,000 gold coins. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from the private room where Lu Yun was seated. He turned his gaze and saw that the bidder was none other than Feilin. Chapter 125, 10,000 Years of Earth Core Refining Essence. Hee. This purple spirit crystal is simply exquisite. I can hardly resist making a bid. Facing the gazes of Lu Yun and the others, Feilin's charming face broke into a playful and adorable smile. Hee, my dear Feilin, it is indeed fitting for you to acquire this purple spirit crystal. Otto chuckled, saying, in the future, when you break through to the Grand Fighter realm, I shall personally assist you in refining a purple spirit pill to aid in your cultivation. With Feilin's bid of 150,000, the auction for the purple spirit crystal approached its conclusion. This young lady has offered 150,000 gold coins. Does anyone wish to raise their bid? Li Yan, the elder of the Li family, stepped forward to announce, if there are no further bids, I shall declare that this purple spirit crystal belongs to this young lady. Li Yan slowly proclaimed the final result. Hooray! Upon hearing Li Yan's announcement, Feilin leapt up in excitement, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she gazed at the purple spirit crystal. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed within Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the purple spirit crystal was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the 10,000 Years of Earth Core Refining Essence. The 10,000 Years of Earth Core Refining Essence has been deposited into the system space. Please check, host. Earth Core Refining Essence? And it has been condensed over a span of 10,000 years? Lu Yun's heart jolted upon hearing the system's prompt. He had unexpectedly acquired such a rare and extraordinary treasure. Information about the Earth Core Refining Essence swiftly flashed through Lu Yun's mind. The Earth Core Refining Essence, born beneath the earth, is the purest form of earth power, having undergone centuries of compression to transform into mist, referred to as Earth Core Mist, which possesses remarkable solidifying effects. After a millennium of condensation, it takes on a liquid form. Those of even higher quality are known as Earth Core Refining Essence, renowned for their miraculous effects in cleansing marrow and refining bones. Additionally, due to the exceedingly pure and immense earth power contained within, it can even assist those at the pinnacle of their level to break through barriers in their advancement. Generally speaking, due to the stringent conditions required for the formation of this Earth Core Refining Essence, very few individuals have truly encountered it. Even Lu Yun had only glimpsed it in the legacy of the Pill Emperor, and at that time, the tantalizing effects of its bone-refining properties had left a lasting impression on him. Little did he expect to acquire this celestial treasure, known to so few. On this very day, the ecstatic expression on his face gradually subsided after a while. Fortunately, the attention of those present remained focused on the auction, oblivious to the unusual colors that had flickered across Lu Yun's countenance. Glancing around, Lu Yun noticed that no one was paying attention to him, and with a mental shift, he delved directly into the system space. There, he beheld a viscous liquid of an emerald hue, seemingly imbued with a spirit, gently swirling in the void. Is this the 10,000 Years of Earth Core Refining Essence? Lu Yun gazed upon the essence with a sense of joy swelling within him. The energy contained within this essence is quite gentle, perfectly suited for his cultivation. Currently, he had only 2 bottles of accompanying purple crystal source left for his daily training. One could not deny that the appearance of the 10,000 Years of Earth Core Refining Essence was most timely. Lu Yun estimated that if he were to completely absorb this essence, his cultivation would at least reach the level of 9 Starfighter Spirit. Moments later, Lu Yun slightly composed his thoughts and exited the system space. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Li Yan had already instructed someone to bring up the second item for auction. The second item in this auction was a 4th-grade spiritual herb, the Soul Cleansing Flower. After Li Yan meticulously described the effects of the Soul Cleansing Flower, the auction commenced. The bidding for the Soul Cleansing Flower began, with an initial price set at 80,000 gold coins. As soon as Li Yan's words fell, a surge of bidding erupted in the auction house. 90,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins, 130,000 gold coins. Within just a few breaths, This fourth-grade spiritual herb had already reached a staggering 200,000 gold coins, and the price continued to rise. The Alchemist Guild was established in Haiyan City, where alchemists congregated. Naturally, the alchemists present would not let this fourth-grade spiritual herb slip by. 210,000 gold coins, 220,000 gold coins, 230,000 gold coins, 240,000 gold coins, 250,000 gold coins. Moments later, the price of the soul-cleansing flower had escalated to 300,000. Teacher, do you not require this soul-cleansing flower? In the private room, Faline watched the continuous high bids outside and could not help but feel a twinge of excitement. My purpose this time lies in the subsequent fifth-grade spiritual herb. Shaking his head, Otto explained to Faline. Ultimately, the soul-cleansing flower was auctioned off for 400,000 gold coins. Following the sale of the soul-cleansing flower, a notification sound echoed in Liu Yun's mind once more. The auction for the fourth-grade spiritual herb, the soul-cleansing flower, was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the 8th-grade spiritual herb, the 10,000-year green spirit vine. The 10,000-year green spirit vine has been deposited into the system space. Please check, host. The 8th-grade spiritual herb, the 10,000-year green spirit vine. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's heart trembled. Subsequently, information regarding the 10,000-year green spirit vine rapidly flashed in his mind. The 10,000-year green spirit vine is an essential ingredient for the 8th-grade pill, the bone regeneration pill. The bone regeneration pill is indispensable for the powerful soul entities in the process of reconstructing their physical bodies. With this thought, Liu Yun suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Xiaoyan had utilized this very pill to assist Yao Lao in refining a new physical form. The 10,000-year green spirit vine indeed holds great significance. A glimmer of delight crossed Liu Yun's eyes, yet this time he refrained from immersing himself in the system space. As Li Yan called out the third auction item, all eyes were drawn to him. Esteemed guests, the third item set for auction in this session is a 4th-tier magical beast core. After briefly introducing the core, Li Yan began the auction. Bidding for this 4th-tier magical core begins at 80,000 gold coins, 90,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, 110,000 gold coins. Moments later, the 4th-tier magical core was claimed by a 3rd-grade alchemist. Concurrently, a notification sound resonated in Liu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 4th-grade fire-type magical core was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the 8th-grade fire-type magical core. The 8th-grade fire-type magical core has been deposited into the system space. Please check, host. The 8th-grade fire-type magical core? Hearing the system's prompt, Liu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This 8th-grade magical core is indeed a valuable item. Liu Yun distinctly recalled that in the 8th-grade pill formulas, many pills required the 8th-grade magical core as a primary ingredient. Chapter 126, Soul Nurturing Divine Lotus. As Liu Yun was lost in thought, on the auction stage, Li Yan was far from idle. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the bidding for the 4th item of this auction. As Li Yan's words resonated, an immediate hush fell over the auction hall. A delicate maid gracefully ascended the platform, bearing a violet brocade box, which she presented to Li Yan. A subtle smile graced Li Yan's lips as he slowly reached out to unveil the box. Instantly, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted from within, permeating throughout the entire auction venue. The attendees were taken aback by this enchanting scent. Spirit herb. It was undoubtedly a spirit herb, and not just any ordinary one. In the private booth where Liu Yun and others were seated, the fragrance surged in, causing Folklun's expression to shift dramatically, his demeanor transforming into one of palpable excitement. Huanqing grass. This auction item is undoubtedly Huanqing grass. I must acquire this herb. Folklund gazed towards the auction stage, his face alight with determination. Old man, can you not maintain your composure? The Huanqing grass is right here. It won't escape, Otto remarked, observing Folklund's uncharacteristic display of enthusiasm. You know nothing. I have searched for this Huanqing grass for 5 long years. Securing this herb and refining it into the Huanhuan pill will grant me the opportunity to ascend to the realm of a 5th-tier alchemist, Folklund exclaimed. His aged visage flushed with excitement, a clear sign of his fervor. The Huanhuan pill. Hearing their conversation, Liu Yun felt a stirring in his heart, a memory unfurling in his mind. The Huanhuan pill, a 5th-tier elixir, could significantly enhance one's soul power upon consumption. However, recalling the drawbacks of such a pill, Liu Yun's brow furrowed. While the Huanhuan pill could indeed amplify one's soul strength, it forcibly stimulated the primal power of the soul, inflicting considerable harm upon it. After consuming this pill, the potential for further enhancement of soul power would be nearly extinguished. In other words, if Folklund took the Huanhuan pill, he would forever be confined to the realm of a 5th-tier alchemist, unable to progress any further. It seemed Folklund was aware that his potential had reached its limit. which led him to consider such an extreme measure, a method often employed by aging alchemists. Ladies and gentlemen, the item for auction today is none other than the 5th-tier spirit herb, Huanqing grass, Li Yin proclaimed, lifting the brocade box to reveal the precious herb to the audience. His voice ringing out, Huanqing grass, 5th-tier spirit herb. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing Li Yan's declaration. Particularly among the alchemists present, their eyes sparkled with fervor. To think that a 5th-tier spirit herb would appear at such an early stage in the auction, the Li family truly was making a grand gesture. The auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excited chatter. Sensing the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, Li Yan paused momentarily before initiating the bidding. We shall now begin the auction for the 5th-tier spirit herb, Huanqing grass, starting at 200,000 gold coins. As soon as Li Yan finished speaking, a flurry of bids erupted from the crowd. 201,000 gold coins, 202,000 gold coins, 203,000 gold coins, 204,000 gold coins, 205,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins. Before some could even process the situation, the price of Huanqing grass had already soared to 300,000 gold coins. Moreover, there was no sign of the bidding slowing down. The price continued to skyrocket. 301,000 gold coins, 302,000 gold coins, 303,000 gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. Soon, the price of Huanqing grass had surged to 400,000 gold coins. At this point, the bidding began to show signs of tapering off. In the private booth, Otto glanced at the visibly anxious Folklund and remarked, "Can you not keep your cool? We are just getting started. Do not be fooled by their enthusiastic bids. The real contest is yet to come." Upon hearing this, Folklund finally regained his composure. He had come prepared this time, armed with ample funds. He was determined to secure the Huanqing grass. With this thought, Folklund's expression calmed, and his gaze slowly returned to the auction stage, where the price of Huanqing grass continued to climb. Several alchemists were fiercely competing, refusing to yield. 550,000 gold coins, 600,000 gold coins, 601,000 gold coins, 605,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins. In no time, the price for Huanqing grass reached 700,000 gold coins. Witnessing this figure, many alchemists sighed and opted to withdraw. 800,000 gold coins. Just then, Folklund's voice resonated from Lu Yun's booth. Upon reaching this price, the bidding for Huanqing grass was nearing its conclusion, and Folklund could no longer hold back. He boldly jumped his bid by 100,000 gold coins, demonstrating his unwavering determination to obtain the herb. Upon hearing Folklund's voice, several alchemists' expressions shifted. Folklund was the president of the Alchemist Guild, and his voice was unmistakable to them. Now that Folklund sought the Huanqing grass, the other alchemists found themselves in a dilemma. If they continued to bid, they risked offending the guild president. Moreover, securing the Huanqing grass was not guaranteed. Realizing this, the alchemists collectively sighed and withdrew from the bidding. On the auction stage, Li Yin observed this turn of events with a twinge of regret. Had Folklund not suddenly bid, the price of Huanqing grass might have escalated even further. Although displeased, Li Yin understood the situation and refrained from provoking Folklund, promptly announcing, "This gentleman has bid 800,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" With no further bids, Li Yan declared, "Then this Huanqing grass belongs to this gentleman." Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Folklund's face broke into a relieved smile. He had finally secured the Huanqing grass. Simultaneously, Lu Yun's mind received a notification from the system. Ding! The auction for the 5th-tier spirit herb, Huanqing grass, has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 10,000-fold return, obtaining the 8th-tier spirit herb, Yunjin Divine Lotus. The Yunjin Divine Lotus has been delivered to the system space. Please check your inventory. The Yunjin Divine Lotus. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. Subsequently, he delved into the memories of the Dan Emperor's legacy, eventually uncovering information about the Yunjin Divine Lotus. As he contemplated its effects, an expression of intense excitement spread across Lu Yun's face. The Yunjin Divine Lotus could be regarded as an exceptional treasure for nurturing the soul. In the continent of Duki, the realm of the soul is classified into 4 stages: mortal, spirit, heaven, and emperor. Once one's soul power reaches the spirit stage, this Yunjin Divine Lotus can be seamlessly integrated into one's soul. The Yunjin Divine Lotus possesses formidable soul-nurturing properties. Once merged with the soul, it will autonomously enhance one's soul power. Moreover, the Yunjin Divine Lotus can generate a soul-nurturing light, shielding against external soul power probing and attacks. Chapter 127, 10,000 5th-tier magic cores. As Lu Yun reminisced about the wondrous applications of the Yunjin Divine Lotus, an uncontrollable smile graced his face. It is well known that in the continent of Duki, enhancing soul power is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Even with the cultivation of soul power techniques, the process is immensely challenging, exponentially more difficult than enhancing one's Duki cultivation. However, within the world, certain rare treasures can augment soul power strength. The Yunjin Divine Lotus stands as one of the finest among these extraordinary treasures. Once refined and integrated into the soul, the Yunjin Divine Lotus will never vanish. It will eternally reside within the Sea of Souls. There is no need to attend to it. It will continuously nourish and cultivate the essence of the soul, fortifying its strength and solidity. Upon observing that the attention of the few individuals in the private room was not directed towards him, Li Yun's mind stirred, prompting him to enter the system space directly. As soon as he stepped into the system space, he was captivated by a radiant orb of multicolored light. Floating in the void of the system space was a lotus flower, approximately the size of a basin, its vibrant hues shimmering. Surrounding this resplendent lotus were substances that resembled liquid, enveloping it in a protective embrace. Gazing at the flower, an inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloped Li Yun, as if his very soul felt a disquieting instability. It was evident that his current soul strength was insufficient. Realizing this, Li Yun felt an involuntary shiver of fear. No wonder the soul-nurturing divine lotus could only be refined by those whose soul realm had reached the spirit realm. With his present soul strength, he feared he could not even approach the soul-nurturing divine lotus, let alone refine it. Reflecting on this, he shook his head in resignation and exited the system space. Meanwhile, at the auction outside, Li Yun had already presented the fifth item for bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fifth item of today's auction. It is an advanced martial technique of the profound rank, the heart-devouring palm. On the auction stage, Li Yun elaborated on this item in detail. Li Yun's gaze shifted to the stage, recognizing that the heart-devouring palm was something he had obtained from the treasure trove within the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. He speculated that some unfortunate soul must have offended the amethyst-winged Lion King, resulting in their demise and the subsequent confiscation of their martial techniques by the lion. The bidding for the heart-devouring palm commenced, starting at 80,000 gold coins. As Li Yun focused intently, the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding. 90,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins. With each increment, the bidding fervor escalated, and soon the price soared to 200,000 gold coins. Yet, the voices of bidders continued to resonate. Moments later, the bids began to slow, nearing their conclusion. This gentleman has offered 350,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to increase their bid? With no further offers, Li Yun declared. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring this advanced martial technique of the profound rank. Ultimately, the heart-devouring palm was sold for 350,000 gold coins, claimed by the Lin family, one of the three great families of Black Rock City. As Li Yun announced the final results, a notification echoed in Li Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the advanced martial technique heart-devouring palm was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 10,000-fold return, receiving the intermediate heaven-ranked martial technique Blood Soul Seal. The Blood Soul Seal has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's notification, Li Yun felt a sense of indifference. Intermediate heaven-ranked martial techniques were already plentiful in his spatial ring. To him, these techniques held little value. The primary reason was that they were of no current use to him. Perhaps, once he advanced to the Emperor of Combat realm and possessed the capability to practice heaven-ranked martial techniques, he might find them of some interest. The auction continued without pause. Next up for bidding was the sixth item of the event. With Li Yun's announcement, a maid gracefully presented a brocade box to the auction stage. As before, Li Yun opened the box with ease. This time, the auction item was a 5th-tier Earth Attribute Magic Core. After a brief introduction, Li Yun wasted no time and initiated the bidding. The starting price for this 5th-tier Magic Core is 100,000 gold coins. As the starting price was announced, the hall erupted with bidding calls once more. 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins, 130,000 gold coins, 140,000 gold coins. Rapidly, the price of the 5th-tier Magic Core surged to 200,000 gold coins. Compared to the illusory Heartgrass, the 5th-tier Magic Core was undoubtedly easier to procure. Although both were 5th-tier treasures, the allure of the 5th-tier Magic Core paled in comparison to that of the illusory Heartgrass. The principle of rarity dictating value held true, regardless of its comparative abundance. The 5th-tier Magic Core was still a treasure of considerable worth. Amidst the continuous bidding, the price for the 5th-tier Magic Core quickly escalated to 700,000 gold coins. Ultimately, the bidding stabilized at 800,000 gold coins, remaining unmoved. Witnessing this, Li Yun promptly stepped forward to announce the results. This gentleman has bid 800,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? With silence enveloping the auction hall, Li Yun declared the final outcome. As no one has increased their bid, congratulations to this gentleman. The 5th-tier Magic Core is now yours. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Li Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 5th-tier magic core was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 10,000-fold return, receiving 10,000 5th-tier magic cores. 10,000 5th-tier magic cores have been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. What on earth? 10,000 5th-tier magic cores? Is this for real? After a brief silence, he confirmed it was not a malfunction of the system and promptly immersed his consciousness back into the system space. Upon entering, a dazzling brilliance nearly blinded him. Before his eyes lay a mountain of radiant crystals, and as he focused, he realized they were indeed all 5th-tier magic cores. Staring at this scene, Lu Yun found himself at a loss for words. The 10,000-fold return was indeed a reality. As he scrutinized the pile of 5th-tier magic cores, Lu Yun gradually regained his composure. Through this experience, he realized that the so-called 10,000-fold return need not pertain solely to quality. It could also manifest as a return in quantity. This clever system certainly had its tricks up its sleeve. Little thing, you have quite the flair for creativity. I wonder if you could manage a genuine 10,000-fold return when the amethyst-winged Lion King is auctioned. I would love to see if that simpleton would be left in a state of shock. Chapter 128. Auction of the 6th-tier monster egg. Prices have been revised. Reduced by a factor of 10. Prices have been revised. Reduced by a factor of 10. Prices have been revised. Reduced by a factor of 10. The importance of this matter warrants repetition thrice. Though previously explained, many readers have expressed confusion over the declining prices. As numerous readers have commented that my pricing was excessively high, I have taken their suggestions into account. However, synchronization with the other platform, MeDo, is not feasible in the short term, which may cause significant reading disruptions for my dear readers. I apologize for this inconvenience. Gazing at the mountain of 5th-tier magic cores in the system space, Lu Yun, after a moment of bewilderment, gradually regained his senses. Though the system's actions had left him somewhat dazed, upon coming to terms with the reality of the situation, he could not help but smile at the sight of the immense pile of magic cores. If the 10,000-fold return had been based on quality, the high caliber of the items would likely remain and used for the foreseeable future, merely gathering dust in the system space. However, this unexpected turn of events had indeed brought Lu Yun a delightful surprise. While he may not have had use for high-quality magic cores at present, surely he could find a purpose for the 5th-tier magic cores, calculating the worth of these cores at 80,000 gold coins each. The total value of this collection amounted to a staggering 1 billion gold coins. Goodness, with such wealth, I could become the wealthiest individual in the Gamma Empire. I dare say even the royal family would pale in comparison. Perfectly, this trove of 5th-tier magic cores would enable him to execute his plans more effectively. After admiring the sight for a while, Lu Yun gradually exited the system space. Upon returning to consciousness, his gaze immediately shifted back to the auction hall. There, Lu Yun was preparing to present the 7th item for bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the 7th item of this event. As soon as Li Yan's voice fell, a maid gracefully ascended the auction stage, carrying a purple brocade box. Li Yan stepped forward and directly opened the box. A hint of mystery etched upon his face. The item for auction this time was rather unique. Having spoken, Li Yan extended his hands to unveil the auction item within. It was none other than the egg of a 6th-tier magical beast, the iron-winged giant eagle. Li Yan held the blue magical beast egg aloft, his tones soaring with excitement. A 6th-tier magical beast egg, the iron-winged giant eagle. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, it was no surprise that the entire auction hall erupted in fervor. A 6th-tier magical beast. How astonishing. The Li family's audacity this time is truly unprecedented. Even the prestigious Midder auction house in the imperial capital may not possess a 6th-tier magical beast egg. The gathered crowd gazed at the 6th-tier magical beast egg in Li Yan's hands, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire. This was indeed a 6th-tier magical beast. If nurtured properly, it would undoubtedly elevate its owner to one of the foremost families in the Gamma Empire. There was even a possibility of surpassing the royal family itself. It is worth noting that the royal family of the Gamma Empire originally rose to power by means of a 6th-tier magical beast, the Nethersea Serpent. It is said that this very 6th-tier magical beast now resides hidden within the royal family, serving as their guardian sacred beast. With this thought, various families gazed at the magical beast egg in Li Yan's possession, their eyes filled with fervor. This 6th-tier magical beast egg must not fall into the hands of the 3 great families. In a private room, the city lord, Yu Guang, stared at the magical beast egg in Li Yan's grasp, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the egg's immense value. Should it fall into the hands of another family, his position as city lord would likely be jeopardized. Meanwhile, in other private rooms, the 2 other prominent families of Haiyan City were fixated on the magical beast egg in Li Yan's hands, their expressions resolute with determination. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a suitable crescendo, Li Yin slowly placed the magical beast egg back into the brocade box. Observing the fervent glances from the crowd below, a smile crept upon his lips. You all must understand the value of this 6th-tier magical beast egg, which cannot simply be measured in gold coins. Therefore, this auction will not only accept gold, but also treasures of equal value. I will give priority to exceptional materials. As soon as Li Yan's words left his lips, the attendees were instantly thrown into a state of excitement. However, it was only natural to consider using extraordinary treasures to bid for such a priceless item as the 6th-tier magical beast egg. A 6th-tier magical beast, no less. In the private room occupied by Lu Yun, Feilin gazed at the magical beast egg on the auction stage, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. I must ask my father to purchase it for me. Seemingly struck by a thought, Feilin's charming face lit up with enthusiasm, and she hurriedly left the room. Presumably to seek out City Lord Yuguan. What scheme does the Li family have in mind? Are they truly auctioning off a 6th-tier magical beast egg? Otto regarded the magical beast egg in Li Yan's hands with a hint of skepticism. To be frank, if it were him, he would never consider auctioning off such a priceless 6th-tier magical beast egg. Would it not be better to keep it for oneself? Nurturing it could potentially yield a formidable ally with the strength of a Do Huang, allowing one to traverse the Gamma Empire with impunity. Auctioning it now would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Old fellow, do you think this 6th-tier magical beast egg might have been placed here by some powerful entity, prompting the Li family to auction it? Otto speculated, his brow furrowing. Quite possibly. However, why wouldn't they take it to the imperial capital for auction? Wouldn't that yield a greater market? In response, Otto nodded, his face reflecting the same confusion. The 6th-tier magical beast egg would indeed garner the highest profit at the Midder auction house. Little did they know, the architect of it all was seated right beside them. Lu Yun, overhearing their discussion, could not help but smile faintly. You two could ponder endlessly and still not realize that the powerful entity you speak of is right here, in this private room. For Lu Yun, the question of profit was of little consequence. The sole objective was to see it auctioned off. As the discussions among the attendees dwindled, Li Yin decided to cut through the chatter and commence the auction. We shall now begin the bidding for this magical beast egg, with no starting price. Let the bidding commence. In Li Yan's eyes, this magical beast egg was an invaluable treasure. Thus, he set no starting price, allowing the crowd to unleash their competitive spirits. As his voice faded, a momentary hush enveloped the auction hall, only to be followed by an explosive surge of bidding. 500,000 gold coins. 650,000 gold coins, plus 1 4th-tier elixir. 800,000 gold coins, plus 2 4th-tier elixirs. 900,000 gold coins, plus 2 4th-tier elixirs. Within a brief span, the 6th-tier magical beast egg soared to an exorbitantly inflated price. Yet, even amidst such staggering figures, the crowd continued to fervently raise their bids without a hint of hesitation. 1 million gold coins, plus 2 4th-tier elixirs. 110,000 gold coins, plus 2 4th-tier elixirs. 120,000 gold coins, plus 2 4th-tier elixirs. The bidding at the auction was relentless and ceaseless, transforming the atmosphere into a cacophony of excitement. With each shout from the attendees, the price of the 6th-tier magical beast egg climbed ever higher, reaching astronomical heights. After a quarter of an hour, the fervor of the bidding began to wane. In the auction hall, only a few powerful families remained in contention. 150,000 gold coins, plus 3 4th-tier elixirs. In one corner of the auction house, the head of the Shui family hesitated for a moment before raising his voice. His gaze fixed upon the 6th-tier magical beast egg on the auction stage, his determination resolute. The Shui family must acquire this 6th-tier magical beast egg. Historically, the Shui family had maintained a good relationship with the Li family, and prior to the auction's commencement, the head of the Shui family had sought insight from the Li family. Although Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, did not disclose all the information about the auction items, he had subtly indicated that the 6th-tier magical beast egg was not the most valuable item on the auction block. There were, in fact, 2 items even more precious than this 6th-tier magical beast egg. Upon receiving this information, the head of the Shui family was greatly shaken. To him, the 6th-tier magical beast egg already represented a fortune beyond measure. What could possibly be more valuable than this 6th-tier magical beast egg? After a thorough deliberation among the senior members of the Shui family, they reached a consensus. The 6th-tier magical beast egg must be secured. They understood that, given the strength of the 3 great families, they could not compete with the city lord's authority. Even if they wished to vie for the 2 subsequent auction items, they were powerless to do so. Therefore, the Shui family agreed that acquiring the 6th-tier magical beast egg would suffice, and they would refrain from contesting the following 2 items. The moment the head of the Shui family finished speaking, a voice emerged from the private room belonging to the city lord. 2 million gold coins, plus 4 4th-tier elixirs. In the private room, Fei Lin clung to City Lord Yu Guang's arm, her charming face awash with excitement. Father, you must secure this iron-winged giant eagle's magical beast egg for me. I no longer desire my coming-of-age gift from last night. I only want this 6th-tier magical beast egg. Upon hearing this, City Lord Yu Guang's expression darkened. A 6th-tier magical beast egg as a coming-of-age gift? What an absurdity. Even a royal princess would not receive such a lavish present. Fei Lin, do not be foolish. The 6th-tier magical beast egg is of immense significance and not a matter for frivolity. With this thought, City Lord Yu Guang adopted a serious tone. I shall ignore you. Chastised by Lord Yu Guang, Fei Lin's delicate visage darkened with displeasure, and with a huff, she departed the private room. This girl, observing her exit. Lord Yu Guang could only shake his head in resignation, before redirecting his attention to the auction stage. Master, shall we proceed? In the Shui family's private room, the elder spoke with a grave expression, glancing towards the head of the Shui family upon hearing the reported bid from the Lord's estate. I refuse to believe that the Lord's estate dares to prolong this any further, the head of the Shui family replied, a shadow passing over his countenance. Unless they are willing to forego the 2 more valuable items that follow. The head of the Shui family remained unperturbed, for he had heard whispers of a 6th-tier magical beast cub being auctioned later. Compared to this magical beast egg, the cub was evidently far more precious. With this thought in mind, he clenched his teeth and declared, 3 million gold coins, along with a 5th-tier elixir. 3 million gold coins. A 5th-tier elixir. The news sent a ripple of astonishment through the auction hall, for this was nearly the extent of the Shui family's financial capacity. Should the Lord's estate continue to press, they would be compelled to relinquish their pursuit. Lord Yu Guang, I hope you will not overreach. The head of the Shui family fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Lord's estate, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The 3 great families would never stand idly by while the Lord's estate monopolized the remaining prestigious items. Otherwise, the future of Haiyan City would no longer be a sanctuary for the 3 great families. As the 5th-tier elixir was announced, the auction hall erupted in fervor. The Shui family was indeed making bold moves, indicating their determination to acquire the 6th-tier magical beast egg. In the private room where Lu Yun resided, Shui Mei cast a glance at the sulking Fei Lin, a smile playing at her lips. What's wrong? Did your father refuse your request? Mind your own business. Fei Lin retorted, her pretty face darkening with anger. Seeing the 2 young women at odds, Lu Yun, seated between them, felt a wave of exasperation. 2 fierce tigresses. Lord, what shall we do now? Shall we continue bidding? A middle-aged man from the Lord's estate looked at Yu Guang with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lord Yu Guang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the Shui family had concealed a 5th-tier elixir. They truly were adept at hiding their capabilities. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head in resignation. This is likely the Shui family's limit. Our goal lies with the 6th-tier magical beast cub. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, remaining silent as they refrained from further bidding. On the auction stage, Li Yin waited a moment before realizing that the Lord's estate had ceased their bidding. Understanding this, he stepped forward and announced, this gentleman bids 3 million gold coins and a 5th-tier elixir. Is there anyone else willing to bid? When no response came, Li Yin promptly declared the final result. As there are no further bids, congratulations to this gentleman. The 6th-tier magical beast egg is yours. In the Shui family's private room, the head of the Shui family displayed a look of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the 6th-tier magical beast egg was now in their possession. The auction had proven to be quite beneficial for the Shui family. At that very moment, as Li Yan's words echoed, Lu Yun received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! The auction for the 6th-tier Ironwing Giant Eagle's magical beast egg has been successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving an 8th-tier Wanda Beast's magical beast egg. The 8th-tier Wanda Beast's magical beast egg has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it. An 8th-tier Wanda Beast's magical beast egg? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Wanda Beast? What manner of beast is that? Noting that those beside him were preoccupied, Lu Yun's thoughts shifted, and he delved into the system space. There, he beheld a black magical beast egg suspended in the void, surrounded by swirling tendrils of black energy, presenting an eerie sight. As Lu Yun's consciousness made contact with the egg, he instantly acquired information about the Wanda Beast. The Wanda Beast, a creature of the world, possesses an extraordinarily potent toxin-neutralizing ability. The Wandu pearls it nurtures can dissolve all poisons under heaven. Chapter 130. Auction of the Little Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. The Wanda Beast possesses the ability to neutralize all poisons? A look of astonishment crossed Lu Yun's face at this revelation. Such a capability could indeed be deemed extraordinary among the myriad creatures of the world. Moreover, Lu Yun discovered that the Wanda Beast not only had the ability to neutralize all poisons, but it could also absorb toxins to grow and enhance its strength. Contemplating this ability, Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar. Suddenly, a fleeting image of a white figure flashed through his mind. This creature bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Yixian's toxic body. Both rely on absorbing potent toxins to augment their power. Thinking of Xiao Yixian, Lu Yun felt a renewed urgency regarding his plans. The journey to the Outcloud Empire could not be delayed any longer. With the Wandu beast at his side, he would have no need to fear those cunning poison masters. The existence of the Wandu beast could be seen as a direct counter to poison masters. After all, the ability to neutralize all poisons is not to be taken lightly. However, the Wandu beast remains merely an egg for now. To realize its potential, it must first be hatched. Fortunately, the process for hatching the Wandu beast is simple. As the most toxic creature in existence, immersing it in toxic water to absorb sufficient poison would ensure its successful hatching. With the Wandu beast possessing an 8th-tier magical beast lineage, once hatched, it would immediately exhibit the strength of a 6th-tier magical beast, capable of contending with human emperor-level fighters. Armed with its unparalleled toxin manipulation abilities, it would easily surpass any human opponent of the same tier. Gazing at the black magical beast egg suspended in the void, a smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips. Once this auction concludes, he would prepare to hatch the Wandu beast. By then, he would have yet another capable ally by his side. With this thought, Lu Yun's smile widened. Casting one last glance at the magical beast egg, he withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Li Yin was preparing to auction the 8th item. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the 8th item of this event. Li Yin addressed the crowd, his tone filled with enthusiasm. At his words, the attention of everyone present was immediately captured. The 7th item had been a 6th-tier magical beast egg. What could possibly be of greater value than that for the 8th item? Could it be that the Black Rock auction house had something even more precious to offer? As these thoughts raced through their minds, all eyes were drawn to the auction stage, filled with anticipation. At Li Yan's signal, 2 men stepped forward, carrying an iron cage draped with red cloth onto the stage. The cage, crafted from a special kind of mysterious iron, was extraordinarily sturdy, impervious even to the mightiest of spirit masters. With a thud, the cage landed on the auction stage, its weighty sound further capturing the crowd's attention. What could possibly be contained within this iron cage? Sensing the eager expressions of the attendees, Li Yin wasted no time, walking over to unveil the red cloth covering the cage. Ladies and gentlemen, the item up for auction now is a 6th-tier magical beast, the cub of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. As the cloth was lifted, Li Yin introduced the item to the audience. Within the cage lay a small purple beast, currently in a state of slumber. Upon seeing the purple creature and hearing Li Yan's announcement, the auction hall erupted into a frenzy of excitement. A 6th-tier magical beast cub of the purple crystal-winged Lion King? All eyes were fixated upon the small amethyst-winged Lion King, each visage betraying a profound astonishment. Is this truly the offspring of a 6th-tier magical beast? How could the Li family possibly have the audacity to present it for auction? Such a bold move seems utterly preposterous. Following this auction, the Black Rock auction house is certain to gain renown throughout the entirety of the Gamma Empire. It is worth noting that even the foremost auction house of the Gamma Empire, the Middle Auction House, would struggle to procure a 6th-tier magical beast young for sale. The astonishment was not confined to the attendees of the auction. The various esteemed families in the private boxes, including the city lord's residents, were equally taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the 6th-tier magical beast offspring mentioned by the Li family would be a scion of the amethyst-winged lion lineage? Within the private box of the city lord's residence, City Lord Yu Guang rose abruptly upon hearing Li Yan's introduction. His gaze riveted upon the purple creature upon the auction platform, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Among 6th-tier magical beasts, the amethyst-winged lion clan undoubtedly ranks as a premier species. Should it be nurtured, it could rival even the enigmatic sea serpent among the royal family. Contemplating this, City Lord Yu Guang regarded the young amethyst-winged Lion King on the auction stage with an intense desire. This precious creature must become mine. In the box occupied by Lu Yun, Otto stared in astonishment at the auction stage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yun. A flicker of suspicion crossing his features. Lu Yun, I recall your violet flames. Upon noticing Otto's gaze upon him, Lu Yun found himself momentarily flabbergasted. Why on earth would this old fellow suddenly think of me? Surely, he does not suspect that I am the one who placed the amethyst-winged Lion King offspring up for auction? I lack such capabilities. If I were to obtain this young amethyst-winged Lion King, why would I not rear it myself instead of foolishly auctioning it off? Lu Yun hastily attempted to clarify, inwardly grumbling about the old man's excessive sensitivity. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear of Otto's suspicion. Even if he were to discover the truth, what of it? After all, I intend to depart from Black Rock City once the auction concludes. What can a mere 4th-tier alchemist do to me? In response, Otto, observing Lu Yun's youthful countenance, felt his initial doubts dissipate. Though Lu Yun possessed the cultivation of a fighting master, it was inconceivable that he could snatch the young amethyst-winged Lion King from its grasp. On the auction stage, Li Yan, sensing that the atmosphere had reached a suitable crescendo, ceased his superfluous chatter and commenced the auction. Esteemed guests, we shall now begin the bidding for this young amethyst-winged Lion King. There shall be no starting bid. You may commence your offers. At the moment Li Yan's words fell, a cacophony of bids erupted throughout the auction house. 1 million gold coins, 3 third-tier elixirs, 2 million gold coins, 3 fourth-tier elixirs, 3 million gold coins, 5 fourth-tier elixirs, 4 million gold coins, 6 fourth-tier elixirs. In the span of mere breaths, the price of the young amethyst-winged Lion King soared to an astronomical figure, with the numbers continuing to climb. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun could hardly contain his astonishment. These individuals are truly deranged. Chapter 131. Fierce Competition. 5 million gold coins, 6 fourth-tier elixirs. 6 million gold coins, 6 fourth-tier elixirs, 3 third-tier elixirs. 7 million gold coins, 6 fourth-tier elixirs, 1 fifth-tier spiritual herb. On the auction stage, the price of the young amethyst-winged Lion King continued to escalate. The bids from the prominent families grew ever more staggering. The emergence of a sixth-tier magical beast's offspring laid bare the hidden reserves of these families accumulated over the years. Several smaller families found themselves bereft of any voice, staring vacantly at the tumultuous bidding. Faced with the exorbitant offers from the larger families, they lacked the courage to continue. In that moment, they comprehended the stark disparity in strength between small families and their more powerful counterparts. Even if they were to liquidate their assets, they would not dare to propose such an outrageous sum. As the bids continued to ring out, after approximately half an hour, they gradually began to slow. 8 million gold coins, 3 fourth-tier elixirs, 1 fifth-tier elixir. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out, silencing the entire auction house in an instant. A fifth-tier elixir has appeared. For the prominent families of Black Rock City, the existence of fifth-tier items represents their ultimate reserve of strength. This is also why the 3 major families of Black Rock City, along with the City Lord's residents, are able to suppress the smaller families. Upon hearing this voice, all present turned their attention towards its origin. The Lin family. That is the box belonging to the Lin family. Among the 3 prominent families of Black Rock City, the Shui family has already made a move. The Li family is the host of this auction. The only remaining contender is the Lin family. Seeing the Lin family take action, the other families couldn't help but speculate. Can the Lin family truly secure this 6th-tier magical beast offspring from the City Lord's residence? The current situation in Black Rock City is well understood among these families. The Shui family has already acquired a 6th-tier magical beast egg. If this young amethyst-winged Lion King were to fall into the hands of the Lin family, it would place the City Lord's residence in a most precarious position. At this moment, within the Lin family's box, Patriarch, do you think we stand a chance against the City Lord's residence? The Lin family's elder gazed at the Lin family patriarch, his tone heavy with concern. We will not know unless we try. In response, the Lin family patriarch's face revealed a determined expression. He gazed at the young amethyst-winged Lion King on the auction platform, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Should we be fortunate enough to acquire this 6th-tier magical beast offspring, the future of the Lin family will soar to unprecedented heights. The Lin family elder, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of worry. Although the Lin family is formidable, they still lag significantly behind the City Lord's residence. Over the years, had it not been for the alliance among the 3 major families, they would have been systematically suppressed by the City Lord's residence. Simultaneously, in the box belonging to the City Lord's residence, my lord, it is time for us to place our bid. Noticing the sudden silence that had enveloped the auction, a middle-aged man beside City Lord Yu Guang spoke up. I did not expect the Lin family to be so impatient, directly unveiling a 5th-tier elixir. In response, City Lord Yu Guang's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Lin family, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. They cannot be so naive as to believe that, after presenting a 5th-tier elixir, I would simply retreat as I did previously. After a moment of silence, City Lord Yu Guang addressed the middle-aged man directly. Make your bid. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and boldly declared to the auction house. 9 million gold coins, 4 4th-tier elixirs, and 1 5th-tier elixir. With the middle-aged man's declaration, the entire auction house fell into a profound silence once more. However, after a brief pause, the attendees erupted into a clamorous discussion. Another 5th-tier elixir. The City Lord's residence has finally made their move. What a grand gesture. Everyone was astonished. This auction has truly opened their eyes. Yes, my father has finally made a move. In the box where Lu Yun and the others were seated, Faylene exclaimed excitedly upon hearing her father's bid. In that moment, she grasped her father's intent. It became clear that his target was this sixth-tier magical beast offspring. No wonder he had so readily relinquished that magical beast egg. With this thought, Faline raised her chin, casting a triumphant glance at the seemingly indifferent Xuemei, akin to a victorious general. Meanwhile, Xuemei feigned ignorance of Faline's antics. Her unwavering gaze fixed upon the auction stage, causing Faline to feel a twinge of disappointment. Patriarch, what shall we do now? Within the Lin family's box, the elder cast an anxious glance at the Lin family patriarch. In response, the Lin family patriarch's expression also darkened. After a brief moment of silence, the head of the Lin family solemnly declared, "Add another fifth-grade elixir." Upon hearing the words of the Lin family patriarch, the elder of the Lin family suddenly appeared troubled. "Patriarch, but we only possess one fifth-grade elixir. If we proceed this way, won't we be violating the rules of the Blackrock auction house?" The patriarch's expression darkened as he retorted, "Just do as I say and stop your prattling. Do you think I lack discretion?" At these words, the elder's countenance shifted, and he could only comply reluctantly, raising his voice to the auction hall. 9 million gold coins for fourth-grade elixirs and 2 fifth-grade elixirs. As soon as the elder's announcement echoed, the entire auction hall fell into a momentary stupor before erupting into a clamorous uproar. 2 fifth-grade elixirs? Is that truly all the Lin family can muster? In that instant, the various families present seemed to recognize the Lin family's strength for the first time. It is known that, although the three major families of Blackrock City have never explicitly ranked themselves, everyone is aware that the Lin family is considered the weakest among them. Yet now, the Lin family has unexpectedly produced 2 fifth-grade elixirs, leaving everyone in shock. How deeply the Lin family has concealed their true capabilities. Patriarch, it is truly unfathomable that the Lin family can present 2 fifth-grade elixirs. The elder of the Xue family gazed in astonishment at the Lin family's booth. For so many years, he had underestimated the Lin family. The fifth-grade elixir from the Lin family came from the Li family. Meanwhile, the head of the Xue family seemed to have already anticipated this. His expression unchanging as he calmly remarked, "What? This fifth-grade elixir was provided by the Li family. But why?" Upon hearing this, the elder of the Xue family was taken aback, wanting to say something, but suddenly a flash of insight struck him, and he understood. The Li family must not want the city lord's mansion to obtain this young amethyst-winged lion. In response, the head of the Xue family nodded. This was a strategy discussed among the three major families prior to the auction. The young sixth-tier magical beast absolutely must not fall into the hands of the city lord's mansion. Even if it did, they must not be allowed to acquire it so easily. Of course, the Li family would not simply gift the Lin family a fifth-grade elixir. The Lin family must have paid a considerable price to obtain it. But can 2 fifth-grade elixirs truly suffice to seize this young amethyst-winged lion from the city lord's mansion? The head of the Xue family gazed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. It is said that this city lord has a special relationship with the royal family. Chapter 132, The Void Escape Beast. In the city lord's mansion booth, a middle-aged man anxiously inquired, "City lord, shall we continue to raise the bid?" His gaze fixated on city lord Yu Guang, his expression tense. The Lin family's offer of 2 fifth-grade elixirs truly caught him off guard. Wasn't the Lin family supposed to be the weakest among the three major families? Yet they have managed to present 2 fifth-grade elixirs, which is nothing short of astonishing. Of course we must bid. City Lord Yu Guang's expression was also somewhat grim. The Lin family's move had taken him by surprise. He could not fathom how the Lin family had acquired 2 fifth-grade elixirs. After all, even he could only offer 2 fifth-grade elixirs at most. Suddenly, an idea struck City Lord Yu Guang, and his gaze fell upon Li Yan on the auction stage, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. "Well played, Li family. I originally thought you intended to remain uninvolved, but it seems you were prepared all along. However, do you truly believe you can thwart my acquisition of the young amethyst-winged lion? How laughable. This time, I will ensure your utter defeat." With that, City Lord Yu Guang turned to the middle-aged man and commanded 2 fifth-grade elixirs, along with a fifth-grade prescription. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, rising to announce to the auction hall, 10 million gold coins for fourth-grade elixirs, 2 fifth-grade elixirs, and 1 fifth-grade prescription. Initially, the audience had presumed the city lord's booth was silent due to the Lin family's high bid, leading them to believe that the city lord's mansion had surrendered. However, with the middle-aged man's announcement, the entire auction hall plunged into a profound silence. 2 fifth-grade elixirs, 1 fifth-grade prescription. This bid left everyone present in a state of astonishment. The city lord's mansion actually possesses a fifth-grade prescription? In the auction hall, several alchemists, upon hearing the city lord's bid, appeared increasingly excited. It is well known that for alchemists, the value of a fifth-grade prescription far exceeds that of a single fifth-grade elixir. In the realm of alchemy, the creation of a prescription is not as simple as merely jotting down notes. An alchemist must utilize their soul power as ink and wield a brush to successfully craft a qualified prescription. When utilizing the prescription, the alchemist must infuse their soul power into it to access the essential data concealed within, such as the precise quantities of required materials and the appropriate intensity of heat. These details are crucial in the refinement of elixirs. Without this information, no matter how skilled an alchemist may be, they would still need to conduct numerous experiments before possibly being able to refine the elixir described in the prescription. However, during this experimental process, many rare materials may be damaged, resulting in a substantial loss. Therefore, in the eyes of many alchemists, the value of a prescription is far greater than that of an elixir of the same grade. This means that the price offered by the City Lord's mansion has already far surpassed the value of 3 fifth-grade elixirs. Alas, however, acquiring this young amethyst-winged lion cub will still be worth it. After announcing this price, a flicker of pain crossed City Lord Yuguang's eyes. Originally, this 5th-grade prescription had been entrusted to him by those above to win over the Alchemist Guild of Blackrock City. Yet the Lin family's offer of 2 5th-grade elixirs had caught him off guard, leaving him with no choice but to bring forth this 5th-grade prescription. Damn it! How can this be? How does the City Lord's mansion possess a 5th-grade prescription? In the Lin family booth, upon hearing the City Lord's bid, the Lin family patriarch's expression darkened. At this point, even if he were to present another 5th-grade elixir, he could not surpass the price set by the City Lord's mansion. How could a single 5th-grade elixir compare to a 5th-grade prescription? Beside him, the elder of the Lin family displayed a look of despair. After the City Lord's exorbitant offer, the outcome was already sealed. In this clash with the City Lord's mansion, the Lin family was destined for utter defeat. In the booth where Lu Yun resided, Otto and Forkland exchanged glances, their expressions shifting at the mention of the City Lord's bid. They too were somewhat astonished by the 5th-grade prescription. As 4th-grade alchemists, they believed their status was on par with the 3 major families of Blackrock City. Yet the 5th-grade prescription offered by the City Lord's mansion genuinely moved them. Even Forkland, as the president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, possessed only 2 5th-grade prescriptions. They could never have anticipated that this 5th-grade prescription was originally prepared for them by City Lord Yuguang. On the auction stage, after the City Lord's bid, Li Yin realized that the City Lord's mansion had already secured victory in this contest. The Lin family could no longer offer a higher price. With this thought, Li Yin no longer hesitated and slowly stepped forward, announcing, "Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? If not, this young 6th-tier magical beast cub will belong to this gentleman." Upon hearing Li Yan's words, silence enveloped the hall. The Lin family booth displayed only the patriarch's despondent countenance. Faced with this, Li Yan could only reluctantly announce the final result. "Since no one has raised the bid, I hereby declare that this 6th-tier magical beast cub belongs to this gentleman." As he spoke, Li Yan's gaze shifted towards the direction of the City Lord's private room. Upon hearing Li Yan announce the final result, a smile finally graced the face of City Lord Yuguang. In the end, it was he who triumphed. In the private room where Lu Yun and others were, Fei Lin, upon hearing the final result, was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly rushed out. Seemingly heading towards the City Lord's private room, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Yun's face. "I wonder if the strength of the City Lord's residence can withstand the wrath of the amethyst-winged Lion King? Well, let us allow you to revel in your joy for a while. After all, this money shouldn't be spent in vain." Just at that moment, a notification from the system suddenly resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King cub was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving an 8th-tier void-burrowing beast cub. The void-burrowing beast cub has been allocated to the system space. Please check. Host. An 8th-tier magical beast. A void-burrowing beast cub? What kind of magical beast is this? With void in its name, could it possess the ability of the void? With a thought, Lu Yun's consciousness directly descended into the system space. Initially, I set the price a tad too high, and many readers reacted that the prices were exorbitant. Now that I've lowered it, some readers are saying the prices are too low. Oh dear, I'm at a loss. Can we not dwell on this pricing issue? Changing it would be quite troublesome. I do need to seek permissions from the editor, and some software isn't even in sync. Chapter 133, Auction of the Companion Amethyst Source. As Lu Yun's consciousness entered the system space, he beheld a violet entity suspended in the void. Approaching it, he soon discerned the true nature of this violet object. It was a small beast entirely cloaked in purple, surrounded by violet crystals, with even its eyes radiating a purple glow. Is this the void-burrowing beast? Filled with curiosity, Lu Yun's consciousness slowly approached the void-burrowing beast. Subsequently, a surge of information flooded into Lu Yun's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, Lu Yun assimilated the information and understood many details about the void-burrowing beast. The void-burrowing beast is a void-type magical beast, possessing the ability to create void passages underground. These void passages serve as conduits existing between two spaces. Entering a void passage allows one to reach the other end in an incredibly short time. This is somewhat reminiscent of the void tunnels on the Dookie continent. However, the void passages created by the void-burrowing beast are extraordinarily stable, unlike void tunnels, which often encounter chaotic void currents. If one were to traverse a void tunnel and encounter chaotic void currents, it would surely be a matter of life and death. Additionally, the void passages established by the void-burrowing beast are concealed deep underground, remaining undetectable to outsiders, whereas void tunnels are typically established on the surface. Having comprehended the capabilities of the void-burrowing beast, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. The power of the void-burrowing beast is remarkable. It can actually establish void passages between two locations. Does this mean that in the future, I can reach any destination directly through the void passages? I could even instantaneously travel from the Gamma Empire to the central continent? Of course, that is a matter for the future. Currently, the void-burrowing beast is merely a cub. Its strength is only at the 6th tier, equivalent to that of a Do Huang-level human. Lu Yun estimated that, with the current strength of the void-burrowing beast, it could at most establish a void passage within the Gamma Empire. To break through to beyond the Gamma Empire, it would likely need to reach the pinnacle of 6th tier strength. However, even so, this is already sufficient for Lu Yun. In the future, he could establish void passages in places like Wutan City, Haiyan City, and the Imperial Capital. As long as an auction is held, he could directly access it through the void passage, saving him a tremendous amount of time each time. With these thoughts, Lu Yun's eyes grew increasingly bright. The emergence of the void-burrowing beast allows him to expedite his previously set plans. Naturally, as an 8th-tier magical beast cub, the void-burrowing beast possesses more than just the ability to create void passages. It also wields many other void-related supernatural powers, such as void sealing and void cutting. Among its tier, the void-burrowing beast can easily dominate its opponents. In the later stages, once the void-burrowing beast matures, it will be able to traverse the void at will, impervious to external attacks. As the myriad of the void-burrowing beast's formidable abilities flashed through his mind, a look of delight appeared on Lu Yun's face. He had indeed struck gold this time. If the void-burrowing beast grows, it will become an extraordinarily powerful ally. Casting one last glance at the void-burrowing beast cub, Lu Yun slightly contained his excitement and gradually withdrew his consciousness from the system space. At that moment, Fei Lin had already returned from the city lord's residence to the private room, wearing a proud expression as she boasted to Xuemei. Xuemei, once your iron-winged giant eagle hatches, I'll bring my amethyst-winged lion cub, and we can have a beast duel. How about that? Fei Lin leaned closer to Xuemei, her delicate face animated with excitement. Upon hearing Fei Lin's words, Xuemei fell silent, seemingly disinclined to engage. To pit a 6th-tier magical beast against another? Does she truly think of it as a mere pet? It must be said, Fei Lin has quite the audacity. Even Lu Yun, listening nearby, felt that this girl was no ordinary bold. After all, that is a 6th-tier magical beast. Even the royal family would handle it with utmost care. Goodness, she is actually thinking of using it for a duel. Truly deserving of the title of the first sorceress of Haiyan City. Lu Yun mused. Wondering if the amethyst-winged lion cub were to be raised by Fei Lin for a period, would it end up being ruined by her whims? Just as the two girls were engaging in their playful banter, Li Yan on the auction stage was preparing to auction the 9th item, which would be the grand finale of this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the auction for the final item of this event. On the auction stage, Li Yan surveyed the bustling crowd and proclaimed in a loud voice. With Li Yan's declaration, the entire auction hall fell silent in an instant. The final item for auction? The grand finale? Could it possibly be of even greater value than the 6th-tier magical beast cub? All eyes turned to Li Yan on the stage, their faces reflecting anticipation. As soon as Li Yan's words fell, a maid stepped onto the auction stage, carrying a purple brocade box. Li Yan smiled slightly, approached, and opened the box. He then began to introduce the final item for auction. I believe many of you may not have heard of it. It is called the Companion Amethyst Source. Hearing Li Yan's words, most attendees displayed expressions of puzzlement. Companion Amethyst Source? What is this? Why does it carry the name Amethyst? Could it be related to the amethyst-winged Lion King? Of course, not everyone was in the dark. There were those who recognized its worth. In the private room where Lu Yun was, upon hearing Li Yan's introduction, Otto and Forkland suddenly rose, their gazes fixed intently on the auction stage, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The Companion Amethyst Source. I never expected such a legendary treasure would appear at the Haiyan auction. Beside them, Fei Lin and Xuemei, observing their teacher's shock, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Teacher, what exactly is the Companion Amethyst Source? Why are you both so astonished? Seeing their pupils' inquiries, Otto and Forkland explained. The Companion Amethyst Source is produced by the amethyst-winged Lion King, born alongside the cub, with an extremely low probability of occurrence, rarely sought after in a century. For those cultivating fire attribute techniques, it is an invaluable treasure. Produced by the amethyst-winged lion king? Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Phalene's eyes. The young amethyst-winged lion from my family. This accompanying amethyst source and the young amethyst-winged lion must have originated from the same hand. Shuemei's beautiful eyes revealed a contemplative expression as she remarked with uncertainty. Indeed, Otto affirmed Shuemei's speculation, elaborating. This accompanying amethyst source, due to its prolonged stay within the belly of the Lion King, harbors an exceptionally pure energy. Such an accompanying amethyst source, once consumed by the young beast upon reaching the 4th-tier magical beast stage, will enable it to directly ascend to the 5th-tier magical beast level. Chapter 134, 20,000 bottles of accompanying amethyst source. After listening to Otto's explanation, Phalene was momentarily taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she slightly parted her enticing lips and incredulously asked, "Do you mean to say, Master, that this accompanying amethyst source was specially prepared by the amethyst-winged Lion King for the young amethyst-winged lions?" In response, Otto nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this accompanying amethyst source can expedite the growth of the young amethyst-winged lions. However, there are only 2 bottles of the accompanying amethyst source here, which can only marginally enhance the strength of the young amethyst-winged lion unless the entirety of the accompanying amethyst source is consumed, allowing it to break through to the 5th-tier magical beast level in one fell swoop. It was clear that both the accompanying amethyst source and the young amethyst-winged lion had been taken from the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this point, Otto's tone carried a tinge of admiration. To achieve such a feat, the strength of the individual behind it must have reached the emperor level of combat. After all, it is well known that the amethyst-winged Lion King is a 6th-tier magical beast. The capability to snatch the young amethyst-winged lion and the accompanying amethyst source from its grasp suggests that this individual's power may well surpass that of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Indeed, it is possible that the current amethyst-winged Lion King has already been slain by this individual. Nevertheless, what puzzled Otto was why this formidable being would bring such a precious item to the Blackrock auction house for sale. If it were auctioned in the imperial capital, the returns would undoubtedly multiply several times over, as the prominent families there are not lacking in treasures. Suddenly, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Otto's gaze fell once more upon Lu Yun. He could not shake the feeling that the young amethyst-winged lion and the accompanying amethyst source were somehow connected to this young man, especially considering the unique purple flame that the latter possessed. Sensing Otto's gaze upon him, Lu Yun remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious, as he fixated intently on the auction stage. Yet, internally, he was filled with disbelief. Why does this old man always fixate on me? After a moment of contemplation, Otto shook his head, retracting his gaze. With Liu Yun's current strength, it was implausible for him to have achieved such a feat unless his mentor had intervened. However, probing further into the strength of such an individual would yield no advantage for himself. With that thought, Otto's gaze shifted back to the accompanying amethyst source on the auction stage, revealing a hint of curiosity. He had only encountered the accompanying amethyst source in ancient texts, and now, witnessing its true form stirred excitement within him. The accompanying amethyst source. It is indeed the accompanying amethyst source. In the private chamber of the city lord's residence, City Lord Yuguang gazed at the accompanying amethyst source on the auction stage, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Clearly, he was well aware of the remarkable properties of the accompanying amethyst source, having already acquired the young amethyst-winged lion. Securing the accompanying amethyst source would be nothing short of a dream come true. With this thought, City Lord Yuguang fixed his determined gaze upon the accompanying amethyst source on the auction stage, declaring, "I must obtain this accompanying amethyst source." However, he suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened. The recent acquisition of the young amethyst-winged lion had already cost him 2 5th-tier pills and a 5th-tier pill recipe. Meanwhile, the Lin family still possessed 2 5th-tier pills. Under these circumstances, he stood little chance against the Lin family. Damn it! With this realization, a sullen expression settled on Yuguang's face. He could already surmise that the Lin family would undoubtedly not let the accompanying amethyst source slip through their fingers. It is indeed the accompanying amethyst source. What a stroke of luck. With this accompanying amethyst source, my strength will increase tremendously. In the Lin family's private chamber, upon learning of the accompanying amethyst source's extraordinary benefits, the head of the Lin family could not help but burst into hearty laughter. What delighted him even more was that the accompanying amethyst source could significantly enhance the strength of the young amethyst-winged lion. At that moment, he could almost envision the sullen countenance of City Lord Yuguang, thinking back to the young amethyst-winged lion that had just been seized by Yuguang. The head of the Lin family felt a surge of satisfaction. Isn't the City Lord's residence powerful? Why not produce another 5th-tier pill recipe? With two fifth-tier pills in his possession, he was convinced that these two bottles of accompanying amethyst source were destined for the Lin family. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Li Yin elaborated on the origins and effects of the accompanying amethyst source to all present. Naturally, upon discovering the accompanying amethyst source's provenance and properties, the auction venue erupted into a frenzy. For most attendees, it was their first encounter with such a treasure, and they gazed in awe at the accompanying amethyst source on the auction stage, exclaiming their newfound knowledge. All right, I believe everyone has a sufficient understanding of the value of the accompanying amethyst source, yes? After ensuring that the attendees were well informed, Li Yin wasted no time and announced, "Now, we shall commence the auction for the accompanying amethyst source. As per usual, there is no starting bid, so feel free to offer your bids. Let the bidding begin." As soon as Li Yan's words fell, the crowd's attention fixated on the accompanying amethyst source on the auction stage, and they began to shout their bids in unison. 1 million gold coins, 2 third-tier pills, 2 million gold coins, 3 fourth-tier pills, 3 million gold coins, 5 fourth-tier pills, and 1 fourth-tier spiritual herb. For million gold coins, 5 fourth-tier pills, and 1 fifth-tier spiritual herb. In mere moments, the price of the accompanying amethyst source skyrocketed to astronomical heights. However, for such a rare treasure, these prices were still insufficient to secure it. A quarter of an hour later, with a bid from the head of the Lin family consisting of 1 fifth-tier pill, the auction came to a close. This gentleman has bid 5 million gold coins, 5 fourth-tier pills, and 1 fifth-tier pill. Is there anyone who wishes to raise the bid? Seeing the venue fall silent, Li Yin stepped forward to speak. Since there are no further bids, these 2 bottles of accompanying amethyst source shall belong to this gentleman. Li Yan's gaze turned towards the direction of the Lin family's private chamber as he announced the final result. Upon hearing the outcome, City Lord Yuguang's face darkened, his expression one of extreme dissatisfaction, while the head of the Lin family radiated joy and excitement. Simultaneously, Lu Yun received a notification sound from the system in his mind. Ding! 2 bottles of accompanying amethyst source auction successfully. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, thus obtaining 20,000 bottles of accompanying amethyst source. 20,000 bottles of accompanying amethyst source have been allocated to the system space. Please check accordingly. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. 20,000 bottles? What is this system up to now? However, it sounded rather promising. Subsequently, with a thought, Lu Yun swiftly entered the system space. In an instant, countless jade bottles piled high before his eyes. Chapter 135. The auction concludes. Gazing at the mountainous stack of jade bottles, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant expression of sheer exhilaration spread across his face. How long would it take to utilize so many accompanying amethyst sources? Just one bottle had caused such fierce competition among these individuals. Surely, this mountain of accompanying amethyst sources could buy the entire Jayama Empire, couldn't it? Casting a glance at the nearby 5th-tier magical cores, and then back at the mountain of jade bottles, Lu Yun was suddenly overwhelmed with the sensation of possessing the wealth of the world. With these funds as a starting point, Lu Yun felt it was time to establish several of his own auction houses, possessing the auction system that offered exponential returns. The fastest way for Lu Yun to grow stronger was to set up more auction venues. The more auction houses he had, the greater the quantity of items he could auction off, and thus, the more treasures he would naturally receive in return from the system. Consequently, Lu Yun had long harbored a plan in his heart. He aimed to establish auction houses throughout the entire Duki continent, even extending into the vast realm of the Great Master. Of course, this was merely a dream within Lu Yun's mind. Given his current strength, his aspirations could only be confined to the Gamma Empire or perhaps the northwestern region. With so many 5th-tier magic cores and accompanying purple crystal sources, Lu Yun believed this objective was easily achievable. Now that he had sufficient capital, he found himself lacking in manpower. At present, he needed some powerful individuals to help maintain order in his auction houses. With a contemplative glint in his eyes, Lu Yun suddenly sensed someone outside calling for him and immediately withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Lu Yun. As soon as he exited, he heard someone calling for him. Snapping back to reality. Senior Otto, is there something you need? Lu Yun looked up to see Otto speaking to him. What on earth were you thinking? The auction has concluded. We must depart. Otto pointed to the nearly empty auction venue, his tone exasperated. I apologize. I was lost in thought and momentarily distracted. Lu Yun chuckled sheepishly. Then followed Otto and the others out of the Black Rock auction house. Esteemed seniors, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After exiting the auction house, Lu Yun bid farewell to Otto and Forkland. The 2 seniors were eager to return to their research on the illusion heartgrass, and upon hearing Liu Yun's words, nodded without further consideration. Meanwhile, Feilin and Shui Mei were also in a hurry to return and witness the 6-tiered magical beast cubs their family had just acquired. Bidding farewell to the 2 men as well. In no time, they had all parted ways. Lu Yun glanced at Fei Lin's departing figure, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. Upon reaching a corner, Lu Yun focused his thoughts and summoned the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Lion King, you may go rescue your son now. If you delay any longer, he may be ruined. The moment the Lion King appeared and saw Lu Yun, it was about to erupt in anger. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, its heart tightened. What has happened to my son? The Lion King asked anxiously. Your son is currently in the hands of a sorceress, and he may be in grave danger. Lu Yun said with an earnest expression. Where's my son? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, the Lion King's demeanor shifted, and it inquired with urgency. Lu Yun then disclosed the location of the city lord's mansion to the Lion King. Lion King, go rescue your son, but try not to cause any fatalities. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun spoke. It was not that Lu Yun's compassionate heart was stirred, unwilling to see the inhabitants of the city lord's mansion slaughtered by the Lion King. He simply wished to avoid escalating the situation. After all, the city lord was a lord of the city, and if the mansion were to be ravaged, the Gamma Empire would undoubtedly retaliate. Although Lu Yun was not currently fearful of the Gamma Empire's might, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the entire imperial family. As long as the other party did not infringe upon his interests, he was content. Why? They dare to harm my son. They deserve to die? The Lion King exclaimed in fury upon hearing Lu Yun's words. There is no reason. Do not forget your current status. My words are commands, and you need only to obey. Seeing the Lion King prattling on, Lu Yun's expression turned cold. You. The Lion King glared at Lu Yun, a glint of murderous intent flashing in its beastly eyes, wishing it could devour him whole. What? Do you wish to make a move? At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before Lu Yun, coldly regarding the Lion King. You would do well to think carefully before taking action. This sudden apparition was, of course, Wu Ming. Clearly, Wu Ming had accomplished the task Lu Yun had assigned him. Observing the unexpected emergence of Wu Ming, the Lion King's eyes flashed with apprehension, and its murderous intent immediately receded. How could I forget about this fiend? With Wu Ming present, the Lion King understood that it could not harm Lu Yun in the slightest. The memory of being thoroughly beaten by Wu Ming still lingered vividly in its mind. If you continue to dawdle, your son will truly be lost. Seeing the Lion King still hesitating, Lu Yun, feeling displeased, threatened. Humph. The Lion King snorted coldly and soared into the air. It transformed into a colossal figure, racing towards the city lord's mansion. Wu Ming, what have you gathered? Noticing that the Lion King was obediently on its way, Lu Yun turned his gaze to Wu Ming, a smile gracing his face. Master, your subordinate has fulfilled his duty. Wu Ming replied, producing a storage ring and presenting it to Lu Yun. What about Gyuder? Lu Yun casually accepted the ring and inquired. I have knocked him unconscious. He should be waking up about now. Wu Ming responded, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Well done. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Given Gyuder's miserly nature, he would likely feel as though he were on the brink of despair upon discovering that all his treasured possessions had been swept away. The thought of this brought a smile to Liu Yun's lips. Subsequently, Lu Yun and Wu Ming returned directly to the Yanyu Tower. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Yun eagerly opened the storage ring, allowing his consciousness to delve inside. Upon seeing the treasures within the ring, a smile spread across his face. Fire Heart 7-leaf flower, Blood Crystal Grass, Blue Rock Heartstone. One legendary treasure after another unfolded before Liu Yun's eyes, leaving him somewhat dizzy with excitement. He had to admit that Gyuder's taste was extraordinarily unique. The treasures he had collected were nearly all rare items difficult to come by in the outside world. Each item could spark fierce competition if presented. Oh, this is the nailing. Moments later, the previously quiet room was filled with Liu Yun's exclamation of surprise. Chapter 136. The Shock of the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. As Lu Yun exclaimed, a faint gray light suddenly began to rise slowly from the storage ring. The gray light circled in the air before gently landing in the palm of his hand. As the light dissipated, it revealed its hidden contents. It was a gray stone the size of a thumb, smooth and flawless like jade. Within its core, a faint blue glow pulsed gently, resembling a tiny worm full of vitality. This gray stone was the nailing that Lu Yun had long sought. In order to refine the Tine Divine Flame, he needed to gather the Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and nailing, 3 treasures in total. Now, all 3 had been collected. Once his cultivation reached the Doling Realm, he would be able to refine the Tine Divine Flame in one fell swoop. Looking at the nailing in his hand, delight shone in Liu Yun's eyes. What a windfall. He never expected that Gyuder would even have such a rare treasure in his collection. Meanwhile, as Lu Yun reveled in cataloging Gyuder's treasures at the City Lord's mansion, a squad of Black Rock City guards was hauling a massive iron cage towards the square of the City Lord's mansion. Inside the cage was a purple magical beast, the young purple crystal-winged Lion King. At the forefront of the group were City Lord Yu Guang and Fei Lin, among others. Father, can I raise this little lion? Faline nestled close to City Lord Yuguang, adopting a charming demeanor. Faline, do not be foolish. In the past, City Lord Yuguang would typically acquiesce to Faline's requests. However, this matter concerns the young of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and Lord Yuguang would never allow Fei Lin to act recklessly. The young of the amethyst-winged Lion King is of great significance. I will not permit you to act indiscriminately. Humph. Upon hearing this, the pampered Fei Lin let out a dissatisfied huff. At that moment, she felt the sky suddenly darken. What is happening? Has night fallen? A hint of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes as she gazed upward. Suddenly, a massive figure came into her view. Ah, a magical beast. With her shrill scream, everyone else naturally turned to see the enormous creature in the void. It was the amethyst-winged Lion King. Lord Yuguang's gaze was fixed on the colossal silhouette in the air, his pupils constricting as a look of terror crossed his face. Roar. At that moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a furious roar from the void above. In the next instant, a tremendous pressure descended upon the entire Lord's mansion. Those of lesser strength immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Even Lord Yuguang trembled under this aura, unable to muster the courage to resist. Suddenly, he remembered the young amethyst-winged Lion King in the iron cage. Could it be that the amethyst-winged Lion King has come for its young? Damn that Li family. They have caused this lord great distress. At that moment, a profound resentment towards the Li family welled up within Lord Yuguang's heart. Had he known that the amethyst-winged Lion King would come knocking, he would not have dared to auction off its young, even if given another chance. Now, after expending tremendous resources to acquire the young amethyst-winged Lion King, he finds himself facing the wrath of its parent. This is truly a dead end. In the void above, the amethyst-winged Lion King glared down at the humans below, its beastly eyes filled with frost. These wretches have dared to imprison my son in such a wretched cage. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. In that moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King longed to annihilate all the humans beneath it to vent its pent-up rage. Yet, the words of Lu Yun flashed through its mind. After a moment's hesitation, the amethyst-winged Lion King ultimately suppressed its murderous intent. Though it feared no one, it still held a measure of apprehension towards the enigmatic Wu Ming. That fellow's strength was simply too terrifying. With this thought, the amethyst-winged Lion King fixed its enormous eyes on the humans below and roared, "Humans, release my son at once." Instantly, its thunderous voice reverberated throughout the Lord's mansion. Hearing the amethyst-winged Lion King's words, Lord Yuguang was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and hurried over, producing a key to unlock the iron cage. "Your Majesty the Lion King, we meant no offense. Please spare our lives." Having completed his actions, Lord Yuguang dropped to his knees, pleading earnestly before the amethyst-winged Lion King. "Humph, should there be a next time, I shall unleash a massacre." The colossal figure of the amethyst-winged Lion King swept across the scene, effortlessly retrieving the young amethyst-winged Lion King from the cage, issuing a fierce warning before vanishing into the void. Lord Yuguang stood there, dazed, watching the departing figure of the amethyst-winged Lion King. After a moment of stupor, he finally came to his senses. At that moment, he realized that his back was completely soaked. Just now, he had truly danced on the precipice of life and death. Had the amethyst-winged Lion King been even slightly enraged, all of them would have perished without a chance to resist. The events that transpired at the Lord's mansion were, of course, witnessed by many in Blackrock City. Soon, the news that the young amethyst-winged Lion King had been taken from the Lord's mansion spread throughout the entire city. In an instant, Blackrock City was thrown into an uproar. At Yinyu Tower, Lu Yun had just finished perusing all of Guter's treasured collections, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Guter, the foremost collector of the Gamma Empire, had treasures that even Lu Yun, with his considerable wealth, found eye-opening. Of course, what pleased Lu Yun the most was that these treasures would allow him to hold several splendid auctions. Bang! Just as Lu Yun was reveling in his good fortune, two purple figures crashed through the window and landed in his room. It was none other than the amethyst-winged Lion King and its young, who had just departed from the Lord's mansion. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, the amethyst-winged Lion King had employed some method, and the young amethyst-winged Lion King had now awakened. "Lion King, you have returned? Is the little lion unharmed?" Seeing the father and son duo, a smile emerged on Lu Yun's face, tinged with concern. "Humph, Lu Yun, you shall no longer come near my son." The thought that this individual had dared to auction off his offspring filled the amethyst-winged Lion King with seething resentment. "Oh, is that so? I had intended to properly compensate the little lion. Since you have said so, it is entirely unnecessary." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yun produced 10 jade vials. "What a pity. These fine treasures shall remain beyond your reach." Lu Yun glanced at the young amethyst-winged Lion King behind the amethyst-winged Lion King, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. He then casually picked up one of the jade vials and slowly opened the cap. In an instant, a stream of purple mist wafted upwards, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. This is the amethyst source. The amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at the jade vial in Lu Yun's hand. Disbelief etched across its features. The amethyst source. How could you possess so many? The amethyst-winged Lion King stared in astonishment at the 10 vials, its eyes wide with incredulity. Each amethyst source was born from the amethyst-winged Lion King itself, and it knew the quantity intimately. There was no way there could be 10 vials, especially since Lu Yun had already given one to the young amethyst-winged Lion King. Lu Yun, are all of these vials filled with amethyst source? The amethyst-winged Lion King regarded the other vials with skepticism. What? Do you doubt me? Let me open your eyes today. Annoyed by the skepticism in the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes, Lu Yun decided to showcase his collection. He had 2,000 vials of such amethyst source in his spatial realm. Did he really need to play games? Today, he would leave the amethyst-winged Lion King in utter disbelief. No, it would be disbelief in the life of beasts. With that thought, Lu Yun placed the jade vial on the table. With a flick of his hand, he produced a new batch of jade vials. Soon, the entire table was filled with vials, densely packed. There must have been at least 100. The amethyst-winged Lion King looked at the 100 or so vials Lu Yun had summoned, growing increasingly incredulous. Over 100 vials of amethyst source? Who do you think you are fooling? It took me ages to gather even a small amount. Do you think it's so easy to cultivate amethyst source? It looked at Lu Yun, who was grinning broadly, as if viewing a fool. Wu Ming, come here. Lu Yun directly ignored the incredulous gaze of the amethyst-winged Lion King and beckoned to Wu Ming. Soon, Wu Ming approached the table, looking puzzled. Master, what are your orders? Haven't you reached the peak of 9-star Do Huang? Lu Yun smiled at Wu Ming. Today, I shall assist you in breaking through to the Dozong realm. Wu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of 9-star Do Huang, and he had previously consumed the yin-yang barrier-breaking pill. For him now, all he needed was an opportunity to smoothly break through to the Dozong realm. As Lu Yun spoke, he waved his hand, opening all the jade vials on the table. In an instant, the myriad vials released wisps of purple gas that coalesced, rendering the entire room unbearably hot. The amethyst-winged Lion King stared wide-eyed at the hundreds of vials emanating dense purple mist, disbelief flooding its expression. How could this be possible? Are all of these truly the accompanying amethyst sources? This cannot be real. Wu Ming, why are you still dawdling? Pour me a drink. Seeing Wu Ming still standing there in a daze, Lu Yun could not help but urge. Master, do you really want me to consume all of these? Wu Ming stared blankly at the accompanying amethyst sources on the table, hesitating slightly. He understood the immense value of these sources. 100 bottles of accompanying amethyst sources are worth a fortune. Is the master truly allowing me to drink them all? What? Are you just going to stand there idle? Do not worry about running out. Today, I have an abundance of accompanying amethyst sources. Lu Yun appeared like a nouveau riche, incessantly pressing Wu Ming to drink. Yes, master. With Lu Yun saying so, Wu Ming naturally dared not disobey, and then casually picked up a bottle of the accompanying amethyst source and drank it in one gulp. As the scorching liquid entered his body, Wu Ming instantly felt a surge of rich energy spreading within him. However, although this energy was pure, it was still far from sufficient for him, a peak 9-star Do Huang, to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, under Lu Yun's signal, Wu Ming continued to take up another jade bottle and drink it down. 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles, 5 bottles. Soon, over a dozen bottles of accompanying amethyst sources had already been consumed by Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming's complexion had turned somewhat flushed, and he felt a tremendous energy surging within him. Almost there, just a little more, and he would be able to break through. Thinking of this, Wu Ming hurriedly grabbed several more bottles of accompanying amethyst sources and fervently poured them into his mouth. Meanwhile, the amethyst-winged Lion King, observing from the side, was utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? The few bottles of accompanying amethyst sources that it had painstakingly cultivated over decades were now being consumed like water? In that moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King's worldview began to collapse. Behind it, the little amethyst-winged lion was watching the table filled with the richly purple-hued accompanying amethyst sources, drooling profusely. It even wanted to rush up and swallow all the jade bottles in one bite. But upon recalling the memory of being thoroughly beaten by Lu Yun, it timidly shrank behind the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yet, the glimmer of desire in its eyes for the accompanying amethyst sources was impossible to conceal. Observing its son's greedy expression, the amethyst-winged Lion King could not help but swallow hard. To be honest, it too felt a pang of yearning. Seeing the accompanying amethyst sources on the table dwindling rapidly as Wu Ming devoured them, the amethyst-winged Lion King hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Lu Yun, did you not promise to help my son break through to the 5th-tier realm within a year? You cannot go back on your word. The amethyst-winged Lion King glared at Lu Yun as it said this. I naturally would not go back on my word. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun understood the amethyst-winged Lion King's intentions. But a year is still a long time away. Besides, you just said for me not to approach your son. So even if I wanted to enhance his strength, it would be beyond my capability. Lu Yun gazed at the anxious amethyst-winged Lion King, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. You. The amethyst-winged Lion King shot a furious glare at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, are you trying to play tricks? Simultaneously, the amethyst-winged Lion King began to regret uttering those words earlier. Otherwise, its son would have likely already consumed the accompanying amethyst sources by now. Do you really want to drink this? At this moment, Lu Yun picked up a bottle of accompanying amethyst source from the table and gestured towards the little amethyst-winged lion behind the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon seeing Lu Yun's motion, the little amethyst-winged lion's eyes fixed on the jade bottle in his hand, drool unconsciously dripping as it eagerly nodded at Lu Yun. Noticing the little amethyst-winged lion's greedy demeanor, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smile. How about this? I am in need of a pet. If you are willing to become my pet, I will provide you with 10 bottles of accompanying amethyst sources in the future. What do you say? Lu Yun inquired with a cheerful expression at the little amethyst-winged lion. Lu Yun, are you actually trying to make my son your pet? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King was momentarily taken aback, then its beastly eyes filled with rage as it roared. I tell you, you are dreaming. My son will never belong to you. Yet, before the amethyst-winged Lion King could finish its words, it was stunned into silence. It saw its son, unbeknownst to Wen, had already run to Lu Yun's feet, eagerly licking his shoes. Lu Yun held a bottle of accompanying amethyst source, casting a teasing glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King. Lion King, this is beyond your control. It seems your son is quite eager to be my pet. Chapter 138. Little one, can I handle you? The amethyst-winged Lion King widened its beastly eyes, watching as its son humbly licked Lu Yun's shoes, fury bubbling within it. Unfilial child, come over here. Hearing the amethyst-winged Lion King's roar, the little amethyst-winged lion felt a surge of fear, casting a fearful glance at its father, but unwilling to part with the accompanying amethyst source in Lu Yun's hand. Do not mind him. Lu Yun reached out to pat the little amethyst-winged lion's head. Its purple fur was incredibly soft, feeling delightful to touch. Come now, as long as you behave, there will be an abundance of accompanying amethyst sources in the future. Saying this, Lu Yun brought the accompanying amethyst source closer to the little amethyst-winged lion's mouth. Sensing the fragrance of the accompanying amethyst source, the little amethyst-winged lion's beastly eyes brightened, and it promptly opened its mouth, swallowing the warm accompanying amethyst source. The fear in its heart had long dissipated. Slow down. Slow down. No need to rush. There is plenty of this. Your master has more than enough. Observing the little amethyst-winged lion's eagerness, Lu Yun quickly poured another bottle of accompanying amethyst source into its mouth. With 2 bottles of accompanying amethyst sources consumed, the little amethyst-winged lion instantly radiated a brilliant purple light. Roar. In the next moment, a soft roar escaped the little amethyst-winged lion's mouth, and its aura surged dramatically. Clearly, after consuming 2 bottles of accompanying amethyst sources, the little amethyst-winged lion's strength had significantly increased. Feeling the change in its power, the little amethyst-winged lion affectionately rubbed against Lu Yun's pant leg. All right, that is enough for today. Too much is not good for your health. Lu Yun patted the little amethyst-winged lion's head, smiling wryly. Witnessing this scene, the amethyst-winged Lion King was momentarily taken aback, its internal fury inexplicably dissipating. Lu Yun's actions were evidently greatly beneficial to the little amethyst-winged lion. If he were to intervene further, it would be rather ungrateful. However, seeing its son behaving like an ordinary pet dog, affectionately licking Lu Yun's shoes, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was the ruler of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. How could its son become a mere human's pet? One must remember that the amethyst-winged lion clan is among the top tier, even among 6th-tier magical beasts. At this moment, the jade bottles on the table had been consumed by Wu Ming to more than half, with over 60 bottles of accompanying amethyst sources entering his stomach. Having devoured a massive quantity of accompanying amethyst sources, Wu Ming's face was becoming increasingly flushed. At this moment, he felt as if a raging fire were burning wildly within him, on the verge of exploding. Master, I can no longer hold on. I need to find a place to break through. Without the time to elaborate to Lu Yun, Wu Ming vanished from the room in an instant. It appeared Wu Ming was seeking a location outside of Haiyan City to achieve his breakthrough to the Dozong realm. The breakthrough to the Dozong realm is no trivial matter. It would undoubtedly cause a significant commotion. If it were to occur within Haiyan City, the consequences would be monumental. Watching Wu Ming leave, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that before long, he would have another Dozong powerhouse under his command. After Wu Ming departed, Lu Yun turned his attention back to the remaining accompanying amethyst sources. Wu Ming had consumed over 60 bottles. and now there were precisely 30 bottles of accompanying amethyst source remaining on the table. Glancing at the amethyst-winged Lion King beside him, whose gaze was tinged with longing, a smirk crept upon Wu Ming's lips. Alas, these amethyst sources had already been opened. It would be a shame to waste them. Lu Yun, observing the amethyst sources on the table, suddenly sighed in contemplation. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King's expression shifted, its ears perked up, seemingly anticipating something. Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at it, remaining silent while his consciousness delved into the system space. Beholding the void-burrowing beast suspended within the system space, Lu Yun commanded directly, "System, extract the void-burrowing beast." In the next instant, a small violet beast materialized out of thin air in the room. What is this? The sudden appearance of the violet creature caused the amethyst-winged Lion King to adopt a defensive stance. It sensed a hint of danger emanating from the small beast. For a creature of its 6th-tier status to feel threatened, this little one must possess at least 6th-tier strength. With this thought, the amethyst-winged Lion King regarded the violet beast with hostility. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the violet creature playfully bounded over and leaped into Lu Yun's embrace. "You're quite the affectionate little one," Lu Yun remarked, gently ruffling its small head. The little creature squinted its eyes, appearing to relish Lu Yun's affectionate gesture. Soon after, it seemed to catch a whiff of something, its gaze fixated on the amethyst sources on the table, filled with desire. "Hee hee, what a little glutton you are." Lu Yun chuckled softly at the creature's eager gaze. He then picked up a bottle of amethyst source and held it to the little one's mouth. The little beast wasted no time, beginning to drink eagerly from the jade bottle. Gulp, gulp. In just a few moments, the little creature finished an entire bottle of amethyst source. It stared at the now empty jade bottle, its eyes once again darting towards the remaining bottles on the table. "Rest assured, dear one, your master has plenty of this delightful substance," Lu Yun reassured, chuckling at the little one's greedy expression. He picked up another bottle of amethyst source and offered it to its eager mouth. Although the creature was still a mere cub, it possessed 6th-tier strength, enabling it to digest several bottles of amethyst source without issue. Gulp, gulp. The little one joyfully cradled the jade bottle, drinking unabashedly. Soon, one bottle after another, it consumed over a dozen bottles of amethyst source in a brief span. The amethyst-winged Lion King, observing this spectacle, twitched its lips in disbelief. "Goodness, here we go again." That creature treated the amethyst source as if it were mere water, and now another has arrived. Does it truly consider this amethyst source water? The Lion King mused, feeling a twinge of envy. Burp. After downing 20 bottles of amethyst source, the little creature finally let out a contented burp and ceased its consumption. A radiant purple light erupted from its body, and astonishingly, it fell asleep immediately. Lu Yun, somewhat speechless, gazed at the now slumbering little beast. He then glanced over at the amethyst-winged Lion King, which had returned to its corner to sleep. Was sleeping truly the way these magical beasts absorbed energy? Surely, when they awoke, their strength would have considerably increased. Then, Lu Yun's gaze shifted to the 10 remaining bottles of amethyst source on the table, followed by a glance at the expectant amethyst-winged Lion King. "Given your contribution today, I shall bestow these 10 bottles upon you. However, you must assist me with a task. Help guard Wu Ming as he breaks through to the dozo." The amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes flickered with a hint of joy at these words, quickly followed by discontent. What does this fellow take me for? A mere servant to be commanded at will? A few bottles of amethyst source, and he expects me to risk my life? Noticing the hesitation in the Lion King's gaze, Lu Yun frowned and said, "If you refuse, then I shall keep them for myself." As he spoke, Lu Yun reached out to reclaim the 10 bottles of amethyst source. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of violet darted past, snatching the 10 bottles from the table and leaving the room. "Lu Yun, do not be smug. I am merely honoring a previous promise." The amethyst-winged Lion King's stubborn voice echoed as it departed, causing a smile to grace Lu Yun's lips. "Oh, my dear fellow. Just wait and see." Chapter 139, 4-Star Great Fighter. After the amethyst-winged Lion King exited the room, Lu Yun focused his thoughts, his consciousness plunging back into the system. He observed the 10,000 poison beast eggs suspended in the void and extracted it without hesitation. Soon, a black beast egg appeared in Lu Yun's hand. He procured a wooden tray filled with clear water and placed the 10,000 poison beast egg inside. Next, Lu Yun retrieved the small spatial ring given to him by Wu Ming and immersed his consciousness within to make selections. Moments later, a black poisonous herb appeared in his hand. Snakeheart grass, a 5th-tier spiritual herb, contains lethal poison that even 5th-tier magical beasts would succumb to upon ingestion. Concentrating his fighting spirit, Lu Yun crushed the snakeheart grass into powder, dispersing it within the tray. As the powder dissolved into the clear water, it turned pitch black, with ominous black bubbles rising to the surface. I wonder if the 10,000 poison beast egg will be able to hatch after absorbing this 5th-tier poisonous herb. Lu Yun pondered, his gaze fixed intently on the tray. After a brief moment, the 10,000 poison beast egg trembled slightly, unleashing a devouring force, causing the toxic water to surge into the egg at a visible rate. Before long, the entire contents of the tray had been absorbed by the egg. It appears to be insufficient. Observing the now still 10,000 poison beast egg, which showed no signs of hatching, Lu Yun shook his head in disappointment. He had not anticipated that merely hatching the egg would require an immense amount of lethal substances. Yet, upon further reflection, this was to be expected, after all. The 10,000 poison beast was an 8th-tier magical beast egg, and it would possess 6th-tier strength upon hatching. At that point, he would gain another formidable ally under his command. To expend a few poisonous herbs in exchange for a Do Huang-level powerhouse was a worthwhile trade. It seemed he would need to visit the Alchemist Guild tomorrow to inquire with Masters Otto and Faklan about any information regarding toxic substances. Lu Yun sighed, realizing that the only poisonous herb in Guter's collection was this one, and he was left with no other options. With a thought, Lu Yun returned the 10,000 poison beast egg to the system space. He glanced at the still sleeping void-burrowing beast, and, contemplating, settled down on his bed. Seizing the moment, he resolved to enhance his own strength. Subsequently, Lu Yun retrieved a bottle of amethyst source from the system space. Unscrewing the cap, he raised the jade bottle to his lips and drank an entire bottle of amethyst source. As the potent energy surged forth from the amethyst source, he felt an intense warmth rising within his abdomen. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying energy coursed into his body, akin to a raging river. Bang! A muffled sound echoed within Lu Yun's body, causing his face to flush crimson as the energy contained within the amethyst source made his entire form tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his hand seals, immediately channeling this overwhelming energy through his body, navigating through his limbs and bones. However, the moment his fighting spirit made contact with this energy, it became wildly uncontrollable, galloping through Lu Yun's body like a wild stallion, howling as it surged past. A surge of energy struck through the meridians of Lu Yun, overwhelming his nerves with a heart-wrenching pain. He had underestimated the formidable energy contained within the accompanying amethyst source. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and in that moment, his entire countenance contorted in agony. He regretted hastily swallowing an entire vial of the accompanying amethyst source. Given his current strength, enduring such immense energy proved to be quite a challenge. After undergoing multiple blood-tempering sessions, solidifying his body into that of a magical beast, Lu Yun was intimately familiar with his physical endurance. Yet even so, he found it difficult to withstand the colossal energy embedded within the amethyst source. Lu Yun had no choice but to concentrate fully, exerting all his effort to refine the energy within him. As he refined, the vast energy transformed gradually into strands of pure fighting spirit. With a mere thought, these refined energies gently flowed into the core of the fighting spirit cyclone. As Lu Yun focused intently on refining the amethyst source, time slipped away slowly. And in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Outside, the sky had darkened, signaling the arrival of evening. As the final strand of fighting spirit was infused, the previously trembling core within Lu Yun stabilized abruptly. The radiance emanating from its surface surged dramatically, illuminating every corner of his being with a brilliant light. Under the influence of this extraordinary brilliance, Lu Yun could vaguely sense a harmonious, inaudible moan resonating from his meridians, bones, and even cells. This wondrous light lasted only for a few fleeting seconds before gradually receding, dimming until it completely vanished. Once the light dissipated, the essence hidden within emerged, his fighting crystal. Upon its emergence, the crystal quivered slightly, releasing a torrent of robust fighting spirit that surged forth like a verdant river, winding its way through his meridians, bringing waves of invigorating power coursing through Lu Yun. Observing the diamond-shaped fighting crystal, which had expanded significantly in size, and feeling the fighting spirit within it that had more than doubled, Lu Yun let out a long sigh of relief. The hardships he had endured were not in vain. As his tense heart began to relax, Lu Yun found it increasingly challenging to maintain his meditative state, his spirit growing wearied, and he soon emerged from his cultivation. He was now one step closer to breaking through to the Doling realm as a 4-star Great Do Master. With a sense of satisfaction blooming on his lips, Lu Yun reveled in the enhancement of his inner strength. Upon reaching the Doling realm, he would finally be able to refine the Taiyin divine flame. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. Armed with sufficient accompanying amethyst sources, he believed he would soon achieve a breakthrough to the Doling realm. It appeared that Wu Ming had yet to succeed in his own breakthrough. Glancing around the room and noting the absence of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Lu Yun muttered softly to himself. Subsequently, he plunged his consciousness directly into the system space. He still needed to meticulously inventory the treasures acquired from the auction. Meanwhile, Following the incident earlier that day involving the Amethyst Source and the Winged Lion King seizing the Amethyst Winged Lion King's cub, the high-ranking powers of Black Rock City found it impossible to remain calm. Chapter 140. The Situation of the Leaf Family. In the grand estate of the Leaf family, two factions stood opposed to one another, a palpable tension enveloping the premises. Yuguang City Lord, what is your intention in forcefully invading my Leaf family with your guards? Li Yuan, positioned at the forefront of the Leaf family's hierarchy, fixed his cold gaze upon Yuguang City Lord, inquiring with an icy demeanor. What is my intention? Li Yuan, are you aware that my City Lord's mansion was nearly annihilated today? Yuguang City Lord glared at Li Yuan, a frosty expression etched upon his features. At this, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating whether Yuguang City Lord sought to hold him accountable. He was well aware of the attack on the City Lord's mansion by the Amethyst Winged Lion King and the subsequent theft of its cub. My Leaf family had no knowledge of the Amethyst Winged Lion King's assault on your mansion. If you wish to vent your anger on my family, it would be unjust, Li Yuan replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Unjust? I purchased that Amethyst Winged Lion King cub at your Leaf family's auction, and now, with this incident, naturally, I must seek accountability from you. The thought of the City Lord's mansion nearly being reduced to rubble at the hands of the Amethyst Winged Lion King filled Yuguang City Lord with dread. He cast a menacing glance at the Leaf family members, wishing to unleash his wrath upon them. What troubled Yuguang City Lord even more was the enormous cost he had incurred to obtain the Amethyst Winged Lion King cub, 2 fifth-grade pills, and a scroll of 5th-grade spiritual medicine. This expenditure had nearly depleted the entire resources of the City Lord's mansion. Now, with the cub taken, he felt as though he had labored for nothing. No, it was more akin to a complete loss. Such a result was intolerable for Yuguang City Lord. As for the 6th-tier Amethyst Winged Lion King, he found himself powerless, and could only unleash his fury upon the Leaf family. Yuguang City Lord, your reasoning is flawed. The Amethyst Winged Lion King cub was entrusted to my Black Rock auction house for sale. My Leaf family is merely responsible for the auction. Other matters are beyond our purview. I certainly did not coerce you into purchasing the cub, Li Yuan retorted, struggling to suppress his anger. In times past, he might have feared the might of the City Lord's mansion and refrained from such confrontations. Yet now, with the Li family having aligned themselves under their master's banner, Li Yuan felt no trepidation. Considering the strength of the mysterious expert by his master's side, Li Yuan felt emboldened. That individual was at least a Dou emperor. Under such a formidable presence, what was the meager City Lord's mansion? You. Seeing Li Yuan daring to stand against him, Yuguang City Lord seethed with rage, his voice dripping with malice. So, are you refusing to acknowledge your responsibility? As he spoke, an immense aura radiated from Yuguang City Lord, sweeping over the Leaf family members. 6-star doling. This guy has broken through again. Li Yuan's face twitched in shock as he sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Yuguang City Lord. In Black Rock City, the strengths of the Li Shui and Gu families were nearly comparable, all hovering around the 3-star doling level. Yuguang City Lord, however, was a 5-star doling. Now, with his ascension to 6-star doling, it was evident he had made another breakthrough. Li Yuan, I offer you a chance. Compensate me with 2 5th-grade pills, and I shall let this matter rest. Observing the change in Li Yuan's expression, Yuguang City Lord narrowed his eyes, coldly threatening him. Not far from the Li family estate, atop a tall building, the head of the Shui family observed the unfolding scene with narrowed eyes. Master, shall we not intervene? The elder of the Shui family inquired, perplexed. The 3 prominent families of Black Rock City had long since formed an alliance, and now that the Li family faced adversity, according to their agreement, the Shui family and the Lin family were obliged to lend support. Patience. The conflict has yet to erupt, the head of the Shui family replied, shaking his head gently. The Li family has managed to conserve much of their resources by remaining uninvolved in this auction. If the City Lord's mansion can take a significant bite out of the Li family, it would suit my interests perfectly. With a cold smile gracing his lips, the head of the Shui family continued to observe the Li family's plight. Look, has the Lin family made their move? I suspect that fellow harbors the same thoughts as I. At this, the elder fell silent, contemplating the underlying tension. Although the 3 families appeared to be allies on the surface, numerous hidden rivalries persisted, each vying to establish dominance over Black Rock City. At this juncture, weakening the Li family's power was undoubtedly more advantageous than detrimental to the other 2 families. They merely needed to ensure that, at a critical moment, the Li family would not be consumed by the City Lord's mansion. Within the Li family estate, upon hearing the unreasonable demand from Lord Yuguang, Li Yuan's expression turned icy as he resolutely declined, stating, Lord Yuguang, such an absurd request is simply beyond my capabilities. To ask for 2 5th-grade elixirs? Is he out of his mind? Li Yuan silently berated him. However, his ire was more fervently directed towards the Shui and Lin families. You promised an alliance, and this is how you treat your allies? He resolved to remember this scene vividly. With a formidable force backing him, the Li family no longer required any allies. Today, you may disregard my family, but tomorrow, I shall ensure you regret it. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Seeing Li Yuan's unwavering refusal, Lord Yuguang was immediately enraged and could hardly restrain himself from retaliating. My lord, you must think carefully. Are you truly prepared to take action against the Li family? Li Yuan said fearlessly. If anything were to happen to my family today, I assure you that the Lord's residence will cease to exist by tomorrow. His words dripped with menace. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Lord Yuguang's heart raced, and he inquired coldly. You should be able to guess. The items at this auction are certainly not sourced from the Li family. Noticing the apprehension on Lord Yuguang's face, Li Yuan chuckled lightly. If your family could produce a 6th-tier beast egg or a 6th-tier beast cub, there would be no need to remain in this small Black Rock city. Lord Yuguang remarked with conviction. I am glad you understand, my lord. To seize the cub and the accompanying purple crystal source from the hands of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. What kind of formidable being do you think you are provoking? Li Yuan countered. Are you implying that these treasures were auctioned on behalf of a Dohuang powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Lord Yuguang's expression shifted, filled with uncertainty. Indeed, considering the prowess of that enigmatic figure beside my master, I am filled with confidence. I hope you will think twice, my lord, and refrain from bringing disaster upon your residence. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he issued a chilling warning. You. Upon perceiving the implied threat in Li Yuan's words, Lord Yuguang's countenance changed dramatically. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and cast a deep gaze at Li Yuan, saying, I hope that this Dohuang powerhouse will deem your family worthy. You need not trouble yourself about that, my lord, Li Yuan replied with a cold smile. We shall take our leave. With that, Yuguang cast a reluctant glance at the members of the Li family before departing with his guards. Chapter 141, Flowing Cloud Pavilion. At the Rockmoon Tower. After Lu Yun finished organizing the recent gains, night had fully descended. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared in the room. Master. Wu Ming materialized before Lu Yun, bowing respectfully. Lu Yun opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. Have you broken through? Thanks to my master, I have swiftly reached the Dozong realm. Wu Ming expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formalities between us, Lu Yun replied with a smile. Just then, a purple figure slipped in through the window. It was the delayed purple crystal-winged Lion King. The creature glanced indifferently at Lu Yun, said nothing, and settled into a corner to consume the accompanying purple crystal source. You've returned just in time. Afterward, you should pay a visit to the Li family, Lu Yun instructed Wu Ming. He intended to depart Black Rock City the next day and needed to make arrangements regarding that stronghold. Yes, master. With that, the two swiftly vanished from the room. In the Li family hall, the senior members had gathered. Patriarch, do you think the Lord's residence will simply let this go? Elder Li Yin expressed his concerns towards Li Yuan. Given Yuguang's temperament, he will certainly not let this matter rest, Li Yuan replied gravely. However, in the short term, he will not act against the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt somewhat reassured but remained anxious. The three major families were well aware that the Lord's residence had the royal family backing it. You need not worry so much. Now that we have pledged allegiance to our master, he will undoubtedly ensure the safety of the Li family. Li Yuan comforted the still concerned members. At this point, he had no choice but to place all his hopes on Lu Yun. Patriarch, will our master come tonight? Li Yin asked, puzzled. I am uncertain, but he should. Li Yuan replied, thinking about the treasures from the auction. Now that the auction is concluded, he should come to collect these items. Patriarch, what if the master instructs us to leave Black Rock City? Li Yin questioned anxiously. Lu Yun had only visited the Li family once and had yet to reveal his identity. Thus, the senior members were oblivious to the origins of the master they served, leaving them somewhat bewildered about the future of the Li family. At this, Li Yuan was taken aback. He had never contemplated this issue before. Now that he thought about it, he realized he knew virtually nothing about this master. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he considered the power of the formidable figure beside his master, and he could only helplessly chuckle. Do we truly have any choice? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the senior members of the Li family fell into a heavy silence, a cloud of gloom enveloping them. There is no need for such pessimism. Just then, a voice rang out from the entrance of the Li family hall. The members were startled and turned their gazes toward the door, where two figures had appeared unbeknownst to them. Greetings, master. Li Yuan quickly reacted, stepping forward to pay his respects. The other senior members of the Li family followed suit without hesitation, kneeling in reverence. Rise, Lu Yun commanded, his face concealed by a mask, as he took his seat at the head of the hall, accompanied by Wu Ming. Now that you have all pledged your allegiance to me, rest assured that I shall not treat you unfairly in return. Lu Yun addressed the gathered individuals in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Li Yuan forced a smile and quickly replied, we would not dare. He realized that Lu Yun had overheard their earlier discussion. Thinking of this, Li Yuan felt a wave of fear wash over him, grateful that he and the others had not said anything out of line. Otherwise, it would have spelled disaster. How did the auction fare? Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Li Yuan from behind a mask. In response, Li Yuan hurriedly produced a spatial ring and presented it to Lu Yun, respectfully stating, "Master, everything is contained within." Lu Yun took the ring, delving into its contents briefly before tossing it back to Li Yuan. "Keep the items within for yourselves. I have a task for you to execute shortly." Li Yuan stared at the ring in disbelief. Did the master mean that all the treasures within were for the Li family? With a thought, Lu Yun extracted a token from the ring and tossed it to Li Yuan. Upon receiving the token, Li Yuan noticed the 3 characters Flowing Cloud Pavilion inscribed upon it. "From now on, you shall be part of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion," Lu Yun stated coldly as he observed the stunned Li Yuan. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion was the force Lu Yun had decided to establish. Having subdued the Li family, it was only fitting to grant them a designation to provide them with a sense of security. Flowing Cloud Pavilion? Li Yuan murmured the name, his eyes reflecting confusion. How had he never heard of it before? The headquarters of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion is not located within the Jaimar Empire. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Lu Yun smiled slightly, having already prepared his explanation. "Have you ever heard of the Central Continent?" The Central Continent. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is the master from the Central Continent?" Though he had never visited the Central Continent, he had come across some records about it in ancient texts. He had heard that in that place, dozongs were as common as dirt, and dozoons were scarcely regarded. Only dosheng powerhouses could secure a position of influence. Lu Yun cast an unexpectedly appreciative glance at Li Yuan. This fellow was aware of the Central Continent, which would save him from having to explain extensively. "Indeed, I hail from the Central Continent." The tone of Lu Yun was indifferent as he casually remarked, "Even within the vast expanse of Central Continent, the Lu Yun Pavilion, where I reside, can undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier power." The confirmation from Lu Yun filled Li Yuan with immense exhilaration. Indeed, the Lu Yun Pavilion was one of the foremost forces in the Central Continent. This revelation left Li Yuan utterly astounded. Does this imply that there exists a saint-level powerhouse within the Lu Yun Pavilion? After all, how could it attain the status of a leading force in the Central Continent otherwise? "I never imagined that my Li family would have the opportunity to align with such a formidable faction." At this moment, Li Yuan brimmed with unwavering confidence in the future of the Li family. They would undoubtedly pledge their lives and loyalty to their master. With this thought, Li Yuan immediately knelt before Lu Yun, speaking with resolute conviction. Seeing Li Yuan suddenly prostrate himself, Li Yun's lips twitched slightly. The words he had meticulously prepared now eluded him. "Damn it, I hadn't even finished speaking yet. Why did you kneel?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yun suddenly declared, "From today forth, your Li family will serve as a branch of the Lu Yun Pavilion in the Gamma Empire. Your primary task will be to gather treasures from various locales for auction. My requirement is that at least one auction must be held each month." Without a hint of hesitation, Li Yuan responded loudly, "I shall see to it, my lord." "Excellent." Lu Yun nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Li Yuan's attitude. "My responsibility encompasses the entirety of the Lu Yun Pavilion's branch in the northwestern region. When the next auction occurs, I shall personally attend. Should you perform well, I will bestow rewards upon you." As he spoke, Lu Yun retrieved a spatial ring from his system space and tossed it to Li Yuan. Within it are 105th-tier magic cores and 10 vials of companion-grade purple crystal essence. Consider this a reward for your efforts. I expect the quality of the next auction to match or exceed this one. Li Yun's tone bore an undeniable authority. Li Yuan stared blankly at the spatial ring in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. What did the master just say? 105th-tier magic cores? 10 vials of companion-grade purple crystal essence? When did these treasures lose their value? Trembling, Li Yuan clutched the ring. The contents within could easily purchase several Li families. Truly, the master, hailing from the Central Continent, was extravagantly generous. After a brief shock, he quickly knelt before Lu Yun once more, exclaiming, "I shall exert every effort and will not disappoint my master." Prior to Li Yun's arrival, he had felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the future of the Li family. Yet now, his heart brimmed solely with boundless hope and anticipation. The future of the Li family was destined to grow ever stronger, and perhaps they would even have the chance to step into that legendary Central Continent. Very well, the remaining matters are for you to resolve. I shall no longer offer any assistance. However, should the Li family find itself in a life-or-death situation, I will not stand idly by. Having said that, Lu Yun did not linger and departed with Wuming, leaving the Li family. Patriarch, I never expected our master to be from the Central Continent. After Liu Yun's departure, Li Yin looked at Li Yuan with uncontainable excitement, nearly bursting into dance. Now you need not worry any longer. Li Yuan shot him an irritated glance. From this day forth, my Li family is destined to soar to great heights. He proclaimed, gazing at the spatial ring in his hand with fervor. Patriarch, could you spare me 2 vials of the companion-grade purple crystal essence? Li Yan's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the ring. You wish to covet the companion-grade purple crystal essence already, and the master has only just departed? Li Yuan glared at him, cradling the ring protectively. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately retrieved 2 vials of the essence and handed them to Li Yan. Elder, your cultivation is at the peak of the 9-star great fighter. If I give you these 2 vials of companion-grade purple crystal essence, you must ensure that I break through to the spirit fighter realm. Considering the current predicament of the Li family, Li Yuan spoke with earnest seriousness. Rest assured, Patriarch, I will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough, Li Yan replied, brimming with enthusiasm as he accepted the vials, pledging without hesitation. That is reassuring. Li Yuan nodded. If the elder could also ascend to the spirit fighter realm, the Li family would possess 2 spirit-level powerhouses, firmly establishing their reputation as the foremost family in Blackrock City. Yet, thoughts of the city lord's mansion stirred a sense of unease within him. In the end, he glanced at the remaining companion-grade purple crystal essence and the 105th tier magic cores in his possession, a plan forming in his mind. Elder, tomorrow, release a notice stating that the Li family is seeking to purchase various rare treasures. Interested parties may come to the Li family for further discussion. Li Yuan instructed Li Yan. Li Yan paused, slightly taken aback. Patriarch, is this not too ostentatious? What nonsense. We aim to be conspicuous. Li Yuan snapped. The entire Blackrock City is watching us. Why does the city lord's mansion dare not take action? It is precisely because they fear those who stand behind us. The more brazenly we present ourselves, the more reckless they will be, and they will hesitate to act. With that, Li Yuan handed over the 105th tier magic cores and the spoils from this auction to Li Yan, saying earnestly, Elder, I shall now enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough. This arduous task is entrusted to you. Remember, you must acquire various rare treasures as swiftly as possible. At any cost, we cannot let our master down at the next auction. Having concluded, Li Yuan departed with the remaining 8 vials of companion-grade purple crystal essence. His cultivation stood at the 3-star spirit fighter realm. If he refined these 8 vials, he could very well reach the 5-star spirit fighter level. At that point, even if the city lord's mansion dared to intervene, the Li family would not be easily intimidated. Hey, I want to enter seclusion too. Li Yan gazed bemusedly at the spatial ring in his hand, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Did you say your home was robbed? Otto looked at the aged Guter before him, astonished. Compared to their last meeting, Guter appeared even more haggard, as if he had lost his very soul. Do you think I would lie to you? Guter's disheveled hair and the grimace on his aged face revealed his fury. The thought of having his cherished possessions stolen after so many years made him feel as though he might vomit blood. How could this happen? Did you see who stole them? Seeing Guter in such a state, Otto felt a pang of sympathy, fully aware of how precious those treasures were to him. No. Guter shook his head despondently. The thief was exceptionally powerful. Before I could react, I was knocked unconscious. Otto was left speechless. How could they investigate under such circumstances? Then why have you come to me? He retorted, irritated. What about that young man who accompanied you last time? Suddenly, Guter seemed to recall something. Turning his gaze towards Otto. Are you suggesting it was Luyan? That's impossible. Otto's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Guter. Aside from yourself, only that young man has entered my room. Guter's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Otto. That can't be. He remained with me at the auction all day. Not leaving my side, Otto asserted confidently, defending Luyan. Moreover, Liyun's strength is only at the fighter realm. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Indeed, a flicker of confusion crossed Guter's face. If it wasn't that young man, then who could it have been? No one else has entered my territory during this time. I absolutely must track down that despicable thief. After pondering for a considerable duration, Gute found himself devoid of any inspiration. With a roar of frustration, he stormed out of the Alchemist Guild, cursing under his breath. Chapter 143, Establishing the Void Gate. Upon returning to the Rockmoon Tower, a purple figure swiftly darted into his embrace. Little one, you are awake. Lu Yun remarked with a faint smile as he gazed at the void-burrowing beast nestled in his arms. He then assessed the creature's strength, discovering it had reached the intermediate level of the 6th rank, equivalent to a 6-star Do Huang realm. Just in time, as he was set to depart from Blackrock City the following day, he resolved to establish the Void Gate tonight. With this thought, Lu Yun cradled the void-burrowing beast and left the Rockmoon Tower once more. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a secluded forest on the outskirts of Blackrock City. This will do, he mused, noting the forest's discreetness, and then communicated with the void-burrowing beast mentally. The creature responded with a soft whimper, nodding in acknowledgement before slipping from Lu Yun's embrace. In the next instant, the void-burrowing beast transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing into the ground. Lu Yun observed patiently, awaiting its return. Approximately an hour later, a purple light suddenly emerged at his feet, gradually elongating to form a violet circle. Is this the void gate? Standing atop the glowing circle, Lu Yun reflected deeply, feeling the potent essence of void energy. As the circle grew increasingly radiant, a purple figure suddenly burst forth from it, landing back in Lu Yun's arms. It was indeed the void-burrowing beast. With its emergence, the purple circle dimmed instantaneously and ultimately vanished into the earth. Lu Yun scanned his surroundings carefully, committing the precise location within the void to memory before departing the forest with the void-burrowing beast in tow. The void gate had been established. All that remained was to create another void gate at a different location, thus forming a passage to the void. Soon, he would be able to reach Black Rock City swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall leave Black Rock City, he murmured softly to himself, holding the void-burrowing beast close. The following day, after rising and tidying up briefly, Lu Yun made his way directly to the Alchemist Guild. The void-burrowing beast and the purple crystal wing Lion King, along with its offspring, were stored safely in his system space. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Please, come in, esteemed sir. With the second-tier alchemist badge pinned to his chest, Lu Yun faced no obstacles as he entered the guild. As a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into his nostrils, Lu Yun proceeded into the inner sanctum of the alchemists. The guild was bustling with activity today, filled with numerous young aspirants seemingly present for the alchemist assessments. Masters Otto and Clan were also present, guiding the young alchemists. Suddenly, Otto's gaze swept across the room, his eyes lighting up. Lu Yun, what brings you here? Clan, standing nearby, also displayed a look of surprise as the two approached Lu Yun. Respected seniors, I shall be departing Black Rock City today, Lu Yun said with a gentle smile, revealing his purpose. Before I leave, I wish to take the third-tier alchemist assessment. So soon to leave? Otto exclaimed, initially displaying a sense of regret, before his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he looked at Lu Yun. You wish to participate in the third-tier alchemist assessment? Anticipating their reaction, Lu Yun merely nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, I intend to take the third-tier alchemist assessment. Lu Yun, are you serious? Otto gaped in disbelief, suspecting it to be a jest. Did you not just become a second-tier alchemist? How could you possibly advance to the third tier so quickly? Clan, equally incredulous, regarded Lu Yun with skepticism. Is this lad out of his mind? In just 3 days, he wishes to leap from a second-tier alchemist to a third tier? Does he truly believe it to be so effortless? Otto's expression turned stern, his tone admonitory. Lu Yun, the alchemist assessment is a serious matter, not to be trifled with. Many alchemists of insufficient skill have suffered injuries from failed concoctions. Both men held Lu Yun, a prodigiously talented youth, in high regard, and they naturally could not allow him to act recklessly. Should anything happen to ruin such a remarkable talent, they would bear grave responsibility. Masters, please take a look. This is a third-tier elixir I have personally concocted, Lu Yun said helplessly, presenting the elixir he had prepared over the past few days. Otto and Clan exchanged glances before accepting the elixir from Lu Yun's hands. It is indeed a third-tier elixir, but did you truly create this? Otto asked, astonishment flickering in his eyes, yet doubt lingered on his face. Whether I crafted it or not, esteemed masters, a single taste will reveal the truth, Lu Yun replied confidently. After a moment of hesitation, Otto relented. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Follow me. You must be cautious. Do not overestimate your abilities, Otto cautioned, concern evident in his voice. Rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing, Lu Yun assured him with a nod. Subsequently, Otto and Clan led Lu Yun into a secluded chamber. Approximately half an hour later, the door creaked open, revealing Otto and Clan emerging with expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost, their astonishment even greater than before. A 16-year-old third-tier alchemist? Good heavens! What manner of prodigy is this? Otto's face bore traces of shock. No, you must be mistaken. This lad hasn't even turned 16 yet. Clan interjected, equally incredulous. Upon hearing this, Otto's expression faltered, then shifted into a wry smile. This boy is truly extraordinary. It seems it won't be long before his name eclipses that of Gu He. As Lu Yun emerged from the chamber, a look of ease adorned his face. Respected seniors, do not forget my third-tier alchemist badge, he reminded them as he followed closely behind. Do not worry, we will not forget, Otto replied with exasperation. In just a few days, this lad had upgraded his alchemist badge thrice. A few hours later, Lu Yun donned the alchemist's robe, proudly displaying the third-tier alchemist badge on his chest as he exited the guild with satisfaction. Moreover, he had exchanged 2 fifth-tier poisonous herbs from Otto and Clan. Lu Yun was confident that these herbs would enable the hatching of the 10,000 poisons beast's egg. Having completed all necessary arrangements, it was now time to depart. Chapter 144, Leaving Black Rock City. Upon exiting the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings before striding purposefully towards the flight transportation agency situated in the heart of the city. Although he could travel directly to the Tagore Desert aboard the purple crystal wing Lion King, the journey was lengthy, and traveling in such a conspicuous manner was rather ostentatious. Moreover, utilizing the flight transportation service would afford him ample time to cultivate along the way, navigating through several unfamiliar streets and inquiring for directions. Liu Yun finally arrived at the flight transportation agency, which stood prominently in a spacious square. Within the expansive plaza, several large avian beasts, known as thick-winged birds, were stationed. They do not belong to the ranks of magical beasts, but rather represent a genuine species of avian creatures, characterized by their exceptionally gentle nature, making them remarkably amenable to human taming. However, due to their limited numbers, only the Empire possesses the resources to establish such aerial transport fleets. These thick-winged birds, although lacking the speed of other magical avian creatures, excel in endurance. Once well fed, they can maintain a steady pace for nearly 4 to 5 days. Moreover, their carrying capacity is quite impressive. An adult thick-winged bird can effortlessly transport objects weighing 5 to 6 times its own body weight over extended distances. During times of war, these birds are requisitioned by the imperial military, only to return to civilian life once hostilities cease, resulting in many having endured the horrors of conflict. As I entered the bustling square, the cacophony of voices surged around me, akin to a thunderous wave that abruptly inundated my senses, leaving me momentarily stunned. Shaking my head vigorously, I lifted my gaze to the throngs of people, noticing that beside each thick-winged bird stood a long queue, with a uniformed individual collecting tickets near the wooden ladder of the birds. Staring in disbelief at this scene, I eventually managed a wry smile, shaking my head in resignation. After inquiring with a passerby about the ticket purchase location, I made my way to a ticket booth situated in the southeast corner of the square. At that moment, a lengthy line had already formed before the booth, and I found myself silently waiting behind the queue. "Sir, where are you headed?" A woman's voice broke through my reverie. Startled, I looked up to discover that it was now my turn. Before me stood a strikingly attractive woman in uniform, her professional smile tinged with a hint of impatience. "The eastern border of the Empire, near the Tagore Desert," I replied, casting a cursory glance at her somewhat alluring features. Upon hearing my response, her lips curled slightly in disdain as she muttered under her breath, before producing a ticket crafted from a special magical beast hide. However, just as she was about to hand it to me, her gaze suddenly fixated on the third-level alchemist badge adorning my chest. In an instant, her outstretched hand froze, and with a quick, startled motion, she retracted the ticket, her expression shifting to one of sugary sweetness as she cautiously inquired, "My lord, are you an alchemist? Is there a problem?" I frowned in response. "Oh no, not at all. According to imperial regulations, alchemists are entitled to complimentary aerial transport services. Please, follow me. We have special mounts prepared for alchemists." Upon seeing my nod, she hastily shook her head, her demeanor turning respectful and cordial. This revelation took me aback. In the continent of Duki, the status of an alchemist is exceptionally prestigious. It was no wonder that many exhibited such reverence upon encountering one. The rarity and nobility of this profession are unparalleled. This was precisely why I was so determined to undergo the examination for membership in the Alchemist Guild. Holding the title of alchemist indeed afforded one considerable advantages in the world. As I followed the woman who had emerged from the booth, I was acutely aware of the envious and admiring gazes around me. The uniformed woman walked ahead, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly, though her beauty was not extraordinary. The tight-fitting uniform accentuated her assets, stirring a primal response within me. However, I merely glanced at her, quickly averting my gaze. I had no interest in engaging with someone whose demeanor was so brazenly flirtatious. After all, such a woman was hardly worth my attention. After traversing a corridor, I beheld a colossal avian beast, its size not much smaller than that of the thick-winged birds. As I scrutinized the formidable creature, I was surprised to discern that it was a flying magical beast. Its aura suggested it was only at the first tier, yet I could sense the swirling wind attribute energy emanating from it, indicating that this was a wind element flying magical beast, known for its remarkable speed. Perched atop the creature's back was a structure crafted from a unique type of wood, light yet sturdy, albeit somewhat rare in quantity. Inside, I noticed several compartments, and to my surprise, I found that 2 of them were already occupied by individuals clad in robes that clearly marked them as alchemists. "My lord, this is the flying beast bound for the eastern border city of Mashing in the Jama Empire, the closest city to the Tagore Desert," the uniformed woman announced respectfully as we halted before the flying beast. Nodding slightly, I lightly touched the ground with the tips of my toes and ascended onto the broad back of the giant bird. As I entered an empty compartment, I was unaware that as a distinguished alchemist, I was entitled to the privilege of dedicated service, a notion that most men would readily grasp. Given the earlier behavior of the woman, it was clear she had hoped to be selected as my companion for the journey. However, regrettably, I had no interest in her. and thus her intentions were wholly overlooked. Not long after I boarded the flying beast, another alchemist joined, and after a brief wait, I felt the enormous creature's wings begin to flap gently. Wisps of wind attribute energy swirled around us, lifting its massive form into the sky. With a resounding cry, the flying magical beast surged skyward under the guidance of its handler, embarking on a swift course toward the eastern reaches of the empire. Seated by the window, I gazed at the fleeting wisps of cloud outside, and memories of distant aircraft suddenly surfaced in my mind, prompting me to chuckle wryly as I shook them away. Settling into my seat, I began to enter a meditative state. The distance from High-End City to the imperial border was considerable, and even with the flying beast's speed, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Therefore, I was unwilling to squander this precious time. Chapter 145, Striving for the 4th Level Alchemist. As the bright sky gradually dimmed, I was abruptly roused from my meditation by a series of unusual sounds. Slowly opening my eyes, I noticed that the moonstone within the room had begun to emit a soft glow, dispelling the encroaching darkness of night. With a resigned sigh, I cast a glance toward the left compartment, where the sounds of a man's labored breathing intertwined with a woman's sultry moans, echoing like an enchanting melody in my ears. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, realizing why the woman had been so persistently hovering around me today. This was the nature of the service provided. Shaking my head in exasperation, I recognized that in such a state, I could no longer continue my cultivation. After some consideration, I rose to my feet and retrieved some medicinal herbs from my storage ring, placing them on the table beside me. Given that the journey to the eastern border of the empire would take approximately 3 days, I might as well devote this time to alchemical pursuits and elevate my skills. Having accepted the legacy of the Pill Emperor, Lu Yun's mind was filled with countless insights and experiences regarding alchemy. Each time he engaged in the art of potion making, he was able to convert various alchemical techniques to his advantage. Presently, he merely needed to accumulate experience points as if playing a game, allowing him to level up directly. With time on his hands, even though he couldn't fully immerse himself in cultivation, it would be more beneficial to continue refining pills and strive for the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Naturally, ascending as an alchemist required not only the requisite skills, but also a corresponding strength of spiritual power. Fortunately, Lu Yun's combat prowess was advancing rapidly, and his spiritual strength had seen a significant enhancement as well. However, as he progressed into the later stages, Lu Yun's spiritual power would likely fall short unless he discovered a method to augment it. Contemplating this, Lu Yun recalled the soul-devouring art he was practicing. Perhaps this secret technique for cultivating spiritual power would soon come into play. After retrieving the necessary medicinal herbs, Lu Yun focused his thoughts and placed the alchemical cauldron on the ground. He then gently laid his palm upon the cauldron. As he felt the internal flow of his combat energy surge, it swiftly coursed through his meridians, following his hand and producing a soft sound as it entered the cauldron. Boom! With a muffled thud, a torrent of purple flames erupted from within the cauldron. As time passed, the temperature inside the cauldron became optimal. Lu Yun's gaze swept casually over the stone platform before he unhurriedly grabbed several types of herbs and tossed them directly into the cauldron. Lu Yun's entire focus was directed toward the changes occurring within the cauldron. This was his first attempt at concocting a 4th-tier pill, and despite the foundational knowledge provided by the Pill Emperor's legacy, Lu Yun felt a twinge of nervousness. Under the suppression of his spiritual perception, the fierce purple flames became as docile as a lamb, gently enveloping the herbs he had cast into the cauldron. They proceeded to extract the various essential materials required for pill formulation. Amidst Lu Yun's calm and steady refining, the embryonic form of the pill began to take shape within the cauldron. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun's heart soared with joy, but in the next moment, the purple flames surged violently, instantly reducing the nearly formed pill into ashes, which were then expelled from the cauldron due to its special configuration. Staring at his blunder, Lu Yun was momentarily dazed before a bitter smile crept onto his face. He had been careless. In a moment of excitement, he had forgotten to control the flame's intensity. Nevertheless, despite the failure, Lu Yun did not feel disheartened. In the realm of alchemy, failures were as commonplace as eating and drinking. Even the most skilled alchemist could not guarantee a 100% success rate in concocting any given pill. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Yun resumed adding the medicinal herbs and began the refining process anew. As the purple flames surged within the room, time gradually slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Inside the small chamber, the clouds outside rushed past with great speed. After 2 days of relentless refining, Lu Yun had preliminarily grasped the techniques necessary for a 4th-tier alchemist. At this moment, within the crimson cauldron, the purple flames roared and surged. Inside the cauldron, a blood-red, round pill, roughly the size of a longan, was spinning rapidly, its surface gleaming, indicating that it was undergoing the final stage of pill condensation. Success was imminent. Moistening his slightly parched lips, Lu Yun suppressed his excitement and focused intently on the cauldron. In the next instant, his palm trembled slightly as he intensified the infusion of combat energy. In an instant, an even more intense purple flame erupted within the cauldron, completely enveloping the blood-red pill. As the purple flames surged and roiled, a fierce wave of energy suddenly rippled outward from the flames, quickly spreading like a ripple from the small room. As this wave of energy expanded, a flying magical beast soaring nearby was startled. It immediately trembled and swayed in midair, emitting a shrill cry filled with fear. Sensing the sudden surge of energy and the changes in the flying beast, Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. Simultaneously, the blood-red pill that was forming unexpectedly released an incredibly rich fragrance, tinged with a faint red hue, which wafted out of the room and enveloped the small sky above. This was problematic. He had forgotten that the formation of a fourth-tier pill would produce a colored pill fragrance and generate significant energy fluctuations. Lu Yun's expression shifted as he felt a twinge of concern but remained focused, stabilizing the flames in the cauldron. Just as the pill fragrance emanated, some commotion erupted within several other rooms on the giant bird beast. Among them were several alchemists who immediately recognized this as the unique fragrance produced during pill concoction. Only fourth-tier pills could emit such a colored fragrance. Upon realizing this, many felt a jolt of shock and a sense of unusual desire stirred within them. Pills above the fourth tier held a deadly allure for many, and some individuals would go to great lengths to obtain them. Soon, several figures emerged from the other rooms. Disheveled, their gazes scanning the corridor before ultimately settling on Lu Yun's room. Exchanging glances, a glint of coldness flickered in their eyes before they approached and knocked forcefully on Lu Yun's door. Bang, bang, bang. The jarring sound echoed through the room. Hearing the noise, Lu Yun frowned slightly, but chose to ignore it. With Wu Ming present, these individuals could not harm him. At this moment, the formation of the pill in the cauldron had reached its final stage. Buzz. With a resonating sound from the cauldron, a faint glow appeared around the blood-red pill. It was complete. With a thought, Lu Yun retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and enveloped the pill with his spiritual power, transferring it into the vial. Bang. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door was violently smashed open. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun's expression turned icy in an instant. Chapter 146, Devouring Souls. As the door was forcefully breached, four figures swiftly charged into the room. Their gazes swept across the chamber before finally landing on Lu Yun, whose expression was dark and foreboding. The four individuals first glanced at the third-tier alchemist badge on Lu Yun's chest, surprise flickering in their eyes as they exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of intrigue. While the four assessed Lu Yun, he also took a cursory look at them. Among them was an elderly man accompanied by three middle-aged individuals, all seemingly in their 30s. The elder wore a badge identical to Lu Yun's, signifying his status as a third-tier alchemist. Of the other three, two were second-tier alchemists, while the last was a first-tier alchemist. Young friend, I am was. Fixing his gaze upon the jade vial in Lu Yun's hand and the lingering colored fragrance in the room, the elderly third-tier alchemist narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of greed surfacing within, as he coughed lightly and approached Lu Yun with a warm demeanor. Casting a fleeting glance at the seemingly affable elder, Lu Yun remained silent, letting out a cold snicker as he slowly tucked the jade vial away. Haha, young friend, was that sudden surge of energy from here? We mean you no harm. We merely wish to inquire. After all, we are all floating 1,000 meters in the air. If something goes awry, we would all suffer. Undeterred by Lu Yun's frosty demeanor, the elder continued to speak with a smile. Indeed, young brother, we are essentially in the same boat. Please refrain from conjuring any dangerous substances, as it would not bode well for anyone. A second-tier alchemist, with a facade of feigned friendliness, approached with a gaze that subtly swept over Lu Yun, his Adam's apple clearly bobbing with agitation. Indeed, young brother, it would be prudent to surrender any contraband in your possession. We certainly do not wish to be implicated by you. Upon hearing this from the other two middle-aged men, unwilling to remain idle, joined in unison, echoing their sentiments. Moreover, as they chimed in, they audaciously expressed their intention to search him. I am currently in the midst of concocting elixirs, and you are all astute individuals. There is no need to feign ignorance. We will not interfere with the flight of the avian beast. So I kindly ask you to return to your quarters and refrain from unwarranted disturbances, lest. Lu Yun shot a glance at the four before him, whose intentions were unmistakably sinister, and spoke coldly. Young friend, you jest. We harbor no such intentions. But, as you know, at this altitude of 1,000 meters, should an incident occur, none of us could bear the consequences. Moreover, since you have chosen to ride this avian creature, it is evident that you have yet to reach the stage of transforming your fighting energy into wings. If a mishap were to occur, the elder named was, with a beaming smile, remarked, though the calmness of his expression could not fully mask the glimmers of greed and malice within. The youth before them, despite his tender age, had already attained the status of a third-tier alchemist, likely of remarkable lineage. Furthermore, the lingering aroma of colored elixirs in the room indicated that the young man had recently concocted a fourth-tier elixir. The notion that a mere third-tier alchemist could produce a fourth-tier elixir was utterly bewildering to the elder. In their eyes, this youth must possess some extraordinary treasures. Young brother, we are merely concerned for the safety of the flying magical beast. A simple search is all that is required, and we mean no harm. The second-tier alchemist declared, stepping forward with his palm concealing his fighting energy, and then struck at Liu Yun, seeking death. Witnessing this bold action, Liu Yun's expression turned icy, his hand clenched tightly, and violet flames erupted instantaneously, surging forth with a fierce momentum, striking the middle-aged man before he could react. As Liu Yun's palm descended, the second-tier alchemist was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Audacious! All of you attack together. Realizing Liu Yun's formidable strength, the elder third-tier alchemist's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as he bellowed, charging at Liu Yun. The two others hesitated for but a moment before also rushing toward him. Overestimating yourselves. As the three charged, a glint of frostiness flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He let out a cold laugh and then concentrated his fighting energy in his palm, delivering a powerful strike. The third form of the sky-obscuring palm, shattering void. As Liu Yun's words fell, a colossal energy palm imprint coalesced from his palm, sweeping toward the elder and his companions. The enormous palm imprint, imbued with the power to rend the void, directly swept through the three. With three anguished cries echoing, the elder and his companions lay sprawled on the ground as if they had met their demise. The first-tier alchemist, in a more dire state, spewed forth blood, meeting his end on the spot. Liu Yun's expression turned cold as he slowly approached, placing a foot upon the elder's chest. Old dog, do you still wish to search me? The elder's face contorted with terror, disregarding his injuries, and immediately pleaded with Liu Yun. My lord, we were blind to your grandeur and have disturbed you. I implore you to spare my life. The other two second-tier alchemists also dropped to their knees, trembling and beseeching. We beg you, my lord, spare us. We shall never dare again. Spare you? How utterly laughable. Unmoved by their desperate pleas, Liu Yun's eyes glimmered with coldness. Had it been others, they would likely have perished at the hands of these men by now. They might even have been discarded from this flying beast, their bodies obliterated. It is the perfect opportunity to test the power of the soul-devouring technique, and you have conveniently delivered yourselves to me. I harbor no qualms about consuming the souls of scoundrels like you. A cold smile played upon Liu Yun's lips as he immediately activated the soul-devouring technique, pressing his palm atop the elder's head. In the next moment, a terrifying force of soul energy, imbued with a dreadful devouring power, surged into the elder's mind. As Liu Yun unleashed the soul-devouring technique, piercing shrieks erupted from the elder's lips. The elder's once vibrant eyes clouded over, his aged features contorting into a grotesque mask of agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. The two second-tier alchemists, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably, their bodies chilled, their faces paling drastically. Is this person a demon? The elder's wretched cries ceased all too soon. Liu Yun gradually released his grip, and the elder's body fell limp to the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Struggling against the throbbing pain within his mind, Liu Yun, filled with murderous intent, turned toward the remaining two second-tier alchemists. Following a series of heart-rending screams, two more corpses lay within the room. Wooming, dispose of their bodies and guard me. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. Feeling the tearing sensation in his soul, Liu Yun swiftly issued his command, then sat cross-legged on the ground to refine the soul energy he had just absorbed. Chapter 147, Arrival at the Tagore Desert. Within the confines of a small room atop the colossal avian beast, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, a look of pain etched upon his handsome face. Within his mind, several strands of soul energy were merging. Deep within his soul, waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing Liu Yun to break into a cold sweat. As time passed, the strands of soul energy finally fused, and the agony within his soul gradually dissipated. Liu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within their depths. With a mere thought, a surge of soul power erupted from him, enveloping the entire room. His soul strength had increased by at least a third. Feeling the current intensity of his soul power, a faint smile graced Liu Yun's lips, revealing his satisfaction. The three individuals he had just dealt with were all alchemists, their soul power inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals. Now, having devoured the soul energy of the three, Liu Yun's own soul strength had been significantly enhanced. With his current level of soul power, he could easily rival other fifth-tier alchemists, even sixth-tier ones. Initially, He had found it somewhat challenging to break through to the fourth-tier alchemist status. However, with the augmentation of his soul power, Lu Yun could now concoct fourth-tier elixirs with utmost ease. The soul-devouring technique, indeed a ninth-tier soul cultivation method, directly devoured souls to enhance soul strength, proving to be unparalleled in its dominance. At this moment, Lu Yun truly grasped the profound intricacies of the soul-devouring technique. Shaking his head, Lu Yun gradually rose, feeling a sense of disorientation. It would be wise to refrain from utilizing the soul-devouring technique for the time being. Sensing the peculiar sensations within his mind, a contemplative look crossed Lu Yun's face. Though the soul-devouring technique was formidable, it bore its share of drawbacks. While devouring another's soul, Lu Yun also unwittingly absorbed fragments of their soul memories. Although he had endeavored to discard irrelevant memories, he had still absorbed a considerable amount of fragmented recollections. This was the reason for his current mental haze. Should he absorb an excess of these soul memory fragments, the overwhelming chaos could potentially lead to madness, rendering him a lunatic. Lu Yun dared not take such a risk. Before employing the soul-devouring technique again, he must ensure that the stability of his own soul is firmly established. Moreover, the soul-devouring technique possesses another flaw. The sheer magnitude of soul energy consumed at once could potentially harm his soul foundation. Reflecting upon the process of utilizing the soul-devouring technique, Lu Yun silently noted these drawbacks. Such mistakes must never be repeated. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the distant horizon, where a vast expanse of golden sand had appeared, and a smile crept across his lips. The Tagore Desert. We have finally arrived. Subsequently, Lu Yun gradually exited the room, uttering, "Wooming, for the remainder of our journey, let us take flight on our own. We should avoid any unnecessary commotion that might arise from the disappearance of these four alchemists once the colossal bird lands, as it could delay us. The status of alchemists within the Empire is exceedingly high, and the vanishing of four of them may provoke an inquiry from those with vested interests. To circumvent the need to address such investigations, I have decided to disembark early." As he spoke, Lu Yun summoned a thought, and the wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him. With a gentle flap of his majestic wings, he leaped directly off the gigantic avian creature. The fierce winds whirled past his ears, and with a powerful beat of his wings, a dense aura of fighting spirit enveloped him. Raising his gaze toward the distant flying beast, which was flapping its enormous wings, Lu Yun smiled faintly. After a brief pause, he accelerated dramatically, transforming into a streak of violet light, swiftly overtaking the avian monster. High above in the sky, a luminous streak shot across the horizon like a shooting star, heading toward the earthen city that stood amidst the vast golden desert. As he approached the city, the intense heat waves surged toward him. Squinting at the seemingly boundless expanse of golden terrain, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At last, I have arrived at the Tagore Desert. When he was still several hundred meters away from the city, Lu Yun gradually reduced his speed, his body trembling slightly as the wind and thunder wings behind him radiated a soft lavender glow, slowly retracting until they transformed into a tattoo upon his shoulder blade. As he spun midair, his feet landed firmly on the ground. After brushing off the dust from his attire, he looked up at the immense yellow city that had come into view, smiling faintly while feeling a sense of relief, perhaps due to its proximity to the desert. The weather here was exceptionally dry and sweltering. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, baking the earth beneath him and causing waves of heat to rise, distorting the air and blurring his vision. Logically, in such an inhospitable environment, few would find comfort. However, Lu Yun was astonished to discover that since setting foot on this land, the violet fire energy coursing through him had become exceedingly invigorating. Slightly taken aback, he extended his hand to grasp at the air before him, pursed his lips, and after a moment of contemplation, softly remarked, "No wonder. Nearly 80% of the air here is infused with earth and fire elemental energy. This truly is a sanctuary for cultivation." Exhaling gently, Lu Yun adjusted his exquisite alchemist robe, which resembled a work of art, and then proceeded toward the nearby earthen city at a leisurely pace. As he approached the city, the number of pedestrians increased, most of whom were men with bare arms and sun-kissed, rugged skin. At first glance, they appeared rather boisterous, while the occasional passing women, with similarly tanned skin, exuded a somewhat sultry bronze hue. The women here were not as demure as those within the empire, clad in form-fitting leather attire. They barely concealed their chests and certain delicate areas, boldly exposing their slender waists. Long, taut thighs were similarly clad in short skirts or shorts, their serpentine movements captivating in their allure. As Lu Yun walked, he feasted his eyes upon the sights, smacking his lips as he gazed at the now clearly defined yellow city. He noticed two large, pale red characters carved above the city gates, which from a distance evoked a faint sense of bloodshed. "Desert City," he murmured softly, a smile creeping across his face as he made his way toward the city gates. At the entrance, A dozen armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, were vociferously demanding that the incoming travelers pay the entrance tax. Observing the soldiers, fully armed despite the heat, Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. The level of security here seemed even more stringent than that of Black Rock City, a major metropolis. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat, the soldiers appeared irritable, their harsh shouts incessantly urging the pedestrians at the gate. Approaching the entrance, as he listened to the soldiers' harsh banter, Lu Yun frowned slightly, shook his head, and strode directly into the city. In the Gamma Empire, alchemists enjoyed privileges akin to those of nobility, and the entrance fees at the city gates were exempted for them. Although an alchemist would not concern themselves with such a trivial sum, the prestige associated with their status was indeed appreciated by all alchemists. "Hey, kid, can't you read the signs?" A soldier, noticing Lu Yun's nonchalant entry, widened his eyes in surprise. However, before the reprimand fully escaped his lips, he caught sight of Lu Yun's exquisitely crafted alchemist robe, causing his impending words to falter. The soldier's anger morphed into a sycophantic smile. "My lord, are you entering the city?" "Indeed." Without breaking his stride, Lu Yun approached the soldier, casting a disinterested glance his way before brushing past the now trembling guard, continuing on his path into the city. Ugh! Relieved that Lu Yun had overlooked his earlier rudeness, the soldier felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, swallowed hard, and quickly turned to shout respectfully, "My lord. Recently the serpent men in the Tagore Desert have been rather restless. If you plan to venture out of the city, do take care." Slowing his pace at this unexpected information, Lu Yun nodded slightly before gradually disappearing into the shadows of the city wall passage. Damn, that was close. If the higher-ups found out I offended a third-tier alchemist, they'd surely toss me to the dogs. Watching Lu Yun's retreating figure, the soldier finally exhaled deeply, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and returned to his post. Perhaps due to the earlier scare, he had tempered his demeanor, refraining from yelling at the incoming pedestrians. As he emerged from the dimly lit passageway, his vision brightened, revealing a cityscape characterized by the unique architecture of the desert. The peculiar structures captivated Lu Yun's attention. I should find Haebadong first. Remembering the purpose of his visit to the Tagore Desert, Lu Yun casually grabbed a passerby, inquiring about shops that sold desert maps. He recalled that Haebadong operated a store specializing in desert maps. Initially, the person Lu Yun stopped seemed somewhat impatient, but upon noticing the alchemist's badge on Lu Yun's chest, their demeanor shifted to one of deference. They politely directed Lu Yun to the location of the store, and as Lu Yun expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave, the individual eagerly shared the approximate prices of the maps. After thanking the passerby, Lu Yun gently touched the alchemist's badge on his chest, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. It was undeniable how advantageous this identity was. With a mix of admiration and urgency, Lu Yun quickly rounded the corner and headed toward the best map store in Desert City, known as Gu Tuesday. After a leisurely stroll, the map shop soon came into view. As Lu Yun cast his gaze around the exterior of the shop, he was somewhat taken aback. This establishment was not as lavish and ostentatious as others, but rather exuded a subtle air of antiquity. Is this where Haebadong resides? With a hint of anticipation, Lu Yun stepped gently into the shop. The interior was not excessively spacious, yet the soft glow of two moonlight stones illuminated the space quite brightly. Scanning the interior, he noticed that there were not many customers seeking maps, leaving the atmosphere rather desolate. As he cautiously walked further in, his eyes flitted about before finally resting on an elderly man behind the counter, who was diligently crafting maps with his head bowed. The old man appeared to be quite advanced in age. Despite his snowy white hair, the gnarled hand that held the drawing pen remained steady and robust. Is this Haebadong? A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Lu Yun's gaze as he contemplated whether to approach the old man and reveal his identity. How would he explain himself then? After a brief moment of hesitation, he narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. Consequently, Lu Yun refrained from disturbing Haebadong. His attention gradually wandered over the numerous maps displayed on the counter. He recalled that Haebadong seemed to possess a fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. This fragment was invaluable, and he was determined to acquire it. Feigning interest, Lu Yun picked up a desert map and examined it closely. After a while of scrutinizing the map, he did not find the pure Lotus Demon Fire fragment, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Noticing that Haebadong showed no signs of concluding his task, Lu Yun pursed his lips, and once again ambled towards an ancient wooden rack nestled in a corner of the shop. This rack, evidently aged and weathered, was riddled with holes from decay, and upon it lay a haphazard stack of yellowed maps. The surface of these maps bore signs of damage, resembling failed attempts at cartography. As his hand rifled through the yellowed maps, a faint musty odor wafted up, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. He lifted a pile of failed works, his hand trembling slightly, when suddenly a diminutive torn image, no larger than the palm of his hand, fell from the stack. Paying little mind to the fallen fragment, Lu Yun continued to examine the unsuccessful pieces in his grasp without disturbing the old man. His gaze swept over the multitude of maps on the counter, and with keen interest, he turned one over in his hands, nodding in satisfaction at the clear routes depicted. After a while, seeing that Haebadong was still engrossed in his work, Lu Yun once more approached the ancient wooden rack in the corner of the shop, harboring the hope that the pure Lotus Demon Fire fragment might be hidden among these maps. With a tinge of expectation, Lu Yun continued to sift through the yellowed maps, the musty scent growing more pronounced, causing him to frown slightly. At that moment, he lifted another stack of failed works, and again, a small torn image fell from it. Upon gazing at the fragment, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. He had found it. Chapter 149, Haebadong. Lu Yun's gaze fixed on the small torn image that lay on the ground, and elation surged within him. He cautiously picked up the fallen fragment, his eyes gleaming with delight as he carefully scrutinized the image, which bore a slightly familiar mysterious route. Although he still could not grasp the intricacies of the map, the pattern seemed eerily reminiscent of the pure Lotus Demon Fire fragment he possessed, confirming to him that this too was a fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yun's mind. If he were to collect these fragments and auction them, what treasures might he unearth? However, he also realized that the fragment he held was incomplete. Half of it remained in Haebadong's possession. To obtain the complete map, he would need to devise a strategy. Meanwhile, within the shop, Haebadong finally concluded his work, yet he still did not lift his gaze, his aged voice resonating calmly within the room. You wish to purchase a map of the Taggart Desert, do you not? Upon hearing Haebadong's inquiry, Lu Yun turned around, slowly approaching the counter, and nodded with a smile, politely stating, Sir, could you provide me with the most accurate and detailed map of the desert? The items are on the counter. Feel free to choose. Haebadong replied without any intention of rising to offer an introduction, his tone rather indifferent. This demeanor was not particularly reminiscent of a typical merchant. Observing Haebadong's unusual attitude, Lu Yun felt astonished. Could this man truly be in the business of selling? Would his wares sell at all? Little did Lu Yun know that the maps here were the most meticulously recorded of the Taggart Desert throughout the entire desert city, almost all having been traversed by Haebadong himself, ensuring their authenticity. Such maps would certainly sell without issue. Subsequently, Lu Yun casually selected a map that appeared to be quite detailed from the counter. He then proactively unfurled the ancient map fragment in his palm, gently inquiring, Sir, might you have any more of these map fragments? Upon hearing Lu Yun's question, Haebadong, who had been engrossed in drawing maps, subtly trembled his hand, causing the carefully drawn routes to slightly deviate. Frowning slightly, Haebadong finally lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the torn map in Lu Yun's hand, a flicker of something unidentifiable passing through his murky old eyes. Gazing at the aged face before him, Lu Yun could not help but be taken aback. There was a ghastly scar running from the left cheek to the corner of the eye. Although the old man's demeanor was quite serene, the scar added an air of latent menace to his visage. Haebadong raised his eyes to meet Lu Yun's, but upon seeing the youthfulness of his features, a glimmer of surprise flickered within his murky gaze. This lad seems strangely familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before. A look of confusion crossed his aged face, but ultimately, he could not recall where. Then, his eyes roamed over Lu Yun's robe, which indicated his identity as an alchemist, and there was a hint of astonishment in his voice. This lad is actually a third-tier alchemist? When did such a prodigy emerge in the Jaimar Empire? Could he be from the royal family, or a genius from the Yunlan sect? As he speculated about Lu Yun's background, Haebadong asked, Have you encountered such a fragment before? In response, Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he shook his head. I believe I once saw such a map fragment in an auction hall. I casually competed for it, but ultimately, I withdrew due to the exorbitant bidding from others. Today, encountering this fragment here, which seems somewhat akin to the one I previously encountered, prompted me to inquire. Oh, as Haebadong's gaze swept across Lu Yun's face, he appeared to believe his words. Replying in a subdued tone, There are none left. This was merely an accidental acquisition of mine, based on my years of cartographic experience. This seems to be merely a fragment of a map. Could you kindly tell me where you obtained it? Lu Yun asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Found it in the desert. Haebadong replied in a flat tone, revealing no hint of emotion. In response to the old man's exceedingly irresponsible answer, Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the incomplete map in his hand, and said, Sir, would you be willing to sell me this piece of map? I am prepared to offer a generous price. I will not sell it. Haebadong slowly lowered his head, redirecting his focus to the map that remained unfinished. His tone was unremarkable, yet it bore an undeniable certainty. Lu Yun had anticipated Haebadong's response. In the original narrative, this man had outright refused Xiao Yin. Contemplating his own scheme, Lu Yun's heart stirred, and then he narrowed his eyes, fixing his cold gaze upon Haebadong. Then I must insist on acquiring it. Upon hearing this, Haebadong looked up at Lu Yun in surprise, then chuckled lightly. Young one, You are quite audacious for your age. Do not entertain any thoughts of forcibly taking my map. I am not in need of money. I advise you. It would be wise not to entertain any notions of coercion, as it would yield no benefit for you. Hai Bo Dong waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. It seemed he was not the least bit concerned that Lu Yun might abscond with the fragment of the map in his possession. In response, Lu Yun cast a meaningful glance at Hai Bo Dong, sneering. Indeed, in the presence of one who may have once been a Do Huang-level powerhouse, I would not dare to resort to force. Crack. Upon hearing this, the ink brush in Hai Bo Dong's hand suddenly halted, and with a crisp sound, it snapped. He fixed his gaze intently on the large ink blot that marred the map, and after a moment, he lifted his head to regard Lu Yun, a faint chill gradually enveloping his murky eyes. Who exactly are you? Hai Bo Dong tapped a spot on the table lightly, causing the open door to slam shut with a resounding thud. His penetrating gaze bore down on Lu Yun, a frigid and oppressive aura emanating from his being. As this icy pressure bore down on Lu Yun, he quickly activated the Xuanwu true armor on his body, dark radiance emanating from him, forming a shadow of the Xuanwu that shielded him from Hai Bo Dong's imposing presence. Sir, please do not misunderstand. I do not know you. It is merely that I possess an unusual sensitivity, particularly attuned to certain energies around me. Earlier, I happened to sense the immense energy within you. Observing Hai Bo Dong's intense reaction, Lu Yun smiled and explained, I harbor no ill intentions, but I genuinely wish to obtain this fragment of the map. It is of great importance to me, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Of course, you may state what you require in exchange, and I assure you, I shall not refuse if it is within my means. Young man, I did not expect you to possess such a treasure. Upon seeing the Xuanwu shadow manifest around Lu Yun, Hai Bo Dong's pupils contracted slightly, unable to suppress his astonishment. He. In response, Lu Yun non-committally nodded, raising the fragment of the map in his hand, and said, What do you think, sir? Chapter 150, The Great Battle with Hai Bo Dong. I have already stated that I shall not sell it to anyone. If you truly intend to take it by force, do not blame me for using my power against you. Hai Bo Dong spoke with a calm demeanor, yet the white hair on his back seemed to sway without wind, icy fighting spirit swirling around him. Having received a flat rejection from Hai Bo Dong, Lu Yun furrowed his brow. This old man was remarkably obstinate. It seemed he was unaware that by gathering these fragments, one could obtain the map to locate the pure lotus demon fire, yet he still refused to sell it. This not only left Lu Yun feeling displeased, but also incited a sense of defiance within him. Refusal to accept kindness will lead to punishment. Although Hai Bo Dong was nominally the elder of the Miter family, he did not reveal his identity at this moment, allowing Lu Yun to feign ignorance and act without restraint. The more strength and cards he revealed, the more likely Hai Bo Dong would unhesitatingly assist him once he became aware of Lu Yun's true identity. With the backing of the elder of the Miter family, once Lu Yun returned to the imperial capital, his endeavors would proceed without hindrance. Sir, I must have this item today, even if you refuse. I may have to take it by force. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the smile on Lu Yun's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold expression. You? Although I have secluded myself for decades due to certain circumstances, it is not your place as a third-tier alchemist to speak to me in such a manner. Hearing Lu Yun's words, a mocking smile appeared on Hai Bo Dong's aged face, as he scoffed. In his view, this young man was indeed a prodigy, one who might surpass him in the future. However, at this moment, Hai Bo Dong believed he could easily suppress a mere teenager. Then watch carefully, for this third-tier alchemist is not someone you can offend. With a cold laugh, Lu Yun ceased the idle chatter, pushing off with his toes to swiftly retreat toward the door, seeking death. Observing Lu Yun's actions, a fierce expression crossed Hai Bo Dong's face. The gnarled scar on his visage appeared even more menacing. He stomped on the ground, his figure hurtling towards Lu Yun like lightning. As the old man dashed forward, an icy aura rapidly enveloped the shop, and a thin mist coiled within, completely obscuring Lu Yun's vision. As the surrounding frost-laden mist obscured his sight, Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. This old man possessed such an ability. As the cold white mist enveloped the interior of the room, Lu Yun felt an ominous sensation wash over him, realizing that the mist had robbed him of his sense of direction. Moreover, as the encroaching mist began to invade his body, he distinctly felt his speed significantly diminish. Even before the confrontation had officially begun, he found himself hindered. A chill ran through Lu Yun's heart. With a swift mental command, he summoned forth strands of violet flame fighting spirit from the purple vortex within his abdomen. The violet flames surged rapidly through his meridians, and in an instant, Lu Yun's body trembled as a faint violet fighting spirit armor enveloped him completely. The surface of the armor flickered with violet flames, incinerating the encroaching icy mist into nothingness. With the fighting spirit armor now adorning him, Lu Yun could distinctly feel a marked enhancement in his state. His cautious gaze scanned the surrounding cold fog, Simultaneously, as Lu Yun donned the violet flame fighting spirit armor, a low gasp resonated from within the surrounding white mist. Evidently, Haibo Dong had not anticipated that Lu Yun possessed the strength of a great dome master. A mere teenager, a third-tier alchemist, and yet wielding the might of a great dome master. Was this truly a talent that the Jiama Empire could cultivate? Sir, I mean you no harm, nor do I wish to disrupt your seclusion. However, this fragment of the map is of utmost importance to me. I kindly request your consideration. Lu Yun called out, scanning his surroundings. Humph, it took me great effort to acquire this item years ago, despite studying it for over a decade. I still do not know its true purpose. However, I am certain of the significant secrets it harbors. To expect me to hand it over to you without cause is but a dream. Haibo Dong retorted coldly amidst the swirling mist. With furrowed brows, Lu Yun was about to speak again when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily activated the Xuanwu True Armor, and in the next moment, a shadow of the Xuanwu enveloped him. With a soft whoosh, several white ice spikes shot forth from the mist, striking the Xuanwu shadow that protected Lu Yun. Upon impact, the ice spikes transformed into a puddle of water, drenching the protective armor. At that moment, Lu Yun felt a wave of coldness surging towards him. His expression shifted slightly as he flicked his fingers, summoning the violet flames to erupt from his palm, swiftly sweeping across the Xuanwu True Armor, melting away the frost and chill that clung to it. Violet flames? To my astonishment, despite your tender age, you possess an array of extraordinary artifacts, which undoubtedly accounts for your audacity, remarked the elderly figure hidden within the mist, his surprise palpable as he observed Lu Yun's actions. Lu Yun, squinting slightly, refrained from responding. His gaze firmly locked on the surrounding white fog, as he gradually retraced his steps along the path etched in his memory. Although that wretched object had severely diminished his strength, dealing with you, a mere brat, should not prove too difficult. Sensing Lu Yun's covert maneuvers, the old man in the fog let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, a white shadow surged forth like a flash of lightning, closing in on Lu Yun. The sudden onslaught from Haibo Dong caused Lu Yun's expression to shift slightly in surprise. His wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him, allowing him to narrowly evade Haibo Dong's fierce assault. Battle Chi transformation into wings. Haibo Dong's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yun, suspended in the void, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Yet, he quickly realized, no, this is a flying combat technique. This little fellow possesses an astonishing array of artifacts, truly a prodigy. Old man, it is now my turn to strike. Hovering in the air, Lu Yun summoned a fierce wind and thunder slash, unleashing it mercilessly upon the figure before him. As he beheld the enormous blade of light cleaving through the air with formidable power, Haibo Dong's pupils constricted, a glimmer of trepidation flashing across his aged visage. In a rapid motion, his gnarled hands formed a seal as he exclaimed, "Ice Mirror." With the conclusion of Haibo Dong's hand gesture, the white mist before him began to churn violently, and in an instant, a transparent ice mirror, approximately half a meter wide, materialized unexpectedly before him. Chapter 151, The Shock of Haibo Dong. Bang! The wind and thunder slash descended with tremendous force, crashing heavily against the ice mirror. Instantly, Lu Yun's expression changed drastically as he sensed a powerful rebound emanating from the ice mirror, which unexpectedly sent him hurtling backward. It can even rebound. What an enigmatic combat technique. Lu Yun's countenance darkened as he regarded Haibo Dong with surprise. Fortunately, he was protected by the Xuanwu True Armor, otherwise, he might have suffered considerable harm. Observing the somewhat pale-faced Lu Yun being thrust backward, Haibo Dong let out another cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, dozens of spiral-shaped ice spikes rapidly formed before him. Then, with a flourish, they surged forth like a torrential storm towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun glanced up at the impending barrage of ice spikes, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, the wind and thunder wings behind him began to flap vigorously. Simultaneously, his internal battle chi surged toward his palms, coalescing into a massive palm imprint. While evading the ice spike assault midair, Lu Yun spun suddenly, releasing the palm imprint with the force of his rotation, hurling it angrily towards Haibo Dong. The colossal palm imprint shot forth, tearing through the air with a faint vibration of the void shimmering upon its surface. This is a ground-tier combat technique. Gazing at the massive palm imprint hurtling towards him, Haibo Dong's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The youth before him had provided him with ample surprise. However, despite his astonishment, Haibo Dong showed no mercy in retaliation. With a swift motion of his palms, he conjured countless fine strands of ice, tossing them skyward, which then spiraled down to entangle the descending palm imprint. In mere moments, the massive imprint was enveloped in a thick layer of white ice strands. Under the overwhelming barrage of ice strands, the fierce energy contained within the colossal palm imprint was rapidly dissipating. When it was a mere half meter from the top of Haibo Dong's head, it finally came to a complete halt, Casting a casual glance at the palm imprint tightly wrapped in ice strands above him, Hai Buodong let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his hand, the massive palm imprint, ensnared by the ice strands, began to spin violently in midair before suddenly reversing direction, crashing down furiously upon the defenseless Lu Yun. What? It can be played like this? Witnessing his attack being turned against him, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. Hai Buodong's tactics were indeed bizarre. The momentum of the colossal palm imprint, under Hai Buodong's influence, bore a ferocity comparable to Lu Yun's utmost effort. If struck, even with the Xuanwu true armor, he would undoubtedly suffer some hidden damage. As the enormous palm imprint drew closer, Lu Yun could only shake his head helplessly. With a slight flap of his wings, the wind and thunder wings propelled him upward, narrowly evading the incoming assault. Such incredible speed, rivaling that of a battle king. Observing the wind and thunder wings erupting from Lu Yun's back, Hai Buodong's pupils constricted in shock. After a moment, he shook his head, frowning. This is certainly not an ordinary flying combat technique. Good heavens, this lad is brimming with treasures. Disregarding the astonishment caused by the wind and thunder wings, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to rapidly flap them again. In the next moment, Lu Yun's body shot upward into the sky. From his vantage point below, Hai Buodong looked at Lu Yun, who was intent on breaking through the roof, and a trace of mockery and derision crept onto his face. Lu Yun ascended swiftly. But just after the wind and thunder wings had flapped twice, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura radiating from above. Feeling the frigid presence, Lu Yun's heart tightened, and he unleashed a shattering palm imprint upward. Clang! The massive palm imprint collided with something, producing a crisp sound. Simultaneously, several small ice shards began to fall, ultimately landing upon Lu Yun's face. The icy sensation caused his heart to sink slightly. He had not anticipated that the old man could transform the entire room into a solid ice chamber in such a short time. Truly, the Ice Emperor. Abandoning the idea of forcibly breaking through, Lu Yun slowly flapped his wings, descending significantly, his gaze coldly fixed upon Hai Buodong, who stood amidst the white mist. TSK. A rare flying combat technique, an unusual purple flame, a powerful ground-tier combat technique, far exceeding the prowess of an ordinary great fighter. Boy, are you perhaps the heir of the Yunlin sex leader? Or a scion of one of the prominent families? Or even a member of the royal family? Hai Buodong inquired, raising his head with keen interest to observe Lu Yun, who was flapping his purplish-black wings in midair. In response, Lu Yun licked his lips, cautiously regarding the old man, but offered no reply. Yet, regardless of whether you truly possess any of those identities, you shall not leave here with the map fragment today. His hand brushed against the scar on his aged face, and Hai Buodong's voice grew progressively colder. While you may possess numerous extraordinary abilities, you are merely a great fighter. Although my strength has waned, dealing with you will not pose a challenge. Hand over the item, and I shall allow you to depart. I have no desire to disrupt the seclusion I have maintained for many years. Staring at the obstinate elder, Lu Yun let out a resigned sigh. This fellow, though his cultivation was sealed, still possessed the strength of a peak battle spirit, and he had once been a battle emperor, with a plethora of skills at his disposal. Defeating him with his own strength seemed an insurmountable task. Even so, do not blame me for lacking in courtesy. Old man, I have stated before. This map fragment is something I must obtain. Nodding slightly, Lu Yun lowered his gaze and shrugged at Hai Buodong before suddenly closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the system space. Observing Lu Yun's peculiar behavior, the elder was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Yet, moments later, his expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a fierce aura, every bit as formidable as his own, gradually descending into the room. Hai Buodong focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, a purple beast had suddenly manifested within the room, its fierce eyes fixed intently upon him. How could this be? As he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature, the elder's previously placid countenance finally betrayed a flicker of shock. The chilling mist enveloped the environment, akin to stepping into a realm dominated by frost, where dense white fog obscured any hint of an endpoint. Amidst this haze, the elder looked up in astonishment at the youth suspended in midair. After a brief moment, his expression grew grave as he barked, "Young man, who exactly are you?" Chapter 152. The Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. Subdue this old man, and procure a vial of accompanying purple crystal essence, Lu Yun instructed, glancing at the nearby purple crystal winged Lion King. In response, the lion, casting a surprised glance at Hai Buodong, uttered in human speech, 3 vials. And I shall handle it for you. Oh, look who's learned to negotiate, Lu Yun retorted, somewhat displeased. At most, 2 vials. If you refuse, return whence you came. Agreed. The purple crystal winged Lion King hastily acquiesced. However, upon completing this task, may I refrain from returning? Clearly, the lion was reluctant to be summoned back into Lu Yun's system space. That will depend on your performance. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. The exchange between Lu Yun and the purple crystal-winged Lion King utterly left Hao Buodong bewildered. He stared, wide-eyed, at the lion, his aged face etched with disbelief. A creature capable of human speech. Could this truly be a sixth-tier magical beast? Young man, what manner of being are you? In that moment, Hao Buodong regarded Lu Yun with an intensity that belied his earlier composure. It was no wonder he was so shaken. Anyone who beheld a sixth-tier beast materialize before them would struggle to maintain their calm. Moreover, this creature was summoned by a mere 16-year-old boy. Was it possible that this formidable beast was a pet of the youth? Such a notion was unfathomable. Hao Buodong gazed incredulously at the scene before him. To command a sixth-tier beast as a pet was an achievement reserved for only the most elite of powers or reclusive, super-strong individuals. In the eyes of such extraordinary forces, the strong within the Jayamar Empire were but insignificant fireflies vying for recognition. Could this young man be affiliated with one of those factions? A flicker of trepidation crossed Hao Buodong's mind as he scrutinized the youthful figure of Lu Yun. Under the overwhelming presence of these powerful entities, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Impossible, impossible. How could individuals of such extraordinary prowess descend upon the humble Jayamar Empire? Despite his overwhelming fear, he gradually subdued this sentiment, engaging in self-reassurance. As he regained his composure, he fixed a serious gaze upon the purple crystal-winged Lion King beside Lu Yun. Regardless of his beliefs, the existence of this sixth-tier beast was irrefutable. It seemed today's battle would spell doom for him. Yet, as one of the former top 10 strongmen of the Jayamar Empire, pride swelled within Hao Buodong. He would not yield without a fight. With narrowed eyes, he clenched his gnarled hands, causing the surrounding icy mist to rapidly coalesce into a pristine white ice spear. Upon solidifying the ice spear with his fighting spirit, the elder still felt a sense of insecurity. He swiftly formed a hand seal and declared, "Ice Spirit Armor." With his command, the surrounding cold mist materialized into a sturdy ice armor, shimmering with a frigid luster around his body. Both the weapon and armor he wielded were entirely composed of fighting spirit, a feat achievable only by those of the Doling level. In the Duki continent, the average individual could externalize their fighting spirit upon reaching the Great Dome Master stage. By enveloping their weapons in fighting spirit, they could significantly amplify their attack power. Upon achieving the Doling stage, one could condense their fighting spirit into weapons and armor, as Hao Buodong did now. Such armaments and defenses were incomparably superior to ordinary ones. At this moment, Hao Buodong was fully committed, exerting his utmost effort. Though he faced a sixth-tier beast with seemingly no chance of victory, he would strive valiantly. Lu Yun, you must not go back on your word. Disregarding Hao Buodong's fully armed stance, the purple crystal-winged Lion King addressed Lu Yun, then suddenly let out a deafening roar. As the sound reverberated, an immense force erupted from its being, causing its form to enlarge, revealing its true visage. With a brilliant purple radiance shining forth, the beast dispelled the encroaching mist entirely. Witnessing the lion's singular roar shatter the dense fog, Hao Buodong's expression shifted drastically. When he finally beheld the lion's true form, his eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief flashing across his features. This was the purple crystal-winged Lion King. As a well-versed warrior, Hao Buodong recognized the ruler of the magical Beast Mountains. How could this be? The purple crystal-winged Lion King has been tamed? Foolish human, it seems you recognize this king. In that case, I shall grant you the courtesy of a complete corpse, the lion declared, its massive eyes fixed upon Hao Buodong with an air of superiority. Do not harm him, otherwise, one vial of accompanying purple crystal essence will be deducted, Lu Yun interjected coolly. Upon hearing this, the corners of the lion's mouth twitched slightly, glaring at Lu Yun. Why must you meddle so much? I've made my stance clear. Your performance will dictate the outcome, Lu Yun replied indifferently. The purple crystal-winged Lion King scoffed, turning its icy gaze toward Hao Buodong. Human, you may strike first. If I unleash my power, you shall have no opportunity. Hao Buodong's expression darkened at the words. It had been years since he had been so underestimated. Yet facing the sixth-tier beast, he dared not be negligent. With a swift motion, he sent the ice spear soaring, summoning countless sharp ice shards that rapidly converged above him, followed by a whistling wind as they hurtled toward the airborne purple crystal-winged Lion King. An effortless blow. The lion's eyes glimmered with disdain as its colossal form quivered slightly, then it dove downward like a great rock, gazing indifferently at the deluge of ice shards. A purple beam of light suddenly erupted from its horn. As the purple light descended, the barrage of ice shards was instantly disintegrated into a spectacular shower of icy powder. How could this be? Hao Buodong stammered, momentarily stunned as he beheld the ice shards being reduced to mere dust without a hint of resistance. Ignoring Hao Buodong's astonishment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a mocking laugh and unleashed another purple beam directed at Hao Buodong. The beam tore through the air, seemingly intent on rending the very fabric of reality, leaving faint purple traces in its wake. Though the lion had held back, the sheer destructive power of the purple beam made Hao Buodong's expression grow increasingly grave. Chapter 153, Sealing Hao Buodong. Hao Buodong regarded the swiftly approaching purple beam with a heavy heart, acutely aware of the terrifying force it contained. Cautiously retreating a few steps, he tightened his grip on the ice spear, unleashing it with a piercing, bone-chilling energy. Observing Hao Buodong's reckless choice to confront the attack head-on, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's eyes glimmered with a hint of scorn as the purple beam accelerated, ultimately colliding with the ice spear in a tremendous explosion. A brilliant beam of purple light collided with an ice spear, instantly sending forth a fierce ripple of energy that radiated from the point of impact, fracturing the ground beneath into a web-like array of cracks. It was utterly unbearable. The moment they made contact, the ice spear was directly compressed into a bow-like arc. And with a cold command from the amethyst-winged Lion King, a sharp crack echoed as the ice spear shattered explosively, scattering icy shards. In merely a single exchange, his weapon was effortlessly destroyed by his opponent, causing Hao Buodong's expression to darken considerably. Faced with a sixth-tier magical beast like the amethyst-winged Lion King, his strength was ultimately insufficient. The disparity between their powers was indeed vast. In truth, had it not been for the amethyst-winged Lion King's concern for Hao Buodong's safety, a single strike would have sufficed to obliterate him. The terrifying gap in strength left Hao Buodong feeling a sense of dread. No, I cannot confront this beast head-on. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he pushed off the ground with the tips of his toes, retreating swiftly. While in motion, he rapidly gestured with his hands, and 7 glistening ice mirrors swiftly formed, completely obstructing the path of the pursuing amethyst-winged Lion King. Just as he completed the 7 ice mirrors, Hao Buodong barely had time to catch his breath when a series of crisp sounds caught his attention. Looking up in astonishment, he realized that the amethyst-winged Lion King was charging through, effortlessly incinerating the ice mirrors into nothingness with the purple flames surrounding its body before they could even touch it. Very well. Today, I refuse to believe that after hiding away for over 20 years, I have been driven to this desperate state. The relentless assault from the amethyst-winged Lion King ignited a fire within Hao Buodong, his brow furrowing as he forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a chilling aura that froze the earth within a radius of several meters into thick ice. Ice Blade Whirlwind. His hands swiftly formed seals before him, and the elderly man let out a deep roar, causing crescent-shaped ice blades to materialize and swirl around him. The number of ice blades multiplied until, in the end, they enveloped his entire form, intertwining to create a small whirlwind composed entirely of ice blades. Go! A low command resonated from within the storm, and the ice blade tempest surged towards the amethyst-winged Lion King, ravaging the ground beneath, which was left scarred and pockmarked. Crystal counters were shredded apart by the ice blades, exploding into fragments that fell like smooth shards of glass. Observing the ferocious assault from Hao Buodong with an air of disdain, the amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly halted its advance. In the next instant, the purple flames and fierce aura enveloping its form were completely retracted into its body. It had abandoned all defense, allowing Hao Buodong's onslaught to strike unimpeded. The formidable physique of a 6th-tier magical beast rendered it capable of disregarding Hao Buodong's attacks. Beast, are you seeking death? Watching the amethyst-winged Lion King's audacious actions, Hao Buodong's voice, tinged with anger, echoed through the ice blade storm. Clearly, the amethyst-winged Lion King's dismissive demeanor incited a deep fury within the ever-proud Hao Buodong. He had exerted all his strength in his previous attack, yet the opponent chose to forego defense against his utmost assault, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Hao Buodong's pride as a powerful being. It must come to an end. Ignoring Hao Buodong's wrath, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a cold shout, and then its horns suddenly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance of purple light. As the purple radiance surged forth, the surrounding air trembled slightly. Amethyst Seal. With a soft command from the amethyst-winged Lion King, a colossal beam of purple light surged forth towards Hao Buodong. The purple beam penetrated through the ice blade whirlwind surrounding him as if it were traversing an uninhabited realm. After a brief pause, the once rapidly spinning ice blade storm began to solidify. With a sharp crack, the entire whirlwind was entirely sealed. Gazing calmly at the ice pillar before him, the amethyst-winged Lion King casually swiped its claw, delivering a gentle tap on the ice structure. Boom! With a resounding thud, the ice pillar collapsed and shattered, transforming into countless cool white particles that rained down from the air. The explosion of the ice pillar revealed Hao Buodong, ensconced within a layer of purple crystal. Lu Yun, the task is complete. Where is my reward? Seeing Hao Buodong sealed, the amethyst-winged Lion King immediately sought out Lu Yun for the accompanying amethyst essence. Here you go. Lu Yun wasted no words, promptly retrieving 2 vials of amethyst essence from the system space and tossing them to the amethyst-winged Lion King. Subsequently, Lu Yun approached the sealed Hai Buodong, smiling as he addressed the figure within. "Old sir, you have been defeated. This treasure now belongs to me." Looking at Hai Buodong encased within the purple crystal, Lu Yun felt a twinge of regret. After all, he was a revered elder of the Mitre family. Was he being too harsh in treating him this way? "Young man, I indeed underestimated you. I have grown old." The purple crystal trembled slightly, followed by Hai Buodong's weary voice. Lu Yun leaned closer to the crystal, observing Hai Buodong's struggles within, and felt no hint of panic. Given Hai Buodong's current strength, it was utterly impossible for him to break free from the amethyst-winged Lion King's seal. Noticing the immense blow to Hai Buodong's spirit, Lu Yun quickly reassured him. "Old sir, I have already stated that I have no intention of making an enemy of you. It is just that this item is of great importance to me." Lu Yun wished to have Hai Buodong assist him in the future, and thus did not want him to fall into despair. I never imagined that after hiding away for over 20 years, I would find myself in such a woeful predicament at the hands of Amir Jr. It is indeed quite sad." Within the amethyst seal, Hai Buodong's voice held a touch of desolation, but moments later, he abruptly shifted his tone, gazing through the eerie purple crystal at Lu Yun and calmly stating, "Young man, is this fragmentary map truly of such significance to you?" Chapter 154. I am the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong. Hearing this, Lu Yun nodded slightly. The pure lotus demon fire ranks 3rd on the list of extraordinary flames. If he were to gather the complete map and auction it off, the rewards would undoubtedly be staggering. Thus, acquiring the pure lotus demon fire map was imperative for him. Upon seeing Lu Yun's affirmation, Hai Buodong within the amethyst seal let out a cold laugh. "Do you really believe that the fragmentary map you possess is whole? After painstakingly obtaining this fragment in the desert, I used my years of cartographic experience to perfectly divide it into 2 parts. One part is the one you took earlier, and the other part, haha." Hai Buodong chuckled ominously. Naturally, Lu Yun was already aware of this outcome and showed no sign of surprise on his face. Fixing his gaze intently on Hai Buodong, "State your desires plainly. There is no need for circumlocution." "What?" Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback. "Shouldn't you be angry at this point?" Lu Yun coldly regarded the elder and replied, "You could have chosen to keep this secret to yourself, and you know I would not take your life. Yet you chose to reveal it yourself. Are you attempting to force my hand? Haha, young man. Do not threaten me with death. I have lived through much in my lifetime. What storms have I not witnessed? When I was rampaging through the Gamma Empire, you had yet to be born. Am I to be afraid of your trivial threats? Furthermore, should I perish, even with your extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible for you to obtain the other fragment of the map. Haha, at that time, lacking that small portion of the map. Even if you pieced together the rest, you would still be unable to uncover the treasures contained within." In response to the cold voice of Lu Yun, which concealed a hint of murderous intent, Hai Buodong merely scoffed. Narrowing his eyes, a faint glimmer of cold light flickered within them. Lu Yun took a deep breath and calmly inquired, "Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Since you have chosen to reveal this secret on your own, it cannot merely be to provoke my ire, can it?" The young lad's intellect is indeed remarkable. "I am genuinely curious about the old pervert who has nurtured you. Although I cannot assert much at this moment, I can confidently predict that in 10 years, you may very well stand atop the pinnacle of the Gamma Empire," the elder remarked, somewhat wistfully, upon observing Lu Yun's composed demeanor. Without expressing any opinion on the elder's lofty praise, Lu Yun glanced at him and furrowed his brow, asking, "So tell me, what must happen for you to relinquish another fragment of the map? Can you free me from this predicament? Of course, if you are not afraid of my retaliation." Hai Buodong chuckled. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Hai Buodong before shifting it to the side, where the amethyst-winged Lion King stood, and said, "Release him." Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King pouted, and then directed its horn toward the purple seal, unleashing a beam of violet light. Subsequently, the layer of amethyst sealing Hai Buodong rapidly dissolved and vanished entirely. With the dissolution of the amethyst barrier, Hai Buodong was instantly restored to freedom. Stretching his limbs, he grinned at Lu Yun, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "Kid, are you truly unafraid of my counterattack? Given that you are merely a great Dome Master, daring to approach me so closely, it would be no challenge for me to subdue you in an instant if I were to unleash my full power. I hope you do not engage in such foolishness. Do you think I have only this foolish lion by my side?" Lu Yun replied coldly, regarding Hai Buodong. Hey, Lu Yun, how dare you insult me as a foolish lion?" The amethyst-winged Lion King widened its beastly eyes, glaring at Lu Yun in dissatisfaction. Hai Buodong, upon hearing this, cast a dubious glance around. Could it be that there are other powerful guardians by this kid's side? Observing Hai Buodong's expression of skepticism, Lu Yun snapped his fingers and called out, "Wuming, reveal yourself." As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, a shadow materialized before Hai Buodong. bowing respectfully to Liu Yun, master. At Liu Yun's unspoken command, the moment Wu Ming appeared, an immense pressure surged toward Heibadong. Heibadong, initially astonished by Wu Ming's sudden appearance, was now gripped by terror upon sensing this overwhelming pressure. This does not belong to a Do Huang. Could it be a Do Zong? Heibadong's complexion turned pale, his body trembling violently as he stared incredulously at Wu Ming. This figure in black, could he truly be a Do Zong powerhouse? How is this possible? Within the entire Gamma Empire, there exists no Do Zong. Heibadong's gaze fixated on Liu Yun, his earlier conjecture now solidified. This young man before me undoubtedly hails from some hidden aristocratic family. Otherwise, how could he possibly have a Do Zong protector by his side? Although astonished by Liu Yun's background, thoughts of his own objectives sparked a glimmer of joy in Heibadong's heart. Liu Yun regarded Heibadong coolly, waving his hand to signal Wu Ming to conceal himself once more. Under Heibadong's watchful gaze, Wu Ming vanished from sight. What a peculiar method. Witnessing this scene, Heibadong felt a jolt of surprise, his mind racing with apprehension. Now, may I inquire about your terms? Liu Yun's eyes remained icy as he regarded Heibadong. Upon hearing this, Heibadong pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. You are aware that my original strength should equate to that of a Do Huang, correct? Indeed, Liu Yun nodded. Then are you aware of my identity? The elder inquired once more. I do not know. Liu Yun shook his head, feigning ignorance. He understood that the upcoming events would be a performance for him to showcase. Seeing Liu Yun shake his head, Heibadong also expressed a hint of resignation, but was soon overtaken by a surge of pride, stating, My name is Heibadong. Perhaps you have not heard this name, but my other name, I believe you have heard of it. Ice Emperor. At this revelation, Liu Yun's expression shifted dramatically, his previously calm demeanor now transformed into one of profound astonishment. You are the Ice Emperor Heibadong. Indeed, I am the very Heibadong. A look of triumph emerged on Heibadong's face as he observed the change in Liu Yun's expression. It appears that even after my prolonged absence, tales of my legend still circulate throughout the Gamma Empire. A hint of amusement flashed in Liu Yun's eyes as he regarded Heibadong with skepticism. How do you intend to prove that you are indeed the Ice Emperor? You do not believe me? Heibadong responded, somewhat taken aback. Of course I do not, Liu Yun replied tersely. The Ice Emperor was one of the top 10 powerhouses of the previous generation in the Gamma Empire, known for his reclusive and proud nature, and his exceptional prowess in ice-based Do Qi. In a fit of rage, he once froze an entire city. Among the top 10 powerhouses of his time, he was one of the few Do Huang experts. He later engaged in a climactic battle with the former leader of the Yunlan sect atop Yunlan Mountain. Although he ultimately faced defeat, his opponent did not emerge unscathed. During the last gathering of powerhouses hosted by the Gamma Empire and the Chuxian Empire, he single-handedly faced off against both a Do Huang and a Do Wang without suffering defeat, astonishing all present. Given the Ice Emperor's pride, how could he possibly resign himself to living in the desert as a mere map merchant? Liu Yun's gaze remained skeptical as he regarded Heibadong. Chapter 155. Liu Yun encounters the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the once proud Heibadong suddenly wore an awkward expression. For all these years, the reason he had not returned to the Meitel family and refrained from revealing his identity as the Ice Emperor was due to his inability to face his former acquaintances. After all, he was one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. How could he possibly return to the Empire in such a diminished state? Kid, if you do not believe me, so be it. A hint of desolation crept onto Heibadong's face. Indeed, given his current strength, he feared no one would believe he was once the formidable Ice Emperor of the Gamma Empire. Then, does this imply you are admitting to impersonating the Ice Emperor? Liu Yun's expression darkened as he coldly stated, How dare you impersonate a member of the Meitel family? You truly seem to be courting death. Who says I am impersonating anyone? Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Heibadong's expression morphed into one of extreme anger, as if he had been struck at a sensitive spot. Yet, upon hearing the latter half of Liu Yun's statement, his expression abruptly shifted, his gaze scrutinizing Liu Yun. What did you just say? You are a member of the Meitel family? Humph. You never would have imagined that the one impersonating the Grand Elder of the Meitel family would encounter a genuine member of the Meitel family, would you? Liu Yun scoffed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Heibadong. You truly are a member of the Meitel family? Your name is Liu Yun, is it not? Heibadong's eyes remained locked onto Liu Yun. Faced with Liu Yun's current ridicule, Heibadong had long since ceased to take offense. He was more concerned about the truth of Liu Yun's lineage. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Liu Yun no longer concealed the truth and coldly declared, I, Meitel Liu Yun, am the heir of the Meitel family. Meitel Liu Yun, Meitel. Heibadong repeated the name, gazing incredulously at Liu Yun's youthful visage. You truly are the heir of the Meitel family? What proof do you possess? Heibadong's gaze bore into Liu Yun as he inquired. Proof? Liu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the question before retorting coldly. What qualifications do you possess to question the identity of this young master? Whether I am the heir of the Meitel family is something I need not prove to you. An outsider. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Huh. I am the grand elder of the Meitel family. And you dare to claim I am an outsider? Hebadong let out a cold laugh before retrieving a black token from his spatial ring. The 3 characters spelling Meitel were prominently inscribed upon it. If you are indeed a disciple of the Meitel family, you should not be unfamiliar with the significance of this token, correct? Hebadong's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yun, the elder token. As the flowing clouds beheld the black token, their expression abruptly shifted, and then they turned their gaze to Hai Buodong, inquiring, "Are you truly the esteemed elder?" "Indeed, I am," Hai Buodong affirmed with a nod. "Meitel, Lu Yun, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed elder." Recognizing that the performance had reached its climax, Lu Yun slightly bowed to Hai Buodong and continued. "You claimed earlier to be the heir of the Meitel family. Is that assertion genuine? What is your relation to Meitel, Tingshan?" Observing the familiar visage of Lu Yun, Hai Buodong, although already inclined to trust Liu Yun's words, could not suppress his curiosity. "Meitel, Tingshan is my grandfather," Lu Yun replied slowly. The father of Lu Yun in this realm had, when Lu Yun was but a child, sacrificed himself in an accident to save Meitel, Tingshan. Perhaps out of guilt, Meitel, Tingshan had doted on Lu Yun from a young age, disregarding the objections of numerous elders, and directly designated Lu Yun as the heir of the Meitel family. "So, you are the grandson of that old rascal, Meitel, Tingshan. No wonder you bear a striking resemblance," Hai Buodong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Subsequently, he regarded Lu Yun with an expression of profound complexity. After 10 years of seclusion, maintaining a tranquil existence, he had not anticipated that it would be disrupted by a junior of his own family. Truly, fate is capricious. However, as he gazed upon Lu Yun, a look of astonishment mingled with suspicion crossed Hai Buodong's face. "Young one, what is the significance of this remarkable attire you possess?" Hai Buodong's gaze flickered towards the 3rd-grade alchemist badge adorning Liu Yun's chest, his expression filled with uncertainty. "He, esteemed elder, I must inform you that in addition to being the heir of the Meitel family, I am also a disciple of an 8th-grade alchemist," Liu Yun explained, fully aware of Hai Buodong's thoughts. "What? An 8th-grade alchemist?" Hai Buodong's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. "Indeed, my mentor is an 8th-grade alchemist," Liu Yun added with a hint of a smile. "All the treasures I possess were bestowed upon me by my mentor. And as for Wu Ming, he was also sent by my mentor to protect me." Liu Yun spoke with feigned seriousness. Upon hearing that a Dozong expert served as his protector, Hai Buodong's lips twitched slightly. Truly, the handiwork of an 8th-grade alchemist. Then, as if struck by a thought, Hai Buodong's gaze turned inquisitive. "How did an 8th-grade alchemist come to take you as a disciple in the Jaimar Empire?" "Ah, that is simply because I am a genius," Liu Yun replied earnestly. "My mentor stumbled upon the Jaimar Empire during travels and took me as a closed-door disciple. According to my mentor, I possess a naturally gifted 7-orifice Linglong Danshin, making me inherently suited for alchemy." 7-orifice Linglong Danshin. Hai Buodong expressed his perplexity. "I have never heard of such a thing." Then, as if recalling something, Hai Buodong's eyes lit up with excitement, as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. "By the way, young one, where is your mentor now?" Hai Buodong pondered, contemplating whether the seal upon him could be. "My mentor has already returned to the central continent," Liu Yun answered with utmost seriousness. "Returned to the central continent? Your mentor hails from the central continent?" Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's heart surged with shock. As a renowned figure in the Jaimar Empire, he had certainly heard whispers regarding the central continent. However, he quickly realized that since Liu Yun's mentor was an 8th-grade alchemist, such a figure could only originate from the central continent. With this thought, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It seemed the seal upon him could not be broken after all. "Esteemed elder, how did you come to be in such a predicament?" At this moment, Liu Yun feigned curiosity, knowingly asking. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Hai Buodong paused for a moment before breaking into a bitter smile. "Years ago, after participating in the Imperial Stronghold Conference, I ventured into the Taggart Desert. By chance, I obtained a fragment of a map, which consequently attracted the wrath of the desert's serpent clan, the Queen Medusa. You must understand that the Queen Medusa ranks among the top-tier experts within the Dohuang realm. Had there been more than one such powerhouse in the serpent clan, they might have long since launched an assault on the human empires. In that battle, I was predictably defeated at her hands, although I managed to escape later. I was nonetheless afflicted by her serpent seal curse, causing my body to age rapidly while sealing my power at the Doling level." Hai Buodong sighed. "For so many years, I have concealed myself here, researching the secrets of that map fragment, hoping to uncover something to lift the seal. Yet this fragment is merely a small part of an entire map. No matter how experienced I am, I cannot decipher it." Upon hearing this, Liu Yun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there truly no other way?" Hearing Liu Yun's question, Hai Buodong's expression shifted as he was about to speak. Just then, Liu Yun seemed to recall something and addressed Hai Buodong. Esteemed elder, I happen to know of a pill that could potentially lift your seal. You know? Hai Buodong's aged face flickered with surprise. Indeed, I am aware of a 6th grade pill called the Breaking Seal Pill, which should suffice to lift the seal upon you, Liu Yun replied nonchalantly. You even know of the Breaking Seal Pill? Hai Buodong gazed at Liu Yun in disbelief. He had tirelessly paid a hefty price to obtain the formula for the Breaking Seal Pill. How could this young lad also be privy to it? Could it be that his 8th grade alchemist mentor imparted this knowledge to him? What is it? Esteemed elder, why do you bear such an expression? It is merely a 6th grade formula. Even for 7th grade formulas, I have a considerable collection in my mind. What is so astonishing about that? Liu Yun remarked dismissively. Observing Liu Yun's calm demeanor, Hai Buodong's lips twitched. After all, it is a 6th grade formula. How could you speak of it as if it were an inconsequential recipe? However, recalling that this lad had the backing of an 8th grade alchemist mentor, Hai Buodong felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, comparisons between individuals are truly futile. Ahem. Well then, Liu Yun, since you are aware of the Breaking Seal Pill's formula, could you possibly? As thoughts of the seal upon him crossed Hai Buodong's mind, a hint of a flattering smile emerged on his face. Esteemed elder, you are not suggesting that you wish for me to assist you in refining the Breaking Seal Pill, are you? Liu Yun cast a peculiar glance at Hai Buodong. While I may know the formula, it does not imply I possess the ability to refine it. I am merely a 3rd grade alchemist at present, Liu Yun stated, showcasing the badge of a 3rd grade alchemist upon his chest. Is there truly no other method available to you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Hai Buodong's aged visage as he reluctantly inquired. A method? Liu Yun pondered for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. I certainly have one. You have a method? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Hai Buodong's murky eyes as he eagerly turned his gaze toward Liu Yun. Here is what we shall do, Liu Yun suggested, looking at Hai Buodong with a smile. Esteemed elder, first, provide me with the materials required to refine the Breaking Seal Pill, and I shall find a way. You have prepared the spiritual herbs, correct? You are aware of the alchemist's rule that materials must be self-supplied. Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment spread across Hai Buodong's face. He was indeed aware of this rule, but, as he grasped a few strands of his beard with his withered hand, Hai Buodong awkwardly admitted, I have gathered most of the materials needed for the prescription, but I am still short of one. This medicinal herb is known as the sand mandrake, found exclusively within the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. The higher the temperature, the more readily it can be discovered. However, you must understand that I cultivate ice-based techniques and bear the seal of Queen Medusa within me. The moment I step into the depths of the Tagore Desert, she will surely sense my presence. Upon witnessing the awkward expression on Haidong Bo's face, Liu Yun rolled his eyes and remarked, Surely, elder, you do not intend to send me on a quest to retrieve it for you? Just the act of concocting potions for you has already left me at a loss. To expect me to scavenge for herbs in that endless desert is quite excessive, don't you think? Haidong Bo offered an embarrassed smile, hesitated for a moment, and finally said with resignation, How about this? If you assist me in locating the sand mandrake, I can provide you with some intriguing information. What kind of information? Liu Yun inquired, astonished. Information regarding, Haidong Bo replied, spreading his hands in a casual manner. I wonder if this information will entice you to help me find the sand mandrake? The mention of caused Liu Yun's heart to race palpably, his throat tightening slightly as he gazed fervently at Haidong Bo. You must have heard whispers of hidden within the Tagore Desert, correct? Observing Liu Yun's expression, Haidong Bo felt a slight relief and continued with a smile. Yes, nodding eagerly. Liu Yun pressed, Do you know where the within the Tagore Desert resides? I have a keen interest in map making and once traversed the Tagore Desert, fortuitously gathering some information regarding the. After analyzing the locations mentioned in that information through some reconnaissance, while I cannot guarantee the exact whereabouts of the, I can certainly indicate areas where the likelihood of finding it is significantly higher, Haidong Bo declared with pride. Without my guidance, even if you wandered the Tagore Desert for an entire year, you would struggle to uncover the. What do you say? If you agree to help me procure the sand mandrake, I shall share with you the information I have amassed over the years regarding the. Haidong Bo smiled. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yun responded affirmatively. The allure of the was simply too great for him to resist, and he was willing to pay a hefty price to obtain it. Seeing Liu Yun's agreement, Haidong Bo nodded with satisfaction, gently reaching into his robes to produce a thin piece of parchment, which he handed to Liu Yun while saying, Based on my reconnaissance, there are 3 locations within the Tagore Desert where the presence of is most probable. Upon receiving the parchment, Liu Yun carefully unfurled it and discovered a meticulously detailed map of the Tagore Desert, far superior to the maps previously available at the counter. It not only accurately marked the locations of water sources within the desert, but also carefully indicated the locations of the serpent tribes scattered throughout. Do you see the 3 flame symbols on the map? Haidong Bo reminded him with a smile. Liu Yun's eyes scanned the map, and indeed, He found 3 conspicuous flame symbols located in the northern, eastern, and western directions. These 3 locations represented the highest likelihood of finding within the Tagore Desert. Pointing at the 3 flame symbols, Haidongbo added, "Of course, these are merely deduced locations based on my reconnaissance. The accuracy cannot reach 100%. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly better than having you wander aimlessly." Lu Yun nodded slightly. Although he had read the original text and was aware of the general location of the vastness of the Tagore Desert made the search for a specific place exceedingly challenging. Haidongbo's detailed map would undoubtedly save him a considerable amount of time and effort. Remember, it is best to first visit the eastern and northern flame markers. Try to avoid the western one if possible. Haidongbo's finger lingered on the western flame symbol as he warned gravely. Why? Because that area approaches the depths of the Tagore Desert, where Queen Medusa can sense the presence of any human intruding upon her territory. Although you possess numerous treasures, I do not believe you stand much chance of escaping if you were to confront that terrifying Queen Medusa, Haidongbo lamented with a hint of trepidation. Elder, have you forgotten that I have a Dozone guardian? Lu Yun reminded him, slightly taken aback. After a brief moment of silence, Haidongbo's lips twitched. Forget I said anything. He had nearly overlooked the fact that this young man was accompanied by a Dozone powerhouse. Even in a direct confrontation with Medusa, he would likely gain the upper hand. With that thought, a glimmer of joy flickered in Haidongbo's eyes. With your strength, you should be able to successfully acquire the sand mandrake. Elder, fear not. A mere Queen Medusa does not intimidate me in the slightest. Lu Yun secured the map, declaring confidently, "This is all I can do to assist you. I hope you succeed in obtaining the and return with the sand mandrake." As he watched Lu Yun carefully tuck away the map, Haidongbo added, "As for the prescription and that small fragment of the map, allow me to keep them for a while longer. Upon your return, I shall give them all to you." Understood. Nodding slightly, Lu Yun clasped his hands together in gratitude and said, "In that case, I shall take my leave. I apologize for the chaos I've caused here today." Gazing at the disarray in the room, Haidongbo shook his head with a wry smile. "It matters not. My patience for this secluded life is nearly at its end. Even if you hadn't caused this destruction, I doubt I could endure much longer." With a smile, Lu Yun once again expressed his apologies, then waved farewell to Haidongbo and turned to exit through the door. As he watched Lu Yun slowly fade from view, Haidongbo narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before beginning to tidy up the mess. Once outside the shop, Lu Yun turned to gaze at the ancient and humble storefront, raising his head to let the scorching sunlight pour down upon his face like boiling water. After a moment, he exhaled softly and gradually departed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun arrived at a secluded corner of the desert city. With a flicker of thought, he released a small purple beast from the system space. The void-burrowing beast immediately burrowed into Lu Yun's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. "You little glutton, all you think about is food," Lu Yun remarked, instantly understanding its intentions. He then retrieved 2 vials of companion-born purple crystal essence from the system space and presented them to the creature. In no time, the 2 vials were consumed eagerly by the little beast. "All right, you've had your fill. Now it's time to work." Lu Yun affectionately patted the void-burrowing beast's head. The creature rubbed against Lu Yun before transforming into a beam of purple light and vanishing into the ground. Moments later, a purple void gate was successfully established. Lu Yun took note of the location before promptly leaving the area. Within the vast desert, the wind and sand raged, as the young man clad in a pharmacist's robe steadily advanced against the elements, leaving behind a trail of footprints deeply embedded in the yellow sand, which were soon concealed by the relentless winds, hiding all traces beneath the desert. The environment within the Tagore Desert was harsher than Lu Yun had anticipated. The yellow sand beneath his feet, scorched by the blazing sun, felt akin to searing iron pellets, causing him to wince with every step. 2 days later, as he trudged onward, a fierce wind laden with fine sand struck his face painfully, compelling Lu Yun to constantly channel his Do Qi to form a thin protective shield, thus averting the grim fate of being disfigured by the sandstorm. Lu Yun glanced ahead at the distant city and finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. At last, the city of Shimo arrived. Following the throng of people, Lu Yun gradually made his way to the city gates, merging seamlessly into the flow. Compared to the cities within the empire, this desert city exuded a certain simplicity and gravitas, perhaps owing to its proximity to the Tagore Desert. Here, the defenses were considerably more formidable than those in the heart of the empire, with armed soldiers patrolling the streets at every turn. Upon entering the city, Lu Yun inquired about the location of the Mo Tai mercenary group and set off in the indicated direction. Heading southward, after navigating through several streets, a courtyard appeared before him, nearly as expansive as the Shao family estate in Yuten. Above the courtyard, a banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the words Mo Tai mercenary group, subtly conveying an aura of ironclad resolve. Outside the estate, several robust men stood at attention, weapons in hand. their piercing gazes scanning the passersby. The faint scent of blood emanating from their bodies suggested that they were seasoned warriors, forged in the crucible of battle. Not mere novices who fancied themselves mercenaries. The MO mercenary group, reflecting on his purpose for being here. A slight smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips as he strode purposefully towards the estate. Halt! Who goes there? As Lu Yun approached, the imposing figures immediately heightened their vigilance, demanding that he stop. I am here to antidote your commander. Let me in at once, Lu Yun declared, his tone somewhat haughty as he regarded the men. To antidote our commander? One of the men exclaimed, his gaze falling upon the third-tier alchemist badge on Lu Yun's chest, and he quickly grasped the situation. You are the alchemist from Yin City? Yet, upon observing Lu Yun's exceedingly youthful visage, doubts flickered in their minds. A third-tier alchemist at such a tender age seemed rather preposterous. What? Do you doubt my credentials? This third-tier alchemist badge is no forgery, Lu Yun retorted, his expression turning stern as he spoke coldly. Not at all. We would never dare to question your identity, my lord. The men hastily changed their demeanor. Sensing Lu Yun's displeasure, one of the men called out to another, quickly, informed the second commander. Please, step inside. The expressions of the men shifted, their gazes now toward Lu Yun, faces adorned with a conciliatory demeanor. Lu Yun scoffed lightly, his expression still stern, before striding confidently into the courtyard. Having consumed the souls of several alchemists aboard the giant flying beast, Lu Yun discovered that the third-tier alchemist had been invited by the MO mercenary group to Shimo City to antidote their commander, Xiao Ding, who had been poisoned. Lu Yun had learned that Xiao Ding was afflicted by a deadly toxin that required an alchemist's intervention for resolution. However, since the third-tier alchemist had already met his demise at Lu Yun's hands, he would not be coming. It was fortuitous for Lu Yun, as he intended to infiltrate the MO mercenary group by masquerading as the deceased alchemist. Following one of the burly men, Lu Yun gradually entered the courtyard of the MO mercenary group. Yet, it wasn't long before a young man approached him, flanked by several robust figures. Striding towards Lu Yun with urgency, dressed in mercenary attire, the youth stood tall and strong, his dark eyes exuding a blend of languor and severity. A smile gracing his face, albeit one that concealed a predatory fierceness akin to that of a wolf. Clearly, despite his outward geniality, he belonged to the category of individuals who would retaliate fiercely if wronged. This young man was none other than Xiao Li, the second commander of the MO mercenary group. You must be the alchemist invited to antidote my elder brother? Upon reaching Lu Yun, Xiao Li's expression softened into a smile, though he still harbored a flicker of skepticism regarding Lu Yun's youthfulness. Indeed, Lu Yun replied with an air of calm, as if dismissing the concerns of those around him. For others, however, Lu Yun's demeanor as a third-tier alchemist was entirely justifiable, considering that alchemists were typically regarded as noble and exalted figures. Please, follow me. Despite his reservations, Xiao Li could not dispute the authenticity of Lu Yun's badge. And so he forced a smile, leading Lu Yun deeper into the MO mercenary group's premises. Along the way, many members of the MO mercenary group regarded Lu Yun with curiosity, perplexed as to why the second commander was showing such deference to this young individual. It was only upon noticing the third-tier alchemist badge on Lu Yun's chest that realization dawned upon them, and they were taken aback. This youth was indeed a third-tier alchemist. After a brief moment, following Xiao Li, Lu Yun arrived at a grand hall, the very venue for discussions within the MO mercenary group. Please rest here for a moment. I shall summon my elder brother, Xiao Li instructed, offering Lu Yun fragrant tea before departing the hall. Lu Yun surveyed the two serving maids within the hall, disappointment washing over him as he shook his head. Neither bore the bloodline of the serpent people. Lu Yun's primary objective for visiting the MO mercenary group was to locate Qinglin. Apart from her unique Baishi Sanhua Tong, he needed to utilize the serpent bloodline within her to sense whether Queen Medusa had arrived. At this moment, Lu Yun could not ascertain whether the Qinglin Earth Heart Fire had fallen into Medusa's possession. Should Qinglin fail to detect Medusa's presence, it would imply that the Qinglin Earth Heart Fire remained concealed within the desert. As Lu Yun pondered, several figures gradually entered the discussion hall. Xiao Li supported another young man, making his way toward Lu Yun. This young man, clad in a white robe, bore an expression that appeared slightly brighter than the average person, his eyes reflecting a blend of wisdom and subtle cunning. Yet, at this moment, his demeanor revealed a hint of pallor. Xiao Ding is injured and cannot personally greet you. I hope you will not take offense, the white-clad youth, who was none other than Xiao Ding, the commander of the MO mercenary group, said as he clasped his fists in respect towards Lu Yun. Commander Xiao is injured. There is no need for such formality, Lu Yun replied with a light smile. What poison has afflicted Commander Xiao? Lu Yun inquired, observing Xiao Ding's pale countenance. It is the venom of a second-tier magical beast, the sand scorpion, Xiao Ding replied with a wry smile, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a wound on his right arm. The injury was festering, with black lines creeping along his veins, threatening to spread further. Commander Xiao, if this toxin is not addressed soon, your arm may be at risk, Lu Yun remarked, his expression grave as he scrutinized the wound. I beseech you for your assistance, Xiao Ding implored, his expression shifting to one of deep gratitude. Rest assured, now that I am here, I shall do my utmost, Lu Yun nodded, then took out a piece of paper and began to write. After a brief moment, Lu Yun handed a list to Xiao Li, stating calmly, please gather the herbs on this list with all haste. Delay may render me powerless to assist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li promptly accepted the list, nodding to Lu Yun before hastily exiting the discussion hall. My lord, you must be weary from your travels. Allow me to have someone escort you to a guest room for rest, Xiao Ding said with a smile. Once Commander Xiao has collected the herbs, please inform me promptly. Lu Yun replied, nodding in acceptance without hesitation. Having arrived in the Tagore Desert for several days, he truly had not rested adequately. My lord, please follow me. At Xiao Ding's gesture, a robust man approached Lu Yun, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, under the guidance of this man, Lu Yun slowly made his way to a guest room to settle in. Noticing that the day was growing late, Lu Yun lost the desire to venture out for exploration. And as weariness enveloped him, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 159, Encountering Qing Lin. The next day, upon awakening, Lu Yun discovered that the sun had already risen high in the sky. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such restful sleep. He slowly sat up, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the remnants of slumber and to stretch his limbs. After a moment, with a flicker of thought, he released the void-burrowing beast from his spatial domain. Zhi. As soon as the little creature emerged, it instinctively curled up in Lu Yun's embrace. Just as it always did. All right, first help me with a task, and there will be a reward upon completion. Lu Yun gently reassured the small creature while stroking its head. Hearing this, the little beast reluctantly left Lu Yun's arms and promptly burrowed underground. Moments later, a violet portal to the void materialized. Observing this portal, a smile crept upon Lu Yun's lips. At present, he had established a void passageway between the three cities of Black Rock City, Desert City, and Stone Desert City. By traversing this void passage, he could swiftly move between these three cities. Suddenly, a violet figure darted out from the void portal, leaping into Lu Yun's embrace. It was the void-burrowing beast. Having completed its task, Lu Yun chuckled as he retrieved 2 bottles of companion-born violet crystal essence from his system space. And the little creature eagerly began to drink from the jade bottles. As he watched the creature savor its reward, an idea sparked in Lu Yun's mind. Since the Qinglian heart fire was hidden deep underground, why not send this little beast to search for it? With this thought, Lu Yun quickly communicated with the creature. Moments later, enticed by the promise of 2 bottles of companion-born violet crystal essence each day, the void-burrowing beast transformed into a streak of violet light and dove beneath the earth. Creak. Just then, the door creaked open gently, and a delicate figure stealthily entered. However, upon catching sight of Lu Yun, she was momentarily startled and quickly bowed to him, her voice wavering as she asked, "My lord, are you awake?" The girl who entered appeared quite young, seemingly even younger than Lu Yun, dressed in a light green, elegant attire. Though her frame was petite, she exhibited an unusually mature development, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. Her charming, delicate oval face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, and her timid demeanor, akin to a frightened little rabbit, evoked a sense of tenderness in the heart. Upon first seeing the girl in green, Lu Yun was taken aback, but he soon offered her a warm nod. "My lady, may I assist you with your morning routine?" she asked softly, placing the basin of water gently on a wooden stand beside the bed, her nervousness evident as she stood at the edge of the bed. Haha, no need for that. I can manage myself." Lu Yun smiled and shook his head, then approached the stand to wash up casually. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the girl, noticing her anxious expression, and inquired with a smile, "What is your name?" The girl was momentarily stunned, then stammered, I am Qing Lin." Qing Lin. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes lighting up with unrestrained joy. At last, he had found her. Sensing Lu Yun's intense gaze, Qing Lin felt a twinge of fear and softly uttered, "My lord." Realizing he had startled the young girl, Lu Yun withdrew his gaze, a hint of apology crossing his lips. "My apologies, I once had a maid of a similar age, and your resemblance to her caught me off guard. Qing Lin, you are quite remarkable. Please let your leader know that you shall serve me from now on," Lu Yun said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Qing Lin's face registered surprise, but she quickly complied, responding, "Yes, my lord." Observing the timid Qing Lin, a smile adorned Lu Yun's face. He then took a cloth to wipe his face, tossing it into the basin, and inhaled a refreshing breath of air, feeling quite pleased. As Lu Yun finished his morning routine, Qing Lin hurriedly took the basin of water and trotted toward the door. Glancing at the girl's petite figure, Lu Yun's gaze inadvertently fell upon her slender waist, which seemed to possess an unusual allure as it moved, reminiscent of a beautiful serpent swaying gracefully. What am I thinking? Lu Yun chuckled softly at his own absurdity. Now that he had found Qing Lin, there was no need to rush. He settled onto the bed and began to concentrate on his cultivation. Creak. Moments later, as the door swung open, Qing Lin's small head peeked in. My lord, I have come to wash your feet, she said, holding a water basin in her hands. Seeing her timid expression, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile, nodding gently. Come in. With Lu Yun's permission, Qing Lin cautiously approached the bed with the water basin, then tenderly began to wash Lu Yun's feet. Relishing the gentle care provided by the young girl, a satisfied smile graced Lu Yun's lips. As he observed Qing Lin, his gaze unexpectedly halted at her exposed wrist, where he noticed scales of a bluish hue. Curiously, he studied the scales, then glanced down at her feet, yet he saw no serpent tail, only two adorable, petite feet that seemed perfect for gentle handling. While Qing Lin was washing Lu Yun's feet, she suddenly lifted her face, catching sight of Lu Yun's astonished expression. Following his gaze, she noticed the scales on her arm that had inadvertently been revealed. Instantly, her lovely face turned pale, and she hurriedly rolled down her sleeve, cautiously retreating a few steps. Embracing her legs, she nestled herself against the wall, her small frame trembling with fear. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you, the girl stammered, her voice tinged with a hint of anxious tears. Taken aback by her sensitive emotions, Lu Yun sighed softly. He had read the original text and was aware of Qing Lin's circumstances. Near the Tagore Desert, there were occasional reports of human women being violated by snake people. Logically, such unions typically did not result in pregnancy. However, there existed an exceedingly rare chance that a woman could conceive a child from a snake person, and such offspring, bearing both human and serpent blood, often did not survive beyond 2 years. Before him stood Qing Lin, a living testament to the union between human and serpent. Yet, Lu Yun found himself puzzled. Qing Lin appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. How could this be? Gazing at the young girl with compassion, Lu Yun sighed softly. Even if she had managed to survive to this age, what good was it? Individuals like Qing Lin were regarded as a curse by both humans and snake people alike. Surviving for so long only subjected her to more disdain and ridicule. Gently approaching Qing Lin, Lu Yun knelt down, his hand tenderly stroking the girl's head. Then, noticing her fearful expression, he cautiously grasped her arm and lifted her sleeve to reveal the bluish scales. In a soft, soothing tone, he remarked, "Such beautiful scales." Upon hearing these words, the little girl's expression momentarily froze in fear. Since her birth, Lu Yun was the first to utter such words, words that even instilled fear within her. The shimmering scales, though beautiful, stirred a peculiar sensation deep within her fragile heart, which was almost battered and bruised. Gazing into Lu Yun's eyes, which faintly exuded an unusual allure, she timidly asked, "Are you not afraid, sir?" Fixated on the girl's pair of watery eyes, Lu Yun suddenly noticed that they leaned slightly towards green. Moreover, within the depths of her pupils, 3 exceedingly tiny emerald dots seemed to be concealed. Could this be the elusive 3-flower eyes of the green serpent? Lu Yun marveled at the sight. As he stared intently at those somewhat enchanting green pupils, he felt a momentary daze wash over him. In an instant, however, a jolt of realization surged through him, and a hint of astonishment flickered across his visage. The power of the 3-flower eyes of the green serpent was indeed formidable. Could it even momentarily distract his own soul strength? In his astonishment, Lu Yun once again scrutinized the girl's eyes, only to be taken aback as he discovered that the 3 diminutive emerald dots had vanished. How could they have disappeared? He murmured in shock, shaking his head vigorously before refocusing on the girl. Aside from the slight green tint in her eyes, there seemed to be no trace of the tiny dots. Could it be that she had yet to fully awaken? With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Yun gently tugged at Qing Lin's sleeve, helping her to her feet. He smiled warmly at the timid girl, whose height barely reached his shoulder, and said, "I apologize for frightening you." Qing Lin hurriedly shook her head, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. In her understanding, Lu Yun was the very first person in all these years to offer her an apology. "Sir Lu Yun, the captain just informed me that during this period, I will be your personal maid. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." She spoke softly, bending slightly. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun nodded lightly, ruffling the girl's hair as he inquired, "What about your captain? I don't know if that fellow, Xiao Li, has prepared the medicinal herbs yet." "Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li have gone to organize matters within the group. They instructed me to take you to the conference hall in the front courtyard if you wish to see them," Qing Lin replied in a soft voice. "Huh, since they are busy, let it be," Lu Yun chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. "Come, let us explore the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps." Qing Lin replied softly, carefully following behind him. As they exited the room, the sunlight poured down from above, enveloping them in warmth. Though the desert was often scorching, the morning sun provided a pleasant temperature, just shy of overwhelming heat. "Greetings, my lord," as Lu Yun and Qing Lin walked through the mercenary corps. Every mercenary they encountered paused to greet Lu Yun amicably. It seemed they were all aware of his identity as an alchemist. However, when their gazes fell upon Qing Lin, their smiles gradually faded, and some even exhibited hints of disdain in their eyes. Lu Yun could only sigh in resignation at their expressions, realizing that they too were aware of Qing Lin's lineage. Mercenaries at the edge of the desert bore an indelible grudge against snake folk. Every time they thought of the little girl before them, whose veins flowed with the tainted blood of serpents, it was inevitable that some feelings of aversion would surface. Such sentiments were nearly impossible to suppress, born of a long-standing enmity between humans and serpents. Qing Lin, possessing both human and serpent blood, thus bore the brunt of both discrimination and disdain. It was indeed a tragic circumstance for such an innocent girl. As they continued, the disdainful glances directed at her would cause Qing Lin's petite frame to tremble slightly, her once adorable face now shadowed by melancholy. Turning a corner, Lu Yun could not help but let out a sigh, halting his steps as he glanced at Qing Lin, whose face had suddenly turned anxious due to his sigh. After a moment of silence, he gently said, "Qing Lin, do not pay too much heed to the gazes of others. Remember, you do not live for them. You live for yourself." With that, he ruffled her hair once more and resumed his walk. Listening to Lu Yun's words, Qing Lin stood still for a moment. And after a while, a glimmer of understanding brightened her delicate face. Her petite nose twitched slightly as she raised her small face, and the 3 minuscule green dots within her emerald pupils re-emerged silently. "Thank you, sir," she whispered softly, a smile filled with an unusual allure suddenly gracing her face as she dashed to catch up with the retreating figure of the young man. Moments later, Lu Yun gradually exited the courtyard of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps, with Qing Lin closely trailing behind. As he observed the obedient and charming little Qing Lin, a thought struck him. He gently tousled her hair, asking, "Qing Lin, could you answer me a question?" Feeling the warmth of Lu Yun's hand, Qing Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. "Sir Lu Yun, please ask. I will tell you whatever I know." In response, Lu Yun's lips curled into a warm smile as he slowly inquired, "Qing Lin, during this time, have you sensed any unusual disturbances around the Stone Desert City?" "Disturbances?" Qing Lin paused in surprise, then shook her head, responding quietly, "No, I haven't sensed anything unusual." She felt puzzled as to why Lu Yun would pose such a question. I see upon hearing her response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yun's eyes. It appeared that Medusa had not yet arrived. However, upon further reflection, a wave of relief washed over him, since Medusa had yet to make an appearance. The core fire of Qing Lin must still be hidden underground. This meant that if he were to discover it first, he could seize the opportunity. It seemed that he would have to rely on the Void Earth Beast. Yet, given the vastness of the area, it would take considerable time for the Void Earth Beast to conduct a thorough search. It appeared he would need to stay in Stone Desert City for a while. With a sigh, Lu Yun expressed his resignation. Subsequently, he and little Qing Lin wandered aimlessly through Stone Desert City. Qing Lin's eyes darted around, her face illuminated with curiosity, as if she seldom had the opportunity to explore. "Qing Lin, if there's anything you like, just tell me, and I will buy it for you," Lu Yun said, playfully pinching her tender cheek with a smile. Qing Lin's face flushed slightly as she nodded shyly. Stone Desert City was a city entirely situated within the desert. It lacked a lord, and its inhabitants were primarily mercenaries. Here, numerous mercenary groups thrived, with the largest 3 being the Sand Mercenary Corps, the Storm Mercenary Corps, and the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps. Among them, the Sand Mercenary Corps was the strongest, led by a captain of considerable prowess. The Storm Mercenary Corps and Iron Desert Mercenary Corps were relatively equal in strength. Such weak strength after gathering information about Stone Desert City, Lu Yun felt somewhat disheartened. Given the pathetic strength of Stone Desert City, even if he were to establish an auction house here, he would likely see little benefit. Lu Yun found himself at a loss for words. This city was merely a collection of feeble mercenaries engaging in petty squabbles. Even a remote town like Wutan City far surpassed Stone Desert City in capability. "Let us return," he said, shaking his head as he ruffled little Qing Lin's hair, making their way back to the courtyard of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps. "Sir Lu Yun, our captain requests your presence." Just as they re-entered the courtyard, a member of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps approached them. It seemed the medicinal herbs had been gathered. Lu Yun nodded and followed the person into the courtyard. In the conference hall of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, Xiao Li's gaze fell upon Lu Yun, who immediately approached with a joyful expression. It seemed that the materials listed had been gathered by the second commander. Lu Yun, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I have not disgraced my mission." Xiao Li nodded and promptly summoned someone to bring a package, addressing Lu Yun, "My lord." All the medicinal materials you require are contained within this. Indeed, Lu Yun said, nodding serenely. He then instructed Xiao Li, prepare a quiet room for me, and ensure that no one disturbs my work. Of course, Xiao Li responded with a nod, turning to a nearby burly man, commanding, take the lord to the room, and station someone outside to prevent any interruptions. Understood, the man replied loudly, then approached Lu Yun respectfully, saying, Lord Lu Yun, please follow me. Very well, Lu Yun nodded, his gaze shifting to Qing Lin. He gently pinched her delicate little face and smiled. Little Qing Lin, wait for me outside. I shall seek you once I am finished. Qing Lin's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, responding softly, daring not to meet Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun chuckled and followed the burly man out of the conference hall. Meanwhile, Xiao Li observed Qing Lin's downcast expression, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. So, this lord favors such tastes. Xiao Li approached Qing Lin and, with a forced smile on his usually stern face, inquired, Qing Lin, what do you think of Lord Lu Yun? Taken aback by the sudden warmth on the usually cold second commander's face, Qing Lin hesitated before softly replying. Lord Lu Yun is very kind, different from others. He is a good person. A good person? At this, an odd expression crossed Xiao Li's face. Could it be that he did not seem like a good person? How about this, Qing Lin? Would you like to serve Lord Lu Yun from now on? Xiao Li asked with a smile. Reflecting on Lu Yun's comforting words from earlier, Qing Lin's cheeks reddened as she nodded. I would like to serve Lord Lu Yun. Seeing her flushed face, Xiao Li revealed a knowing smile. In a quiet corner of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, Lu Yun was led by the burly man to a secluded room. You may leave. Under no circumstances should you disturb me, Lu Yun stated with an undeniable tone as he regarded the man. Yes, Lord Lu Yun, the man replied, locking the door behind him as he exited. Lu Yun retrieved a medicinal cauldron, opened the package of materials, and began his alchemical preparations. Approximately an hour later, Lu Yun emerged, holding a jade vial. Did you succeed, Lord Lu Yun? The burly man eagerly approached as soon as Lu Yun appeared. Lu Yun nodded nonchalantly, instructing, I shall go meet your second commander. Yes, my lord. The man replied respectfully. Outside the conference hall, before Lu Yun could enter, Xiao Li rushed forward with a warm expression, saying, Thank you for your hard work, my lord. Clearly, he had already learned from his subordinates that Lu Yun had successfully completed the alchemical process. Not at all, Lu Yun shook his head, handing the jade vial to Xiao Li with the instruction, prepare a barrel of hot water and pour this liquid into it. It is essential for the commander to absorb the medicinal essence within, which will naturally resolve the severe poison afflicting him. Yes, Xiao Li, filled with excitement, took the vial and turned to the burly man, commanding, Did you not hear? Hurry and prepare. Yes, second commander. The man quickly exited the conference hall. My lord, please rest here for a moment. I'll return shortly, Xiao Li said, cupping his fists in respect before preparing to leave. Wait, Lu Yun suddenly called out. Is there anything else you wish to convey, my lord? Xiao Li paused, looking back at Lu Yun with curiosity. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun remarked, The commander's cultivation should be on the verge of breaking through to a 7-star dome master, but this incident of poisoning may cause a setback in his strength, making it unlikely for him to break through in the near term. My lord, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback, then focused his gaze on Lu Yun. I have a method that not only can preserve the commander's strength, but also facilitate his successful breakthrough to 7-star dome master. Furthermore, it may even elevate the second commander's power to a new level, Lu Yun said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, a flicker of excitement passing across his stern features, though he quickly masked it, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Yun. What conditions do you have? Please, speak freely. As long as the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps can fulfill them, I will do everything in my power. Though exhilarated, Xiao Li understood that in the mercenary world, there are no free lunches. After all, Lu Yun had no familial ties to him. Why would he offer assistance without a price? Conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing, Lu Yun noted, a smile gracing his lips. With a thought, Lu Yun produced a vial of accompanying purple crystal essence from his system space. When the commander undergoes his medicinal bath, pour in 1/3 of this. It will undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough. Lu Yun handed the vial to Xiao Li, adding, As for my conditions, we shall discuss them after the commander achieves his breakthrough. Rest assured, I shall not impose overly burdensome demands. Xiao Li accepted the vial with a mix of excitement and gratitude, saying, Thank you, my lord. If this substance truly helps my brother break through to 7-star dome master, it would significantly enhance our Desert Iron Mercenary Corps strength. Lu Yun smiled slightly, then adopted a serious expression. Remember, only pour in 1/3. If you add too much, the commander may face life-threatening consequences. The energy within the accompanying purple crystal essence was extraordinarily potent. Should Xiao Li be greedy and empty the vial in one go, with Xiao Ding's current strength? It could lead to catastrophic results. At this warning, Xiao Li's expression tightened, and he did not dare to be negligent. I understand. With that, he hastily departed the conference hall, clutching the jade vial. After Xiao Li left, Lu Yun turned to Qing Lin, who remained in the hall, and approached her with a smile, taking her small hand in his. Qing Lin, shall we depart? Feeling the warmth of Lu Yun's hand, Qing Lin's face flushed a deep red, yet she offered no resistance and obediently followed him out of the hall. Qing Lin, do you wish to cultivate? Lu Yun inquired gently, finding amusement in her bashful demeanor. Cultivate? Qing Lin was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of desire flickering in her eyes before she subdued it, saying, My lord, can I really cultivate? Certainly, as long as you wish to. I shall teach you, Lu Yun replied with a beaming smile. My lord, I want to. Upon hearing this, Qing Lin's eyes sparkled with longing as she spoke softly. Chapter 162, The Three-Flowered Eyes of the Azure Serpent. Brother, are you ready? In the room, Xiao Li looked at Xiao Ding, who was bare-chested in the bath, and inquired. Let us begin, Xiao Ding replied, eyes closed, his tone calm. At this, Xiao Li produced a jade vial and poured out a jade-green liquid. As the liquid entered the bath, the water instantly transformed into a vibrant green hue. The bath was now filled with this verdant liquid, which shimmered with enchanting glimmers as it swayed gently. Quite extraordinary indeed. Xiao Ding's chest rose and fell rhythmically, his breathing steady. As time passed, the green liquid in the bath began to emit a faint stream of energy, laced with a hint of green, gradually ascending and eventually entering his body with each breath he took. As the energy flowed into him, Xiao Ding's rugged visage suddenly radiated a sheen reminiscent of warm jade. Meanwhile, Xiao Li's focus was fixated on Xiao Ding's right arm, which bore the dark wound inflicted by the scorpion's sting. As the green energy was absorbed, wisps of dark gas began to emanate from the pitch-black wound on his arm. Witnessing this, Xiao Li felt a surge of excitement, a smile creeping onto his usually stern face. This dark gas was the expelled poison. Once this dark gas was expelled, the poison afflicting his brother would be resolved. As the dark energy was expelled, the wound on Xiao Ding's right arm gradually returned to its normal state. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Li let out a sigh of relief, hesitating momentarily before retrieving a jade vial. Brother, should we use this? With the vial in hand, Xiao Li inquired of Xiao Ding. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom flashing within them. Yes, we must use it. If this elixir is genuine, it indicates that Lord Lu Yun harbors no ill intentions. He has no grievances with us, and therefore has no need to resort to any underhanded methods. As Xiao Ding gazed at the jade vial in Xiao Li's hand, his eyes gleamed with fervor. If this substance can indeed facilitate my breakthrough, I shall express my profound gratitude to Lord Lu Yun. Very well, Xiao Li replied, nodding in agreement. He opened the vial and slowly poured out 1/3 of the purple liquid. As the purple liquid cascaded into the bath, the water within instantly began to boil. In the next moment, Xiao Ding's expression shifted. He felt a tremendous energy surging wildly into his body. This energy was exceedingly tumultuous, rampaging within him without any semblance of order. In an instant, Xiao Ding let out a cry of agony, his rugged features contorting into a grimace. Brother. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Li's expression changed drastically, his voice laced with urgency. What is happening? Could there be an issue with this substance? A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and Xiao Li's countenance darkened as he prepared to leave the room to confront Lord Lu Yun. Stop. At that moment, Xiao Ding, still in the bath, spoke up with great difficulty. I am fine. It's just that this energy is too overwhelming for me to bear. Taken aback by his words, Xiao Li paused, his expression gradually returning to normal, though a sense of dread lingered in his heart. Fortunately, he had followed Lord Lu Yun's instructions precisely and only poured 1/3 of the liquid. Had he poured more, his brother's life might have been in jeopardy. With that thought, Xiao Li glanced at Xiao Ding with concern. Brother, how do you feel? Are you all right? Xiao Ding managed to respond. I'm fine. I can still endure. Hearing this, Xiao Li felt a slight relief wash over him and quietly stood guard beside him. After approximately half an hour, the purple gas in the bath began to dissipate slowly. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within Xiao Ding's body. Following that, Xiao Li sensed a shift in Xiao Ding's aura. Brother, you succeeded. Xiao Li exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. Indeed, I have now become a 7-star dome master, he remarked. Excitement evident on his face as he felt the power within him. That's wonderful, Xiao Li replied, his face alight with joy. The breakthrough in his brother's strength meant a significant enhancement for the Mo Tai mercenary group. Glancing at the remaining 2/3 of the purple liquid in his hand, Xiao Li's eyes shone with fervor. If merely 1/3 could enable his brother to break through to 7-star dome master, then his own advancement to 5-star dome master should be well within reach. Second brother, Did Lord Lu Yun disclose his conditions? At that moment, having exited the bath and donned his clothes, Xiao Ding recalled something and asked Xiaoli. Taken aback, Xiaoli shook his head. No, but he did mention that he would not make things difficult for us. Let's hope that is indeed the case, Xiao Ding replied, a glint of sagacity in his eyes. The fact that this purple liquid could facilitate his breakthrough with just 1/3 of its quantity indicated that it was no ordinary treasure. It was likely that the conditions proposed by Lord Lu Yun were not as simple as they seemed. Let us go, since I have recovered. I ought to express my gratitude to Lord Lu Yun in person. Xiao Ding's demeanor returned to normal, a smile gracing his face as he slowly exited the room. Qinglin, focus your attention and look at me. In the guest room, Lu Yun squatted before the petite figure of Xiao Qinglin, his gaze fixed intently upon her eyes. Feeling the weight of Lu Yun's gaze, Qinglin's cheeks flushed, and she shyly averted her eyes. Do not be afraid. Observing Qinglin's bashful demeanor, Lu Yun gently patted her head, soothing her with a soft voice. As Lu Yun's tender words washed over her, Qinglin gradually let go of her trepidation, summoning the courage to meet his gaze. Look into my eyes, Lu Yun softly commanded, silently emanating a wave of spiritual power imbued with a hypnotic effect. Unconsciously, Qinglin's gaze locked onto Lu Yun's obsidian eyes, her expression slightly focused. In the next moment, 3 small green dots suddenly emerged beside her emerald pupils. These 3 green dots were clearer than the last time Lu Yun had seen them. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that these 3 green dots resembled tiny flower buds. As these peculiar green blossoms materialized, a powerful ethereal light erupted from within. Upon witnessing this ethereal glow, Lu Yun's heart tightened, and he released his spiritual force to block the light. Fortunately, with Lu Yun's current spiritual strength, he was able to fend it off with ease. However, after releasing the ethereal glow, Qinglin suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her body swaying as if she might collapse. Seeing this, Lu Yun quickly supported her, his concern evident. Qinglin, are you all right? Qinglin shook her small head slightly, whispering, I am fine, my lord. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Chapter 163, Surveying the Terrain. Feeling dizzy? Lu Yun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Realizing that Qinglin's current strength was too low and that activating the Bi-Snake 3 flower eyes was somewhat taxing for her. Having read the original work, Lu Yun understood that the abilities of the Bi-Eye 3 flower eyes only manifested in the offspring of humans and serpent people. This was due to the hybridization of serpent people and humans, which, under certain circumstances, activated the bloodline of the ancient serpent emperor within the serpent's lineage, a rare phenomenon of ancestral bloodline regression. The Bi-Eye 3 flower eyes are the bane of nearly all serpentine magical beasts, capable of establishing a one-sided, coercive bond with them, thereby allowing for their control. Additionally, the wielder can confine magical beasts within the space created by the Bi-Snake 3 flower eyes. This space has limited dimensions, but it expands as the wielder's strength increases. The magical beasts confined within this space will have their power gradually absorbed by the user, albeit at a slow rate and with certain limitations. Furthermore, individuals possessing such eyes, when proficient, can induce hallucinations in others. Just imagine, during a battle, suddenly causing an opponent to become disoriented, or even worse, compelling them to attack their own allies. Contemplating the marvelous applications of the Bi-Snake 3 flower eyes, Lu Yun looked at the young Qinglin before him with a spark of fervor. If he could nurture this little girl, he would gain a formidable ally by his side. Should I capture a few low-tier magical snakes for Qinglin to form contracts with? A thought crossed Lu Yun's mind. Even if Qinglin could absorb the energy from the serpent magical beast she controlled, he might as well help her contract a few low-tier magical snakes so she could begin absorbing energy and growing immediately. Just then, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lord Lu Yun, Xiao Ding requests an audience. Xiao Ding's voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun slightly gathered his thoughts and replied coolly, come in. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the door swung open, and Xiao Ding stepped inside, closely followed by Xiaoli. You have broken through? Lu Yun's gaze landed on Xiao Ding as he remarked coolly, congratulations. This breakthrough was made possible thanks to Lord Lu Yun. Xiao Ding expressed his gratitude, his face reflecting sincere appreciation. There is no need for thanks. This was merely a transaction. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yun's straightforwardness, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Lu Yun and inquired, may I ask what Lord Lu Yun intends to require of us? Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. Upon observing Xiao Ding's hesitation, Lu Yun cast him a sidelong glance and candidly remarked, however, the number of individuals required this time is rather substantial, necessitating the full mobilization of your entire Emotai mercenary corps. At most, it will merely consume some of your time. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the Xiao brothers appeared even more perplexed and pressed for clarification. We request you to elucidate further. Esteemed Lu Yun, since that is the case, I shall not withhold any information, Lu Yun replied, fixing his gaze upon the Shao brothers before continuing. I have come to Shimo Iron City in search of a treasure, one that is concealed in the vicinity of the city. I require your assistance in locating it. Xiao Ding was taken aback by this revelation. A treasure hidden around Shimo City? How was he unaware of such a thing? Might I inquire what kind of treasure you refer to, my lord? Xiao Ding asked Lu Yun. I can only disclose that it is a fire tribute treasure. Lu Yun stated calmly, gradually articulating his request. I need you to dispatch personnel to investigate whether there exists any subterranean fire energy. If it does, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to excavate it. Although Lu Yun had already dispatched void-burrowing beasts to scour the area around Shimo City, the search area was extensive, and the beasts would likely take considerable time to yield results. With the assistance of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, the efficiency might indeed be improved. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ding nodded and replied, that is certainly feasible. Within our Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, we have several members proficient in sand manipulation. They can discern the energy attributes beneath the desert. I shall organize the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps into several small teams to conduct a thorough search. Lu Yun's eyes brightened at Xiao Ding's words, realizing that this method would indeed enhance efficiency significantly. Very well, Captain. As long as you can assist me in locating the treasure, I shall reward you with 2 additional vials of the same treasure as before, Lu Yun promised. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled at the prospect. If they were to acquire 2 more vials, his elder brother could potentially attempt to break through to the Grand Fighter realm. With this thought, Xiao Li's heart raced with excitement as he immediately assured Lu Yun, rest assured, my lord, we will certainly assist you in uncovering this treasure. A smile graced Xiao Ding's face, yet inwardly he pondered what manner of treasure could compel Lu Yun to offer such a price. Very well. You may commence your efforts tomorrow, starting from the eastern part of Shimo City, Lu Yun affirmed, having already arranged for the void-burrowing beasts to search the western area to maintain a strategic distance. Xiao Ding concurred, saying, we have several adept individuals in our corps who specialize in terrain reconnaissance. Once they conduct their assessments, it should not be difficult to locate a passage into the subterranean depths. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yun replied with a smile, in that case, I shall rely on their expertise. However, he added, this is a minor task. Yet, given that we are not far from Shimo City, our conspicuous search efforts may attract the attention of other factions within the city. The nights in the Tagore Desert are fleeting, and should we only work during the night, it would not only consume a great deal of time, but might also lead to the loss of crucial locations due to the obscurity of darkness. In this matter, while our Mo Tai Mercenary Corps possesses sufficient strength to deter most factions, the Sand Mercenary Corps may very well intervene. Xiao Ding shook his head, his brow furrowed in resignation. The Sand Mercenary Corps? Lu Yun inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. What relevance does the Sand Mercenary Corps have in this situation? The Sand Mercenary Corps stands as the most formidable power in Shimo City, aside from the Lord's Manor. Although our Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is not lacking in overall strength, their leader, Sha Luo, is a grand fighter. You should be aware of the disparity between a grand fighter and a regular fighter. Therefore, we typically avoid provoking the Sand Mercenary Corps unless absolutely necessary. However, if we conduct such a conspicuous search, it is bound to pique their curiosity, and under these circumstances, they are unlikely to remain passive. Xiao Li interjected with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun pursed his lips, pondering for a moment before raising his gaze to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, and smiling. Do not worry. You need only focus on your search. However, I must implore you to keep the information regarding the treasure confidential. As for the Sand Mercenary Corps, if they truly wish to interfere, I shall handle it. At this point, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. Rest assured, my lord, Xiao Li assured with a chuckle. The members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps are all brothers who have fought to build our strength from the ground up. Confidentiality will not be an issue. Yet, a trace of concern crept into Xiao Li's voice as he continued. But, my lord, can you truly contend with Sha Luo of the Sand Mercenary Corps, given your youth? Seeing the skepticism etched on Xiao Li's face, Lu Yun responded with a mysterious smile. You need not worry about that. Since I have made such a statement, I naturally possess the confidence. You need only focus on locating the passage. Faced with Lu Yun's enigmatic demeanor, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances, both sensing a shared understanding. After all, there was no benefit for Lu Yun to jest under these circumstances. This Lu Yun is indeed becoming increasingly inscrutable. With unspoken thoughts lingering in their minds, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged knowing looks, both perceiving the same sentiment reflected in each other's eyes. Very well. If that is the case, Xiao Li, you should immediately organize and gather those adept at terrain reconnaissance. Tomorrow, we shall form several small teams and strive to locate the treasure within a week, Xiao Ding instructed, turning back to his brother. Understood, elder brother. Xiao Li promptly responded before swiftly departing the room. My lord, I shall take my leave as well, Xiao Ding said, bowing respectfully to Lu Yun before gradually exiting. The following morning, the Xiao brothers summoned all members skilled in terrain reconnaissance from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Within half an hour, all personnel had arrived at the eastern part of Shimo City. Under Xiao Ding's command, over 40 terrain scouts were organized into 5 or 6 teams, each with clearly defined roles, and they began their reconnaissance efforts. As the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps commenced their operations, Lu Yun, feeling somewhat idle, accompanied Qing Lin to the desert. Upon reaching a sand dune, Lu Yun unfurled a large sunshade and sheltered beneath it with Qing Lin. Having promised the Xiao brothers to deal with the Sand Mercenary Corps, Lu Yun was resolute in fulfilling his commitment. He remained there to deter any potential provocateurs. Qing Lin stood behind Lu Yun, holding a fan and gently fanning him, her cheeks flushed. Are you tired? Lu Yun asked softly, noticing beads of sweat forming on the little girl's forehead as he tenderly wiped them away. I am not tired, she replied, shaking her head, her rosy cheeks glowing even brighter. Lu Yun smiled, choosing not to press the matter further. As a significant force within Shimo City, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps was under constant scrutiny, and shortly after the Xiao brothers led a large group out, various wandering mercenaries began to appear in their vicinity, gazing curiously at the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps as they meticulously conducted their terrain assessments. Fortunately, the Xiao brothers had anticipated such a situation, instructing their men to secure the area thoroughly, thus preventing any onlookers from encroaching upon their activities. As the reconnaissance proceeded, the number of spectators continued to swell. Despite Xiao Ding's public declaration that the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps was mobilizing to hunt a third-tier magical beast, the crowd continued to grow. Standing atop a sand dune, the Xiao brothers surveyed the gathering crowd, shaking their heads with a hint of resignation. At this rate, it seems likely that the Sand Mercenary Corps will send someone over within the next half hour, Xiao Ding remarked with a wry smile. Xiao Li furrowed his brow, a hint of a sinister aura lurking on his face. With a flick of his wrist, a tungsten steel spear materialized in his palm, which he thrust violently into the sand dune, his voice cold as ice. If you truly provoke me, the Sand Mercenary Corps will not fare well either. Aside from Shero, the rest are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Xiao Ding offered a faint smile, his lowered gaze flickering with a similar cold gleam. Nearby, Lu Yun slowly lifted his head, scanning the two Xiao brothers. He suddenly realized that they truly resembled their brother Xiao Yan. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan displayed an unusual ferocity towards his enemies, a trait not commonly found in others. Despite their differing personalities, these three brothers inherently possessed a chilling ruthlessness. Such individuals are best left undisturbed. Once antagonized, they become like wounded wolves in the desert, fixating on their prey until death, waiting for a moment of weakness. Just as Xiao Yan was willing to forsake a life of comfort within his family for the humiliation of Nalan Yanran, gritting his teeth and battling ferocious beasts in the mountains, enduring solitude and loneliness in the desert for 3 years, if he could be so heartless towards himself, how much more so towards his foes? Thinking of Xiao Yan, Lu Yun's thoughts drifted to Wutan City. He wondered if Nalan Yanran had indeed gone to Wutan City to call off the engagement. He then recalled Ye Fei, pondering whether they had successfully reached the imperial capital. Lu Yun silently resolved that after locating he would assist Hai Budong in breaking the seal, and then promptly head to the imperial capital. As time passed, and the blazing sun began its descent, the crowd of onlookers suddenly erupted into chaos. A mercenary group of at least 40 members parted the sea of spectators, striding towards the quarantined area with brazen confidence. It was the Sand Mercenary Corps. Another spectacle was about to unfold. Heh, Shero can no longer contain his impatience, came the murmurs from the surrounding crowd. I overestimated that fellow's patience, Xiao Ding remarked, shaking his head with a hint of derision as he observed the approaching group. Let's see. Without having thoroughly assessed the situation, Shero won't make an appearance yet. It seems that the one leading the charge is Mo Shing, who ranks just below Shero in the Sand Mercenary Corps. Heh, how bold of a defeated general to seek trouble with us, Xiao Li sneered, casting a disdainful glance. Indeed, Xiao Ding nodded slightly, waving his hand. Instantly, over 20 members of the Mo Tai Corps emerged, their cold weapons in hand as they stepped out of the quarantined area, casting indifferent gazes at the advancing mercenary squad. As the two groups drew closer, the atmosphere grew tense. As the two dominant forces of Shimo City, they had their fair share of past conflicts. Halt! The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is currently on a mission. Please refrain from interference. Xiao Ding's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed like a routine announcement. Hey, Captain Xiao Ding. I haven't heard of the Mercenary Guild issuing such a task. A man with a somewhat sinister appearance stepped forward from the Sand Mercenary Corps. His eyes scanned the personnel within the quarantined area before a sly smile crept across his face. Mo Shing, had it not been for Shero's intervention last time, You would likely have become a cripple by now. Xiao Li shot a contemptuous look at the insufferable man, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Mo Xing's face twitched slightly, his expression shifting to one of fear and resentment as he cast a wary glance at Xiao Li, then retreated a step. Sneering, let's not beat around the bush. Our captain has a keen interest in this area, so you can leave, Lu Yun interjected with a calm smile. Having remained an observer until now, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Mo Xing initially paused, then, seeing Lu Yun's youthful visage, he erupted in fury. It was understandable for Xiao Li and Xiao Ding, leaders of the Mo Tai mercenary corps, to speak to him without courtesy. But how dare this seemingly young boy insult him so brazenly? As Mo Xing's shouts escaped his lips, Xiao Li's expression darkened instantaneously, an arc of electricity dancing along the tungsten spear in his grip. With a swift step forward, he thrust the spear viciously towards Mo Xing's throat. The sudden attack left Mo Xing's face pale with shock. He hadn't anticipated such boldness. However, knowing Xiao Li's prowess surpassed his own, he could only retreat in a panic. Yet, as he stumbled backward, his foot twisted awkwardly, causing him to fall unceremoniously onto the ground before the crowd. Xiao Li, if you dare to kill me, our captain will not let you off easily, Mo Xing cried, his eyes widening in terror as the silver spear tip loomed closer. With a mere half-inch to spare, the spear halted abruptly, the sharp energy piercing through the air to leave a small cut on Mo Xing's throat, blood gushing forth. What are you, to dare speak to Lord Lu Yun in such a manner? Xiao Li mocked coldly, gazing down at Mo Xing, who lay there, blood flowing freely but too terrified to move an inch beneath the spear's threat. Lord Lu Yun? Mo Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Could this boy's status be extraordinary? It was only then that he noticed the third-grade alchemist insignia on Lu Yun's chest, his pupils contracting slightly. Impossible, Mo Xing thought, incredulous at the notion of such a young third-grade alchemist. Yet, for some reason, he found himself unwilling to provoke Lu Yun further. Swallowing hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Mo Xing cautiously backed away, awkwardly retreating into his ranks, muttering bitterly, Xiao Li, you're bold. I'll report to the captain immediately. The Mo Tai mercenary corps will be ready for you. With that, fearing the ghostly spear might strike again, he hurriedly retreated, calling his men to flee. Watching the Sand mercenary corps scatter like frightened dogs, the crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Xiao Li disdainfully curled his lip at Mo Xing's fleeing figure before turning back to Lu Yun, shrugging his shoulders. Lord Lu Yun, having driven that fellow away before so many witnesses, I believe we've forged a bond of enmity with the Sand mercenary corps. Once Mo Xing returns and exaggerates the tale to Shero, I suspect the Sand mercenary corps will consolidate their forces and attempt to seize this territory by force come tomorrow. Lu Yun smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Two leaders, all you need to do is defend this ground. As for the Sand mercenary corps, I shall handle it. Lord Lu Yun, can you truly manage it? Xiao Ding inquired, a frown creasing his brow, concern evident in his tone. It's merely a great fighter, Lu Yun replied, smiling as he waved his hand to his companion Qing Lin. Trust me, I will ensure that the Sand mercenary corps remains as reclusive as turtles within Shimo City for the time being. With that, Lu Yun and Qing Lin began their slow return toward Shimo City. Gazing at Lu Yun's receding figure, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their wry smiles. After a moment, Xiao Ding sighed, well, let us hope Lord Lu Yun possesses some hidden cards up his sleeve that we are unaware of. If not, with our Mo Tai mercenary corps strength, Shero would not dare to be too arrogant. After all, should a true battle ensue, the Sand mercenary corps would undoubtedly suffer significant losses they cannot afford. Beside him, Xiao Li raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a playful smile gracing his lips as he expressed his curiosity about whether Lord Lu Yun could truly compel that rascal Rob to remain obediently in Stone Desert City. Let us wait and see. I have a strong intuition that he will succeed, Xiao Ding remarked with a light chuckle. The moon hung high in the desert sky, resembling a vast silver disk, its gentle luminescence spilling down to envelop Stone Desert City in a silvery glow. In the western part of the city, a grand courtyard shimmered with bright lights, the sounds of laughter and playful banter resonating from within. Suspended above the courtyard, a banner emblazoned with the words Sand mercenary corps fluttered in the gentle night breeze, twisting this way and that. Within a room at the center of the courtyard, soft light banished the darkness entirely, revealing two figures. One was Mo Xing, the very person who had clashed with Lu Yun and his companions earlier that day, while the other, seated prominently, was none other than Rob, the leader of the Sand mercenary corps. Leader, Xiao Ding and his companions are becoming increasingly audacious. We must remember that our Sand mercenary corps is the long-standing power in Stone Desert City, while those two young brats have only been here for a few years. If we allow them to continue unchecked, they could become a significant threat, Mo Xing said, licking his lips with a chilling tone. The middle-aged man, Rob, lifted his gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Xing. Have you managed to ascertain what they are up to? He asked, his voice steady. No. My men barely approached before Xiao Li and the others drove them off. Mo Xing replied, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Rob furrowed his brow and let out a quiet snort, clearly dissatisfied with Mo Xing's performance. Feeling the unspoken criticism, Mo Xing broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly added, Leader, although I do not know their exact intentions, the fact that someone as cunning as Xiao Ding is dedicating the full strength of the Corps to search for something must indicate it is no ordinary matter. Moreover, their location is conveniently just outside Stone Desert City, providing us ample pretext to insert ourselves into that area. Rob nodded slightly, though hesitation still lingered on his face. Until he discovered the specifics of what they were after, he was reluctant to provoke the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, despite being a formidable Dome Master. The majority of his own core strength lay below that tier. While the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps boasted not only Xiao Ding and Xiao Li as Dome Masters, but also 2 second-star Dome Masters, significantly outmatching the Sand Mercenary Corps in overall strength. Hence, Rob felt a degree of trepidation towards them. Leader, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The desert conceals too many secrets. Should Xiao Ding and his crew unearth advanced techniques or combat skills left by predecessors, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps could truly surpass us. Mo Xing thought to himself, mentally chastising Rob's indecision, then began to stoke the flames of urgency. Under Mo Xing's prodding, Rob began to waver. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded in resignation. Tomorrow, we will mobilize our personnel and seize the territory belonging to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Seeing Rob finally acquiesce, a smirk crept onto Mo Xing's face, a glint of malice flickering in his narrowed eyes. Leader Rob, your decision is truly disheartening. A soft voice suddenly broke the tension in the room, catching both men off guard. Startled, they turned to find a youth clad in white seated nonchalantly in a corner of the room, having seemingly materialized from thin air. Who are you? Rob exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity, though it carried an undertone of feigned bravado. Leader, he is with Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Mo Xing retreated a step, suddenly realizing the youth's identity. Rob's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yun. Pray tell, my friend, what brings you to our Sand Mercenary Corps at this late hour? He inquired in a measured tone, fully aware of the other's uncanny abilities. Nothing much. I merely wish to request that you keep your Corps members in check over the next few days, ensuring they do not interfere with the activities of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, Lu Yun said, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he smiled amiably. You little brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly? What do you think you are? Mo Xing shouted in anger. Silence, Lu Yun replied, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the man hiding behind Rob. In an instant, he moved like a shadow, darting through the obstacles in the room and swiftly placing his palm against Mo Xing's back. Leaning in slightly, he whispered, your schemes are quite insidious, aren't they? As the words left his lips, purple flames erupted from Lu Yun's hand, surging rapidly into the terrified Mo Xing's body. With a barely audible thud, what was once the figure of Mo Xing crumbled into a pile of black ash. Having dispatched Mo Xing in an instant, Lu Yun dusted off his hands and stepped forward to face Rob, who stood rigid with a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. Lu Yun's smile widened as he observed the man's palpable fear. Gulping, Rob felt a lump form in his throat, recalling the astonishing speed Lu Yun had displayed. Such power must surely require at least the strength of a Dou spirit. Glancing at the youthful face before him, Rob silently lamented, a Dou Wang under 20? About the matter I previously mentioned, Lu Yun said, toying with the purple flames in his palm. What is your decision? Swallowing hard, Rob wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a strained smile. As you say, esteemed sir, the Sand Mercenary Corps will absolutely refrain from setting foot in that area. Excellent. I appreciate your understanding. It is only those who recognize the times that can endure, Lu Yun remarked, patting Rob on the shoulder with a hint of praise in his voice. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun's figure vanished like a fleeting shadow from the perspective of the Sand Mercenary Corps. The following day, outside Stone Desert City, the sun blazed overhead. Yet the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps continued their meticulous search. Brother, have you noticed? There doesn't seem to be a single member of the Sand Mercenary Corps around today, Xiao Li observed, scanning the area from atop a sand dune. After a moment, he frowned and turned to Xiao Ding. Indeed, not only here, but even within Stone Desert City, the once bustling members of the Sand Mercenary Corps have mysteriously dwindled. Furthermore, I have received information that Mo Xing seems to have met his end last night. Yet Xia Luo appears unfazed, as if entirely unaware of the situation, Xiao Ding replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. This Lord Lu Yun is becoming increasingly enigmatic. The way he handles the Sand Mercenary Corps, while leaving Xia Luo utterly unperturbed, is quite the feat. What kind of power does he possess? I can't fathom how he manages it. Indeed, This Lord Lu Yun's methods are truly inscrutable. Xiao Li nodded in agreement, a wry smile on his face. Xiao Ding chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze to a nearby dune designated for rest. There, a youth sat cross-legged under a sunshade, slowly absorbing the rich fire attribute energy from the surrounding environment, sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream, dampening his attire. Gazing at the youth who appeared reluctant to squander even a moment of time, Xiao Ding let out a soft sigh and remarked with a tinge of admiration. It is no wonder that Lord Lu Yun has achieved such remarkable feats before reaching the age of 20. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Li echoed the sentiment, expressing that while talent is undeniably important in the pursuit of becoming a true powerhouse, without unyielding perseverance, one's accomplishments may ultimately fall short of greatness. The continent of fighting Qi is vast, teeming with prodigies, yet only a select few ascend to the pinnacle of strength. In the ensuing days, the entire Motai mercenary corps conducted extensive reconnaissance in the vicinity, gradually widening their search area, yet discoveries remained elusive. Similarly, no favorable news emerged regarding the void-burrowing beasts. Time flew by, and another week passed. During this period, the Motai mercenary corps continued their investigations outside the city, expanding their search radius. Unfortunately, aside from encountering a few magical beasts concealed within the desert, no treasures were unearthed. On the other hand, news from the void-burrowing beasts was equally grim. They did, however, capture 2 second-tier serpentine magical beasts, which Lu Yun had forcefully contracted, securing them within the contract space. Captain, the third team seems to have uncovered something unusual. Just as Lu Yun felt a twinge of disappointment, a figure appeared in the distance, sprinting towards him with excitement. Have you found something? At the sound of this voice, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by elation as they exchanged glances before turning their attention to the sand dune, where Lu Yun had also opened his eyes, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. In an instant, Lu Yun flashed to the side of the mercenary, exclaiming, "Have you made a discovery? Hee. It seems we've found some traces. Based on our experience, there is a significant possibility that it leads to an underground passage." The approaching mercenary grinned broadly. Excellent. Clapping his hands together in excitement, Lu Yun urged, "Let us go, lead the way." Right away, the mercenary glanced back at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who were hastily approaching, and nodded with a smile before promptly turning to guide Lu Yun. After a brief run towards the northern direction, they arrived at a large gathering of people clustered around a slightly sunken area of sand, whispering among themselves. Make way, make way," the leading mercenary bellowed, clearing a path, and Lu Yun followed him into the crowd. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the depression had been excavated by the mercenaries, revealing an opening approximately half a meter wide, from which a faint warmth wafted upward into the air. "Is this the place?" Lu Yun pointed towards the dark opening and inquired, glancing around. Indeed, this entrance was originally blocked by yellow sand. Had I not sensed some unusual residual properties here, we might have overlooked it, a mercenary replied with a smile. This mercenary possessed the rare sand attribute, enabling him to easily detect the elemental energies beneath the desert. Well done. Lu Yun praised the mercenary with a thumbs up, a smile gracing his lips as he approached the dark opening. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a moonlight stone and cast it into the abyss. The soft glow emitted by the moonlight stone flickered a few times before gradually vanishing into the darkness. Observing its swift disappearance, Lu Yun furrowed his brow and murmured, "It seems this passage does not follow a straight path. Indeed, we initially sent someone down to scout, and it appears there are at least a dozen routes below, all winding like the paths of a colossal serpent." The mercenary who had led them replied with a wry smile. "I see," Lu Yun said, his brow furrowing in contemplation. With so many passages, he could not ascertain which one was correct. "Shall I send someone down to search each route one by one?" Xiao Ding's voice suddenly called from behind. Turning to face Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, Lu Yun gently shook his head, stating, "We do not know what dangers may lurk below. I am already quite satisfied with the efforts the Motai Mercenary Corps has expended to assist me in locating this passage. I would not wish to risk their safety should an unforeseen danger arise." Hee, Lord Lu Yun, worry not. The Motai Mercenary Corps is not comprised of cowards. The surrounding mercenaries laughed heartily in response. In truth, they too were curious about what lay beneath, having invested an entire week in their search. Moving forward, I shall handle this myself, so there is no need to trouble my brothers further. Lu Yun ultimately decided to decline their assistance. With that, he retrieved 2 vials of origin crystals from his system space and handed them to Xiao Ding, saying, "Thank you for your hard work during this time. This is my token of appreciation." Simultaneously, Lu Yun began summoning the void-burrowing beast within his heart. Possessing the ability to burrow, it was the optimal choice for descending into the depths of the desert. "Since Lord Lu Yun has expressed this, we shall not insist any further," Xiao Ding said. his eyes flashing with excitement as he took the vials, feigning calmness. Very well, we shall take our leave. Xiaoli assumed Lu Yun wished to keep the treasure a secret and led the Mo Tai mercenaries back towards Stone Desert City. Qing Lin, you should return as well. I will seek you out once I locate the treasure, Lu Yun said, casting a glance at the little Qing Lin lingering at the back of the crowd. Yes, my lord, Qing Lin replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, everyone gradually departed, leaving Lu Yun alone at the site. Swish. After a brief moment of stillness, a purple figure suddenly burst forth from the ground, diving into Lu Yun's embrace. It was the void-burrowing beast. Let us go in, little one. Ruffling the soft fur atop the beast's head, Lu Yun leaped directly into the hole. The void-burrowing beast emanated a radiant purple light, shielding the dust from encroaching upon Lu Yun's form. In no time, Lu Yun successfully reached the passage below. Within the pitch-black corridor, clutching the void-burrowing beast in his arms, Lu Yun utilized the slope of the passage to slide downward. In his hand, he held a moonlight stone, its gentle glow illuminating the path ahead, allowing him to discern any obstacles. As he descended, Lu Yun's gaze swept across the tunnel walls on either side. After a moment, he was taken aback to discover that the passage was remarkably smooth, with hardly a stone protruding from the walls. It appeared as though it had been forcefully carved out by an immense surge of energy. After sliding for nearly 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Yun caught sight of the base of the tunnel. He flexed his feet slightly, and after a brief pause, with a soft thud, his body landed gracefully on the ground, absorbing the impact with a fluid motion. Once on the ground, Lu Yun took a few steps forward, his gaze scanning the path ahead, only to find, to his astonishment, that there were indeed a dozen dark passages. Which path should I take? Lu Yun contemplated. A frown etched on his face. Turning to the void-burrowing beast in his arms, he gently instructed, Little one, go take a look. Upon hearing this, the little creature nudged against Lu Yun affectionately before reluctantly leaving his embrace, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished into one of the passages. Beneath the ground, the void-burrowing beast navigated freely without obstruction. Approximately 10 minutes later, it returned to Lu Yun's arms, pointing towards one of the tunnels. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun smiled gently, his palm caressing the void-escape beast nestled in his embrace. With a soft exhale, he ventured toward the obsidian passageway. As Lu Yun walked slowly through the dark corridor, the only sound accompanying him was the faint rustle of his footsteps, enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Within the depths of the inky passage, time seemed to lose its significance as Lu Yun trudged forward with a somewhat rigid demeanor. The corridor appeared to stretch infinitely, devoid of any light at its end, resembling a continuous journey toward the center of the earth. As he delved deeper, Lu Yun suddenly sensed the chilling aura surrounding him dissipate abruptly, replaced by a gentle warmth. With each step deeper into the abyss, his expression grew more solemn. Yet beneath that gravity lay a flicker of exhilaration, for he could feel the fighting spirit within him begin to surge uncontrollably, an occurrence unprecedented since his training commenced. As he rounded another corner, a crimson glow emerged in the distance at the end of the passage. At this sight, a spark of excitement flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. In the final stretch, his pace quickened, hastily traversing the short distance until he arrived at the terminus of the corridor. Standing at the threshold, Lu Yun gazed in awe at the fiery world that unfolded before him, his face a canvas of astonishment. Chapter 168. The two-headed flame spirit serpent within the vast cavern. The fiery magma flowed languidly, occasionally releasing colossal bubbles that would float to the surface, only to burst with a subtle crackle, sending forth a torrent of searing lava akin to a brilliant firework display. Standing at the narrow end of the passage, Lu Yun beheld the seemingly boundless realm of magma, swallowing hard in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a terrifying locale hidden beneath the stone desert city. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he marveled at the sight. Subsequently, with a focused thought, Lu Yun enveloped himself in a layer of fighting spirit armor. However, even this failed to shield him entirely from the surrounding oppressive heat. Ultimately, he summoned the Xuanwu true armor, which manifested a spectral image of the Xuanwu that encased him, effectively insulating him from the surrounding warmth. What a magnificent subterranean world of magma, he mused, drawing closer to the fiery expanse, his heart brimming with admiration. Had it not been for the Xuanwu armor, he would likely have retreated from the unbearable heat. Releasing his spiritual energy, Lu Yun sensed the environment, distinctly noting that the fire attribute here was far more intense and volatile compared to that of the passage. His gaze shifted to the void-escape beast nestled in his arms, and was taken aback to find it utterly unperturbed. In the face of the blazing magma, the little creature remained lazily coiled against Lu Yun, displaying an air of tranquility. Upon calming his thoughts and observing the creature intently, Lu Yun could discern a faint purple glow enveloping its body. It was this very aura that allowed the creature to maintain its composure. Truly, The bloodline of an 8th-tier magical beast is extraordinary, Lu Yun thought, as he turned his attention back to the magma realm ahead. He recalled that this molten expanse concealed a two-headed flame spirit serpent of the spirit fighter level. In the original tale, this serpent had ultimately been subdued by Qing Lin using the Bai Shi's 3 flower eyes. Reflecting on this, Lu Yun regarded the magma world thoughtfully. The spirit fighter level was hardly a source of trepidation for him. Rather, he envisioned capturing the two-headed flame spirit serpent to present to Qing Lin. Moments later, a plan formed in his mind, and with a concentrated thought, he summoned the Amethyst-Winged Lion King from the system space. Where's this? The Amethyst-Winged Lion King emerged, bewildered, and upon encountering the fiery realm before it, exclaimed in shock, Lu Yun, what on earth is happening? Where are we? And why is it so hot? The Lion King exclaimed, its body radiating a layer of amethyst as it shielded itself. There is something within this magma. I will draw it out, and you are to capture it alive, Lu Yun stated succinctly, revealing his intent without further ado. With the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's sealing capabilities, capturing a two-headed flame spirit serpent of merely spirit fighter strength would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. Humph, I knew releasing me would come at a cost. 2 vials of amethyst source. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King grumbled, but Lu Yun promptly offered the bait. Deal. The Lion King's mouth twitched slightly before it acquiesced to Lu Yun's request. Lu Yun smiled faintly, then summoned the twin wings of wind and thunder, returning the void escape beast to the system space. Thereafter, Lu Yun leaped toward the magma below, his wings unfurling as he hovered a dozen meters above the molten surface. The Xuanwu Spectre enveloped Lu Yun, providing insulation from the magma's searing heat. As Lu Yun soared into the air, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King recalled its mission and concealed its presence entirely. Should the creature lurking beneath the magma sense its existence, it would likely shy away from revealing itself, thwarting their plans for a capture. Once its aura was masked, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King followed closely behind Lu Yun as they ventured deeper into the magma realm. Lu Yun flew cautiously above the molten surface, the Xuanwu Spectre fully shielding him, while his spiritual perception extended outward, scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. The two-headed flame spirit serpent, with its spirit fighter prowess, concealed within the magma, undoubtedly posed a significant challenge. In this harsh environment, Lu Yun found himself compelled to remain alert to tackle any unforeseen crises. The cavern's temperature was alarmingly intense, even with the protection of the Xuanwu Spectre. The faint mist released by the magma bubbles was not only scorching but also laced with a fiery toxin. Therefore, despite having ingested detoxification pills beforehand, he was still wary of inhaling the surrounding air indiscriminately, only allowing the slightest intake when absolutely necessary. Yet, even with his careful approach, each minuscule breath brought a dizzying sensation to his head. Had he not consumed the detoxification pills earlier, he might have succumbed to the heat and plunged into the molten depths. Due to the numerous obstacles, Lu Yun dared not accelerate his flight speed, instead gliding cautiously over the magma while scanning his surroundings. As he flew, he increasingly perceived the cavern's vastness. The flowing magma had coalesced into a colossal lake, and with every surge of searing heat, columns of fiery magma would erupt suddenly, startling Lu Yun with each explosive display. The molten realm within the cavern was a perilous domain, and as Lu Yun traversed the magma lake, he felt his heart race with unease. A sudden lapse in his fighting spirit could very well lead to his demise. After flying for several minutes, Lu Yun turned to look back, noticing that the entrance of the passage had diminished significantly in size. At that moment, a frown creased Lu Yun's brow as he sensed a dangerous presence drawing near. It's here. He immediately recalled the two-headed flame spirit serpent hiding beneath the magma. With this thought, Lu Yun expanded his spiritual awareness, on high alert for any disturbance on the surface of the magma. Boom. In the next instant, a resounding thud erupted from the previously tranquil magma lake below. In the ensuing moment, countless torrents of searing magma erupted violently. Amidst the raining lava, a colossal and enigmatic creature surged forth from the molten depths, lunging with lightning speed towards the clouds suspended in the void. Chapter 169. Braised Lion's Head. The mysterious being pierced through the magma with a shrill cry, launching itself towards the floating clouds, causing the once tranquil magma lake to erupt into a frenzy. Columns of molten rock shot skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sensing the emergence of this enigmatic creature, the clouds were already prepared, rapidly flapping their dual wings to evade its assault. Despite the assistance of the tempestuous wings, the clouds moved with remarkable swiftness. However, within the confines of this molten realm, space was severely limited, greatly restricting their maneuverability. Furthermore, the creature's speed was astonishingly swift. As its piercing cry resonated, its massive form displayed an unexpected agility, gradually closing the distance to the clouds. In an instant, its fearsome maw gaped wide, revealing a crimson forked tongue that struck forth like a sharpened blade. As the monstrous creature drew near, the cloud's expression darkened, and their wings radiated a brilliant light. In a heartbeat, a fierce wind slash was unleashed. Bang! The colossal blade of light cleaved through the creature's massive body. Hiss! Struck by the wind slash. The creature emitted an enraged shriek, its enormous tail swinging violently. Instantly, the hardened stone pillar, battered repeatedly by the searing magma, shattered explosively. As the pillar crumbled, countless shards cascaded down, while the creature's tail swung ferociously, sending debris hurtling towards the clouds like cannonballs. The sudden whoosh of wind from behind caused the clouds, who had just relaxed, to tense once more. Their sole perception extended outward, enveloping the area within several meters, and then their body began to contort in an uncanny manner. Swish, swish. Jagged shards of stone whizzed past the clouds, each accompanied by a sharp, rushing sound. Even as they narrowly avoided the relentless assault of the debris, the razor-sharp winds left crimson marks upon the ethereal shadow of the clouds. Boom! Some of the mist fragments crashed into the hardened lava below, producing a thunderous explosion that left fissures upon the molten surface. This demonstrated the sheer force contained within. Had the clouds been struck by one, the overwhelming power would surely cast them into the magma, reducing them to ashes. Gazing at the cracks in the lava, beads of cold sweat began to form on the cloud's brow. Were it not for their training in the illusory shadow technique and the augmentation of the tempestuous wings, they would have undoubtedly perished here today. This beast even possessed the cunning to utilize surrounding objects as weapons, indicating a notable level of intelligence. A thought flashed through the cloud's mind, realizing the predicament had become quite troublesome. With determination, they pressed their foot down upon a stone pillar once more, propelling themselves forward with renewed speed. Utilizing this surge of velocity, the clouds managed to glance back at the creature pursuing them closely, their pupils involuntarily narrowing. The enigmatic being that had emerged from the magma was a serpentine beast of considerable length, at least 4 or 5 yards, its entire form ablaze in fiery red, resembling a massive orb of fire from a distance. Its surface was adorned with palm-sized crimson scales, but what astonished the clouds was the creature's head, which bore 2 vicious visages. At the bifurcation of its elongated neck, 2 fearsome heads glared back with enormous rhombus-shaped eyes, filled with a ferocity and bloodlust that sent shivers down the cloud's spine. This creature was the double-headed fire spirit serpent. What a peculiar breed. A wave of astonishment washed over the clouds as they suddenly noticed the serpent's speed gradually diminishing. Moreover, its neck appeared to swell, as if something was about to be expelled. Not good. This creature is about to unleash its ultimate attack. Observing this strange scene, a sense of unease washed over the clouds. In a swift motion, they flapped their wings vigorously, halting their forward momentum before launching upwards. As the clouds ascended, the serpent's menacing jaws gaped wide, unleashing 2 massive columns of molten lava, composed entirely of magma and flame, akin to a volcanic eruption. Instantly, the surging lava columns hurtled towards the clouds with ferocious intensity. Boom! One of the lava columns roared past just a meter or 2 beneath the clouds, the intense heat enveloping them within the protective shadow of the ethereal turtle. The searing temperature nearly caused the clouds to faint, and as they desperately flapped their wings, they glanced back, their pupils constricting. The enormous lava column completely engulfed the area within several meters, leaving no possibility for escape from the fiery embrace. Just then, an enormous palm strike descended, crashing onto the lava column. The massive torrent was instantly obliterated, plummeting heavily into the magma lake. With a resounding explosion, the entire cavern trembled. The colossal lava column plunging into the lake seemed to act as a catalyst, causing the once tranquil surface to erupt with numerous towering lava geysers, each accompanied by a series of booming sounds. This terrifying scene resembled a multitude of concealed volcanic vents beneath the magma, beginning to erupt one after another. Witnessing this, the clouds felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for the intervention of the nameless entity, they would have surely plummeted into the magma, uncertain if the ethereal turtle armor would be sufficient to protect them. The double-headed fire spirit serpent, sensing the power behind that strike, displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. With a swift flick of its massive tail, it seemed ready to retreat into the magma. Foolish beast. If you have the gall, then stay and watch. As this scene unfolded, urgency surged within the clouds. Glancing at the purple crystal-winged Lion King still observing from the sidelines, the clouds steeled their resolve and prepared to toss the small purple crystal-winged Lion King into the magma below. Wait. The sight caused the purple crystal-winged Lion King to panic, hastily channeling its single horn, unleashing a brilliant burst of purple light. Purple crystal seal. The violet beam illuminated the double-headed fire spirit serpent, causing its massive form to freeze in place, immobilized. Upon completing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King hurried to stand before the clouds, sheepishly addressing them. Flowing cloud, let us discuss this calmly. No need for rash actions. I was merely seeking an opportunity to strike. Observing the cloud's icy demeanor, the purple crystal-winged Lion King felt a twinge of regret. Why provoke this harbinger of calamity? It had only intended to let the clouds experience a bit of hardship to vent its pent-up frustrations. After all, with the presence of the nameless entity, the clouds were certainly not in danger of losing their life. The clouds regarded the purple crystal-winged Lion King with a cold, unyielding expression, their gaze piercing. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to prepare a braised lion's head. Chapter 170. Infiltrating the Magma World. Braised lion's head? Upon hearing the cloud's chilling words, the purple crystal-winged Lion King felt a tightening in its chest. Flowing cloud, please don't be impulsive. I assure you, there will not be a next time. The amethyst-winged Lion King offered a cautious apology, refraining from further provoking the ill temper of the flowing clouds. Very well, this time I shall forego my reward. Please, just forgive me, he said, observing how the clouds grasped his son as one would a helpless chick, sending shivers of trepidation through him. Are you still thinking about a reward? The clouds replied with a chilling smile. Not anymore, not anymore. The amethyst-winged Lion King hastily shook his head. With a disdainful snort, the clouds promptly enveloped the young amethyst-winged Lion King into the system space. He then unfurled his wings and approached the sealed, two-headed fire spirit serpent. At that moment, the serpent was bound by amethyst, unable to move. Yet its enormous, beastly eyes remained fixed on the clouds. Is there a way to temporarily control it? The clouds inquired, casting a glance at the formidable beast before him. The two-headed fire spirit serpent. He recalled that the azure lotus earth fire was likely hidden within this magma realm, and that he would need the serpent to guide him to it. Thus, it was imperative to subdue the creature, ensuring it willingly led the way. Such a mere fourth-tier strength, this king can easily command its life. The amethyst-winged Lion King scoffed, his tone laced with arrogance, before projecting a beam of violet light from his singular horn into the serpent's body. Now, with but a thought, it shall explode into oblivion. Excellent, it can be released now, the clouds replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King concentrated, and the amethyst that enveloped the two-headed fire spirit serpent shattered, restoring its freedom. The serpent, now aware, had evidently gained intelligence and had overheard the conversation between the clouds and the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon regaining its freedom, it dared not flee, its gaze filled with fear as it regarded the amethyst-winged Lion King. Faced with this sixth-tier beastly monarch, the once ferocious serpent now dared not make a move. You are indeed a clever beast, the clouds remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed the scene. The serpent's intelligence exceeded his expectations. However, this was advantageous for the clouds. The more intelligent it was, the simpler their forthcoming communication would be. Upon hearing the cloud's words, a flicker of ferocity crossed the serpent's eyes, yet it did not dare to act. It understood that its fate lay firmly in the hands of this human. There is a peculiar fire hidden beneath. You surely know where it lies, do you not? The clouds directly inquired of the compliant serpent. Hesitating briefly, the serpent glanced at the amethyst-winged Lion King before gently nodding. Very well, you shall lead the way. If I successfully obtain the peculiar fire, I shall spare your life. How does that sound? The cloud spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the serpent recalled the violet light within it and reluctantly nodded in agreement. After receiving the serpent as confirmation, the cloud softly said, Nameless, can you escort me down? Certainly, master, came the immediate response as Nameless appeared before the clouds with a respectful demeanor. The sudden manifestation of Nameless caused the two-headed fire spirit serpent to recall the terrifying strike it had witnessed earlier, causing its massive body to tremble slightly. And it dared not act out of line. After appearing, Nameless gestured towards the clouds, and a stream of faint silver energy flowed forth, enveloping the clouds. Wherever this silver energy passed, the surrounding space exhibited subtle distortions. Spatial power, the clouds thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Having reached the Dozong realm, he had acquired the ability to manipulate space. Soon, a layer of faint silver energy enveloped him. After a moment, Nameless slowly withdrew his hand, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Master, I have reached my limit. This spatial power will protect you for 1 hour. Once the time is up, I hope you can return swiftly. 1 hour? That should suffice, the clouds replied, contemplating briefly before leaping directly into the magma below. Floating amidst the searing lava, the clouds gazed in astonishment at the flowing crimson magma surrounding him. A massive bubble formed beside him, only to burst with a loud pop, splattering some lava onto his face. Yet the spatial power surrounding him kept the heat at bay, with a protective layer of faint silver energy. All external temperatures seemed to be effectively buffered, rendering him impervious to the scorching heat. He scooped up some fiery magma, allowing it to trickle between his fingers, marveling at the surreal experience. Such close proximity to magma was undeniably unsettling. The thought of the spatial power dissipating suddenly sent a chill down his spine as he envisioned the fate of a grasshopper frying in a hot pan. With that unsettling thought, the clouds turned to the massive two-headed fire spirit serpent nearby and commanded, "Big fellow, lead the way." Hearing the clouds, the serpent instinctively glanced at Nameless and the amethyst-winged Lion King before reluctantly submerging into the magma. Watching the serpent create ripples in the lava lake, the clouds exhaled lightly and followed closely behind. In the fiery depths, the world was awash in crimson, yet with the protection of the spatial power, the clouds could still discern their surroundings. He scanned the area and swiftly maneuvered, keeping pace with the serpent as it delved deeper into the magma. Within this fiery realm, dark currents surged, occasionally unleashing ferocious lava torrents from unknown origins, each containing immense energy that could gravely injure even a doling expert upon impact. Thankfully, the serpent was well acquainted with the area, expertly navigating through the oncoming torrents, allowing the clouds to evade danger with ease. In this blazing world, it appeared that no other creatures inhabited the space apart from the serpent. It was little wonder, given the harsh survival conditions. If it were not for the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which thrived on consuming magma, even a beast of the amethyst-winged Lion King's caliber would struggle to traverse this realm unscathed. Chapter 171, The Azure Lotus Earth Fire at Hand. As they continued their seemingly endless journey through the magma depths, even with the protection of the spatial power, the clouds began to sense the external temperature rising exponentially. Realizing this alarming trend, he instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. For those who had never experienced such an environment, it was nearly unimaginable to swim through magma. It was akin to dancing upon the scythe of death itself. In the ever-deepening abyss, any misstep, no matter how minor, would spell disaster, and even with the spatial power's protection, there would be no saving grace. Just as the clouds fretted over his precarious fate, the two-headed fire spirit serpent continued its relentless pace, never once glancing back to check if the clouds were keeping up, pressing onward into the depths of the abyss. Moments later, the clouds glanced around, only to be horrified to discover that the fiery magma had begun to take on a slight bluish hue. Recognizing this change as a result of the rapidly increasing temperature, he felt a surge of urgency. At this rate, the spatial power shielding him would undoubtedly falter long before the hour was up. With this realization, the cloud surveyed the magma surrounding him, his heart racing. In this environment where all senses have been stripped away, Lu Yun is oblivious to the precise concept of time. He is only aware that this mechanical descent has rendered his feet somewhat numb. Once again, he gazes at the surrounding bluish lava and cannot help but shout ahead, "Hey, everyone, how much further do we have to go?" Lu Yun understands that such a spirit-level beast possesses a certain level of intelligence that cannot be underestimated, so he is not concerned that it might not comprehend his words. His voice, infused with fighting spirit, pierced through the lava's hindrance and reached the ears of the fire spirit serpent ahead. The creature's massive head turned, letting out a few casual hisses, and then its descent speed suddenly surged. "Damn it, you beast!" Witnessing the fire spirit serpent's actions, Lu Yun couldn't restrain himself from cursing. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, kicked back fiercely with his foot, and enveloped himself in the power of the spatial realm, transforming into a white shadow that shot downward rapidly. As his body traversed through the lava, which had almost completely transformed into a bluish hue, sweat continuously streamed into his eyes. Despite the slight pain, Lu Yun dared not blink, fearing that he might be thrown off by the suddenly accelerated fire spirit serpent ahead. Damn it, how much further do we have to descend? With the continuous descent, even with the protection of spatial power, Lu Yun could still distinctly feel the temperature invading his body, gradually rising. This is bad. The spatial power may not hold out much longer. Realizing this, Lu Yun felt an overwhelming urgency. If the spatial power were to dissipate, he would be buried beneath the lava today. 10 minutes. Damn it. If I don't see the within the next 10 minutes, I'm done searching. Trembling uncontrollably, Lu Yun clenched his trembling fists, his voice quaking in this moment. Moments later, 8 minutes. His lips twitched slightly as Lu Yun growled in a low voice. The fire spirit serpent ahead continued its reckless descent. For minutes, Lu Yun's mouth felt parched as he hissed. 2 minutes. He felt his heart beating with a ferocity it had never exhibited before. Damn it. I'm going back. I'm done searching. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Yun abruptly halted his descent. Without uttering a word, he decisively turned around, his face ashen as he began to swim upward. He had resolved to procure some ice-cold treasures for self-defense and return fully prepared. After all, he had already locked onto the location of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Even if Queen Medusa came, she would not be able to snatch it from him. However, just as Lu Yun turned, the massive tail of the fire spirit serpent lashed out, wrapping around his waist. The dense crimson flames on its tail, though blocked by the spatial power, still contained a tremendous force that yanked Lu Yun back with great force. What the hell are you doing, beast? In that instant when he was flung back by the fire spirit serpent, a shocking thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. As soon as this thought arose, he was hurled in front of the fire spirit serpent. In the midst of his frantic flailing, his peripheral vision suddenly froze upon a spot not far away where a vibrant green light radiated. The green glow enveloped the lava, and as Lu Yun focused, he could faintly see a green lotus standing gracefully within that luminescence. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire? Upon seeing this green lotus, Lu Yun's heart surged with joy. Finally, he had found it. Gazing at the green lotus before him, his face was instantly enveloped in ecstatic delight. His body quivered slightly as he broke free from the fire spirit serpent's tail, his eyes fixated on the dense green light not far away. Hiss! Beside him, a sharp sound emanated from the fire spirit serpent's massive mouth. Lu Yun turned to look, only to discover that the creature's enormous eyes were filled with trepidation as it stared at the green light, its massive body trembling slightly. So you finally know fear, beast? Lu Yun shot a cold smile at the two-headed fire spirit serpent. He then turned his gaze back to the green lotus. And information regarding the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire flashed through his mind. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire ranks 19th on the list of born deep within the earth, having undergone countless refinements, fusions, compressions, and sculptings of the Earth's flames over a millennium to achieve spirit formation, and after a millennium, it becomes a lotus. When fully matured, its color leans towards green, with a cluster of green flames at its core, known as Qinglian Fire or Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. This fire possesses unpredictable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, forming a destructive force of nature. Casting a glance at the two-headed fire spirit serpent that dared not take another step forward, Lu Yun smirked, pushing off against the lava with his foot, his body darting towards the area enveloped in the green light like a fish in a pond. As he drew closer to the green glow, Lu Yun could distinctly feel the temperature around him surging sharply. Moistening his dry lips, he gritted his teeth, and with another firm step, his body finally plunged into the embrace of the green light. Upon entering the green glow, the anticipated searing heat did not arrive as expected. Instead, the temperature around him inexplicably dropped significantly. Stunned by this somewhat supernatural occurrence, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the central green lotus. The green lotus featured 8 petals, each leaf appearing as flawless as the finest jade, crystalline and translucent, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it. Within the lotus, there seemed to be a small lotus platform about 2 to 3 feet in size, from which several tiny holes emitted flickering lights, presumably formed by the purest fire attribute energy coalescing into lotus seeds. Lu Yun recalled that the original text mentioned this green lotus platform as an extraordinary treasure. It is said that this green lotus platform, formed by the Earth's flames over a millennium, once detached, could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed, though not by tenfold. At least 3 to 4 times would be more than sufficient. Moreover, in times of conflict, activating it with fighting spirit would unleash the hidden earth fire within, allowing one to traverse freely even in the presence of spirit-level powerhouses. Additionally, the lotus seeds within the platform, known as earth fire lotus seeds, are said to take a century to form a single seed, containing an extremely pure essence of heaven and earth. After consumption, they possess remarkable efficacy for restoring internal fighting spirit or aiding breakthroughs. If Lu Yun were to reveal that he possessed earth fire lotus seeds, even a Dohuang powerhouse would risk everything to trade for them. Of course, it was equally likely that he would attract a horde of Dohuang powerhouses seeking to hunt him down. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun's eye sparkled. If he were to auction off the green lotus platform and the earth fire lotus seeds, what unparalleled treasures would he acquire? Slightly tempering his excitement, Lu Yun continued to examine the green lotus. Beneath the green lotus, an exceedingly slender root stem extended over 10 meters in length, densely covered with tiny tendrils. As these tendrils swayed, Lu Yun could distinctly feel them greedily absorbing the violent fire attribute energy from the surrounding lava. The azure lotus flower floated gracefully amidst the endless expanse of molten lava, akin to drifting duckweed upon the surface of the ocean. Without the guidance of the fire spirit serpent, even with Lu Yun's adeptness, it would have been tantamount to courting death to seek out such a diminutive azure lotus in this vast territory. As Lu Yun drew closer to the azure lotus, he became increasingly aware of its exquisite beauty. Such near perfection could only be forged through the relentless passage of time and the artistry of nature. With utmost caution, he deftly avoided the swaying tendrils of roots and approached the azure lotus, his eager gaze sweeping over it, where a plume of azure flame gently ascended. Fixated upon this azure flame, Lu Yun's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks, and within the depths of his dark eyes, an unbridled fervor named desire surged forth, breaking through the constraints that bound him, manifesting unabashedly upon his youthful visage. This azure flame possessed a remarkable sentience. at times coalescing into the shape of a lotus flower, and at other times forming a slender azure flame serpent, spiraling gracefully in the air above its floral pedestal. Its demeanor gentle and utterly charming. The azure core fire of the lotus, truly a rare and extraordinary flame. As he beheld the azure flame before him, Lu Yun's heart brimmed with exhilaration. If this azure core fire were to be auctioned, he would acquire a treasure of the same caliber as the celestial flames of the Taiyin. However, Lu Yun had no intention of refining this azure core fire. From the beginning, his sole aim was to auction it. Auctioning an extraordinary flame. This was undoubtedly a highly audacious endeavor. Even in the land of Zhongzhou, the emergence of such a flame would incite tremendous excitement. Yet, Lu Yun found himself in a quandary. Extraordinary flames were priceless treasures. And who could possibly afford such a price? The appearance of such flames would surely drive alchemists into a frenzy. Lu Yun resolved that without absolute strength, it would be prudent to refrain from auctioning the azure core fire for the time being. After a moment, the thrill within him gradually stabilized. Time was of the essence, and it would be wise to secure the azure core fire sooner rather than later. Casting his gaze upon the azure lotus, he intended to extract the entire lotus. The original text mentioned that this lotus was a celestial wonder, turning to dust upon contact with iron. To sever it, one required a tool of pure jade, ensuring its purity remained intact. With this in mind, Lu Yun retrieved several high-quality rouged jade vials from his spatial ring, summoning violet flames from his palm to melt the small vials into a pale azure liquid. As the liquid churned, it ultimately congealed into a slender jade blade. With meticulous care, Lu Yun eliminated the impurities from the jade blade, rendering it crystalline and as beautiful as the leaves of the azure lotus. Grasping the jade blade, he felt a cool comfort in his hand and could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. He then cautiously glided towards the azure lotus and delicately made a cut where the roots connected to the pedestal. In an instant, the azure lotus, perfect as a work of art, fell away effortlessly. Watching the lotus descend, Lu Yun swiftly summoned it towards him, allowing it to hover in front of him, rotating gently as he gazed upon it in awe. With a thought, he directly stored the entire azure lotus into his system space. After completing this, Lu Yun turned his attention to the root, which was voraciously devouring the fiery energy of the surrounding lava, and his eyes flickered with intrigue. This root, capable of such fervent energy absorption, must also be a rare treasure. However, after a moment's hesitation, he abandoned this notion. For entities formed over centuries, it was best to leave a trace behind, as a good omen for himself. Although he had taken the azure lotus, given another 1,000 years, it would surely regrow anew. Had Lu Yun taken the root as well, the azure core fire might have faced eternal extinction, making its resurgence exceedingly difficult. Lu Yun's gaze lingered on the swaying root with a hint of regret. In the realm of alchemy, uprooting spiritual entities or herbs was among the most egregious offenses, considering the stringent conditions required for their formation. Subsequently, Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings and noticed that since the azure lotus had been severed from its root, the surrounding azure luminescence seemed to be gradually diminishing. Exhaling softly, he cast one last glance at the azure root, licked his lips, and with a firm step, propelled himself swiftly towards the azure light's periphery. Let us depart. Upon exiting the azure glow, Lu Yun waved at the distant fire spirit serpent and followed closely behind it, retracing his path with haste. Chapter 172, Queen Medusa. Why has it not yet emerged? Time is running short. At the mouth of the passage, Wu Ming gazed anxiously at the molten lava below. Beside him, the amethyst-winged Lion King also appeared somewhat restless, not out of concern for Lu Yun, but for the little amethyst-winged Lion King perched upon Lu Yun. Should Lu Yun perish in the depths of the lava, would his son not be trapped as well? At that moment, Wu Ming's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze intently on the molten lava below, a flicker of joy crossing his face. He sensed a familiar presence drawing closer, his master. In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of water breaking echoed through the cavern. Wu Ming hurriedly focused on the lava, and soon, Lu Yun's figure, enveloped in a pale silver aura, gradually came into view. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yun broke through the viscous surface of the lava and looked up at Wu Ming, a smile gracing his face. Then, with a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself upward, and as he neared the halfway mark, his back trembled, and the dual wings of wind and thunder burst forth. With a gentle flap, he soared up to the mouth of the passage. As his feet touched the solid ground, a slight tremor in his back caused the wings of wind and thunder to transform into two intricate patterns, adhering to the sides of his shoulder blades. Master, are you all right? Wu Ming rushed forward, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Smiling, Lu Yun shook his head and turned to gaze at the vast world of molten lava within the cavern, a sigh escaping his lips. Master, did you retrieve the items? Noticing the smile on Lu Yun's face, Wu Ming inquired with a grin. Indeed, it went very smoothly. Reflecting on the rewards of this journey, Satisfaction spread across Lu Yun's features. His extended stay in Shimo City had been worthwhile. Let us depart. It is time to leave, Lu Yun declared, his gaze falling upon the two-headed fire spirit serpent still cowering within the lava. You big fellow, if you do not emerge now, you may never come out again. Upon hearing the icy tone in Lu Yun's voice, the two-headed fire spirit serpent dared not feign ignorance any longer and promptly burst forth from the lava. Lu Yun swiftly captured it within his system space and then retraced his steps, gradually disappearing into the passageway. As Lu Yun departed, the vast magma cavern once again fell into a profound silence. Moments later, atop the desert, Lu Yun leaped into the air, landing firmly on the ground. He glanced around, noting the absence of any figures, and inwardly nodded in approval. The two brothers of the Shao family had indeed been honest, refraining from any underhanded schemes. With the Azure Core fire now secured, it was time to leave Shimo City. Contemplating the seal of Haiba Dong, Lu Yun felt a twinge of headache. To locate the Sand Mandala, he would need to personally venture deep into the Tagar Desert. First, I must retrieve Qinglin. Lu Yun dusted off his clothes and set his course towards Shimo City. Without a doubt, he was determined to bring Qinglin along. At that moment, Lu Yun's expression subtly shifted as his gaze was suddenly drawn to the distant horizon. A formidable surge of spiritual energy unfurled, allowing him to keenly sense that a powerful presence was rapidly approaching him. This aura seemed to have already locked onto his very being. Who could it be? Lu Yun furrowed his brow slightly. The intensity of this aura suggested that the visitor harbored ill intentions. The approach was swift, and in the next instant, Lu Yun beheld a violet radiance hurtling towards him. Soon after, a graceful silhouette emerged before Lu Yun's watchful eyes. The unexpectedly appearing beauty was adorned in a magnificent purple brocade robe, beneath which her voluptuous figure resembled that of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her delicate shoulders, cascading down to her slender waist, and beneath the robe, a segment of a purple serpent's tail peeked out, swaying gently, radiating a wild, seductive charm that inexplicably ignited a warmth within him. It was none other than Queen Medusa. Upon glimpsing the serpent tail beneath her, Lu Yun's pupils constricted, instantly grasping the woman's identity. What brought her here? Could it be that she sensed the aura of the green lotus heartfire? Lu Yun recalled that the original text had mentioned Queen Medusa taking the green lotus heartfire during this very period. He felt a twinge of relief. Fortunate that he had seized the green lotus heartfire first. Otherwise, matters would have become significantly more complicated. Lu Yun's gaze swept over Queen Medusa's nearly perfect form, finally resting upon her exquisite visage, causing his heart to tremble violently. Seeing this woman in the flesh, Lu Yun began to understand why many in the vicinity of the desert claimed that her beauty was as notorious as her fearsome reputation. Such a woman could only be described as enchanting. Yet beneath that enchantment lay an undeniable air of regal nobility, a quality that was utterly captivating. Observing the Queen of Medusa in the void, Lu Yun discreetly swallowed, his eyes sweeping over her graceful form. Although he had long prepared himself for her stunning beauty, he found it impossible to refrain from silently praising her allure once more. Upon her appearance, Queen Medusa's otherworldly, beguiling gaze immediately locked onto Lu Yun, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. She had distinctly sensed the aura of the, so how could it have vanished? Could it be related to this human before her? At that moment, Lu Yun was the only one present, leaving no room for Medusa to entertain such doubts. What further fueled her suspicions was Lu Yun's demeanor. Queen Medusa was acutely aware of how terrifying she appeared to humans. Yet this human, merely at the great fighter level, stood before her without a hint of fear, instead regarding her with an expression of keen interest. Such behavior was exceedingly unusual. With this thought, her beautiful eyes shifted to Lu Yun in the desert, and she slowly inquired, "Human, have you had your fill of gazing?" Startled by her words, Lu Yun momentarily paused, his peculiar thoughts gradually receding. Yet he could not suppress a teasing smile as he replied, "How could one ever tire of a beauty such as yourself? An interesting human indeed." Witnessing Lu Yun's audacious jest, Queen Medusa's flawless countenance momentarily faltered before a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. "Very well. Then I shall extract your eyeballs to keep with me, so you can behold me at all times." Queen Medusa lightly licked her luscious lips, her peculiar pupils fixated on Lu Yun, an air of chilling intent enveloping her words. Chapter 173. The Unnamed Queen Medusa. Hearing Queen Medusa's threat, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Truly, she was as fearsome as her reputation suggested, threatening to extract one's eyes in mere moments. Who could withstand such a threat? However, Lu Yun was far from intimidated by her words. On the contrary, a playful smirk graced his features. "If your majesty desires my eyes, feel free to take them." Seeing that Lu Yun had recognized her identity and still dared to act so brazenly, a flicker of puzzlement crossed Queen Medusa's violet eyes. What could this human possibly have up his sleeve to embolden him so? Could he be concealing hidden strength? Yet, gazing upon Lu Yun's excessively youthful face, Queen Medusa swiftly dismissed that notion. At such a young age, achieving the great fighter level was already a testament to extraordinary talent. It was unlikely he possessed any hidden prowess. Nonetheless, Lu Yun's attitude only deepened Queen Medusa's conviction that the vanished was indeed linked to him. With this thought, she regarded the grinning Lu Yun and coldly stated, "Human, summon the, and I shall allow you to depart unharmed." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, Lu Yun inwardly thought. As expected, she had indeed sensed this aura and had pursued him relentlessly. Lu Yun adopted a perplexed expression, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "Your Majesty, do you see any on my person? I have never encountered such a thing." Queen Medusa was not so easily deceived by Lu Yun's fabrications. She could distinctly sense this presence. How could it have simply vanished? This human was certainly hiding something. With that thought, a flicker of cold light danced in Queen Medusa's slightly purplish gaze. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall have to pry your mouth open." As her words fell, Queen Medusa extended her slender, delicate hand, conjuring a claw imprint that shot towards Lu Yun below. Facing this attack, Lu Yun merely smiled, his expression remaining unchanged. He calmly regarded Queen Medusa in the void and stated, "I fear, Your Majesty, that you shall not succeed." In the next moment, the previously tranquil void suddenly rippled, and a colossal palm imprint emerged, crashing down upon Queen Medusa's conjured claw without warning. Boom! Under the weight of this palm, the claw imprint offered no resistance and was instantly shattered. Witnessing this, Queen Medusa's violet pupils constricted, a shadow of seriousness crossing her features. With just that one strike, the power of the hidden individual in the void was certainly no less than her own. No wonder this human dared to act so recklessly. He must have a formidable guardian in the shadows. Yet at this moment, Queen Medusa was already convinced that the mysteriously vanished was related to the human before her. "Who exactly are you?" Her gaze fixated on the spot where the ripples had emerged moments prior. Queen Medusa turned her attention back to Lu Yun in the desert and asked coolly. The strength of the person who had just struck must have been at least that of a 9-star Do Huan. To have such a powerful protector, this human male's identity could not be simple. As Queen Medusa pondered Lu Yun's identity, she found herself at a loss for clues. There was likely no such force in the entire northwestern region. "If Your Majesty agrees to accompany me to a certain location, I shall reveal your identity." Lu Yun regarded Queen Medusa in the void with keen interest. He suddenly recalled the seal placed by Hai Buodong. According to Hai Buodong, the serpent seal upon him had been personally enacted by Queen Medusa. If he could take Queen Medusa with him and have her break the seal, it would save him the trouble of venturing deep into the Tagore Desert to seek the so-called Sand Mandala. With this thought, Lu Yun stroked his smooth chin, beginning to contemplate how to persuade Queen Medusa to accompany him. "Accompany you? I believe it is you who should be following me." Feeling the audacious gaze of Lu Yun, Queen Medusa was extremely displeased. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes, and in the next moment, her figure flashed as she charged directly towards Lu Yun. In the face of Queen Medusa's onslaught, Lu Yun remained utterly unfazed, even teasingly commenting, "Your Majesty, are you asking me to accompany you because you fancy me? We have only just met. Is it not a bit too hasty to return with you?" Seeking death, observing Lu Yun's audacity to jest with her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes. With a graceful lift of her hand, she unleashed a powerful strike towards Lu Yun. However, while launching her attack, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. She was well aware that her greatest adversary was not Lu Yun before her, but rather the mysterious powerhouse lurking within the void. Indeed, just as Queen Medusa was about to close in on Lu Yun, she sensed a disturbance in the adjacent void. In the next instant, an enormous palm print abruptly emerged from the void, carrying the might to shatter the very fabric of space, crashing towards Queen Medusa. The sheer force of the palm print was terrifying, as if it sought to cleave the earth itself. Realizing the immense power contained within this strike, Queen Medusa's expression shifted, leaving her no choice but to abandon her pursuit of Lu Yun to confront this formidable palm print. Serpent seal, with a soft incantation, a blinding light slit through the space, revealing a colossal handprint within the beam. Within this handprint, a gigantic serpent coiled, exuding a chilling aura of power. With a delicate lift of her hand, Queen Medusa sent her enormous handprint hurtling toward the palm print in the void. As the handprint soared forth, a tremendous serpent shadow gradually emerged within the void, resembling a massive python, poised to engulf the colossal palm print. Both energies were exceptionally terrifying, slicing through the space like lightning, ultimately colliding with each other before Lu Yun's gaze, akin to two meteors crashing together. Boom! The moment of contact unleashed a deafening roar that resonated throughout the desert sky, akin to monstrous waves crashing in the ocean, sending ripples of energy cascading through the void. At that moment, the entire realm trembled, as the energy waves surged, obscuring the sky and even shrouding the sun that hung high above. The tumultuous energy persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. At this juncture, the conflict in the desert had garnered the attention of numerous inhabitants of Shimo City. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers in Shimo City fell into silence, their expressions marred with astonishment. Had the explosive clash occurred within the city, it was likely that Shimo City would have been reduced to rubble in a matter of moments. This level of destructive power was a rarity, even in battles among peak Do Huang experts. As the energy waves that enveloped the sky slowly subsided, the mysterious figure within the void, Wu Ming, gradually revealed himself. At that moment, he appeared to be in slightly better condition than Queen Medusa, albeit with slightly disheveled hair and a hastened breath. But he had suffered no significant backlash from the energy. Conversely, Queen Medusa's complexion was ashen, her aura significantly weakened from the collision. The disparity between the two indicated that Wu Ming had clearly gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Chapter 174, The Pursuit of Queen Medusa. Wow, that was incredibly fierce. Lu Yun, concealed within the shadow of a mystical tortoise, appeared pale and astonished. The residual waves from their previous battle had nearly swept him away. Had he not activated the Xuanwu true armor in time, he would likely have met a dire fate. Master, are you alright? Wu Ming appeared before Lu Yun. Concern etched across his face upon seeing Lu Yun's pallid complexion. I'm fine. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, assuring Wu Ming not to worry. Just focus on dealing with Queen Medusa. However, Lu Yun's tone suddenly dropped as he added softly, I want her alive, so be a bit gentler. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming momentarily hesitated before nodding in understanding. With his Dozong strength, capturing Queen Medusa would be effortless, but taking her alive posed a challenge. After all, she was a pinnacle 9-star Do Huang, and her desperate struggle should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, a Dozong expert has appeared in this humble Shimo city. At that moment, Queen Medusa's cold and elegant voice resonated. Her enchanting eyes fixated on Wu Ming, standing before Lu Yun, as shock coursed through her heart. She had not anticipated encountering a Dozong expert here. Still reeling from the force of the previous strike, Queen Medusa was acutely aware of the terrifying strength of a Dozong. With her current capabilities, she was simply no match. As these thoughts raced through her mind, a sense of retreat began to emerge. Yet, the thought of the Waihu stirred a sense of unwillingness within her. After all, she had finally traced this whereabouts, only to have it snatched away from her. Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Queen Medusa, who now appeared somewhat disheveled and pale, her demeanor slightly disarrayed. Observing her current state, he smirked and asked, Your Majesty, have you made your decision? Will you willingly accompany me, or shall I forcibly take you? If I wish to leave, you would not be able to stop me. In response, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes as she retorted disdainfully. Although her opponent possessed Dozong power, she was not without her own strengths and could certainly fight her way to freedom if necessary. Oh, is that so? Lu Yun replied with a faint smile, then immersed his consciousness into the system space, releasing the Void Evasion Beast and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. In the next moment, a massive purple beast shadow materialized beside Lu Yun, while a small purple beast lay nestled in his arms. Upon witnessing this sight, Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly. She fixed her gaze on the purple beast shadow beside Lu Yun, taking a moment before slowly speaking, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Queen Medusa had previously visited the Beast Mountain and could easily recognize the ruler of the Beast Mountain. Lu Yun, why have you released me? The Amethyst-Winged Lion King inquired as it emerged, looking at Lu Yun. To it, being released always signified that there was a task at hand. Indeed, this time, the target is her. Lu Yun pointed toward the distant Queen Medusa, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King followed Lu Yun's finger and soon recognized her identity. Ah, it seems you two are acquainted, Lu Yun remarked with surprise. Given the distance between the Tagore Desert and the Beast Mountain, it seemed unlikely that the two would have crossed paths. Indeed, 20 years ago, Queen Medusa once visited the Beast Mountain. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King replied, its gaze fixed on Queen Medusa, a hint of coldness flashing in its eyes. It appears you have suffered at the hands of this woman. Observing the expression of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Lu Yun teased. Looks like you've encountered some misfortune with her, haven't you? At this, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's lips twitched slightly, as a humiliating memory flashed through its mind. Enough of the sorrow. Today, I shall provide you with an opportunity for vengeance. Lu Yun chuckled inwardly, coaxing, soon, Wu Ming will engage her. You should seize the chance to seal her. Then, you can take your revenge as you please. Upon hearing this, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's eyes lit up. Glancing at Wu Ming standing nearby, remembering the humiliation it had endured, it nodded without hesitation. Very well. I shall reclaim my honor today. Lu Yun smiled at this response. However, just then, his expression shifted. Wu Ming, restrain her. In the distance, upon spotting the amethyst-winged Lion King emerge, Queen Medusa decisively chose to turn and flee. The presence of a Dozong powerhouse had already extinguished her ambitions regarding the. Now, with the appearance of a mid-6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King, Queen Medusa, without a moment's hesitation, opted to make a swift exit. Yes, master. The instant Lu Yun's voice fell, the unnamed figure vanished from sight, only to reappear the next moment, pursuing the direction of Queen Medusa. Lion King, are you not going to give chase? Do you still wish to seek vengeance? Lu Yun shouted at the dazed amethyst-winged Lion King beside him. Queen Medusa, you shall not escape. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King immediately took to the skies, transforming into a streak of purple light as it surged towards Queen Medusa. Little one, you too, come with me. Lu Yun patted the void-burrowing beast nestled in his arms, saying, return, and I will reward you handsomely. Squeak. The small creature responded with a couple of chirps, instantly morphing into a beam of purple light that plunged underground, pursuing Queen Medusa. After executing these commands, Lu Yun focused his thoughts, and the twin wings of wind and thunder unfurled from his back. With a powerful flap, he followed suit. Soon, the figures of the group vanished within the expanse of the Stone Desert City. Within Stone Desert City, the onlookers gazed in silence at the vanished figures, each face etched with astonishment. Just moments ago, any one of those individuals would have been a force that Stone Desert City could not provoke. Brother, who exactly is this Lord Lu Yun? In the Tai Mercenary Corps, Xiao Li watched Lu Yun's departing silhouette, recalling the astonishing scene he had just witnessed, his tone laden with tremors. Contemplating Lu Yun's identity as a third-tier alchemist, Xiao Li felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly the extent of what a third-tier alchemist could achieve? Regardless of his status, he was not someone we could afford to provoke, Xiao Ding said, his voice tinged with fear. The thought that Lu Yun had spent so long within their Tai Mercenary Corps filled Xiao Ding with immense relief. Fortunately, the Tai Mercenary Corps had not committed any offenses against him. Otherwise, there would likely be no trace of their existence left in Stone Desert City. Chapter 175, Sealing Queen Medusa. Above the boundless desert, a streak of purple light raced away at an astonishing speed. Within this violet brilliance, hints of iridescent colors intertwined. Queen Medusa unleashed the Serpent Clan's secret technique, recklessly fleeing towards the direction of her kin. Her serpentine tail writhed incessantly, revealing patches of resplendent, multicolored scales, an extraordinary manifestation that appeared on her surface only when she unleashed her potential through the Serpent Clan's secret arts. Just then, the space before Queen Medusa twisted ominously, a terrifying aura erupting forth. In the next instant, a massive palm print materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon the fleeing Medusa. Damn it! Faced with such a formidable attack, Queen Medusa dared not confront it head-on. She hesitated, pivoted, and transformed into a streak of purple light, darting in another direction. At this moment, Queen Medusa's once vibrant visage had turned ashen, her breath growing weak. Once I break through to the Dozong realm, I will repay this grudge 100-fold. She thought bitterly, the mocking expression of Lu Yun flashing through her mind, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in her eyes. At this juncture, as Queen Medusa pressed onward, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Bang! In the next instant, a purple shadow erupted from the sands below, simultaneously unleashing a faint silver blade of light that sliced towards Queen Medusa. Where the silver blade passed, the space warped, emitting a tremendous sound of upheaval. No, this is spatial power. Sensing the imposing force surrounding the silver blade, Queen Medusa felt her scalp tingle. The blade's speed was astonishing, arriving before her before she could react. In a critical moment, Queen Medusa activated her secret technique, slightly altering her position, causing the silver blade to graze her serpentine tail. The next moment, Queen Medusa let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood gushed forth from her tail, crimson and profuse. In the void, several iridescent scales fell to the ground. At that moment, Queen Medusa finally recognized that the one who had attacked her was a small beast enveloped in purple light, the void-burrowing beast. This purple creature, adept in the powers of the void and earth, had intercepted Queen Medusa even before the amethyst-winged Lion King could. Another mid-6th-tier magical beast. Terror gripped Queen Medusa's heart as she recalled the bizarre attack from the small beast. Ignoring her injuries, she resolved to change direction and escape once more. The void-burrowing beast, obeying Lu Yun's command, would not simply watch as Queen Medusa attempted to flee. It transformed into a streak of purple light and engaged her in battle. At this moment, Queen Medusa, severely wounded, had no desire to fight. After hastily launching a few attacks, she activated her secret technique in a bid to escape. Trying to run? Not a chance. Just then, the colossal form of the amethyst-winged Lion King caught up. Observing Queen Medusa's retreating figure, the Lion King let out an enraged roar. and its body radiated a brilliant purple light. The intensity of the purple glow surged, soon threatening to eclipse the setting sun. The purple brilliance enveloped the heavens and the earth. After a brief moment of accumulation, the light suddenly constricted. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of purple light compressed into a deep purple beam no more than half a foot in diameter. With a roar from the amethyst-winged Lion King, the deep purple beam shot forth like lightning, its speed terrifying, almost flickering as it traversed the distance, appearing mere leaps away from Queen Medusa in an instant. Purple crystal seal. As the purple light flickered, the low growl of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed through the void. The moment the deep purple beam manifested, Queen Medusa's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, she retaliated. Serpent King Curse. As Queen Medusa's voice rang out, the space before her rippled, and dozens of gigantic serpent phantoms, each several meters long, materialized, intertwining as they surged towards the purple beam. Boom! Where the purple beam and the serpent phantoms clashed, the space warped slightly, and in an instant, they collided with a momentum akin to that of a meteor strike. The purple beam and the serpent phantoms grappled momentarily, but the phantoms quickly fell to the disadvantage. In mere moments, the giant serpent phantoms exploded, while the purple beam only dimmed slightly. After obliterating the serpent phantoms, the purple beam continued its relentless assault, piercing through several more serpent phantoms that Queen Medusa had summoned, ultimately penetrating into her body. Simultaneously, a palm print manifested out of thin air, striking precisely against Queen Medusa's back. Puff! Enduring such a devastating blow, Queen Medusa immediately spewed forth a mouthful of thick blood, her face turning ghostly pale as her delicate form plummeted from the void, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, where she fell into unconsciousness. Ha ha, Queen Medusa, today is your day of reckoning. The purple beast swiftly descended before the unconscious Queen Medusa. Seeing her incapacitated, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a surge of murderous intent, extending its sharp claws with the intention of delivering the fatal blow to Queen Medusa. Stop! Just then, an unnamed figure emerged, blocking the path before Queen Medusa. What do you intend to do? It was Lu Yun who commanded me to act. Upon witnessing someone daring to obstruct his vengeance, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a surge of anger. However, upon recognizing the figure before him, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind as he recalled Lu Yun's involvement. Humph! The master has given an order. Capture her alive. Unnamed cast a cold glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King, instantly rendering the latter motionless. Just then, Lu Yun, with his thunderous wings agitated, finally arrived late to the scene. Upon seeing the Medusa Queen sprawled on the ground, Lu Yun was taken aback, his gaze incredulous as he turned to Unnamed. Didn't you say to keep her alive? How did she end up dead? Master, she is merely unconscious, Unnamed replied. That is a relief. Lu Yun sighed, for he still hoped to enlist the Medusa Queen's aid in unsealing Hebadong. If she were to die, he would have to venture deep into the Tagore Desert in search of the Sand Mandala. Lu Yun, did you not just declare that I should exact vengeance? At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King spoke with indignation, feeling as though Lu Yun had played him for a fool. Vengeance? Is this not enough of a beating? Lu Yun retorted, tossing 3 vials of amethyst source from the system space. The amethyst-winged Lion King fell silent, staring at the 3 vials clutched in its claws. Chapter 176. The Shock of the Shao Brothers. Little one, do you want some too? Lu Yun chuckled as he noticed the void-burrowing beast snuggling into his embrace. He then retrieved 3 vials of amethyst source from the system space for it as well. Ruffling the beast's fluffy head, Lu Yun's gaze shifted to the fallen Medusa Queen. Approaching her, he finally had the opportunity to observe the breathtaking beauty of this serpentine queen from a close distance. As he scrutinized her, a wave of astonishment washed over him. To describe her with terms like eyebrows like paintings and jade-like skin seemed hardly an exaggeration. What struck Lu Yun most was the regal and opulent aura emanating from the Medusa Queen. His gaze lingered on her flawless visage, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman is truly enchanting. Then, Lu Yun's gaze gradually descended, his brow furrowing slightly. His eyes fell upon the Medusa Queen's serpentine tail, which was marred with blood, several scales having fallen away. In her unconscious state, her delicate brows were faintly knitted, a hint of pain evident on her face. Though this expression was somewhat at odds with her usual demeanor, it was undeniably poignant. TSK. It seems she is quite injured, Lu Yun mused, lamenting the lack of compassion displayed by the others. Next, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and placed it in the Medusa Queen's petite mouth, followed by a sprinkle of medicinal powder over the wounds on her tail. Lion King, how effective is this seal? How much strength can she still muster? Observing the purple glow within the Medusa Queen, Lu Yun turned to the amethyst-winged Lion King. Lu Yun, do not underestimate me, the Lion King replied, a hint of displeasure in its tone. This amethyst seal is my innate divine ability. Under its influence, the Medusa Queen can currently exert no more than third-tier strength. Third-tier strength? That's merely the level of a great fighter, isn't it? At this point, can she even defend herself? Liu Yun's lips curled into a smile at the thought. The once mighty Medusa Queen was now at his mercy. Let us return, Liu Yun stated calmly, preparing to confine the amethyst-winged Lion King within the system space. Wait, I wish to remain outside. The Lion King quickly interjected, eager to avoid the dark confines of the system space, which it found utterly tedious. I want to force you inside, but you must comply and shrink down. Should you misbehave, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yun conceded to the Lion King's request, albeit with a warning. Very well, the Lion King nodded obediently. Squeak. Just then, the little creature nestled in Liu Yun's arms emitted a protest. You don't want to go in either? Liu Yun said, ruffling the little void-burrowing beast's head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. You too must behave. The little creature nodded obediently in response. In the next instant, it transformed into a purple light and affixed itself to Liu Yun's arm, leaving behind an imprint of a small purple beast. Oh, you possess such an ability? Liu Yun exclaimed with surprise upon witnessing the phenomenon. As he touched the imprint on his arm, he could distinctly sense the aura of the void-burrowing beast. Truly, it was worthy of its 8th-tier magical beast lineage, displaying remarkable capabilities. All right, let us return to the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps. Liu Yun advanced, lifting the Medusa Queen's form into his arms, his thunderous wings unfurling as he soared towards Stone Desert City. Time within the system space was frozen, hindering the Medusa Queen's recovery, necessitating that he carry her himself. Moments later, Liu Yun arrived at Stone Desert City, landing directly in the courtyard of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps without a moment's pause. Lord, a mercenary from the Corps, having witnessed Liu Yun's descent, hurriedly approached to pay his respects, his voice trembling slightly. MHM. Liu Yun smiled, cradling the Medusa in his arms as he made his way towards his quarters. Quickly, inform the commander. After Liu Yun departed, the mercenary rushed off in a flurry. Creak. Upon reaching his door, Liu Yun was surprised to see it swing open on its own. Lord Liu Yun, Qing Lin exclaimed, taken aback and filled with joy upon seeing him. Qing Lin, allow me to enter first, Liu Yun replied with a smile. Only then did Qing Lin notice the Medusa Queen in Liu Yun's embrace, swiftly stepping aside to let him in. Gently, Liu Yun laid the Medusa Queen upon the bed, turning to instruct Qing Lin. Qing Lin, take good care of her. Understood, Qing Lin responded obediently, her gaze lingering on the Medusa Queen's tail, a mysterious glimmer in her azure eyes. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the Shao brothers appeared at the door. My lord, they greeted respectfully, their faces etched with reverence. Reminded of the earlier events outside the city, they felt a tremor of apprehension, momentarily hesitating to step over the threshold, as if Liu Yun were the true master of this place. You may enter, Liu Yun said with a serene smile, gesturing for them to come in. Exchanging glances, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li slowly stepped inside. Upon entering the room, their eyes fell upon the woman lying on the bed. When they beheld the serpentine tail at her lower half, their bodies involuntarily trembled. Such a terrifying scene could only have been wrought by a Do Huang's might. The identity of the woman on the bed, a formidable serpent woman of Do Huang's strength, became immediately apparent. The Medusa Queen, in the vicinity of the Tagore Desert. The fearsome reputation of the Medusa Queen was not easily overshadowed by her enchanting beauty. In fact, it was said that many in the nearby cities were paralyzed with terror at the mere mention of her name. After all, the Medusa Queen was a superlative powerhouse renowned throughout the Gamma Empire. It was known that when the Empire sought to dispatch troops to exterminate the Serpent Tribe, 3 Do Huang powerhouses were summoned, yet they returned heavily injured at the hands of the Medusa Queen. This illustrates that her fearsome reputation was not merely the product of exaggeration. Yet now, this infamous Medusa Queen lay wounded on the bed before them. To have so severely injured such a terrifyingly powerful being, what kind of formidable force must the Liu Yun of yesteryear possess? Chapter 177. I am willing. As the 2 brothers from the Shao family stood in stunned silence, a majestic purple hound sauntered through the door. The regal creature approached them leisurely, casting a fleeting glance their way before turning to settle in a corner by the wall. The moment the purple hound entered, the brothers' gaze was transfixed upon it. Now, observing the hound nestled in the corner, a colossal shadow of a purple beast flickered through their minds. Could this purple beast truly be the very hound before them? As they regarded the crystalline-winged Lion King sprawled in the corner, an involuntary gulp escaped their throats. If they had previously been merely astonished, they were now gripped by sheer terror. This was a 6th-tier magical beast. The mere thought of sharing a space with such a formidable entity filled them with dread, fearing it might suddenly take a bite and swallow them whole along with the others. Do not worry, you two. It would not dare to move without my command. Noticing the brothers frozen in place, Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the crystalline-winged Lion King. The gentle smile on Lu Yun's face offered the brothers a modicum of reassurance. Xiao Ding mustered a faint smile and said, "Please forgive us for our rudeness, my lord." Lu Yun shook his head and produced a fifth-tier magic core from his spatial ring, tossing it to Xiao Ding. "You have performed admirably in this matter. Keep this fifth-tier magic core as a reward." A fifth-tier magic core. Xiao Ding instinctively grasped the core, but, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the precious item. "My lord, is this truly a fifth-tier magic core?" A wave of astonishment washed over him, and after a moment of hesitation, he returned the core to Lu Yun. "My lord, you have already compensated us. We cannot accept this. Please, take it back. What, is it not enough?" Lu Yun's voice was calm as he regarded Xiao Ding. No, I assure you, that is not the case." Xiao Ding quickly explained. "The fifth-tier magic core is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Observing Xiao Ding's unwavering determination to return the core, a flicker of appreciation crossed Lu Yun's eyes. These brothers were not greedy souls. "I have never taken back what I have given. Keep this fifth-tier magic core. I will require your assistance shortly," Lu Yun stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Given Lu Yun's insistence, Xiao Ding wisely chose to relent, saying cautiously, "In that case, I thank you, my lord." The two brothers remained poised, seemingly awaiting Lu Yun's further instructions. Lu Yun briefly assessed the injuries sustained by Queen Medusa before turning to the Xiao brothers. "I shall be departing from here tomorrow. Before I leave, I wish to take one person with me, and I hope you will acquiesce." His tone was solemn. The brothers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Ding cautiously inquired, "If I may ask, my lord, whom do you wish to take?" At that moment, Xiao Li recalled something and cast a contemplative glance at Qing Lin, who was tending to Queen Medusa's wounds. "The person I wish to take is Qing Lin," Lu Yun stated directly, glancing at the girl behind him. Upon hearing her name, Qing Lin, who was diligently attending to Queen Medusa's injuries, trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Overwhelmed by shyness, she remained silent, continuing to assist the queen. "Qing Lin?" Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled look at the girl behind Lu Yun. However, despite his confusion, he quickly composed himself and said without hesitation, "If it is your wish to take Qing Lin, it would be her fortune. I have no objections." In Xiao Ding's view, Lu Yun merely sought a humble maid, and he saw no reason to refuse. Moreover, he understood he lacked the strength to prevent Lu Yun if he truly desired to take her. Xiao Li, standing behind Xiao Ding, wore an expression of understanding. After receiving Xiao Ding's response, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Qing Lin and said, "Qing Lin, please come here." Startled, Qing Lin hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and slowly approached Lu Yun. "Qing Lin, do you wish to come with me?" Lu Yun asked gently, ruffling her hair. Feeling the warmth emanating from above and hearing Lu Yun's kind words, Qing Lin found her fear subsiding. Slowly, she lifted her head, her verdant eyes meeting Lu Yun's warm smile. Memories of Lu Yun's initial reaction to the scales on her hands and his gentle encouragement flooded her mind, causing her eyes to mist over with emotion. With her crystalline green eyes, pure and innocent as a lotus, she gazed at Lu Yun's beaming face and softly replied, "I am willing." Hearing the response he yearned for, Lu Yun's lips curved into a smile as he affectionately tousled her hair. "Excellent. From now on, you shall stay by my side." Though he had already resolved to take Qing Lin with him, hearing her express her willingness brought him immense joy. "I shall be leaving Shimo City tomorrow. I need your help to gather some herbs before I depart." Lu Yun then produced a list from his spatial ring and handed it to the Xiao brothers. "Yes, my lord," Xiao Ding replied respectfully as he accepted the list. The items listed were primarily second and third tier herbs, along with some peculiar and rare toxic substances. Although Lu Yun possessed many treasures, it was these fundamental second and third tier items that he currently required, given their relevance to his present capabilities. Furthermore, since he had decided to take Qing Lin, he intended to nurture her properly, making these herbs essential. As for the toxic substances on the list, they were intended for the 10,000 poison beast. The Tagore Desert concealed numerous highly poisonous magical beasts, and thus, Shimo City offered a plethora of toxic items for sale. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yun planned to procure a batch, hoping that once absorbed by the 10,000 poison beast's egg, it would successfully hatch. If he could bring the beast to fruition, he would gain a formidable ally by his side. With this thought, Lu Yun felt an eager anticipation rising within him. "Now, you may return to your tasks. Please be swift in gathering the items and present them to me before I leave." Lu Yun waved his hand, signaling for the Xiao brothers to withdraw. Chapter 178, Return to Mo City. It must be said, the Xiao brothers were remarkably efficient. By the following morning, they had gathered all the items Lu Yun required. "My lord, everything is here," Xiao Ding announced, presenting a bundle to Lu Yun. "Good," Lu Yun replied, opening the package and nodding in satisfaction. The contents were exactly what he needed, and the quantity of poisonous items exceeded his expectations. Lu Yun was confident that with this batch of toxic substances, the 10,000 poison beast would likely hatch successfully. Well then, I shall be departing Shimo City shortly. We shall meet again at a later date, Lu Yun said, stowing away the package with a faint smile. Then, my lord, allow us to escort you. Xiao Ding responded respectfully. There's no need. I will be leaving directly. You may keep this room, should I return to Tagore in the future. I hope you will welcome me, Lu Yun replied with a bright smile. My lord, you honor me with your presence in my Mo-Tai mercenary corps. Xiao Ding chuckled awkwardly, assuring, I shall have someone clean this room daily, always ready to receive you. Thank you for your generosity, Captain Xiao, Lu Yun said, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, you may continue with your affairs. I hope that by the next time we meet, the Mo-Tai mercenary corps will have dominated the entire Stone Desert City. Haha, I shall take your words to heart, esteemed one. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding could not help but reveal a faint smile. With the few vials of accompanying purple crystal source left by Lu Yun and a 5th-tier magic core, the strength of the Mo-Tai mercenary corps is destined to undergo a qualitative transformation. By the time we meet again, it is quite possible that the Mo-Tai mercenary corps has indeed become the strongest mercenary group in Stone Desert Iron. Furthermore, the entire Stone Desert Iron is now aware of the inexplicable connection between the Mo-Tai mercenary corps and the formidable Lu Yun. In the time to come, other mercenary groups will undoubtedly refrain from provoking the Mo-Tai mercenary corps. I shall not disturb you any further, esteemed one. I take my leave now. The Xiao brothers once again cupped their fists towards Lu Yun and gradually departed. We, too, must take our leave. After the Xiao brothers had exited, Lu Yun returned to his chamber and addressed the nearby Qing Lin. Indeed, esteemed one, Qing Lin nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her verdant eyes. This was a hopeful sentiment regarding her forthcoming fate. Qing Lin, from now on, do not address me as esteemed one. Call me young master instead. You shall be my personal maid, attending to my daily needs. Lu Yun gently ruffled Qing Lin's little head, speaking in a kind manner. Yes, young master, I understand. Qing Lin replied obediently. Upon hearing this, Qing Lin's sweet voice calling him young master made Lu Yun nod in satisfaction, his mood brightening. Having been in this world for quite some time, this scion of a noble family finally had a respectable maid. With a slight smile, Lu Yun approached the bedside, gazing at the still unconscious Queen Medusa. At this moment, the bloodstains on Queen Medusa had been meticulously wiped clean by Qing Lin, and her garments had been changed to new ones, appearing far less disheveled than before. Of course, it was Qing Lin who changed her clothes. Lu Yun did not peek, nor did he employ spiritual force to intrude. Such petty actions were beneath Lu Yun's dignity. If he wished to see, he would do so openly. Observing the aquamarine dress adorning Medusa, a mysterious smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips. This aquamarine dress was originally purchased for Qing Lin, perfectly suited to her delicate demeanor. Now, on Queen Medusa, it seemed somewhat at odds with her noble and aloof aura, creating an unharmonious appearance. Nevertheless, with Medusa's beauty, she did not appear unattractive. Subsequently, with a thought, Lu Yun summoned Queen Medusa into the system space. Where did she go? Upon witnessing Queen Medusa's sudden disappearance from the bed, Qing Lin's eyes widened in surprise, her pink lips slightly parted, her small head adorned with a look of confusion, making her exceedingly adorable. Seeing the little girl display such a naive expression, Lu Yun could not help but smile faintly. He then took Qing Lin's small hand and led her to the location of the previously established void passage, calling out to the purple crystal-winged Lion King still lounging in the corner. Lion King, it's time to go. Upon hearing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King slowly approached Lu Yun. Little one, it's time to work. Lu Yun then stroked the beastly pattern on his arm, summoning the void-burrowing beast. With a flash of purple light, the beastly pattern transformed into a small creature that nestled into Lu Yun's embrace. Oh, what a cute little animal. Observing the sudden appearance of the small creature in Lu Yun's arms, Qing Lin's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, quickly followed by an attraction to its adorable appearance. Her small hand gently patted the furry head of the void-burrowing beast, and her verdant eyes brimmed with affection. Unbeknownst to her, the creature she was petting was a 6th-tier magical beast on par with a battle emperor. You like it? Then from now on, it's your responsibility to care for it. Seeing that Qing Lin was quite fond of the little creature, Lu Yun placed it into her arms, warning it. Do not harm her, or I shall make you pay. Thank you, young master. Holding the void-burrowing beast in her arms, Qing Lin's pretty face radiated joy. As long as you like it, Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile, then looked at the little creature and said, now, it's time to work. Squeak. The little creature protested a few times before transforming into a beam of purple light and burrowing underground. The next moment, A purple light circle slowly rose beneath everyone's feet, enveloping them entirely. What is this? Qing Lin's eyes widened, incredulously gazing at the suddenly appearing circle beneath her. Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart, Lu Yun reminded them with a smile. In the next instant, the dazzling purple light enveloped them, and before Qing Lin had time to react, their figures vanished from the room. Moments later, in a corner of Mo City, a purple light suddenly appeared. The purple light formed a circle, exuding an air of mystery. The next moment, two figures and a beastly silhouette slowly materialized above the circle. Mo City, I have returned. As the scene before him shifted and he beheld the familiar city walls, a smile graced Lu Yun's lips. What on earth is happening? Upon regaining her senses, Qing Lin gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings in astonishment. Wasn't she just in a room? How could she suddenly be here? Her little mind was filled with confusion, and she looked at Lu Yun with a perplexed expression. Lu Yun chuckled, offering no explanation, only saying mysteriously, "You will understand in due time." Unbeknownst to them, behind the two, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, experiencing the void passage for the first time, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 179. Farewell, Haibuodong. After successfully arriving in Mo City, Lu Yun stood in the street with Qing Lin, surveying their surroundings. He then followed the route etched in his memory towards the end of the street, eventually stopping in front of the ancient map shop located there. Qing Lin closely trailed Lu Yun, her curious gaze examining the vicinity, her face still adorned with an expression of confusion. What is this place? How did we suddenly arrive here? At this time, the shop, perhaps due to the encroaching twilight, had its doors slightly ajar, with a faint light spilling through the crack, illuminating Lu Yun. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yun gazed at the partially opened door, a smile involuntarily surfacing on his lips. Glancing over the now sparsely populated street, Lu Yun quietly pushed open the door, leading Qing Lin inside, and he securely closed the door behind them. Inside the shop, a moonlight stone emitted a gentle glow, casting a warm, non-dazzling light that brightened the store. The arrangement remained as it had been before. The damage inflicted during the previous battle had been impeccably repaired. Behind the counter, piled high with maps, Haibuodong was engrossed in meticulously crafting a map, so focused that he remained oblivious to Lu Yun's stealthy entrance. Within the shop, four individuals were perusing the maps, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed rather extravagantly. Behind them stood several robust men, showing them great respect. Upon Lu Yun's entrance, the 4 turned their heads to glance, but upon noticing Lu Yun's youth, they quickly averted their gazes, lazily continuing their selection of maps. As the 4 turned back, Lu Yun's gaze flitted over their faces. The 3 men were quite handsome, yet a hint of arrogance in their eyes significantly tarnished their impression. The lone woman, clad in a form-fitting red gown, was strikingly beautiful, her figure appearing exquisitely curvaceous beneath the dress. Occasionally, the 3 men would steal glances at the enticing silhouette of the woman in red, their eyes betraying a mixture of admiration and desire, yet beneath that admiration lay a hint of trepidation towards her. The drifting clouds paid no heed to the slightly peculiar crowd displaying unusual behavior, their gaze briefly sweeping over Haibuodong before they leisurely approached the counter. With a casual gesture, they picked up a scroll of maps and flipped through it languidly. Hearing the sound of the map rustling, Haibuodong's brush, which had been moving across the map with a fluid grace, came to a brief pause. Yet, much like their first encounter, he did not lift his head, merely stating in a nonchalant tone, "I apologize, but the shop is closed for today. If you wish to purchase a map, please return tomorrow." Upon hearing Haibuodong's consistently indifferent words, Lu Yun couldn't help but shake his head. This old fellow, despite my arduous effort to bring the Queen of Medusa here, still chooses to act aloof in my presence. Just as Lu Yun was about to speak, 2 burly men suddenly blocked his path, gripping their weapons at their waists and glaring fiercely at him. The unexpected turn of events left Lu Yun momentarily stunned. He said nothing, wondering if he had offended someone again. Bewildered, he shook his head and turned his gaze towards a woman in a red dress across from him, who seemed to hold some significance in this desolate city. Behind Lu Yun, Qing Lin, upon seeing the 2 intimidating figures, instinctively shrank back behind him. "The Ice Master does not appreciate interruptions while crafting maps, so I kindly ask you to step outside," the strikingly beautiful woman in the red dress said as she approached, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable air of dominance and arrogance. Did they know of his identity? The consideration the woman showed for Haibuodong took Lu Yun by surprise, leaving him astonished. Isn't Haibuodong supposed to be hiding here? How did they come to learn of his identity? In contrast to Lu Yun's astonishment, the woman in the red dress felt a tinge of frustration. Her father had always told her that the elderly man in the map shop was a formidable figure. Thus, whenever he had the chance, he would instruct his precious daughter to come here, ensuring the old man received the utmost care and attention. However, it seemed the elder was unappreciative of her efforts. as each visit felt like a warm face meeting a cold backside, making it difficult for the proud young woman to accept. Despite the constant neglect, the woman firmly believed in her father's words. Furthermore, on one occasion, she had sensed the terrifying aura that the old man inadvertently exuded, which made her realize her own insignificance in comparison. Thus, despite the elder's cold demeanor, she continued to treat him with the utmost respect. Her seemingly submissive behavior often left her companions incredulous. Was this obedient girl truly the same spoiled enchantress who once turned the desolate city upside down? Today, she arrived at the shop as usual to assist the old man. Naturally, his attitude remained as frigid as ever. Aside from a fleeting glance upon her arrival, his focus was entirely devoted to the map, showing no further interest in them. Given her haughty disposition, being treated this way naturally stirred a sense of unspoken resentment within her. However, she could not direct this frustration towards the elder, and at that moment, Lu Yun's unexpected entrance seemed to provide her with a convenient outlet. Ignoring the woman's haughty reprimands, Lu Yun casually cast a glance her way, tossed the map onto the counter, and turned slightly, pulling Qing Lin behind him as he deftly maneuvered around the two hulking figures. Seeing Lu Yun disregard her command and instead encroach upon her space, the woman's brows furrowed, and a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes as she lifted her chin defiantly. Instantly, the surrounding menacing figures closed in on Lu Yun, their faces contorted with aggression. With her arms crossed over her chest, the woman regarded Lu Yun with a hint of mockery. Yet, just as she prepared to watch him plead for mercy, Lu Yun executed an utterly bewildering action. He seized a map and hurled it towards Hai Buodong, who held a revered status in her eyes, all the while muttering, "Elder, after traveling thousands of miles to return, this is how you choose to greet me?" Chapter 180. Hai Buodong's Astonishment. As several scrolls of maps hurtled towards Hai Buodong, they were abruptly encased in a chilling aura, freezing them into solid ice before they weakly tumbled to the ground beside the elder. Observing the maps transformed into blocks of ice, the woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, witnessing the old man reveal his remarkable prowess once more. This reckless individual dared to show such disrespect to the ice master, truly a short-sighted fool. Her gaze, tinged with mockery, fixed on Lu Yun, clearly believing that the elder would not easily forgive this audacious intruder. However, this notion was merely a figment of her imagination. While Hai Buodong indeed shifted his focus from the map, his withered visage revealed an unusually rare smile as it turned towards the white-clad youth before him. "Ah, Lu Yun, you have finally returned. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Hai Buodong said, gently placing his brush down and scanning Lu Yun with eyes that flickered with joy. Since Lu Yun had returned, did that imply the sand mandala had been retrieved? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within Hai Buodong. "It's inevitable. Given that you possess what I need, I had to return quickly. Moreover, without your maps to guide me, I could have wandered the desert for a year without reaching my destination," Lu Yun replied with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, it seems we both have our needs met." Hai Buodong chuckled lightly before suddenly realizing, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he looked at Lu Yun. "Are you implying that you have secured that item?" Finally grasping the meaning behind Lu Yun's words, Hai Buodong understood that he referred to the, "by a stroke of luck, thanks to your esteemed maps. That item did not fall into the hands of the Queen of Medusa," Lu Yun remarked nonchalantly. At this, Hai Buodong's nose twitched slightly, his withered face transforming with a look of disbelief as he stared at Lu Yun, exclaiming, You have encountered the Queen of Medusa?" Inside the shop, witnessing Hai Buodong not only refrain from acting against Lu Yun, but also engage in amicable conversation with him, left the woman in the red dress utterly flabbergasted. After a moment, her brows knitted together as she covertly glanced at the seemingly younger white-clad youth, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. She had assisted Hai Buodong for so long, yet had never been treated with such kindness. As she contemplated returning to inquire about Lu Yun's background, Hai Buodong's words struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Of course, she was not alone. The three young men and several muscular men in the shop also froze in shock upon hearing Hai Buodong casually mention the Queen of Medusa. In the vicinity of the desert, the infamous reputation of the Queen of Medusa was enough to instill fear in any human being. In the past, she had single-handedly annihilated several cities, her name alone capable of silencing a crying infant. This individual actually had contact with the Queen of Medusa, and he remains unharmed? Inside the shop, a myriad of astonished and incredulous gazes were fixed upon the white-clad youth, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. In the city adjacent to the desert, although there were a few formidable individuals who had encountered the Queen Medusa and lived to tell the tale, none were as renowned as the youth before them, who appeared to be no more than 20. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun revealed a faint smile, casually remarking, "Indeed, fortune has favored me. As I happened upon the Queen Medusa, not only did I encounter her, but I also bring tidings for you." He pondered with a mischievous delight about how Hebadong would react upon seeing the Queen Medusa before him. Remarkable. To have returned unscathed from the clutches of that woman is truly commendable. I dare say, you must be the pinnacle of the younger generation of the Gama Empire. Hebadong exclaimed, astonished. Lu Yun merely smiled faintly, withholding his opinion on the so-called pinnacle figures. Observing Lu Yun's nonchalant demeanor, Hebadong suddenly recalled that Lu Yun was not only accompanied by a sixth-tier magical beast, but also sheltered by a formidable Dozong expert. With such prowess, encountering the Queen Medusa should have been a stroke of misfortune. Oh, by the way, Lu Yun, about the matter I entrusted to you? Hebadong inquired, rubbing his dry palms with an eager smile. Ah, you mean the sand mandala? Lu Yun's eyes glinted with a hint of jest as he shrugged, replying, I'm afraid I didn't find it. What? You didn't find it? Upon hearing this, Hebadong's smile vanished, replaced by displeasure. How could that be? The anticipation that had filled Hebadong moments ago was now eclipsed by profound disappointment. Noticing the crestfallen expression on Hebadong's face, Lu Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he slowly added, though I did not acquire the sand mandala. I have discovered a method to break the seal within you. Hebadong's head shot up with surprise. Is that true? He eagerly pressed. Lu Yun, however, remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the woman in the red dress and her companions. Inside the shop, as they observed Lu Yun and Hebadong engaged in their seemingly carefree conversation, the haughty demeanor of the woman in the red dress gradually softened. Although she was brash, she was not foolish. Witnessing the mysterious elder's treatment of Lu Yun and the content of their dialogue made it clear to her that this seemingly youthful boy possessed terrifying strength that belied his age. Good heavens, from where did such an anomaly emerge? I have never heard of anyone of such youth arising in the Gama Empire, she mused, a bitter smile gracing her features. The ice master had been left to the side, hesitating momentarily, when the woman in red timidly spoke. Interrupting their conversation, Hebadong frowned slightly. Casting a glance at her, you may leave now, and there is no need to return. Tell your father that his tricks are rather worn out. Chapter 181. Hebadong was terrified. Upon hearing Hebadong's blunt dismissal, the woman in red was momentarily taken aback, her eyes welling with tears as she bit her lip. Her intention had been to persuade Hebadong to accept her as a student, but his words dashed her hopes, leaving her feeling wronged, with misty tears dampening her long eyelashes. At that moment, all her previous bravado towards Lu Yun had vanished. Seeing Hebadong's indifferent attitude, Lu Yun couldn't help but shake his head. This old man was rather obstinate. Although the woman's earlier arrogance had tarnished Lu Yun's impression of her, she was, after all, acting on Hebadong's behalf. Despite her earnest attempts to win his favor, it seemed that this stubborn and apathetic elder harbored no affection for her. It appeared that his disposition was rather frigid. Elder, with your status. Treating a woman in such a manner is somewhat unbecoming, Lu Yun remarked, unable to bear the sight of her tear-streaked face. Lightly teasing as he toyed with a map on the counter, Hebadong paused, taken aback by Lu Yun's playful tone. After a moment, he nodded with a smile, brushing his fingers over a yellow ring on his finger. A scroll materialized, and with a flick of his finger, he sent it flying towards the woman in red, saying with a hint of reluctance, "This is a low-grade mysterious technique. Since you have helped me for so long, I shall gift it to you. I know you wish for me to accept you as a student, but I truly have no such intention. Consider this my compensation." Dumbfounded, the woman in red received the scroll, biting her lip tightly. After a moment, she bowed slightly in gratitude towards Lu Yun, her expression now dull, before quietly exiting the shop. As she departed, the others in the shop followed suit, leaving the place eerily vacant once more. Haha. I am a creature of freedom by nature and not particularly fond of teaching students. There would be little future for her following me. Patting Lu Yun on the shoulder, Hebadong explained with a smile. You are quite insightful, Elder, Lu Yun replied with a slight nod. Now, young man, you may reveal the method to lift the seal upon me, Hebadong said, his gaze filled with anticipation. No problem. I hope Elder is mentally prepared, for my method may be rather startling. Observing Hebadong's eager expression, Lu Yun couldn't suppress a teasing grin. Startling? Haha, do not underestimate me, young one. In my prime, I was one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gama Empire. What have I not witnessed? Hebadong scoffed, an air of dismissiveness on his aged features. Well then, Elder, do keep your eyes wide open and do not blink, Lu Yun replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, he summoned the Queen Medusa from the system space. In an instant, a woman appeared in Lu Yun's arms, peacefully resting against him. What? Surprised by Lu Yun's ability to conjure a living being, Hebadong stared in astonishment. What manner of trick is this? To summon a living person? He speculated inwardly, pondering if this was a treasure left by Lu Yun's master. Lu Yun, how did you bring forth this woman? What is the method to lift my seal? Hebadong asked. Bewildered. From his current vantage point, he could not see the woman's appearance, as the Queen Medusa was clad in a long gown that concealed her serpentine tail. Had he seen her face, he would not have remained so composed. "Elder, please remain calm. The solution to your seal lies within this woman," Lu Yun stated. His gaze fixed on the Queen Medusa as he spoke unhurriedly. "What? In this woman?" Hebadong was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. With curiosity piqued, he approached slowly, eager to discern the nature of the woman in Lu Yun's embrace and why she held the key to his seal. As he drew near, a face that would be forever etched in his memory came into view. This is the Queen Medusa. A fleeting image of humiliation flashed through Hai Buodong's mind, and he instinctively took several steps back. His expression filled with trepidation as he gazed at the Medusa Queen cradled in Lu Yun's arms. His heart was overwhelmed with an immense sense of panic, and for a moment, he failed to notice the current state of the Medusa Queen. How could you have brought her here?" Hai Buodong looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Observing Hai Buodong's flustered reaction upon seeing the Medusa Queen, Lu Yun appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is it really that serious? It's merely a glance. Is such a grand reaction necessary? If you were to encounter the Medusa Queen at her peak, you would surely soil yourself. Elder, please remain calm. Look at her now. Does she still pose a threat to you?" Lu Yun reminded Hai Buodong. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Hai Buodong's heart settled slightly as he turned his gaze towards the Medusa Queen in Lu Yun's embrace. Wait a minute. How could the illustrious Medusa Queen be peacefully resting in the arms of a human? What have you done to her? Hai Buodong scrutinized Lu Yun with suspicion. "Nothing much. I merely knocked her out," Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, dismissing the matter. "Knocked her out?" Hai Buodong exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Lu Yun and then at the Medusa Queen. The formidable Medusa Queen, reduced to being unconscious in someone's arms? Is this truly the fearsome Medusa Queen? In an instant, Hai Buodong felt his understanding of the world completely overturned. However, he suddenly recalled something and reacted. This kid has a Dozong powerhouse by his side. It's only natural for the Medusa Queen to be subdued and taken away by him. "Kid, what is your purpose in bringing the Medusa Queen here?" Stealing his composure, Hai Buodong glared at Lu Yun with irritation. "Of course, it's to lift the seal. Have you forgotten who placed the serpent seal on you?" Lu Yun gazed at Hai Buodong with a teasing expression. "The seal on me was undoubtedly placed by the Medusa Queen." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Hai Buodong instinctively replied. But suddenly, realization struck him, and he looked at the Medusa Queen in Lu Yun's arms with astonishment. "Are you suggesting that the Medusa Queen will directly undo the seal on me?" Hai Buodong finally comprehended Lu Yun's implication. "Exactly. How did I not think of that sooner?" However, Hai Buodong was also aware that this method would only be feasible with Lu Yun. If he were to encounter the Medusa Queen himself, he would be lucky to escape with his life. "But how can you be certain that the Medusa Queen will willingly assist in unsealing me?" After regaining his composure, Hai Buodong's gaze turned to the Medusa Queen in Lu Yun's embrace. In his mind, the Medusa Queen was an exceedingly proud woman. Convincing her to submit would not be a simple task. "I have my ways." At this, Lu Yun's face displayed a hint of confidence. "Have you not noticed that she currently possesses only the strength of a great Do Master?" Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the Medusa Queen. "Have you perhaps sealed her strength?" "Indeed." Lu Yun nodded, explaining, "Once the Medusa Queen awakens, she will undoubtedly be unable to accept her diminished prowess as a great Do Master. At that point, when we propose mutual unsealing, she will surely not refuse." Upon hearing Lu Yun's strategy, Hai Buodong's eyes brightened. "Excellent plan. As the Queen of the Serpent People, the Medusa Queen would never accept her powers being sealed. I believe she will agree to this condition." With this thought, Hai Buodong's aged face broke into an expression of uncontainable excitement. After 10 years, he could finally lift the seal and see the light of day once more. Enough with the excitement. Seeing Hai Buodong nearly bursting into joyous motion, Lu Yun interjected. "She has sustained severe injuries and will not awaken anytime soon. Please clear some space. We shall discuss matters once she recovers." Have you been too heavy-handed?" Hai Buodong remarked with irritation towards Lu Yun. "There's no room here. It's just a single room. Take her to an inn." "It wasn't me who did the beating," Lu Yun muttered inwardly. As night fell, in an inn in Mo City, Lu Yun brought Qing Lin upstairs and opened 3 rooms. After placing the Medusa Queen on the bed, he instructed Qing Lin to take good care of her and then proceeded to his own room. With a thought, Lu Yun retrieved the egg of the 10,000 poisons beast from the system space. He then brought a wooden basin, filled it with clean water, and immersed the 10,000 poisons beast egg within. Next, he took out the toxic substances collected by the Shao family brothers from his spatial ring. Lu Yun casually picked up one of the toxic items, conjuring a flicker of purple flame in his hand, and began to incinerate it vigorously. Before long, the toxic substance in his hand transformed into a pool of black poisonous liquid, slowly dripping into the wooden basin. He continued with the second toxic item, relentlessly burning it as well. Soon, the water in the basin had completely turned into pitch-black poison. After refining the last toxic item in his hand, Lu Yun's gaze slowly shifted towards the basin. At that moment, it seemed that the black beast egg within the basin had sensed the external poisonous energy. Dark, ominous light flickered from the beast egg. Moments later, the egg of the 10,000 beasts trembled slightly, unleashing a feeble devouring force. Lu Yun observed as the poisonous liquid in the basin was visibly drawn towards the 10,000 poisons beast egg. Before long, the entire pool of poisonous water was entirely absorbed by the egg. Once the absorption was complete, the 10,000 poisons beast fell silent once more. Why the silence? Has it absorbed so much toxicity yet still fails to hatch? Watching the egg show no signs of hatching after consuming all the poison left Lu Yun feeling somewhat disappointed. Crack. Just as disappointment washed over him, an unusual sound emanated from within the 10,000 poisons beast egg. Lu Yun quickly turned his attention towards the sound. He saw that a crack had appeared on the egg, though he could not discern when it had come to be. Crack. Another unusual sound rang out, and yet another crack formed on the egg. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun's heart leapt with anticipation. It's finally going to hatch. Lu Yun fixed his gaze on the 10,000 poisons beast egg. Crack, crack, crack. As the strange sounds continued, the entire egg soon bore numerous cracks. Then, in the next moment, a small black claw abruptly burst through the eggshell. Following that, a small black head emerged from the shell. Before long, the entire body of the 10,000 poisons beast had wriggled free from its egg. Lu Yun examined the 10,000 poisons beast cub before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Compared to the purple crystal wing lion king, the 10,000 poisons beast was significantly smaller. The 10,000 poisons beast was entirely black, with a pair of fleshy wings sprouting from its back, clearly indicating its innate ability to fly. As soon as the 10,000 poisons beast emerged from its eggshell, it leapt out of the basin and landed on the table. The next moment, as if sensing something, it spotted Lu Yun before it. Its glossy black eyes lit up, and in an instant, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, diving into Lu Yun's embrace. Mew. The 10,000 poisons beast nuzzled against Lu Yun affectionately. Observing the little black creature nestled in his arms, Lu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. With the 10,000 poisons beast's entirely black appearance, Lu Yun casually bestowed upon it a name. Now, including the little purple crystal wing lion king, he considered himself to have 3 pets. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and decided to give all of them names. The 10,000 poisons beast would be called Little Black, and the little purple crystal wing lion king would be named Little Lion. The void-escaping beast, adorned in a hue of deep violet, is perhaps best referred to as Little Purple. Woe is me. Upon hearing the gentle call of Lu Yun, the 10,000 poison beast nestled in her embrace, emitting a soft whimper in response. Is it hungry? After a few playful tugs at the creature's fleshy wings, Lu Yun focused her thoughts and retrieved a bottle of companion purple crystal source from her system space. Whimper. Observing the companion purple crystal source in Lu Yun's hand, Little Black seemed to comprehend its value, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it began to whimper at Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled slightly. All her pets were such gluttons. Were it not for the mountains of companion purple crystal source in her system space, she would indeed find it challenging to care for these creatures. Lu Yun uncapped the bottle, directing the opening towards Little Black. In an instant, the little one began to indulge itself at the bottle's mouth. Chapter 183. The 10,000 Poison Pearl. In the room, Lu Yun presented another bottle of companion purple crystal source to Little Black. The little creature devoured it in mere moments, consuming yet another bottle. After finishing, Little Black looked up, whimpering twice at Lu Yun. More? Lu Yun wore a somewhat helpless expression. This was already the 4th bottle the little one had consumed. Such an appetite, Lu Yun mused. Recognizing the impressive lineage of an 8th-tier magical beast, which certainly contributed to its voraciousness. Truly, most individuals would find it challenging to sustain such a creature. Lu Yun felt fortunate that her reserves were ample. Otherwise, she would feel rather helpless. Whimper. Noticing Lu Yun's momentary silence, the little creature expressed its discontent with another pair of whines. Fine, fine, let us ensure you are fully satisfied. Reluctantly, Lu Yun produced yet another bottle of companion purple crystal source for Little Black. Subsequently, the little one drank once more, ultimately consuming 6 bottles of companion purple crystal source before finally settling down. Little one, could you perhaps demonstrate the abilities you possess? Lu Yun teased, her fingers playfully caressing the creature's flesh. Whimper. Little Black understood her words, responding with a soft whimper before emanating tendrils of ethereal light. In the next moment, a black pearl was expelled from Little Black's mouth, landing in the palm of Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun observed the black pearl resting in her palm, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. As she gently grasped the pearl, a warm sensation radiated from it. Could this be the 10,000 poison pearl? Contemplating the abilities inherent to the 10,000 poison beast, Lu Yun speculated. Whimper. At that moment, the 10,000 poison beast nestled in Lu Yun's arms let out a couple of soft whines, tilting its head upward with an air of pride. As Little Black's master, Lu Yun could easily decipher its meaning. Are you suggesting that consuming this 10,000 poison pearl would allow one to evade the toxic flora and the potent poisons of beasts ranked below the 7th tier? Upon grasping the pearl's capabilities, Lu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Currently, Little Black possessed only 6th tier power, meaning the 10,000 poison pearl it had formed could only protect against poisons below the 7th tier. If Lu Yun were to consume this pearl, she would be impervious to the threats posed by 6th tier or lower poison masters and beasts. What a remarkable treasure! Lu Yun's eyes gleamed. With this 10,000 poison beast by her side, would she not traverse the Outcloud Empire without a care? The Outcloud Empire is rife with poison masters, each employing myriad and insidious methods of toxin delivery, leaving one vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Yet with the 10,000 poison pearl, Lu Yun could sidestep all such dangers, rendering her fearless. As this realization dawned, Lu Yun gazed at the 10,000 poison beast in her arms, a spark of fervor igniting within her. She resolved to cultivate the little one to 7th tier strength before venturing into the Outcloud Empire. In doing so, it would be capable of forming a 10,000 poison pearl that could evade the toxins wielded by masters of the Dozone realm. The Dozone realm is the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Outcloud Empire. If even such formidable poison masters could not contend with her, Lu Yun believed she could stride confidently through the Outcloud Empire. Grasping the 10,000 poison pearl in her hand, Lu Yun was poised to consume it. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could this 10,000 poison pearl be suitable for auction? Since the 10,000 poison beast is a product of the system, could this 10,000 poison pearl also be classified as such? Should it be auctioned, it would likely provoke a frenzy among powerful individuals. After all, consuming a 10,000 poison pearl would be tantamount to acquiring an immunity to toxins. Henceforth, when confronting poison masters, one would no longer need to fear their crafty toxin testing methods. Even outside the realm of poison masters, possessing the 10,000 poison pearl would provide a safeguard. Lu Yun was convinced that once the pearl's capabilities were understood, few could resist the temptation it presented. Determined, Lu Yun resolved that regardless of whether the 10,000 poison pearl is deemed a product of the system or if it could trigger a system return, she would endeavor to test it. If it were to activate a system return, she would stand to gain immensely. Moreover, should she succeed, she would establish a reliable supply channel for future auctions. Once the 10,000 poison beast matured, she could offer 7th tier 10,000 poison pearls, 8th tier 10,000 poison beasts, and even 9th tier 10,000 poison beasts. Little one, will the formation of the 10,000 poison pearl affect you in any way? Seemingly struck by a thought, Lu Yun inquired of the little creature in her arms. She needed to ascertain whether the pearl's formation would harm Little Black. If it impeded its growth, the endeavor would not be worth the cost. Whimper. Upon hearing Lu Yun's question, Little Black promptly responded, "That's good." With Little Black's assurance, Lu Yun felt entirely at ease. As long as sufficient energy was provided to Little Black, it could endlessly form the pearls without jeopardizing its essence. Without further hesitation, Lu Yun seized the 10,000 poison pearl and swallowed it whole. As the pearl slid down her throat, a wave of warmth surged within her abdomen. This warmth then radiated outward, coursing through her entire being. Lu Yun could feel a transformation occurring within her body, though she could not quite articulate its nature. At that moment, Lu Yun gasped softly, closing her eyes as she channeled her internal fighting energy. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated from within her, accompanied by a subtle shift in her aura. Moments later, Lu Yun slowly opened her eyes, astonishment illuminating her expression. A 5-star great fighter. Just now, she had inadvertently broken through to the 5-star great fighter level. To her surprise, the consumption of the 10,000 poison pearl yielded such an unexpected outcome. It seemed that even if she were to auction the 10,000 poison pearl, its price would need to be adjusted upward. Subsequently, Lu Yun turned her gaze to Little Black, contemplating before retrieving several bottles of companion purple crystal source from her system space for it. Little Black, please form 2 more 10,000 poison pearls for me. Lu Yun thought of Wu Ming and Qing Lin. None of those around her possessed any means of toxin evasion, and administering the 10,000 poison pearl to them would help avert any mishaps. Whimper. Observing Lu Yun's companion purple crystal wings, Little Black chirped joyfully before resuming its indulgence. Lu Yun carefully placed Little Black on a nearby table, allowing it to drink to its heart's content. Little one, work diligently. Your master possesses an abundance of these. Then, Lu Yun called out to the adjacent room. Qing Lin, come here for a moment. In the neighboring chamber, Qing Lin was applying medicine to Medusa Queen. Upon hearing Lu Yun's voice, her small hand trembled. Glancing outside, she noted the late hour, and her mind began to speculate on Lu Yun's intentions for summoning her, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Surely, he cannot be thinking As certain thoughts took root in her mind, Qinglin's face grew warm. After a brief hesitation, she gently pushed open the door, making her way to Lu Yun's room. Chapter 184. Contract signing. Knock, knock, knock. Young master. Qinglin's timid voice echoed from outside the door. Come in, Qinglin. Lu Yun's clear voice rang out from within. Creak. Subsequently, Qinglin cautiously pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside with deliberate slowness. Qinglin, come here, Lu Yun said gently, observing Qinglin's delicate and frail form. At his words, Qinglin slightly lifted her head, gazing at Lu Yun's warm and handsome visage, her cheeks still flushed with heat. Qinglin, why is your face so red? As Qinglin approached him, Lu Yun noticed her rosy cheeks and was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist reaching out to touch her. Why is it so hot? Feeling the warmth emanating from her, Lu Yun's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at Qinglin with concern. Qinglin, are you all right? Is something bothering you? I'm fine, young master. Truly, Qinglin replied, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly shook her head. Really? Lu Yun regarded the young girl with skepticism, and upon seeing her shake her head once more, he admonished gently, if anything is amiss, you must tell me. Yes, I understand, young master. Qinglin nodded obediently at his words. In a moment, I will release a magical beast. With me here, you need not fear. Lu Yun ruffled Qinglin's hair affectionately, speaking in a soothing tone. A magical beast? A flicker of confusion passed through Qinglin's emerald eyes, yet she nodded and replied, yes, young master, I will not be afraid. During her time following Lu Yun, she had come to understand that her master harbored many secrets, and her own composure had grown significantly. At his words, Lu Yun summoned the two-headed fire spirit serpent from the system space. In the next instant, a colossal creature materialized within the room, instantly making the previously spacious area feel rather cramped. You rogue, shrink down a bit. Lu Yun scolded the now crowding serpent. Upon hearing this, the still-dazed two-headed fire spirit serpent felt a surge of irritation, yet recalling the purple seal within itself, it reluctantly diminished its size. As the serpent contracted, Qinglin finally beheld the magical beast before her. Gazing at the serpent's fearsome heads, even with her preparations, she couldn't help but be startled, instinctively retreating behind Lu Yun. Qinglin, do not be afraid. I am here, and it will not dare to act recklessly. Noticing Qinglin's timid demeanor, Lu Yun felt a pang of helplessness and comforted her softly. Under Lu Yun's gentle reassurances and fueled by her trust in him, Qinglin gradually relaxed, daring to lift her gaze to the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Qinglin, do not fear. Open your eyes wide, focus, and look into its eyes. Lu Yun took Qinglin's small hand and slowly approached the serpent. As they drew nearer to the fearsome heads, a wave of dread involuntarily washed over Qinglin. Sensing the little girl's trembling form, Lu Yun continued to soothe her. Do not fear. If it dares to harm you, I will skin it alive. Now, listen to your young master. Open your eyes wide and concentrate on it. Encouraged by Lu Yun's gentle voice, Qinglin finally mustered the courage to lift her head, locking her gaze with the two-headed fire spirit serpent. As she beheld its massive, menacing heads and its cold, piercing eyes, her pupils involuntarily constricted. In the next moment, 3 small green dots suddenly emerged next to the emerald pupils of the little girl. This time, the 3 green dots appeared clearer than ever before. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these 3 dots resembled tiny flower buds. The 3 green dots within Qinglin's eyes suddenly radiated a vibrant glow, transforming into 3 exceedingly delicate green flowers in an instant. With the emergence of these enigmatic green flowers, a powerful aura of light burst forth, illuminating the fire spirit serpent before her. As the serpent was bathed in this strange glow, its massive form stiffened abruptly, and its enormous eyes reflected a flicker of fear as they fixated on the small girl before it. The eerie glow slowly traversed the serpent's body, ultimately resting at the center of its 2 heads. Once the glow ceased its movement, it began to shrink gradually, and as the aura diminished, its brilliance intensified. The glow continued to contract until it was no larger than a palm, at which point it halted its reduction. With a sudden surge of light, 2 tiny green flowers were imprinted onto the serpent's heads. As the flowers appeared, the glow began to fade, and moments later, the tiny flowers within Qinglin's eyes swiftly dissipated, returning to their previous emerald hue. Once her eyes returned to normal, Qinglin's body swayed slightly, her eyelids drooping until she ultimately collapsed. Observing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted, and he quickly reacted, catching the young girl in his arms. Meanwhile, the enormous fire spirit serpent remained frozen in place, and each time its gaze fell upon the unconscious Qinglin, its ferocity and menace inexplicably vanished, replaced by an unexpected gentleness. Lu Yun, seeing the fainted Qinglin, hastily retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and placed it in her mouth. With a soft whimper, as the effects of the medicine took hold, Qinglin slowly began to awaken, shaking her drowsy head and looking up at Lu Yun, who held her. Her cheeks flushed, and her slender fingers rubbed her temples as she softly murmured, "Young master, what happened to me? You're fine. How do you feel now?" Upon seeing Qing Lin regain consciousness, Lu Yun felt a slight relief and inquired with concern. As she processed his words, a hint of confusion flickered in Qing Lin's emerald eyes. "I'm not quite sure." Qing Lin shook her head gently, stepping forward 2 paces, her green gaze fixed on the immense creature before her, and she added in bewilderment, "I don't know why, but it seems I've established a strange connection with it. I can sense its thoughts." Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Lu Yun's lips. Qing Lin's newfound perception indicated her success. "Qing Lin, why not try giving it a command?" Lu Yun suggested. "A command?" Qing Lin tilted her small head, then gazed at the 2-headed fire spirit serpent before her, softly uttering, "Return." In an instant, the azure light on the serpent's forehead surged dramatically, and moments later, its massive body rapidly diminished, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted into Qing Lin's sleeve. Curiously, she patted her sleeve, a smile blooming on her small face as she whispered, "How wondrous." Chapter 185. The Alarm of the Medusa Queen. In the room, Qing Lin's small face radiated excitement. Unaware of the significance of the events that had just transpired, her youthful spirit found the experience delightful and entertaining. Observing the elated Qing Lin, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smile as well. It seemed that Qing Lin's emerald snake 3-flower eyes had fully awakened. "Qing Lin, come here," Lu Yun beckoned to the little girl, rolling up her sleeve. In an instant, a piece of azure scale appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. Alongside the scale, he also noticed a serpentine pattern, the very likeness of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent. "Young master," upon seeing Lu Yun unveil the scale on her arm, Qing Lin's earlier excitement instantly faded, replaced by a look of shyness. "Do not be anxious. Did I not tell you? Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others." Noticing Qing Lin's face turn pale, Lu Yun understood her thoughts and gently pinched her soft cheek, smiling to reassure her. "Moreover, this scale appears quite beautiful. Why feel embarrassed?" As the ethereal flow of clouds danced above, Qing Lin felt a sense of relief, not perceiving the scales adorning her arms as a source of disdain. Her complexion gradually returned to normal. However, upon noticing Lu Yun's firm grip on her arm, she couldn't help but feel a blush creep across her delicate face. Lu Yun, captivated by the intricate patterns on Qing Lin's arm, fell into a contemplative reverie. She recalled that, in the original tale, Qing Lin possessed the extraordinary ability to create a spatial realm within her azure 3-patterned eyes during the latter stages of the story. Any magical beast under Qing Lin's control would be drawn directly into this ocular space. Though limited in size, the realm would expand with her growing prowess, allowing her to gradually absorb the creatures contained within. It was evident that Qing Lin had yet to unlock this ocular space, leading Lu Yun to ponder whether it was due to insufficient strength. He found himself at a loss regarding how to develop the capabilities of the azure serpent's 3-patterned eyes. In the original narrative, Qing Lin had only unlocked these abilities after being seized by the Celestial Serpent Mansion. Could it be that the mansion concealed secrets pertaining to the development of these eyes? It seemed imperative that he should seize any opportunity to visit the Celestial Serpent Mansion in the future, should his strength permit. Lu Yun harbored no qualms about raiding the mansion for its arcane methods, ensuring that Qing Lin would not be hindered. As for sending Qing Lin to the Celestial Serpent Mansion, that thought had never crossed his mind. It was absurd. He had painstakingly acquired this maid, and he would never relinquish her to another. Lu Yun was confident that, given his pace of advancement, it would not be long before he could overshadow the Celestial Serpent Mansion. For now, he could only allow Qing Lin to accompany him. Focusing on enhancing her strength, "Master, Queen Medusa is about to awaken," came the sudden voice of Wu Ming, resonating in Lu Yun's mind. Startled, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure and replied through their mental connection, "Let her be. As long as she doesn't contemplate leaving, do not disturb her." "Understood, master." Wu Ming's voice faded swiftly. Lu Yun gently released Qing Lin's sleeve and softly advised, "Qing Lin, take your time to familiarize yourself with this ability. In the future, I shall rely on you." With a smile, he playfully flicked the tip of the little girl's nose. Qing Lin's cheeks flushed as she inhaled sharply, her voice resolute. "Master, I will. I want to assist you in the future." "Very well," Lu Yun chuckled, redirecting his attention to Queen Medusa in the adjacent room. In the neighboring chamber, Queen Medusa stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open, glinting with a cold light. Upon surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she paused momentarily before swiftly rising. However, as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her serpent tail, causing her to frown in discomfort. The sight of her injured tail brought back memories of the events leading to her unconsciousness. Cursed humans. That wretched amethyst-winged Lion King. The images of Lu Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King flashed through her mind, igniting a fierce glint in her eyes. She began to assess the room around her. Where am I? How did I end up here? Did someone rescue me? A multitude of questions flooded her thoughts as her serpent tail twisted, preparing to rise. Yet, she suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced down at her attire. Damn it, this is not my clothing. Who changed me? An overwhelming fury surged within Queen Medusa, staring at the unfamiliar garments adorning her. She could not shake the image of Lu Yun from her mind. Could it be him? The mere thought unleashed an intense aura of murderous intent from her. Sensing the chilling malice emanating from the adjacent room, Lu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Such potent hostility. Who does she intend to kill? Does she not realize her current situation? Lu Yun dismissed the threatening aura, considering her mere rank of Great Dome Master as inconsequential. In the neighboring chamber, Queen Medusa, having unleashed her murderous intent, was poised to vent her wrath. However, when she attempted to obliterate the room before her, she found herself momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where's my power? Queen Medusa's exquisite visage swiftly morphed into one of disbelief as she assessed her current strength. She stubbornly tried to summon her internal powers once more, but to no avail. Upon confirming that her strength had indeed dwindled to that of a mere Great Dome Master, the once imperious Queen Medusa felt her composure shatter, her pallor turning ashen. Impossible. This cannot be. In that moment, the renowned cold elegance of Queen Medusa was replaced by a hint of panic. As the queen of the serpent folk, she had always held herself above others, her lofty demeanor stemming from her formidable power. Yet now, that power had vanished, leaving her as nothing more than an insignificant insect. How could she possibly reconcile with this reality? This cannot be real, she muttered, her gaze lost in the room's mundane details. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Yun entered, a mocking smile gracing his features, one that Queen Medusa found deeply abhorrent. It's you. The instant Lu Yun stepped into the room, Queen Medusa recognized him. As she beheld the insufferable grin on his face, a glimmer of cold fury flashed in her eyes. Before Lu Yun could utter a word, she unleashed a fierce strike towards him. Did you expect this? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Come on, allow me to finish my words before you strike. You madwoman." Yet, he stood his ground against her fierce assault. Do you believe you are still the fearsome Queen Medusa? You no longer intimidate me. With a cold snicker, Lu Yun wasted no time, retaliating with a powerful strike of his own. In that moment, both were of equal standing as Great Dome Masters. However, Queen Medusa's injuries had yet to heal, and the outcome was predictable. With a resounding crash, as their palms collided, Queen Medusa was sent reeling backward, landing unceremoniously upon the bed behind her. Gasping, she coughed up blood, her injuries exacerbated by Lu Yun's forceful blow. Witnessing this, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. He refrained from pressing the attack. It was a hard-won opportunity to awaken this woman. He certainly did not wish to send her back into unconsciousness. Hey, could you possibly calm down a bit? I went through great lengths to preserve your life, and your injuries haven't healed. You can't defeat me. To pacify Queen Medusa, Lu Yun ceased his mockery and offered words of caution. However, upon hearing his words, Queen Medusa's thoughts drifted back to her replaced garments. Could it be that this scoundrel undressed me while treating my injuries? With this realization, a surge of wrath rekindled within Queen Medusa. As the queen of the serpent folk, her noble status was affronted. It was a grave insult to have her body exposed by a mere human. In the next instant, with a flick of her serpent tail, she disregarded Lu Yun's counsel and launched another strike. The wretched human, I wish for your demise. In this moment, Queen Medusa longed to rend the insufferable figure before her into 1,000 pieces. Good heavens, this woman is truly beyond redemption. As she gazed at the relentless Queen Medusa, a flicker of anger ignited within Lu Yun's heart. Having offered her wise counsel to no avail, it seemed he was left with no choice but to resort to force. Without further ado, disregarding whether Queen Medusa had sustained any injuries, Lu Yun unleashed a devastating blow, the shadow-blocking palm. Bang! The outcome was inevitable, as their palms collided. Queen Medusa's form was propelled backward, crashing violently onto the bed. In that fleeting moment, as Queen Medusa struggled to regain her composure, Lu Yun employed the art of shadowy disappearance, swiftly positioning himself before her, his hand firmly grasping her slender neck. It appears you have yet to comprehend your current predicament, my esteemed queen. With one hand constricting Queen Medusa's throat, Lu Yun regarded her with a chilling gaze. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to end your life? Bound by his grip and pinned beneath him, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, in her present state, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Enduring such indignity, her heart brimmed with a desire for death. Thus, upon hearing Lu Yun's cold words, Queen Medusa merely cast him a frosty glance before laboriously articulating, "Human, if you possess the audacity, then kill me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it." With that, Queen Medusa gradually closed her eyes. Upon hearing her words and witnessing her apparent yearning for death, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Is this woman truly so fragile? Is she so eager to embrace death? No, I still require her to break my seal. With this thought, Lu Yun's eyes twinkled mischievously as he scoffed. Medusa, in my view, you are utterly unworthy of being the queen of the serpent folk. As he spoke, he loosened his grip on Queen Medusa's neck slightly. What do you mean? Initially resigned to her fate, Queen Medusa, hearing Lu Yun's words, could not help but open her eyes, casting a cold stare in his direction. What do you imply? As the queen of the serpent folk, do you not grasp the significance of your existence to the entire race? Lu Yun sneered, tinged with mockery. At his words, Queen Medusa's expression shifted subtly. For so many years, how has your serpent folk survived at the borders of the great empires? It was precisely due to your fearsome reputation as the queen of Medusa. Lu Yun continued with a derisive chuckle. Have you ever pondered what fate awaits the serpent folk if you were to perish? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's countenance transformed entirely. Indeed, if this queen of the serpent folk were to die, what would become of her people? Observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Queen Medusa's face, Lu Yun knew his words had struck a chord. In light of this, allow me to administer an even heavier dose of reality. With a smirk of mockery, Lu Yun leaned closer, saying, do you believe that upon your demise, I would refrain from annihilating your serpent folk? The men would be slain on the spot. While as for the women, I am certain many noble humans take pleasure in toying with your kind. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes flashing with fury as she declared, you dare? Huh? If you doubt my words, let us see how it unfolds. Shall we? Lu Yun replied with a grin. As she beheld Lu Yun's smirk, which seemed to mock her yet refrained from striking, Queen Medusa suddenly recalled something. Her expression gradually settling into calmness. Speak, what is it that you truly desire from me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, silently admiring the quick wit of Queen Medusa. Truly, she is worthy of her title, having responded so swiftly. Since you no longer wish for death, let us engage in a negotiation. Lu Yun's demeanor returned to normal, his gaze steady upon Queen Medusa. Negotiation? What sort of negotiation? Queen Medusa furrowed her brow in confusion. I shall assist you in breaking your seal. In return, you will help me break a seal on another individual. Lu Yun stated plainly, without unnecessary embellishment. A seal? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa paused, quickly comprehending the situation. So, it is indeed a seal that has caused my decline in power. Whose seal do you wish for me to break? Queen Medusa inquired, her gaze fixed on Lu Yun. A faint smile graced Lu Yun's lips as he uttered 3 words. Hebadong. Chapter 187. The Conditions of Queen Medusa. Hebadong. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa was momentarily stunned, her mind unlocking a long-buried memory. A trace of astonishment graced her breathtaking features as she exclaimed, you mean to say, the Ice Emperor Hebadong is still alive? Memories of her battle with the Ice Emperor Hebadong flooded her mind. Back then, she had severely wounded him and cast the serpent seal upon him. For many years, she believed he had perished in obscurity. Yet today, she learned from Lu Yun that he still lived. Indeed, he has not died, and he is thriving. As he spoke, Lu Yun gradually released his grip. So, what say you, my queen? Will you engage in this transaction? Lu Yun looked down at Queen Medusa with a peculiar smile upon his face. From his vantage point, the scenery before him was most revealing, stirring a surge of blood within him, compelling him to turn away. Hearing his words, Queen Medusa fell into contemplation. Lu Yun, observing her silence, chose not to rush her, patiently awaiting her response. After a brief moment, Queen Medusa appeared to reach a conclusion. She coiled her serpentine tail and slowly rose, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Lu Yun as she declared, I am willing to accept this transaction, but I have 2 conditions. At her words, Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Do not hesitate to voice your demands, my queen. My agreement will depend on the nature of your conditions. Noticing Lu Yun's nonchalant demeanor, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, her heart filled with resentment. However, as she was currently at his mercy, she quelled her fury and replied with an air of indifference. First, you must swiftly heal my injuries. Queen Medusa's gaze lingered on the wounds upon her serpentine tail, her tone devoid of warmth. No problem. Your injuries were inflicted by my people. I have an obligation to heal you. Lu Yun responded without hesitation, readily acquiescing, seeing Lu Yun's prompt agreement to her request. Queen Medusa's icy demeanor softened slightly as she continued. Secondly, before you lift the seal on Hebadong, you must first break the seal within me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun did not respond immediately, falling into silence for a moment before voicing his concerns. My queen, do you not trust me? You should know that even if you regain your strength, should I choose to go back on my word, you would have no means to resist. Lu Yun's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Have you forgotten how your seal came to be? Humph. At his words, Queen Medusa let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Do you believe breaking the serpent seal is an easy feat? If I cannot restore my full strength, I will certainly be unable to lift the seal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun fell silent once more, his expression reflecting skepticism. Are you speaking the truth? Believe it or not. Queen Medusa's tone was unyielding. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun nodded in agreement, stating, I can concede to your request. However, should you attempt any deceit, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he spoke with an impassive demeanor. Gazing at the icy demeanor of the flowing clouds, Queen Medusa felt a flicker of trepidation in her heart. After a disdainful snort, she articulated her third demand. Upon breaking the seal of Habadong, you must allow me to leave, forbidding any actions against me. Upon hearing this request from Queen Medusa, the flowing clouds paused momentarily, then could not suppress a chuckle. Who would have thought that the illustrious Queen Medusa would have a day of fear? Noticing the mocking undertone in the words of the flowing clouds, a hint of anger surfaced on the exquisite visage of Queen Medusa. If you refuse, then our transaction is no longer worth discussing. Of course, I agree, the flowing clouds replied with unexpected ease. Speaking of which, our recent unpleasantness was merely a misunderstanding. If one were to trace back, it was indeed you, my queen, who first struck at me, the flowing cloud said with a smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, a fleeting, uncomfortable expression crossed Queen Medusa's face, accompanied by a twinge of regret in her heart. Had she known that this young man was guarded by a formidable dozong behind him, she would never have dared to act. Very well, my queen, focus on your recovery. I shall send someone to attend to you. Noticing Queen Medusa's silence, the flowing clouds refrained from further provoking her and turned to leave. However, upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back at Queen Medusa, kindly advising, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Given your current strength, even if you were to flee, you would likely fall into the hands of others. At that point, I fear you would not receive such favorable treatment. With that, the flowing clouds slowly closed the door behind him and departed. Damnable human. After the flowing clouds left, Queen Medusa, reflecting on her current predicament, could not help but curse under her breath. Creak. Just moments after the departure of the flowing clouds, the door was pushed open once more. As Queen Medusa prepared to sit on the bed, she heard the sound and instinctively turned her gaze, thinking it was the flowing clouds returning. However, the next moment, she beheld a little girl entering. Ah, you are awake, Qinglin exclaimed, startled at the sight of Queen Medusa standing before her. Who are you? Queen Medusa inquired with an unkind tone upon seeing the newcomer. I am the young master's maid. He sent me to look after you, Qinglin replied, lifting a jade vial with a smile. Clearly, she was pleased to see her carefully tended patient awake. Observing the bright smile on the young girl's face, Queen Medusa's guard lowered slightly. She felt an inexplicable sense of warmth towards Qinglin. Come here, she said coldly, twisting her serpentine tail as she slowly reclined on the bed. Obeying, Qinglin approached to begin examining Queen Medusa's wounds. Oh no, your wound has reopened. Noticing the re-emerged injury on Queen Medusa's tail, Qinglin's brows furrowed in surprise. Her verdant eyes then turned to Queen Medusa, her tone tinged with reproach. Sister, I painstakingly helped your injuries heal, and now it's all for naught. You treated my wounds, and you also changed my clothes? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's heart stirred, her gaze locking onto Qinglin's, only to quickly change as she noticed the slight green tint in the girl's eyes. Moreover, deep within her pupils, there seemed to lie 3 exceedingly small green dots. Chapter 188. The Thoughts of Queen Medusa. Fixating intently on Qinglin's emerald gaze, a spark of realization flickered in Queen Medusa's mind, and her expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, she grasped Qinglin's arm and rolled up her sleeve. Instantly, a patch of green scales was revealed. Indeed, you are of the serpent people bloodline. Queen Medusa's sudden action caught Qinglin off guard, and when her sleeve was rolled up, she yelped in fright, retreating several steps and falling to the ground, her face pale. Are you all right? Seeing Qinglin fall, Queen Medusa's expression changed, and she inquired with a hint of concern. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished to see the typically proud Queen Medusa exhibit such demeanor towards a young girl. Yet, in this instance, Queen Medusa was entirely oblivious to her own attitude. Perhaps, in her eyes, this little girl was deserving of such consideration, worthy of her softened demeanor. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise echoed from the door, which was suddenly kicked open. The flowing clouds entered with a dark expression, and upon seeing Qinglin on the floor, his face shifted immediately as he hurried over to assist her, concernedly asking, Qinglin, are you all right? Young master, I'm fine, Qinglin replied, her pallid features brightening slightly at the sight of the flowing clouds, though still bearing a hint of panic. Confirming that Qinglin was unharmed, the flowing clouds' gaze gradually turned to Queen Medusa on the bed, and his expression morphed into one of chilling severity. Queen Medusa, are you seeking death? Faced with the icy glare of the flowing clouds, Queen Medusa momentarily froze, wishing to explain, but her proud nature ultimately held her tongue. Observing this exchange, the flowing cloud's eyes grew colder. It seemed that without imparting a lesson, this woman did not comprehend her current predicament. It is not this sister's fault. I simply fell by accident. Qinglin's clear voice suddenly interjected just as the flowing clouds prepared to take action. The flowing clouds paused, glancing at the young girl. Qinglin, do not be afraid. With your young master here, no one can bully you. Qinglin shook her head gently, replying with a soft voice. Young master. This sister truly did not bully me. Recalling the look of concern that flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes when she fell, Qinglin thought, perhaps this sister was merely curious about my identity and bore no ill intent. Nevertheless, remembering Queen Medusa's reaction to the scales on her arm, Qinglin felt a twinge of sadness. Indeed, in this world, only the young master would not regard me with strange eyes. Only he truly cares for me. Reflecting on how the young master had been angry for her sake moments ago, Qinglin felt a warm glow in her heart. Seeing Qinglin's insistence, the flowing clouds examined her expression, sensing no deceit, and managed to temper his anger. Very well, if anyone dares to bully you, immediately call for your young master. Ruffling Qinglin's hair gently, the flowing clouds spoke in a soothing tone. Afterward, he cast a cold glance at Queen Medusa seated on the bed, a flicker of warning flashing in his eyes. Yes, young master, I will. Qinglin nodded obediently. Subsequently, the flowing clouds closed the door behind him and walked away slowly. Once the flowing clouds departed, silence enveloped the room, with both individuals lost in thought. After a moment, Qinglin cautiously broke the silence, glancing at Queen Medusa. Sister, may I help you with your medication? Observing the timid expression on Qinglin's face, Queen Medusa was about to respond when she recalled the girl's earlier reaction, prompting a sigh to escape her lips. Near the Tagore Desert, it was not uncommon for human women to be maltreated by serpent people. Logically, such unions seldom resulted in pregnancy. However, there existed a minuscule chance that a woman engaging with a serpent person might conceive and bear offspring. It was evident that the girl before her was a product of such a union between serpent and human. With this realization, Queen Medusa comprehended the reason behind Qinglin's intense reaction. Individuals of her kind were often regarded by both humans and serpent people as cursed. Surviving for so long only brought more scorn and ridicule, leaving little else to be desired. The child must have endured tremendous suffering over the years. A rare glimmer of pity flashed in the eyes of Queen Medusa, who then slowly closed her eyes and spoke softly. I appreciate your help. Upon receiving the queen's acknowledgement, Qinglin dared to approach, lowering her head in deference and diligently applying the medicine. With her eyes shut, Queen Medusa appeared calm on the surface, yet within her, a storm brewed, though she had only glimpsed the girl once. Queen Medusa was certain that this young child had awakened the legendary three flower eyes of the green serpent as chronicled in the ancient texts of the serpent people. As the queen of the serpent people, Queen Medusa understood all too well the significance of the three flower eyes among her kin. Years ago, she herself had been designated the holy maiden of the serpent people after awakening the petrifying serpent eyes detailed in their ancient scriptures, ultimately ascending to be revered as their queen. In stark contrast to the legendary three flower eyes, the petrifying serpent eyes held a far lesser status within the serpent people. Queen Medusa was resolute. If the elders of the serpent people were to learn that a member of their bloodline had awakened the three flower eyes, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. Not only the elders, but even Queen Medusa herself found it hard to maintain her composure upon realizing the girl before her had awakened such a rare gift. No, I must take her away. After a prolonged silence, Queen Medusa finally resolved within herself. The rare three flower eyes of the green serpent, a phenomenon seldom seen in a millennium, had fortuitously crossed her path. She could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. If she could bring this girl back to her tribe and nurture her, she would undoubtedly lead the serpent people to unprecedented glory in the future. However, to take the girl away from that young human would prove a formidable challenge given her own strength. Sister, I have finished applying the medicine. Please rest well. I must return to the young master now, Qinglin gently remarked after completing the treatment. Thank you, Queen Medusa replied, a rare smile gracing her lips upon hearing those words. Qinglin smiled faintly in response before exiting the room. Young master, how could the illustrious awakener of the three flower eyes serve as a mere maid to a human? Queen Medusa murmured to herself as a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes after Qinglin's departure. Chapter 189, The Serpent Seal. Before long, 3 days had passed. Thanks to the miraculous elixirs of Luyun and the serpent people's unique regenerative abilities, Queen Medusa's injuries had nearly healed. Sister, after this application, your wounds will be completely healed, Qinglin stated, expertly tending to Queen Medusa in the room. Thank you, Qinglin, the queen replied. To alter the perception of the serpent people in Qinglin's eyes, Queen Medusa had adopted a transformed demeanor over these past 3 days. consistently embodying a gentle disposition in her presence. Sister, you don't need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards my young master. It was he who instructed me to treat you, Qinglin said with a sweet smile. It must be said that Queen Medusa's approach proved effective, at least now. Qinglin was no longer as cautious around her as before. Upon hearing Qinglin mention the young master, a flash of coldness crossed Queen Medusa's gaze, though she quickly masked it. After spending these 3 days together, she had come to understand that Lu Yun held a significant position in Qinglin's heart. Thus, openly expressing dissatisfaction towards him would surely earn her disdain. Sister, I have completed the treatment. By evening, you should be fully recovered, Qinglin said with a sweet smile before slowly exiting the room. Watching Qinglin's retreating figure, a sense of helplessness washed over Queen Medusa. Throughout these 3 days, she had sought opportunities to probe Qinglin's sentiments, attempting to discern whether she genuinely wished to remain by Liu Yun's side as a maid. However, Qinglin's resolute responses had left Queen Medusa feeling utterly vexed. As long as the young master does not dismiss me, I am willing to serve him for a lifetime. Qinglin's words stirred discomfort within Queen Medusa. The illustrious awakener of the 3 flower eyes willingly serving as a maid to a human was an absurdity that would be met with uproarious laughter among the serpent people. If only I had discovered Qinglin's existence sooner, Queen Medusa mused, feeling a sense of resignation. Judging by Qinglin's current attitude, she would never willingly leave with her. This left Queen Medusa at a loss. Could she merely stand by and watch this awakener of the 3 flower eyes become a human servant? No, this absolutely cannot stand. Queen Medusa found it intolerable to accept such an outcome. The 3 flower eyes represented the pinnacle of existence among the serpent people. She could not allow her to remain by a human side as a maid for life. Queen Medusa resolved to exert every effort to persuade Qinglin to accompany her to the serpent people's realm. As time passed, evening soon approached. Your Majesty, how is your recovery progressing? Lu Yun entered Queen Medusa's chamber, observing her still reclined on the bed, and inquired with a smile. You should first release the seal upon me. Queen Medusa replied, casting a cold glance at Lu Yun. In response, Lu Yun summoned the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Remove the seal from her, he instructed, pointing at the now upright Queen Medusa. Though the purple crystal-winged Lion King was displeased at the command, it dared not refuse. In the next moment, the horn upon the lion's head emitted a dazzling purple light, transforming into a beam that shot toward Queen Medusa. As the purple light entered her body, Queen Medusa felt a restriction within her break, and her inherent power surged forth. Woming, erect a barrier to prevent any outside attention. Noticing the increasing strength emanating from Queen Medusa, Lu Yun commanded the concealed Woming. Yes, Master, Woming responded coldly. With Woming's words, a barrier enveloped the entire room, ensuring that no trace of their energies escaped. Moments later, Queen Medusa's aura peaked, her seals fully unbound. Now that the seals have been lifted, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, Lu Yun stated, his tone nonchalant as he regarded the fully restored Queen Medusa. In response, she merely shot him a frosty glance, remaining silent. Then, with a flick of her finger, a drop of crimson blood coalesced in her palm. The scarlet droplet hovered there as Queen Medusa formed intricate hand seals, causing numerous runes to entwine around the suspended blood. The runes multiplied until they entirely enveloped the droplet, transforming it into a blood-red mark. Queen Medusa slowly extended her hand, grasping the blood-red mark, and then hurled it towards Lu Yun. What is this? Lu Yun asked, perplexed, as he caught the blood-red mark. This is the serpent seal. Once inserted into the body, it will unlock the serpent seal within Haebadong, Queen Medusa replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the blood-red mark in his hand. This can truly break the seal? Very well. I shall tentatively trust you. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun coldly addressed Queen Medusa. Your Majesty, I hope you will remain here obediently. Woming, keep a close watch on her. Should she dare to escape before my return, do not hesitate to eliminate her. Yes, Master, Woming echoed with a similarly cold tone. Hearing Liu Yun's words, a flicker of coldness crossed Queen Medusa's gaze, yet she refrained from saying anything further. Confronted by the enigmatic presence of a nameless figure at the Dozong realm, she comprehended the futility of resistance. Having acquired the blood-red serpent seal, Lu Yun promptly made her way to Haebadong's abode. Soon, she traversed the streets and arrived at Haebadong's shop. Is this trinket capable of unraveling the seal within me? In the shop, Haebadong regarded the blood-red mark that Lu Yun presented with a hint of skepticism. Regardless of its efficacy, you might as well give it a try, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, sensing the doubt etched on Haebadong's face. After all, the Queen Medusa remained within her grasp. Should the serpent seal prove ineffective, she could easily continue to trouble her. Very well. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Haebadong nodded with a hint of resignation and said, follow me to the basement. If the seal is indeed dissolved, The basement will contain the aura and prevent any unnecessary complications. Agreed. Lu Yun had no objections and readily consented. Subsequently, she followed closely behind Haibadong as they descended towards the basement.